Chapter 1051, Enemy. This was a group of men, every single one of them unordinary, not people who grew stronger through seclusion and cultivation, but rather powerful individuals who crawled out from the battlefields and piles of corpses. When these types of people reached the heavenly deity realm, the results were extremely terrifying. They possessed experience far greater than that of ordinary people, their fighting strength more terrifying. It was because they were terrifying experts sharpened through death. Normal heavenly deities were already high above others, representing great power, while this group of individuals were like wolves, death gods among heavenly deities, even more horrifying. However, Sher Hao wasn't an ordinary person either. He had experienced too much, the number of enemies he had faced even more so innumerable, the number of heavenly deities he killed himself not a small amount. He didn't hesitate. Over 100 willow branches rushed out from behind him, every single one of them sparkling, releasing golden light, quickly rushing outwards. In addition, his right hand held the everlasting immortal sword, hacking outwards. If they were truly going to fight, then his battlefield experience wasn't inferior to anyone. The number of heavenly deities he killed wouldn't be much less than the ones before him. Ayo, those people rushed over, not stopping because of his actions, instead displaying even more might. They stirred on their mounts, releasing a heavy blow. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair rode on a blood-horned beast, his eyes flickering with scarlet radiance, in his hand a great blood-colored halberd that hacked downwards. He was the leader of this group. There were a few others at his side, their mounts all like small mountains, every single one of them flickering with crimson radiance, carrying unruliness and a type of bloodiness. They all displayed secret methods to kill the youth before them. Over 100 willow branches danced about, releasing brilliant golden light, stopping the group of people. Astonishing fluctuations erupted. Power at the heavenly deity level definitely wasn't just hot air. Battles at this level were enough to make the entire Great Earth cave in and completely collapse, destroying this expanse of mountain range, and even the ancient forests further out. However, there were many historical remains here, ancient formations left behind, not that easy to destroy. Sure enough, mysterious formations erupted from the Great Arath, immediately fixing the mountain ridges and others in place, protecting this place. Sher Hao was shocked. It wasn't this great era's bone texts, but rather mysterious Dao symbols that belonged to the last great era. In the interweaving lightning, under the clash of precious techniques, the over 100 golden branches wrapped around those secret treasures attacking him, stopping them in midair. Meanwhile, Sher Hao was like a vicious tiger, his entire body erupting with golden patterns, illuminating this piece of the void. He rushed over while holding the everlasting immortal sword, facing the leader alone. Sparks flew in all directions. That blood-colored great halberd was struck by the sword core until there were nicks everywhere, as if it was going to break. It bounced out, producing a cut between that heavenly deity's fingers, causing blood to flow out. Both sides were shocked. Sher Hao looked at that great halberd, greatly surprised that it didn't break. One had to understand that the weapon in his hand was unstoppable, forged from many types of immortal gold. Soon after, he understood. The other party's weapon was special, containing sect master-level symbols, previously refined by a great figure. It was a half-sect master-level weapon. That leader was even more shocked than Sher Hao, but he didn't waste time. His battle experience was abundant. The instant the great halberd was blasted up, he brandished his arm, the scarlet halberd blade hacking down diagonally. The bone texts appeared layer after layer, drowning Sher Hao underneath. Sher Hao moved the sword, operating reincarnation symbols. This was his own supreme being precious technique, now displayed through the sword. The everlasting immortal sword clashed with the blood-colored great halberd, leaving behind several cuts on its surface again. When bone text spread out, it attacked all directions, surrounding that leader. However, that great halberd really wasn't ordinary. Sect master symbols rushed out, weakening the reincarnation force. However, despite this being the case, that male's hair became white, aging considerably. His vital energy immediately declined, falling from the peak state of his life. Sher Hao raised the sword again, slashing outwards, reincarnation symbols surging. This male opened his mouth, activating a talisman that was grayish-dark, not looking that special. However, when the sword core descended, it exploded, bursting like a black sun, destroying this place, throwing everything into chaos. Sher Hao's qi and blood surged. Apart from Ning Chuan and a few others, this was the first time he was pushed back this greatly when facing heavenly deity-level strength. He wasn't able to immediately cut down the other party. A sword cry sounded. Sher Hao went against the power of this explosion, the sword core shooting straight out, aimed at the space between the other party's brows. The halberd stopped it, blocking in front. It finally couldn't hold on, half of it removed by the sword. Then, Sher Hao rose up, the long sword sweeping outwards. Bone text surged, radiance dazzling like comets flying through the sky, too glorious, blinding to the point where people couldn't open their eyes. On the side, the others shouted, taking action together. However, over 100 golden branches shone resplendently, forming a web, surrounding this place, imprisoning this area, the others unable to approach. This person threw out the broken halberd, colliding with the sword core. In addition, he spat out a streak of blinding light, the innate spiritual essence he condensed from his cultivation. The sword core was stopped, blocked by a wave of formless power. That person withdrew in the air. Even though he was a battle-hardened veteran, he still wouldn't rashly throw his own life away. Since he was able to live, he naturally wanted to retreat. However, Sher Hao pressed forward ferociously, not willing to let him go. He hacked apart that streak of light, forcefully breaking through, and then he ferociously brandished the sword core. The sound of blood flying through the air could be heard. An arrow of blood shot out from that leader's mouth, body in flames. He wanted to protect his primordial spirit. Unfortunately, a streak of sword energy swept across. His head flew, and then the void exploded, his primordial spirit unable to escape. Those on the side were all stunned, never expecting this youngster to be this formidable. They had secret treasures that allowed them to sense his age, cultivation realm, and other things. This youngster was only around 20 years of age, shouldn't have reached the heavenly deity realm, yet possessed such terrifying combat strength, killing their leader. These changes happened too quickly, the results exceeding everyone's expectations. In reality, Sher Hao was quite shocked as well. After experiencing holy sacrifice, his strength became comparable to that of a heavenly deity. Together with the fact that he had experienced lightning tribulation, had 3 strands of immortal energy, and other things, his power should be far greater than this cultivation realm. It was just like the foreign cultivator Lin Tian, able to kill the heavenly deities of hundreds of provinces, few people able to take even 10 blows from him. Sher Hao naturally also had the strength. Only, he never expected this person to be this strong, continuously blocking his vicious attacks. Quite strong, he said seriously. He had only just entered the Forbidden Region depths, yet he already encountered an army with such astonishing murderous energy and domineeringness. It left him shocked. However, in the ears of others, it sounded like mockery. This was just a youngster around 20 years of age, yet he killed their leader so quickly it truly left them speechless. One of them roared. They activated a brightly colored stone together, quickly arranging formations, wishing to kill Sher Hao here. One had to bear in mind that this was a group of heavenly deities, the formation they arranged together no small matter. Only, how could Sher Hao just sit and wait for death? In that instant, Kunpeng wings appeared, rising to the extreme. Then, he used his own various types of precious techniques, unleashing a bloody massacre here. Who exactly are you all? Why have you decided to kill me after learning that I came from the 3,000 provinces? There is no grudge between us, I only wished to find that ancient city, never provoking you all, so why do you harm me? Sher Hao continuously asked questions. He didn't know how he offended these people. However, these people didn't speak a word, only attacking. One person was hacked in half, blood flying everywhere, his mount killed along with him. The other person's head flew up, falling several dozen zhang out. Sher Hao unleashed a great slaughter here. Since others wanted to deal with him, wanting to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. These people were vicious and ruthless, but they were also killed one after another until they became scared, starting to run. However, Sher Hao was determined to keep them here. He split into 6 or 7 spiritual bodies to chase after them, suppressing them. In the end, not a single person escaped, all of them intercepted. However, unusual things happened to all of these people. Their eyes became blood red, as if they were going mad. They roared frantically, shouting that they didn't fear death. Sher Hao saw that these people's eyes were too strange, a bit similar to the eyes he saw in the hazy mist within that immortal ancient dream. Sher Hao's rage immediately surged. The fall and sadness of his friends he experienced not long ago caused the killing intent he felt inside to erupt. He forcefully endured his rage, catching one of them, wishing to explore his primordial spirit. As a result, that person directly died, his primordial spirit igniting, thus exploding, almost injuring him. Sher Hao didn't show mercy. The long sword moved out. Even though these people were crazy, their eyes red as they attacked frantically, they were still killed one after another, not a single one able to escape. Close, I'm not far from them. Sher Hao gritted his teeth, feeling that he wasn't that far from his enemies. He couldn't forget the scene of Immortal Ancient's heroes falling. Whenever he thought of it, his heart would always ache with pain. Am I close to the desolate border? The infiltration of the enemy has succeeded, Sher Hao said to himself. Moreover, at this time, he broke out into a cold shiver. Could it be that the desolate border had been broken, those people passing through? He thought back to the battle that happened not too long ago. He had previously fought a bloody battle against that eyeball, barely killing it. That eyeball had said that their great army was definitely going to cross over, and it was going to happen soon. Sher Hao was stunned by his own thoughts. Was the desolate border broken? Could it be that the flames of war, the chaos, was going to start here? If that was the case, then that would definitely be a huge disaster. Troubled times were coming. Sher Hao felt his body break out in a cold shiver. He still hadn't made his preparations yet, not reaching the peak. If he encountered those creatures just like that, would he be just like Phoenix Girl and the others, carrying unwillingness? As they were killed before they matured? He was unwilling to accept this. The dream back to Immortal Ancient was still fresh in his memory. He wanted to get revenge for those friends and not be killed as well. Sher Hao remained silent for a moment, deep in thought. He didn't turn around to run, instead turning into a strand of smoke, speeding alone. He was going to take a look to see what exactly was in the Forbidden Region's depths, what exactly had happened. Several days later, Sher Hao had walked who knew just how many tens of thousands of li. He traveled through countless mountains and rivers, finally entering a strange land. Even from far away, he could see an enormous castle from the horizon. It was grand and majestic, imposing and vast, as if an imperial capital rested there. I've arrived, finally found it. Sher Hao's expression was grave. He wanted to see what there was there, what kind of unforeseen events happened. Chapter 1052, A City. A city. This was a field. Even though there were ancient trees, they were extremely sparse. The earth was dry and hard, without mountain peaks separating them, and that was likely why a city was constructed here, appearing more powerful and imposing. Sher Hao was stunned. He found it just like that? Was this the place of the archaic contract of alliance? It was so solemn and respectful, grand, exuding a type of unmatched great aura. Did reaching here mean that he was approaching the desolate border? Or was this to say that this was the outermost region? Sher Hao's heart rose and fell greatly, his expression complex. From the last great era until now, this region had probably remained a land of conflict, right? It was definitely frightening. Throughout the long river of history, there were definitely many exceptional heroes who roamed about this place, with quite a few of them buried here. Those inspiring and tragic past events were worth reminiscing about. These were things that perhaps happened too long ago, but they were inextricably linked to the present, because those enemies were still there. To be more precise, their descendants were still in this world. It was to the extent where the original enemies were also still alive. And they were going to come over precisely through the desolate border. Sher Hao wanted to know what kind of people these were, or to be more precise, what kind of creatures they were. It was because he wasn't sure they were people, even if there might be large amounts of humanoid beings. Even though he experienced that immortal ancient dream, he saw too little. Those creatures were covered in gray mists, only claws and scales occasionally appearing, humanoid figures hurriedly flashing past. I have to get closer to the city and get to the bottom of this. On the plains, ancient trees were sparse, but all of them were tall, every single stalk several hundred zhang tall. They were like small green mountains. As he got closer, he discovered that the city was quite populated, seemingly still lively enough to be considered bustling. It was because there were all types of noises that sounded, the voices not that soft. Soon after, Sher Hao saw a group of men that rushed out from the city, rushing in his direction. Was he discovered? Sher Hao's eyes became serious. Fortunately, they then rushed in another direction. They were similarly a group of armored mounts, with a heavenly deity leader. This was quite shocking. This place really did have experts everywhere. What made him feel a bit better was that when he looked inside the city, there were quite a few people whose cultivations weren't that high, some even at the supreme expert level. In this type of strange city, people with weaker strength like this were few in number. It was because in Sher Hao's imagination, regardless of whether the city had fallen or if the people of the higher realms controlled it, there should be large amounts of experts. It would be difficult for any weak individual to survive here. Then, he saw one person, which she was inside the city, just as weird as usual, beautiful to a ridiculous degree. However, no matter how he looked at how she was acting, she looked like she was leisurely strolling about, not feeling any sense of nervousness. Sher Hao was stunned. How did this fella muddle her way through? She even seemed to be so carefree, not worried about anything at all. Moreover, most importantly, how did she end up getting here before him? This place wasn't that far from the city gates, so Sher Hao could see everything inside clearly. The number of people here really wasn't small, with many different races. There were extremely powerful creatures, as well as weak individuals. However, the witch already transmitted sound, saying, "Little brat, stop hiding, I noticed you a while ago." Sher Hao was shocked. In the end, he stopped, looking at the witch who was already leaving the city and coming over. He had all types of questions. Hey, stop staring at me as if we've never met. Staring blankly like that, it's as if I'm facing a piece of wood. The witch was beyond beautiful, but her mouth was just as sharp as always, without any restraint. "You defected?" Sher Hao asked. Of course, he didn't believe it much himself, but he understood in that instant. He made a huge mistake. This city was definitely different from what he had imagined. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" "So weird, just like you." The witch ridiculed. Sher Hao understood. This city hadn't been captured. "How did you get ahead of me, arriving even before me?" Sher Hao then continued to ask. "Young man, what are you implying?" The witch shot him a sidelong glance, feeling extremely discontent and a type of provocation, as well as a type of smiling expression, saying, "Could it be that you felt that you are quite lacking, cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy, yet still ended up arriving after me? Feel extremely unsatisfied? But T.S. is reality. Brat, you're still too far off." Sher Hao was given a harsh lashing with words, but he truly couldn't say anything in retaliation. He indeed had these types of thoughts, feeling that he was quite strong, already arriving fast enough, yet still ended up falling behind. Why aren't you acting all cocky like usual? Could it be that you realize the distance between the two of us? Little fella, work hard then." The witch put on a proud and experienced look, and after saying this, she couldn't help but laugh. "What kind of methods do you have? How exactly did you end up ahead of me?" Sher Hao asked, still somewhat unwilling to accept this. "Did you forget the 3 great supreme beings flung us out to different spots? I was sent to the very front, so of course I'm a bit faster." The witch said candidly. Sher Hao didn't believe this, because the 3 great supreme beings would at most send people out a million li, while the path he had walked the past few months crossed who knew how many millions of li, difficult to assess. He believed that he could overtake anyone in front of him, thus he didn't believe the witch's words. As luck would have it, the place where I landed on had an ancient transport formation, directly sending me to the city. The witch explained a step further. Sher Hao was speechless. This was a bit too unfair, right? He went through 9 deaths 1 life, encountering all types of dangers along the way, while the witch reached here with a single step, just too easy. "How did you notice me?" Sher Hao asked. He was quite confident in his own concealment methods, yet the witch found him while he was outside the city. "Because you're too weak, if I wanted to find you, I could do so with just a turn of my hand." When Sher Hao heard these words, the root of his teeth directly began to itch. The witch was intentionally acting smug, leaving him quite annoyed. "Speak, what is going on?" Sher Hao's expression was unkind, putting on an appearance like he was going to take action. "You had a damaged pagoda on you, while I have a stone bead on me. You should remember that those 2 fellas know each other," the witch said. When Sher Hao heard this, he became a bit disappointed and frustrated. The little pagoda had left for a long time, following Willow Deity into the primordial gate. Where was it now? Where did it go? Did it truly arrive at the very forefront of the battlefield? Or was it to say that they broke free, entering the holiest place? Sher Hao wished to see them again, only he knew that it wasn't likely. At the very least, he didn't have that type of ability right now. It was obvious that the stone bead on the witch detected Sher Hao, and that was why she was able to immediately sense his arrival. "Why are you acting all sneaky and secretive outside, not daring to go in?" the witch asked. "Can't you use better words? Why would you call someone like me sneaky and secretive? You actually have the nerve to talk about a heroic person like me in that manner." Sher Hao glared at her. "A foodie, a little thief," the witch muttered. Then, Sher Hao learned about some of the truth from her mouth. This city was quite special, but it still wasn't the enormous city they were looking for. He was thus shocked. A massive city like this wasn't even their destination? Are there many ancient cities like this in the Forbidden Region? He found this hard to understand. It was the uninhabited region, so how could there be so many cities? "There aren't that many, the amount rather few," the witch said. She told Sher Hao that the true ancient city was over 100 times more grand than this one, incredibly imposing like a heavenly emperor's city, standing tall at the border. "You should already know that from the past until now, there had always been exceptional figures entering that city to fulfill the archaic contract of alliance. Meanwhile, they also have disciples, their later generations also taking root in this region." "You are saying that the city before us is a place where the descendants of those exceptional figures reside?" "Correct, The population grew larger and larger, thus becoming a city. Sherhouse suddenly understood. This city similarly carried special meaning, because since they found this place, then that meant they weren't far from the true enormous city. Why are you leaving then? Sherhouse was confused. Since the witch already reached this place, it made more sense for her to continue towards the true enormous city. Soon after, he obtained a piece of shocking information. There were opportunities in this region, rumored to have a Qilin egg. Pure-blooded Qilin? Sherhouse asked with shock. Correct. There have been some irregular sites recently, sometimes in the mountains and valleys, sometimes underground. Many people saw a white little Qilin appear in the void. When he heard the witch's words, Sherhouse couldn't remain calm any longer. It was because he thought back to the little girl in the immortal ancient dream. She had previously carried a little white Qilin. Sherhouse entered the city with the witch, telling her along the way that he had previously been cut off by a group of experts. There were these type of people after all. The witch was also shocked. She learned of many things from here. In recent years, a terrifying aura seeped out from the desolate border, making a few people go mad. To be more precise, their minds were invaded, their intelligence confused. Only, this type of people hid rather well, normally difficult to find. Meanwhile, this time, Sherhouse unexpectedly encountered a group of people that belonged to the city's experts. This situation was extremely serious. The desolate border is about to become chaotic. They are about to pass through as expected. Sherhouse said to himself. The witch's expression was also grave, feeling that great chaos was coming, the situation terrible to the extreme. Sherhouse on tier. The city, not leaving immediately, instead temporarily staying here. It was because he also wanted to look for that Qilin egg. In reality, many people in the city were looking, because recently, that white Qilin irregular scene would appear from time to time, many people now knowing about it. Cannot let Six Crown King obtain it, Sherhouse said. Ningchuan had Qilin patterns upon birth, so if he encountered the Qilin egg, there were too many unpredictable things that might happen. Just 2 days later, Sherhouse also saw the irregular scene. In the distant mountain valley, there was auspicious light that surged. A little white Qilin appeared, vivid and lifelike. The cultivators all went mad, all of them rushing over, Sherhouse no exception, rushing forward. Then, his mind was shaken, immediately becoming stupefied. That irregular scene's little Qilin was clearly the one he saw from Immortal Ancient. There was no mistake. What left him the most shocked was that there was another sound that rang out in his mind, an immature voice, saying, "Why do you look a bit familiar? We met not too long ago. You didn't die, surviving." Sherhouse's voice was even shaking. "Nonsense, I slept for so many years, how could I have met you before?" The little Qilin said. "A dream back to Immortal Ancient, we met before in Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. You were carried in a young lady's arms." Sherhouse said. "What? It's you. We're actually in this era." The little Qilin cried out, and then it began to cry, feeling incomparably grieved, saying to Sherhouse, "I was waiting for so many years, waiting for her to appear again, but she's gone, never coming to find me." Chapter 1053, Demonized. Everything happened too suddenly. There were always things that exceeded the imagination. Sherhouse never thought that he would meet that snow-white little Qilin again. Even though he didn't feel like it had been that long since he had last seen it, for this Qilin youth, endless years had already passed. When he heard the little Qilin's sobs, the wails of grief, Sherhouse's heart also moved. He had always been thinking about this matter in the last few months, questioning whether the things he had experienced were real. He had previously met them, the Phoenix girl, young man with radiant immortal gold sword, the young lady who carried the little Qilin all fell into pools of blood one after another, killed in Southern Sea Purple Bamboo Forest. He had since always felt broken-hearted. He watched as those miserable scenes played out one after another, yet was powerless to change anything, his heart full of grief and pain. Now that he saw this little Qilin, everything was proven true. His experiences back then weren't fake, but real. Sherhouse's eyes were sore, his heart in great pain. He truly went on a mental journey back to Immortal Ancient's last days, becoming friends with those people, yet the ending was so cruel, watching them die one after another. As still waiting, wishing for her to come back, wishing for her, the little Qilin wept with woo-woo sounds, bringing Sherhouse's thoughts back to Immortal Ancient. Even though he hadn't interacted with those people for a long time, it was still an unforgettable experience. "Don't cry anymore, just come with me. The desolate border is about to become chaotic. I'll bring you out to kill the enemy, get revenge for them," Sherhouse said, staring at the snow-white little Qilin in the void. He felt a wave of fighting intent that surged like flames. He was going to ascend onto that battlefield. The dream back to immortal ancient left him with regrets, a feeling of helplessness. Now, in this era, he was going to fight a glorious battle and slaughter his way into the desolate border. No, I want to wait for her to appear and come back. The little Qilin was extremely firm, not willing to display its real body, using that void image to communicate with him. I want her to come back too, but she cannot appear again. Shirhao said. Even though his voice was calm, that was definitely not the same on the inside. That great era was full of sadness and grief, all of the young supreme beings withered away. They were all so stunning, no lack of people like Phoenix Girl and the others who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. If they lived to this world, regardless of whether it was Shirhao or 10 Crown King, neither of them would be able to hold the highest spots. That was a glorious era where talents emerged in large numbers, the final days that left one in grief. Those powerful heroes emerged group after group, yet before they could even grow up, they withered away prematurely. How tragic of an era that was, a period of sadness and tragedy. No, I don't believe it. She will come back. She will appear again to find me in this mountain valley. The little Qilin cried out, full of emotions, eyes carrying tears, crying painfully. Even a young beast was like this, let alone a grown-up Shirhao. He released a long sigh, gazing into the heaven and earth, into the distance. He was greatly touched by the little Qilin's loyalty, also feeling powerless for the past. Everything went by just like that. The lamentable and sad, immortal, ancient great era gradually faded away just like that. You will grow up, should accept reality a bit earlier. Shirhao said. Even though it was cruel, he still wanted to wake up the little Qilin from its dream. It was because it was a pure-blooded Qilin, and once it grew up, its combat strength would be heaven overflowing, its bravery oppressing the world, a future great force. He couldn't leave it in this type of perplexed state, still muddle-headed. Even though I'm small, I am still clear-headed. I believe she will definitely appear. The little Qilin's tone was resolute. Shirhao was shocked. Even though he didn't believe, he still asked, why? Even you could dream back to immortal ancient, why can't she appear in this world? The little Qilin said softly. Shirhao remained silent. The reason he could return was because of without end Great One turning back the flow of time, using that bell of time to guide him on a mental journey. It was to the extent where 6 Dao reincarnations Immortal King had taken action, and with him using his method, there was definitely immeasurable power in effect. In that instant, Shirhao realized something. Right, he only thought about time, forgetting about 6 Dao reincarnations King. His methods, his Dao, if it was developed to the extreme, perhaps it might be able to do something. How did you end up surviving? Shirhao asked the little Qilin, wishing to understand how it didn't die first. Someone cut open space and sent me out, buried in a pile of undying matter, and then slept for endless years, only waking up again recently. Time cannot take my life, the snow-white little Qilin said. This left Shirhao shocked. Undying matter, this was something many great figures in this world were gathering. If one couldn't become a long-life being, then that type of matter could undoubtedly preserve one's life, preventing death. Then, regardless of what Shirhao said, the little Qilin wasn't willing to get up, only telling him that others couldn't find it because of an immortal ancient secret treasure. It went into hiding, not appearing any longer. Then it only left behind one sentence, saying, I am going to wait for her to come back and appear in this world again. This left Shirhao feeling a wave of melancholy, a wave of perplexity. Would that little Qilin really be able to wait until that young lady came back? He felt like it was unrealistic. There was no reincarnation in this world. Was it still living in its dreams? However, Shirhao still carried hope as well. If that little Qilin really waited until that young lady was alive again, or if there were other creatures from that great era who returned, the significance behind this would definitely be tremendous. Even if the desolate border was pierced, it wouldn't be as depressing. The city was extremely large. Shirhao came back again. In reality, the others also returned, going on a wild goose chase again, no one able to find where the little Qilin was, to the extent where even though many people used magical force to move mountains and valleys, digging up the underground rivers, it was all still futile. That was why everyone believed that the so-called Qilin egg wasn't that close, but rather in an extremely distant place, having a strange treasure that allowed it to protect itself. In the city, more people appeared. It was because not only did Shirhao and the witch arrive, there were a few other outside cultivators, every single one of them extremely powerful. They came from different ancient cities, all of them, after hearing news of a Qilin's appearance, wishing to capture that young beast. It is rumored to be a little Qilin returning to an egg due to rebirth. Once it is obtained, that would mean that one would have a great divine beast at one's side. This was the information these people obtained. They all flocked over as a result. In the depths of the Forbidden Region, there weren't many ancient cities, but they were all extremely large, with groups of experts. They set out one after another, this naturally triggering a huge commotion. Every single city had glorious past, established by the world-shaking experts of the past, all of them unmatched in the higher realms during their era. However, those people all fell one after another, only the ancient cities and their descendants left. You don't seem to care that much. You aren't interested in that little Qilin anymore? The witch asked Shi Hao. You should listen to my advice and head out together with me. Hurry and reach that Emperor city by the desolate border. It's best if we don't forget the original purpose for coming here. Shi Hao said, telling her that there is no hope of obtaining that little Qilin. Of course, he didn't mention the matters of conversing with that little Qilin, because this type of thing was just too shocking. To form friendship with a group of people in Immortal Ancient, regardless of how one looked at it from, it seemed a bit ridiculous. If he told others about it, others would definitely think that he went mad. Are you sure that the Qilin youth here cannot be obtained? The witch asked. I am sure. Shi Hao replied calmly. The witch looked at him and surprisingly spoke resolutely, saying, since that's the case, let's go then. We should hurry to the desolate border and find that city. Upon hearing news about a Qilin, not many people could remain calm, especially someone like the witch who had the mysterious bead on her, with such great power to rely on. Yet now, she actually gave up just like that. Sure, Hao have her a look, never expecting her to leave just because he told her to. What kind of look is that? Could it be that you want me to stay behind? She shot him a sidelong glance. No, I just never expected you to be so straightforward. This time, the two of them went on their way together, leaving the enormous city and proceeding deeper into the Forbidden Region. When they traveled several tens of thousands of li out, there were sounds of armored horses galloping, chasing over from behind. The group numbered at least 10, their eyes red like vicious beasts, carrying heaven-overflowing killing energy, chasing up to here. It's this type of people again. Shi Hao had previously killed a group of heavenly deities, all of them in this type of state, eyes crimson red, losing their sense of self. It seems like something is greatly wrong with the Forbidden Region depths, so many experts infected, all of them daring to attack so openly, it's clear how domineering they are. The witch said. It was clear that these people had shortcuts to take, allowing them to immediately rush at Shi Hao's group. Otherwise, with their speeds, there was no way they could compare to Shi Hao, impossible to catch up. You killed Squad 19's people? On the other side, the leaders stared coldly at Shi Hao. You all are even sensitive to each other? Can even sense the fact that I killed a team? Shi Hao asked. At the same time, this was the same as admitting that he had killed a group of infected experts. Standing about in this Forbidden Region depths was extremely dangerous. The mist that spread over from the desolate border could confuse one's mind, corrupt them. Making us your enemies, there is no place in this Forbidden Region for you to walk. That leader shouted. Behind him, more than 10 people's weapons shone. How extravagant! A team of heavenly deities, this Forbidden Region really is unimaginable. The numbers, even though not that astonishing, there are too many experts. The witch sighed in praise. I already traveled over 10,000 li. What do you mean no place to walk? From my intuition, I can tell that you are strong, but you still aren't a great figure. Without being able to grow up, you will undoubtedly die. That leader said. The vicious beast he sat on roared, eyes also blood red. Is that so? Then you all can feel free to give me a try. Shi Hao said. Being able to wipe out Squad 19's men means that we might not be your opponent, but you still won't be able to continue living. That leader said. Then, he chanted an ancient language, as if he was carrying out some type of sacrifice. I invite Great One to descend. Someone said. Right at this moment, a stone mountain not far out cracked apart, revealing a blood-colored altar soaked in blood. It was entirely red, extremely striking. It can't be, right? The witch's expression even changed. Even though she heard that the desolate border was unstable, she never thought that it would be terrible to this degree. What are they trying to do? Shi Hao asked. These people originally belonged to the 3,000 provinces, only being demonized. However now, the blood altar they made really might cause the creatures on the other side of the desolate border to descend. The witch's expression was serious. Shi Hao felt a headache. This really was a huge problem. Those people chanted the incantation, each of them slitting their own wrists, pouring their heavenly deity blood over the altar as an offering. Who is calling me? Can my original body cross over? Right at this moment, a lazy voice sounded from the altar. It was quite young, but also possessed a type of great pressure. Chapter 1054. Blood Sacrifice Altar. The mountain split apart, revealing a blood altar. That sound was extremely careless, as if it didn't really care much about anything, giving one a rather sinister feeling. "We pay our respects to the Great One," that troop shouted together. At the same time, their eyes became even more red, as if they were dyed in blood. Sure Hao was quite shocked, actually encountering this type of blood altar here. It was clear that it wasn't connected to the 3,000 provinces, but rather the most terrifying desolate border end. This was too sudden, and it also left one feeling extremely shocked. He knew that the war was coming, that it would sweep through the sky above and earth below, the 9 heavens and 10 earths unable to free themselves from this disaster. However, only when he truly came into contact with it did one understand how stifling it was. One had to understand that Immortal Ancient was buried precisely by those enemies. This time, they came again, so who could stop them? At the very least, there were the vicious 10, Willow Deity, without end, and 6 Dao reincarnations king back then, but now, who was left? Those unmatched experts were no longer in existence. When he thought of the scene of the enemy breaking through, even Sure Hao's mind was shaken up. This was just too fast. He hadn't even made his preparations yet, not having truly risen up. The witch's expression was also grave, her eyes deep, putting away the normal frivolous attitude she carried. Now she looked like an ice-cold demon god. She never expected this day to come so quickly either. The blood altar had long been built, the one on the other side able to use this to travel over. Now it was clear that the other side had prepared for many years. When they were truly going to attack, there were definitely going to be altars everywhere, an endless army rising up. Just the thought alone made one's scalp go numb and feel great fear. Sure Hao took action, the Willow Deity appearing the moment he raised his hand. A thick golden willow branch shot out like a divine chain of order, rushing towards the altar to destroy it. "Even with this one here, you dare act impudently?" That voice on the blood altar was still indifferent, not treating this matter like anything important at all. In addition, the altar shone, the diagrams and other things on its surface becoming vivid and lifelike, as if reviving. The barrier this altar produced blocked Sure Hao's strike. The witch took action. With a raise of her hand, her 10 long and slender fingers all shone, shooting out strand after strand of rainbow light. This was sky-severing technique. She immediately used her sect-protecting precious technique. However, she didn't attack that altar, but rather those mounted soldiers. There was immediately someone killed by her, blood splashing outwards. The witch was quite calm and unhurried, not displaying any fluctuations in emotions. This allowed Sure Hao to see a different side to her. She was normally laughing and giggling, always behaving strangely, but when she truly took action, she had the appearance of a female Azura added to her witch style. What was strange was that the dead heavenly deity's blood all flowed towards the altar. Even though the witch tried to stop it, the bloody mist still flowed along. Entering that altar. "Kill them," that witch shouted. Even though he was willing to die, he wasn't afraid of death. This group of individuals all seemed to have gone mad like this. It was because their souls were already no longer pure, already corrupted and completely fallen into demonification. Sure Hao took action, temporarily giving up on the altar and attacking these people with full force. Meanwhile, the witch also moved, fighting a great battle against these experts. The two people were incredibly powerful when they joined hands. Both of them cultivated immortal energy, power exceptional. Even though these people were powerful, veterans that crawled out from piles of corpses, they still weren't a match. Following pew-pew sounds, heads tumbled one after another, forcefully cut down by these two. However, the bad thing was that these individuals' blood flowed towards the altar. Even if they were crushed apart, they would still turn into bloody mist and rush towards the altar. This was the same thing as sacrifice. One had to understand that these were heavenly deities, their blood essence comparable to that of tens of millions of creatures. Now that so many of them had gathered together, the concentration was shockingly great. Sure Hao and the witch wouldn't allow them to do as they wished. They used precious techniques to condense the blood, forcefully collecting it into some spatial magical artifacts, not allowing the altar to absorb it. All of the heavenly deities were killed. The spiritual essence they scattered out had all been refined and collected, only a small amount absorbed by the altar. However, Sure Hao and the witch's expressions were grave, staring at this blood altar. It wasn't that grand, unable to let the one on the other side cross over easily. However, one could well imagine that if the conditions were right, this would become a gate, a passage for the most powerful and terrifying creatures to slaughter their way out. Not bad, HM? Ending the battle so quickly. Opponents that'll allow me to enjoy the thrill of the hunt, not that much inferior to those so-called young supreme beings from Immortal Ancient. This kind of voice sounded from the altar. He was extremely young, sounding not concerned in the slightest, unbridled and brash. If you have the skill, then just come over. Sherhao said, staring at the altar. Haha, that person's laughter sounded from the altar, extremely carefree, but becoming a bit cold. Not any random cat or dog can make me take action. However, you two can make me move. Less nonsense. If you dare fight, then come over. If not, then get lost. Sherhao berated. Fool, are you looking for death? On the other side, that person said coldly. At the same time, this altar shone, rumbling with noise, releasing streak after streak of scarlet lightning. Simultaneously, the diagrams on the altar all revived, on the surface carved diagrams of all types of creatures from the 3,000 deep provinces. As a result, they all rose and fell, worshipping towards the altar. A creature appeared on the altar. It was wrapped around by a black metal armor, only a humanoid figure visible. A domineering and berserk aura immediately seeped out. This type of aura directly tore apart the heavenly dome, collapsing the great earth. Am I, Lao Mu, the first powerful being to once again rule over this great earth after endless years? He said to himself. These words were brash, and even more so carried a type of domineeringness. At the same time, it leaked a lot of information, telling Sherhao that no one had truly crossed over yet, that he might very well be the first. This meant that even though the situation was critical, it still hadn't reached an irremediable state. The altar swayed back and forth, blood-colored, multicolored light flickered. It began to crack apart, unexpectedly about to be destroyed. The one on the altar cried out loudly. The figure of the one named Lao Mu became dim, about to disappear. It was clear that there was something wrong with this altar, not considered complete yet. Otherwise, a large-scale offensive would have been carried out from the other side a long time ago instead of gathering power in secret like this. That person finally disappeared, carrying unwillingness, saying, "The events of today haven't ended. I will cross over." Then, streak after streak of blood-colored, multicolored mists appeared, an individual gathering by the altar. Only, the armor became a blood color. Come, let me see just how strong the two of you are. I only have a bit of power right now. Lao Mu was extremely self-confident and powerful, challenging like this. On the altar, the figure that was gathering finally completely appeared. He walked over step by step, saying, even though I'm not in my peak state, only producing an incarnation, it should be about enough to deal with you two. Lao Mu's incarnation condensed from essence energy rushed over just like that, rushing out from the altar and throwing itself towards Sherhao, decisive and forceful. This palm of his was extremely special, the baseless fingers suddenly becoming pitch black, absorbing all of the surrounding radiance. Even the mountains, valleys, grass, and trees were greatly affected. Sherhao released a first, golden light erupting endlessly from it, rushing into the sky. The two clashed, fist with fist, a collision of the extremes. It was because one of their hands was pitch black like an abyss, while the other's was brilliant like a sun, illuminating all directions. This type of collision was truly opposing each other with equal harshness. A bit interesting. Lao Mu was shocked. Just how great of power his incarnation currently contained was completely unknown. Interesting? Sherhao laughed coldly. When he took action again, he never expected this so-called Great One would only be a heavenly deity as well, not as terrifying as he had previously thought. That was why he directly pressed forward, immediately raising his hand to suppress the other party. As if he was an adult teaching a child, a palm crushed downwards, the hand covering the other party's entire body as it descended. They exchanged another round of attacks. That person was blasted until his figure went dim. After all, it wasn't his true body. Just this bit of skill, yet you dare boast shamelessly? Sherhao sneered. This person released a shout, and then his eyes shone, unexpectedly shining like two stars. One was of the Great Een, while the other Great Yang. Eventually, his entire being erupted with a wave of strange energy. Massive energy swept out in all directions, battering in this direction, incomparably crazy. Those were two immortal seeds, now completely activated, Yin and Yang carried together, forming a small expanse of cosmos, directly crushing downwards like that. Wu, not all that special though, the same type of cultivation system as those experts of immortal ancient great era. Sherhao said, taunting this person. Haha, didn't you know? This is the method I obtained from the so-called young supreme being. It's quite ordinary. Lao Mu laughed coldly. When the two clashed this time, it was as if thousands of streaks of thunder erupted at the same time, absolutely deafening. The small cosmos was split apart, stars growing dim one after another, thus disappearing. However, Lao Mu was injured. Even though it was an essence energy incarnation, not possessing the flesh of a true body, it still coughed, as if it was coughing out large amounts of blood. So nothing more than this. Sherhao said. I merely sent over a bit of essence energy, not my true body at all. The method I displayed also a bit of your world's methods. If my true body comes over, what young supreme being? All nothing more than chickens and dogs. Lao Mu said coldly. It was clear that even though he was injured, he still found it hard to stomach this result. Then just directly accept suppression and death. The witch said. Just like that, Shi Hao rushed over, fighting an intense battle against him. In the end, with a point of his finger, the space between his brows split apart, concluding this battle. The altar swayed, the black armor flickering with cold light again. That true body appeared again, only it still wasn't stable. His feet were still within the void, unable to truly cross over. He carried cold intent, body releasing world-shocking fluctuations, taking action against Shi Hao. Truly quite strong. Are you a young supreme being from the desolate border side? The witch was moved, extremely shocked. It was because this type of aura was too frightening. Before Shi Hao took action, the witch moved, activating the stone bead, blasting towards the altar. That person's expression changed. Even though he tried to protect himself, he couldn't change anything. He had to cross this trial first. The entire altar was blasted through. Lao Mu's entire body coughed out blood, blasted by that strange wave of power, now appearing quite weak. When I truly descend into this world in the future, neither one of you will be able to live. Unfortunately, he was too fast, Shi Hao not fast enough to catch him. That person, even though the altar broke apart, his true body still survived, so he could still come back again. You? Just beat you up again, the witch said. Then, this place became quiet. The altar was destroyed, a passage blocked. Otherwise, in the future, a great disaster would definitely appear. Let's go. They went on their way, advancing towards the so-called Heavenly Emperor's City. Chapter 1055, Emperor Bone Ocean Region. Shi Hao and the witch went on their way, heading towards the ultimate city of the Forbidden Region. It was rumored that there was an emperor city there that was majestic and grand, suppressing the desolate border, ensuring the peace of the 3,000 provinces. Meanwhile, this information was not circulated that much through the 3,000 provinces, Shi Hao and the witch only hearing about all types of legends after entering the Forbidden Region's depths. Woo! Before a vast body of water, a strange sound could be heard. All types of creatures trembled with fear, and the vicious beasts along the way even more so all knelt down onto the floor. This was the Forbidden Region depths. There was unexpectedly a sea here, the jade ripples boundless. A sea snail appeared in the sea. This was the creature that was crying out, releasing ripples that rose and fell, ocean waves striking the skies. What kind of sea snail is this? Shi Hao felt quite shocked after seeing the scene from the distance. Even he felt his body trembling slightly, a bit unable to control himself as well. Then, they became even more shocked. The heavenly dome split apart, the great earth caving in. All types of divine beasts and vicious birds cried out, rustling sounds falling, stirring up an endless storm. This type of scene was a bit inconceivable, impossible for him to understand. That is a bugle born, once blown. Heaven and earth will split apart, able to destroy the sun and moon. The witch said. When Shi Hao heard this, he frowned. After opening his heavenly eyes, he saw that the scene was only an imprint, and not something that was truly happening. This made him release a breath of air. In the battle of the last great era when the bugle horn sounded, it was precisely the scene. At that time, it truly was mountains collapsing and oceans roaring, stellar streams trembling. The witch said. This was what she had seen before from bone books. Moreover, there were more than one or two of these sea snail bugle horns, so one could imagine just what kind of scene that was, the sound reaching into the heavens, the cosmos shaking in response. Meanwhile, that wasn't even the true great battle, just the beginning. When the battle truly began, just how terrifying were those undying individuals? It was simply unimaginable. No wonder a perfect world was blasted into 9 heavens and 10 earths. The great battle is truly going to arrive. The imprint left behind by the bugle horn is sounding on its own, meaning that day isn't far off. This world might repeat Immortal Ancient's disaster. Sword energy suddenly appeared streak after streak from the ocean, every single streak cutting open the great earth. The streaks of light were incredibly thick, the radiance everlasting. This wasn't some imprint, but a true attack. Shi Hao and the witch dodged, immediately moving back a great distance from a single retreat, avoiding this angry sea. The sword radiance brushed past their bodies as it shot past, shaving off large amounts of mountain peaks. As for up above, there were endless streaks of sword energy, the chaotic sword attacks shattering the sky, meteors smashing down from outer space. What kind of place was this? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, still feeling lingering fear. If they retreated a step late, they would have definitely been blasted into ashes. There might be some ruined fragment of an immortal artifact buried in the ocean that activates from time to time, triggering this result. They speculated. After all, they saw the bugle horn's imprint, from this knowing that there was definitely a battlefield that had taken place here with ruined weapons left behind. As such, it wasn't all that strange for there to be this type of scene. This sea was impossible to cross. Later on, when they passed through a city, they learned from those creatures that the place was indeed an ancient battlefield. There were all types of strange things in the ocean, few people able to safely make it through. Even those as powerful as sect masters would undoubtedly die after entering, unable to stop the heaven-reaching sword. In the restricted area depths, there weren't many cities, but every single one of them was unique and shocking, with countless experts within them. This sea was also who knew how many tens of thousands of li large. Shirhao and the witch took a detour around, not reaching the end even after moving along the coast for half a month, from time to time running into dangerous situations. More than 10 days passed by in a flash. Along the way, Shirhao and the witch encountered danger several times, but they made it through, not falling. In reality, forget about them. Even the descendants of the most powerful experts residing in the Forbidden Region depths rarely made a long and difficult journey like this. It was because the more they understood, the more clear they were on how dangerous this place was. They finally made it through that sea. They moved quickly, advancing forward with only one goal in mind, the so-called Forbidden Region Emperor City. Only by reaching that place could they enter the Heavenly Deity Institution and cultivate a step further, could themselves rise up and become even stronger. The three great supreme beings have their own special paths to take. Do you think they already arrived? They definitely have ancient transport formations that are linked up to that city. I believe they've already entered a while ago. Shirhao and the witch had their suspicions. Along the way, they did everything outside, running day and night, yet they still didn't find that city. The two of them even began to doubt if they went the wrong way, deviating from the right path. Only when they encountered an ancient city and asked the creatures there did they understand that they were still on the path, the direction not wrong, just that they still hadn't reached that Emperor City. Do you think we'll arrive first? Shirhao asked. That's hard to say. I was in front of you even without using that much energy. If others also happen to have entered strange transport formations, they might already have reached the destination. The witch said. Shirhao nodded. Sometimes, luck was also a part of strength. They already traveled this far, so they had to continue forward and press ahead. Soon after, they saw an expanse of scarlet redness that sealed off the great earth, one's eyes unable to see the limit. What was this? Another sea? Shirhao and the witch were stupefied, a grand scene stretching out as far as they could see. Scarlet waves were surging, roiling heat blew against their faces, leaving them shocked. The plants and trees had long disappeared from this place, mountain peaks and others even more so gone from existence. This was as blazing hot ancient land. That was magma. However, it was comparable to an ocean, too vast without end. It was a scarlet-red expanse, magma surging, red like blood. What kind of place did we arrive in? They were completely shocked. This magma was just too vast, right? Condensing into a lake was one thing, but this was an ocean. This time, they didn't make their way around, because there was a damaged tablet on the side that recorded this place wasn't too dangerous, instead might having opportunities. The two of them moved above the magma, quickly advancing. An enormous beast turned over, producing an expanse of fiery red radiance, striking towards Shirhao. A fish. That was an enormous scarlet fish that carried golden light. It moved in the magma, its size enormous like a small mountain. We're rich. Shirhao wasn't shocked, but instead feeling overjoyed. It was because he recognized that this was Yang fish, containing rich divine essence, an extremely rare creature. Unfortunately, this creature had long become a heavenly deity for many years, its divine senses sharp. When it saw a great hand reach towards it, it immediately shrunk, and then entered the magma sea depths, quickly disappearing. Shirhao frowned. His large hand reached into the magma, fiercely moving about, yet unable to grab anything. A bit strange, there is a damaged formation at the ocean floor that is stopping my divine senses. That stone tablet has said that there isn't any great danger, but that also implies that there are still some dangers, just that it is not excessively challenging. Of course, if it was an unmatched existence that left behind that message, pretend I never said anything. The witch said. The two of them gave each other a look, feeling like the situation wasn't too good, that they acted a bit carelessly. It was because if a sect master level figure or even greater said there were no dangers, it still wasn't necessarily a road for normal people. We already came inside, so we can't look forward and back like this. We should just advance as fast as we can. Even if there are dangers, we should still be able to avert the disaster if we work together. At worst, we'll just run. The witch was quite serious, but then she said this while laughing. Sherhao nodded, moving quickly with her. Several days later, a terrifying large claw reached out, grabbing towards them. It was a deathly white, an enormous claw, directly crushing space as it reached out. The two of them were shaken up, activating precious techniques and doing everything they could to move outwards, and then they quickly fled. It was because they sensed that the skeleton was too domineering, even if a sect master figure had arrived. If they fought against it head-on, they would likely be slapped down. Meanwhile, this was just a skeleton. There was only a weak light flickering inside of its skull, proving that it didn't have a pure consciousness, only a hazy bit of soul light. The reason it was powerful was because the skeleton itself was 100,000 zhong in size. It towered in the sea of magma, a bit bewildered, only wishing to capture Sherhao and the witch. Heaven and earth were shattered, the skeleton's power too great. Freeze! The witch took action, activating that stone bead, finally stopping that deathly white hand that was reaching out, blocking that white skeleton. This is definitely a terrifying creature that was killed in battle during the immortal ancient Great Era. Just the skeleton alone is enough to kill heavenly deities. How powerful was it back then when it did have flesh? The witch was shocked. Fortunately, the soul-suppressing bead was unordinary. The 100,000 zhong tall snow-white skeleton stared at the bead in a daze, and then slowly laid down into the sea of lava, slowly sinking, thus disappearing. This skeleton hadn't decayed after all this time, truly astonishing. Even Sherhao could only sigh in praise like this. Soon afterwards, they saw a shoal rock with some ancient words carved on top, warning later generations. Emperor Bone Ocean Region. Sherhao frowned. There was danger up ahead. According to what was written on the shoal rock, there were some matchless existences buried there in the past, their skeletons resting beneath. Emperors perhaps already became immortals or are maybe still striving in the mortal world. All those who dared use the word emperor for their name are definitely the most powerful individuals of a clan, the witch said. This was something she previously read from Sky-Severing Sect's scripture storage pavilion. This emperor wasn't the emperor of the human world dynasties, but rather the emperor of the cultivation path. The region where emperor bones are buried, could it be that there are some great emperor's remains there? The two of them stopped, not daring to recklessly enter that place. Sherhao opened his heavenly eyes, hoping to notice something. However, he only saw the scarlet magma sea surge, a few skeletons seemingly laying in disarray on the ocean floor. They were even more intimidating, even more terrifying. One of them was in a seated position, not that tall, but it was brilliant like a great sun, shining at the bottom of the magma sea. It sensed Sherhao and the witch's aura. Secret force began to move about on its own on the skeleton's body. In addition, the surplus of blood energy above its skull rushed out. Heavens! The witch cried out in alarm. This extra blood energy turned into scarlet multicolored light, piercing through the heavenly dome, causing several stars to fall out from above. This left both of them shocked and shaken up. The emperor of a clan, was this their power? They didn't even approach, yet they already saw this type of scene from the distance. One had to understand that they had already been dead for countless years, the bones left behind still possessing such matchless might. These great emperors were killed in battle, the witch said with a certain tone. Sherhao was speechless. The events back then were truly too cruel. The most powerful expert from past to present, only someone like that could be called a great emperor. Some had long achieved long life, some still striving to make it across. Regardless, all creatures who dared call themselves great emperors were all world-shocking existences. Meanwhile, in this place, there were actually people like this buried, with more than a single set of skeletal remains here. Chapter 1056, Phoenix Mountain. These creatures really were powerful. Sherhao looked at these skeletal remains at the bottom of the magma sea. Just the blood energy that remained alone shooting out from the crown of their skull was powerful enough to blast down stars. It was too shocking. This magma sea was extremely vast. Just the region Sherhao and the witch walked through alone was already who knew how many tens of thousands of Li stars fell, blasting against the sea of magma, creating enormous rumbling sounds, ocean waves blasting the skies. However, there were several sets of emperor bones here, so the ocean wasn't allowed to stir about too violently. One of the emperor bones was smashing apart the stars. The great stars that fell turned into broken pieces, becoming a part of the magma. This, even the witch was stupefied, her bright red little mouth widened, charming large eyes round. Her tall and graceful figure moved about as she stared forward, her chest rising and falling as she breathed heavily. Just how great of a divine ability was this, how heaven-defying. Hao raised his head towards the starry sky, and then he looked towards the skeletons in the Emperor Bone Ocean region. The blood energy that was left of their consciousness was heaven-defying, blasting down suns and moons. It was too shocking. He began to wonder just how powerful these creatures were when they were still alive. Unfortunately, there was no way for him to even try to gauge their strength, because their level of cultivation realm was beyond what he could comprehend. Without truly reaching it, it was impossible to understand. The main thing was that his present cultivation wasn't high enough, not transcending above. Otherwise, he would definitely understand what kind of individuals these were. Sai, I've heard a long time ago that those who dared call themselves great emperors were existences that shocked past and present. Turns out this really was the case. The witch released a great sigh, feeling shock for their strength, but also feeling sadness for their conclusion. Even such a powerful creature died in battle in the end. Just how intense was the battle back then? Simply unimaginable. Is there an emperor treasure here? The witch's eyes moved around, looking like she wanted to do something bad. The so-called emperor treasures were definitely all artifacts that left their names in history. The power of an entire clan was used to cast an artifact, so if any one of these appeared, it would definitely shake the world under the sky. The so-called Great Emperor, some of them possessed immortality, while some stood at the peak of the mortal world. Every single one of them overlooked their era, unmatched during their period. Together with great fate added, the treasure that was refined would naturally be insurmountable. Hao was also looking around. He opened his heavenly eyes, sweeping them over the magma sea floor. There really is something. Soon after, Hao saw the damaged weapons on the magma floor. Even though they were still extremely far away, there was still an ice-cold aura that could be felt. That damaged artifact seemed like it could tear apart the stellar domain. Sai, I think it might be better if we just forget about it. There's no way for us to obtain it. The witch sighed, accepting reality. It was because the strand of blood energy the damaged bones shot out just now could even hack down the sun, moon, and stars, so if they tried to touch their emperor treasures, they would likely be bringing a great disaster upon themselves. They observed here for a long time, surrounding this region and watching it closely. This place might not be used now, but it might become a battlefield in the future, Hao said. He gazed into the Emperor B1 Sea region and then looked at the endless starry sky, his mind drifting a bit. What do you mean? The witch asked. Sooner or later, a battle will start. These people were killed in battle back then, their hearts still carrying unwillingness, Emperor Bones still here, so in the future, if enemies are guided here, who knows, they might be able to help us out. Hao said. Even people as powerful as the two of them made their way around this ocean region, continuing forward, speeding along. They wanted to reach that enormous city in the innermost depths as soon as possible. The witch was shocked. After traveling several million li across the scarlet magma, they felt a wave of pressure, and, even more, a feeling of vastness. In the depths of the magma sea, it was dusky and overcast, as if a massive island rested before them. Even though it was still at the limits of the sea level, he could already vaguely make out something. Is it an island or did we reach the ends of the sea? The witch asks. We are still in the ocean, Hao said. The two of them quickly proceeded. That overcast scenery gradually became clear, and the two of them were stunned. What end of the sea? That was an enormous mountain that was incomparably majestic. It reached into the clouds, appearing more majestic and magnificent the closer they got to it. It became more and more clear, no longer blurry, now already clearly visible. This mountain was just too large, almost not like a mountain, but instead a great continent that was merely mountain-shaped. It towered in the magma sea. Not a single blade of grass grew in this place, dusky and overcast, incredibly silent. It was like a dead volcano. The two of them opened their heavenly eyes to observe the situation. This really did seem like a volcano, only it was ridiculously large, simply unimaginable. This mountain seemed to have reached into outer space. It was just too massive. It was to the extent where both of them suspected if this sea of magma was released precisely by this massive volcano. The mountain was too large, its height who knew how many li tall. Towering into the clouds, bordering the stars of outer space. Phoenix Mountain. Hao was shocked. There were 3 ancient characters on the mountain, causing him to reveal a look of surprise. Can tell it's a good place just from the name. We have to go take a look. The witch cried out. True Phoenix, what kind of existence was that? That was a creature ranked at the forefront of the Vicious 10, its power oppressing 10,000 clans, in the past unmatched in the heavens above and the earth below, known as an undying creature. Now, there was a mountain peak named after it, so it naturally made one's imagination run wild. This was especially the case with how magma roiled here, gathering into a sea, making one develop even crazier fantasies. Legend had it that the phoenix underwent rebirth through flames, and now this sea was overflowing with fiery light. The two of them gave each other a look, and then they both ascended the mountain. Instead of saying it was a mountain, it was better to call it a great continent. When they truly approached and walked on its surface, they felt that it was just too massive. Only by going into the sky and looking down could one appreciate the magnificence of this enormous mountain. It rose up from the sea, forming an enormous and majestic tall mountain that towered into the sky domain, truly astonishing. An ancient city. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they found that this place was extremely level, and there was also an enormous city here. One easily associated this place with the possibility of it being a true phoenix ancient city. One had to bear in mind that there were pure-blooded phoenixes in the past that resided in immortal Earth. Now, being able to find their historical ruins wasn't that uncommon either. The witch released a sigh of admiration because she saw many parasol trees inside this city. Even though they had long died, naked and bare, they still didn't rot, flickering with luster as if cast from gold. The enormous mountain was gray, the ancient city deathly still, as well as the withered parasol trees. All of these things pointed at what kind of place this was. The phoenix rested above parasol trees. There were too many of these types of legends. Only, this place was too quiet, a deathly still expanse, nothing left behind. Something's not right. The witch was inwardly alarmed. Sherha had long discovered that something wasn't right as well. He pulled on the witch's snow-white wrist, quickly jumping backwards. Mists rose, everything became blurry. In a flash, he stood on the street, entering the city. Not good, we've accidentally entered the ancient city. The witch's expression changed. They were originally outside the city, but just now, they ran in too much of a rush, activating a formation, mysteriously entering this ancient city. It was clear that there were exceptional great formations here. The two of them attacked several times, but in the end, they found that they couldn't leave at all, to the extent where even if they found the city walls, they couldn't climb out, instead be blasted backwards. As soon as they tried to rush into the skies, they were suppressed by a wave of power, blasted back. The two's expressions changed. 3 days passed just like that, trapped here. This true Phoenix ancient city was a bit strange, difficult to escape from. Suddenly, on the 5th day, an enormous sound rang out from the city, from a deathly stillness to a great vibration. It was extremely sudden, making both of them quickly raise their heads, turning towards the source of the sound. Vaguely, there was an enormous monster that only had a single foot, moving about there. However, the mists were too dense, covering the heavenly eyes, preventing them from seeing it clearly. They could only tell that it looked like a human, yet wasn't. It was several thousand zhang tall, in its hands a wolf teeth club. It smashed it downwards. The houses, parasol trees, and other things in the ancient city were all blasted apart. Sherhao and the witch were alarmed, because they had previously tried to collapse the ancient city and escape, yet all of their efforts failed, unable to destroy the constructs with formations protecting them and other things. This single-footed monster was extremely powerful, at the very least, many times stronger than the two of them. Another expanse of structures were collapsed, sending rocks and rubble everywhere. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky. This monster continued walking, destroying everything in sight. However, this true Phoenix ancient city was extremely strange. After those structures were destroyed in large amounts, when that single-footed creature left, they would restore themselves. Sherhao and the witch hid themselves, because they saw that the monster was rushing in this direction. The several thousand zhang long wolf teeth club swept right above their heads, smashing all of the buildings apart. This fellow was too strong, incomparably terrifying. Finally, after going on a rampage for a long time, it slowly disappeared, evaporating into thin air. Sherhao and the witch looked at each other in dismay, but they saw everything with their own eyes. In the end, that enormous monster disappeared just like that, as if nothing had ever happened. Then, after another half-month passed, the two of them were left extremely helpless, silent, and speechless. It was because they couldn't find a way out. Sherhao wanted to ask the divine striking stone to come out, but this fellow was sleeping, forming a stone cocoon around itself, currently undergoing a crucial transformation, impossible to wake up. Being trapped in the city of death for more than 10 days left them extremely anxious, fearing that they might miss the opportunity to enter that heavenly deity institution. This time, they were a bit careless. There's someone. They finally saw another strange scene, vaguely seeing a person. They turned around, climbing onto the tallest building to look in that direction. He was like a ghost, drifting about, silent and taciturn, not carrying a bit of divine force fluctuations, as if a blade of grass was blown up, leaving the ground surface. This was an elder, shriveled and wrinkled, his eyes caved in, eyes closed. He was all skin and bones, shriveled skin yellow, as if forged from brass. It was as if an ancient skeleton walked out from the earth. "He's already dead," the witch said softly. Even though this person was moving, he was like a ghost, without a bit of aura, only cold and terrifying. And soon after, Shirhao and the witch's eyes widened. This elder raised its head. When it looked into the skies, it reached out its hand, plucking 2 stars, directly refining them into 2 pearls, placing them in his palm, letting them swirl in place. Shirhao and the witch were stupefied. This was just too ridiculous. This was a dead person, so how could he still possess such great divine might? In reality, this person really had died. The space between his brows pierced through, connected front to back, as if he had been stabbed by a sharp weapon there. Now he was moving on a type of instinct, still appearing in the true Phoenix's ancient city. An ancient corpse. However, it was different from underworld Earth's creatures. From its appearance, it was quite special. It seemed like it had a spirit, yet it also seemed like it didn't. It was dead, yet could still move. A type of instinct. This is a will left behind before his death, preventing his flesh from decaying, still wandering about like a ghost. However, this creature is definitely terrifying. If there is a battle in the future, he might be able to display unimaginable power, Shirhao said. Fortunately, this creature roamed about, not noticing Shirhao and the witch. It moved along an ancient path, wandering about like a ghost. What kind of person do you think he is? Don't tell me he is precisely that phoenix of the Vicious 10. The witch asked. Shirhao's mind jumped. This might very well be the case. I actually saw one of the Vicious 10 today. It's hard to say. The 2 of them muttered. A month passed by in a flash. The 2 of them had been trapped for 30 days, truly making them feel anxious. By getting caught in this place, it was the same as wasting time in life. Neither of those 2 monsters injured us. It's quite strange, the witch said. Finally, after another half a month, they found a few clues. When they were roaming about a few ancient buildings, they came into contact with a few great formations that might be able to open up this place, allowing them to leave the ancient city. However, in the following few days, when Shirhao and He-Witch tried to activate the Great Formation, their bodies suddenly became dim, transported away. This was a cave that was filled with chaotic energy, immortal light shining everywhere. Was this still in the city? Or was it to say that this place was only connected to that ancient city? The most shocking thing was that this cave had an egg inside. Soon after, they sensed a wave of powerful life force. Inside that egg was a sea of life's spiritual essence. And this shouldn't be a phoenix egg, right? Please don't tell me that we ended up running into some tremendous luck, that we are going to bring out an unmatched true phoenix. Shirhao thought of many things. In a daze, he felt as if this egg that was suspected to belong to a phoenix indeed had been hungry for many years. The egg shone brilliantly, and it was large as well, but Shirhao seemed to vaguely sense the phoenix girl's aura from the dream back to Immortal Ancient, the girl who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. There's no why it's her. I clearly saw her fall myself. Shirhao shook his head. Chapter 1057, Immortal Egg. An egg, sparkling and translucent, 5-colored divine light rushing into the heavens. Shirhao truly suspected that this egg might have something to do with Phoenix Girl because it gave off a familiar feeling. It seemed real yet fake at the same time. However, in the dream back to Immortal Ancient, he clearly saw that the Phoenix Girl with 3 strands of immortal energy was killed, falling like that, turning into blood and bone. How could an egg appear? You recognize it? The witches looked over with widened eyes. Who was she? She was extremely sharp, able to guess at many things from just a few words. She is a friend of mine. Shirhao sighed. He thought back to that person, thinking back to those matters, back to the mental journey into the last great era. That young supreme being died, leaving him feeling great regret. It truly was too much of a pity, so many great heroes, some of them even cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. After associating with them for a few months, he found them extremely agreeable. Even though they had only interacted for a short while, he felt as if he had become intimate friends with these people, greatly enjoying each other's presence. When they reached his level, wishing to find similar opponents to exchange pointers with wasn't easy. Meanwhile, there was a whole group of people in that glorious era. What a pity, they fell just like that. Shirhao could only watch helplessly as they died. Your friend? When did this kind of thing happen? Even the sharp witch couldn't guess at what happened. After all, a mental journey to the last great era was too strange, difficult to believe, let alone be guessed at. It's been a long time, but it feels like yesterday those people, they were true supreme being heavenly talents, every single one of them with great prospects. They were all peaceful without any evil thoughts, associating with them felt extremely joyful and comfortable. Sherhao said. He just always had the feeling that those people were the true Tao seekers, their temperaments extraordinary. Only, they were born in that era. For them, this was a great tragedy. Perhaps their greatest regret was being born too late. If they were given time and grew up, the battle in Immortal Ancient might not have ended the way it did. You are speaking quite mysteriously. Don't tell me you can't tell what kind of place this is? This is a cave left behind from the mortal ancient great era, something left behind from countless years ago. How can it have anything to do with your friend? The witch rolled her eyes at him. Even though she was intelligent, she still wouldn't think about such ridiculous matters. Perhaps. Sherhao said, declining to comment on this subject. If it was true, then what era are you from? Do you not belong to the present this world? The witch revealed a smile that was yet not a smile. Who could say for sure? Perhaps someday in the future, the great dream ends, and it turns out that I truly don't belong to this place. Sherhao said with a laugh. The witch pursed her lips and laughed, obviously laughing at him. Sherhao also laughed loudly, shaking his head. Soon after, he temporarily put away his melancholy and regret, surrounding this egg and giving it a look. It was extremely bright and brilliant, nurturing powerful life's spiritual essence. The phoenix can undergo nirvana and be reborn. Is this legend reliable? Should be true, right? Sherhao asked. When his mental journey brought him back to Immortal Ancient, even though he saw Phoenix Girl collapse into a pool of blood, and then everything exploded, wiping out body and spirit, she was a phoenix, known to have an undying body. She could be reborn through flames, so there might really be a gleam of hope for resurrection. Sherhao's mind was jumping with pung-pung sounds. For some reason, he sensed Phoenix Girl's aura from this egg, and apart from this, he couldn't find any suitable explanation. Wu, correct. The phoenix is the most terrifying type of existence, fighting strength tyrannical, absolutely unstoppable. Back then, it was the greatest race, supreme being regardless of where it went. The witch nodded. She naturally wouldn't doubt the legends about Phoenix's rebirth. Sherhao opened his heavenly eyes, carefully looking at it. He wanted to see if there was a soul inside this divine egg, the Phoenix Girl he had met in the past. His eyes formed symbols constructing the most fantastic natural laws, and then they produced ripples, moving outwards, all of them entering the egg. He was searching for something. He wanted to know whether he could see someone from the past in this world. This might be able to overturn something. Even if it wouldn't completely overturn anything, it was still a type of hope. However, soon after, Sherhao was left in despair. This egg shone like a sun, incomparably brilliant, fiery light overflowing, containing within it world-shocking life's spiritual essence. However, upon closer inspection, there were no soul imprints. It had life's spiritual essence, able to nurture a life. To speak bluntly, it was better than most divine medicines, perhaps even comparable to a long-life medicine. Only, inside of the brilliance, it truly lacked a soul, not having any imprints left behind. For an immortal egg like this should have been something completely impossible. Normally, regardless of whether it was a phoenix giving birth through an egg, or when a heavenly phoenix underwent rebirth, there would always be imprints without exception. Sherhao was stunned, feeling incredibly dejected. Why is it like this? He said softly to himself. It was different from what he had thought, lacking Phoenix Girl's imprints. This life object had her aura, yet didn't have her soul. What was going on? Soon after, the witch knew something was wrong with this egg. There was no soul imprint, only an egg that was lacking. There was no way it would produce a true divine phoenix. Wu, I understand. Someone underwent rebirth, but failed. In the end, the soul disappeared, only the divine substance that merged with the egg left behind. She came to this conclusion. Phoenix Girl failed. Died just like that? Sherhao was shocked. He originally thought that he would see this egg, a chance for her to be reborn, never expecting reality to be this cruel. This egg has great use, equivalent to long-life medicine, a priceless treasure. The witch said, her large black gemstone-like eyes flickering with light, putting on a miserly look. This egg can't be touched. Sherhao said, his voice quiet, but resolute. Regardless, he wasn't willing to destroy Phoenix Girl's final hope. The witch opened her mouth, but nodded in the end, saying, all right, this egg is yours. She was quite sensible, not willing to fight against Sherhao. She had guessed at his mood too, therefore rather generously moving to the side, not asking them to divide it evenly. Moreover, the witch had some other suggestions. If you really carry a last hope, you can hand it over to a fire attribute expert. By carrying it at their side, cultivating together, it will be beneficial for both the egg and the cultivator. From what the witch said, if this egg still had a bit of true spirit, perhaps it could be awakened, moreover bringing the one who cultivated with it tremendous benefits, their fire attribute skills advancing by leaps and bounds. Sure, Hao immediately thought of Huolinger. She was fire attribute, wishing to give her this egg, but now there was no time to return, and he had to go to the heavenly deity institution soon, unknown when they would meet again. It was to the extent where if they fought in the desolate border or even left the 3,000 Dao provinces, he wouldn't even know what it would produce. When would he be able to see it again? The entire country was going to be covered in blood and flames, not even sect masters able to preserve their lives, let alone others. Why do I feel like this egg matches Huolinger? Sure, Hao said softly, suddenly feeling a flash of realization, an instant of intuition. He seemed to have grasped time fragments, but soon after, it escaped from his grasp again. Let's go, we'll search through this place again, and if there's no more secret treasures, then we should leave. The witch said. This cave was quite vast, chaotic energy rich, even more so having immortal Dao energy. However, it was quite the pity, not having any artifacts and other things aside from this. The so-called immortal artifacts, secret treasures, and other things were similarly lacking, only a single egg here. In the end, Sure Hao put this egg away, walking out from the cave with the witch. With a schwa sound, they discovered with shock that they were standing outside the ancient city, freed from that city. That's see. Ave was precisely in the city, but it couldn't be seen, only able to enter through special karma. The witch muttered. Sure Hao stared blankly. No one else saw this when they came? Why were they able to find it then and even able to bring this egg away? After carefully thinking about it, the only thing special about him was that he had spent a few months with Phoenix Girl during the mental journey back to Immortal Ancient. Could it be that it had something to do with this? He couldn't help but think back to the scene of when they separated. Those people were full of sadness, previously saying that they hoped that after endless years passed, in a certain era, some of them could still appear again and meet him. Was this what they meant when they said that back then? And now, could it be said to have been fulfilled? Sure Hao and the witch made a circle around the ancient city and then walked down from this dusky and overcast great mountain, once again entering the sea of magma, making their way to the other shore. This sea really was too big. Only after using up another half-month of time did they truly cross it. One had to bear in mind that they were extremely fast and used up such a great amount of time, so one could imagine just how vast the scarlet-red magma ancient land was. During this process, they encountered danger several times. There were mysterious things inside the ocean, for example, dead departed spirits and other things that were still roaring after endless years, as if they wanted to exterminate all creatures. Finally, they arrived at the other end of the Scarlet Great Lake, going ashore. Sigh, after being trapped for so long in the ancient city, there's definitely people who made it there before us. The witch said, feeling quite discontent. They were originally definitely at the front, yet in the end, they were trapped for such a long time, so there were definitely people who passed them during this period of time. Let's go, we should head into the Forbidden Region depths a bit earlier to give this so-called Emperor City a look, understand what kind of thing the archaic contract of alliance is. Sure Hao said. Just like that, they continued along, unexpectedly traveling another 3 months. We were told that we were almost there before, so why did we use up so much time again? The witch grumbled. We truly arrived. That day, Sure Hao was shocked because he could already feel a mysterious aura pervading the air that made one feel reverence and shock. In a daze, they seemed to have returned to the opening of the world, witnessing the birth of all creatures. At the ends of the great earth, there seemed to be an incomparably magnificent scene waiting for them, as if it was calling out to them. Forbidden Region Emperor City, it is definitely this place. Sure Hao said with a confident tone. Finally, I want to see just what kind of place it is, what kind of final point we made it to. The witch shouted happily. After using up all this time, experiencing so many dangers, they finally made it here. It truly wasn't easy. When they got closer, Sure Hao's body suddenly trembled because there was something on him that was reviving, releasing a mysterious aura, colors shining brilliantly. A tremendous aura surged, as if it could link up the past and present. A drop of blood. It appeared from his body, illuminating the bright colors of endless time, indescribably mysterious. The witch recognized it with a single look. This was definitely not something she was unfamiliar with. This was brought out from immortal ancient remains, previously buried in the all-life earth. Chapter 1058, Forbidden Region Emperor City. The drop of blood. Modeled scenes of the past were played one after another. It was incredibly sparkling and resplendent, as if it would shine for all of eternity. Sure Hao naturally knew about it. When searching for the heavenly deity tree, he had previously entered a pure land, digging the witch out from all life earth, and at that time found this drop of blood. This drop of blood fell from a cauldron, that three-footed two-eared round cauldron. What kind of mysteries does this drop of blood have? It even resonates with that city. Sure, Hao was stupefied. While staring at this drop of blood, it felt as if there was a heavenly emperor who descended into this world, resurrecting, overlooking endless time and worlds, seeing through the past, present, and future. A great desolate and bleak feeling swept over from the distance. Meanwhile, inside of this drop of emperor blood, shouts of war shook the heavens, as if a great battle was being carried out, endless experts tearing at each other. The witch's beautiful eyes had long been widened as well. Everything she saw today was extremely strange, even more shocking than when they first discovered this drop of blood before. Why was it related to this place? Both of them were shocked, because this drop of blood released sounds of war. It was too shocking, as if the immortal ancient Great Era battle had reappeared, and also as if this was the start of what was to come. The two of them were a bit stupefied. They seemed to have seen a mottled and dismal painting from that drop of blood. Entering the Emperor's city like this with a drop of blood isn't too good. If others discover it, there'll likely be some unforeseen events that'll happen, right? The witch said. This drop of blood was extremely strange, the irregular scenes too shocking. If they brought it in like this, it would definitely draw the suspicions of others. Sure, Hao tried to calm down, doing his best to adjust his mental state. Then, this drop of blood unexpectedly slowly went in hibernation, the irregular scenes fading. Luckily, it could be controlled. Regardless, they knew that this drop of blood had a mysterious connection with that city. Perhaps it might only be related to the desolate border. The witch analyzed a step fu. There. Sure, Hao nodded. This was entirely possible. Those shouts of war, the scenes of unmatched experts confronting each other, they could all be reflected from this drop of blood. Where else would these things come from? Naturally, the desolate border. Soon after, they arrived in the depths of the great earth, seeing a city. What I am looking at is a city. Sure, Hao felt dizzy, somewhat lost in thought. What exactly did he see? The limits of the horizon were dusky and overcast. Were those buildings? It was just too enormous, massive to the point where one couldn't be sure if it was real or just an illusion. That dusky and overcast expanse connected heaven and earth, occupying every bit of space here. It reached into outer space, existing throughout time. This city was just too large only by using the heavenly eyes. Understanding the origin, could one see through it and understand it? That was an enormous city that was incomparably vast, as tall as the heavens, reaching into the heavenly dome. If one only used ordinary eyes, they would only see a dusky and overcast wall that connected heaven and earth, vast without end. Coming here truly made one feel insignificant, because it was just too vast. In the city's surroundings, great stars swirled about one after another around it. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li the city was. This kind of place rested here just like that, towering for endless years without falling. The city stretched on for as far as the eyes could see, as if they arrived at a time before the heavens were opened, feeling that type of grandness and magnificence. Is this still a city? The witch also couldn't help but say quietly. This was just too ridiculous, a city whose end couldn't be seen. Just how enormous was this? Even the stars circled about it. It truly made one wonder just how it was constructed back then. If you look carefully, you'll see that the city's bricks seem to be like, sure, Hao was stupefied. Stars, meteorite. The witch naturally also saw this. She couldn't help but feel shock. This enormous city wasn't made from a normal type of brick, but rather refined from great stars and then layered on top of each other, forming this type of majestic emperor city. This was something of a gargantuan scale. How could ordinary people do such a thing? They wouldn't even dare think about it. The two of them stared blankly. Was this the emperor city in the Forbidden Region depths? It protected one side, stopped a world? One could see that this city stood guard here, not collapsing after endless years. It suppressed the entire region ahead, stretching across the limits of the horizon, as if cutting off the road ahead. Desolate border. Was what rested on the other end of the city that terrifying world? Only with the city's protection would the peace of the 3,000 provinces be ensured? Sure, Hao and the witches' hearts were rising and falling greatly. From the past until now. Did all of the battles start from here? If they wanted to enter the 3,000 provinces, did they have to break through the city? No wonder there was this archaic contract of alliance. In that instant, he was able to guess at many things. Archaic contract of alliance. Those people were designated to protect this place, required to participate in the battle. What kind of people will they be fighting then? The witch asked. However, when Sure Hao woke up from his daze, he then frowned, thinking of some other things. This isn't that city. He shouted inwardly. It was because he had previously chased after the ominous and inauspicious, getting onto that terrifying black ancient boat in the void that was dyed with blood. There was an altar there that had previously displayed scenes of the desolate border. It isn't the ancient city the Seven Kings defended, Sherhao said quietly. He didn't know why, but this wasn't that city. This was different from what he had imagined. Some of the 7 great kings had already fallen while guarding the desolate border. He didn't know how many of them were left. This was definitely not the city he saw on the blood-dyed black ancient boat. That city was far from being as imposing and large, inside only a group of sinners' blood individuals. They fought fiercely, protecting the city with their lives, not allowing those creatures to cross. Sherhao sighed. It seemed like this so-called desolate border was even more mysterious than he had imagined. There were too many stories hidden. What he saw right now still wasn't the very forefront of the battlefield. Perhaps everyone already forgot about that place, right? Sherhao said softly. He released a sigh, because from what he knew, there were secrets best avoided. What are you saying? The witch asked. She was extremely sharp, able to guess at many things from just a bit of information. It's nothing. I was wondering how cruel the battle in the future will be. Look, this city is made from pieces of stars, incredibly sturdy with unmatched formations. One can imagine just how terrifying the enemies are. Otherwise, why would one need this type of city? The two of them got closer, finally about to reach their destination. However, the closer one got to the city, the more insignificant they felt. They were like ants gazing into the heavens, not on the same order of magnitude at all. Moreover, as they got closer, they sensed a great pressure that was difficult to resist, as if a group of great emperors were standing on the city wall, overlooking the world. This city is too large, the pressure extremely great, difficult to endure. The witch shook her head. Even someone as strong as her couldn't really take it, having no choice but to take out the stone bead. In fact, after Sherhao moved forward a set distance, he couldn't get any closer again either. This place had mysterious formations arranged even outside the city, releasing a great pressure. In this world, no one could easily approach. Then, they saw a stone monument. Only those who had agreed to and signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. Everyone else who tried to forcefully enter would definitely have their body and soul wiped out. This city was boundless and imposing, not many things able to compare to it. Were there no creatures in that city? They watched quietly, looking into the distance with their heavenly eyes. That city was too quiet, not a trace of activity, no life fluctuations detectable. This was like a city of death. Celestial Clan's old Celestial entered this place already. What was he doing inside now? This place was incredibly mysterious, impossible to see through. Hey, is there someone here? We already arrived. The witch shouted in a lovable manner, her voice charming. Sherhao sneered, saying, This type of voice seems about right. If you are trying to entice me, we can privately interact with each other later, if you want. You think it'll be useful against the people inside the city at all? If I didn't guess wrong, there is a group of old men inside, for example the last one of the archaic 6 great celestials, or the War Clan's old war emperor, haha. Sherhao couldn't help but laugh, mocking the witch. You wanna die? The witch rolled her eyes at him, her expressions truly endless. The city was silent, still without sound. Perhaps it was because it was just too large. Even if they used lion roars, true ho howls, they still might not be able to transmit any sound in. Only, Sherhao still had a feeling that this place was too quiet, too lifeless. It was truly unknown what those individuals who had to comply with the contract of alliance did after they entered. When he thought about these things, Sherhao couldn't help but think about Yi Qingxian. That young lady was extremely mysterious. If she could enter the city, by what qualifications did she have to do so? Was it the immortal Dao divine projection? That white-clothed woman was a great mystery. Sherhao knew that she was definitely someone who carried great stories, someone his age who could move freely through the forbidden region. We made it here, yet no one received us, and we can't enter the city. What is going on? The witch was discontent. Let's walk around the city and see what exactly is going on, Sherhao said. Soon after, they made a new discovery. There were a few enormous monuments along the road outside the city, a few things recorded on them. If they didn't agree and sign the contract of alliance, there was no way of entering the city, but they could head to another place. Not far from this place rested a few small towns. After the two of them decided where to go, they quickly rushed along. This was a place with some small towns, rumored to have developed from street markets. It was because the surroundings of the Emperor City had previously experienced bustling times, the posterity of those exceptional experts previously living here, which was why there were open markets and small towns. Soon after, the two of them reached their destination, looking at it from the distance. The population wasn't that small, large amounts of open markets here. Small towns were linked up one after another. This place was bustling with noise and excitement, quite a lively place. We finally encountered some creatures. Otherwise, it is just too primitive and uncivilized. The witch released a sigh. They already arrived. Shirhao sensed 10 Crown King, Exiled Immortal, and Ning Chuan's auras. There were also a few others, all of them gathering before the largest city. There were a few young cultivators, each of them seated on a boulder, eyes closed in recuperation. Hateful, Yuchan actually got here before me. How could she cross the trial? I assumed she would definitely die along the way. The witch grinded her teeth, not feeling any kind intentions for her adversary. There were already a few people there, but compared to the 100,000 people here, it was too sparse. Shirhao released a sigh. Most of that large group should have died, only a few able to hurry here, surviving, luck definitely a major factor for this. 2 more people came, don't seem too ordinary. However, compared to our 9 heavens above's people, I fear they are a bit lacking. Right at this time, someone spoke while looking at Shirhao and the witch. This was a male whose long blonde hair hung down to the waist, even the pupils golden, aura oppressive. He stood in another region. Aside from him, there were a few others who didn't seem to belong to the 3,000 provinces, standing separate from Exiled Immortal and Yuchan. The girl that just came isn't too bad looking, rarely seen even in the 9 heavens above, worthy of being called an unmatched beauty. Someone evaluated the witch's appearance. The witch carried a faint smile, walking forward. At the same time, the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces also looked over. When Yuchan saw the witch walk together with Shirhao, she revealed a look of shock, staring at them. Chapter 1059, Confrontation. There are familiar and unfamiliar faces, Shirhao said as he looked at those people in front of the ancient city. For some reason, none of these people entered the city, all of them sitting on the large bluestone, each occupying an area, forming a few groups. Haha, he laughed towards that golden male, and then he looked at Ning Chuan and the others, sweeping his eyes over their faces one by one. Surprisingly able to keep their composure. That golden male said, not feeling any misgivings. It was as if 2 golden flames were jumping in his pupils, quite intimidating. From his words, it was obvious that he came from the 9 heavens in the 9 heavens 10 earths, only it was unknown which of the heavens. He was clearly exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly, Lu. King down on everyone, not attaching much importance to the people here. Shirhao had never met him before. This wasn't someone who had appeared before with Lin Tian. There were a few people behind that blonde male, some truly deep and immeasurable. Even Shirhao narrowed his eyes, carefully staring at them. Shirhao didn't pay him any attention. As long as they didn't truly walk forward and provoke him, he would treat them indifferently. If they touched his bottom line, then he would definitely take action and suppress them. This was a type of confidence. Once one cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, regardless of whether it was him, 10 Crown King, or the 9 heavens 10 earth's other geniuses, they all had this type of boldness. Fairy is invited to the side. That blonde male spoke, nodding and giving his greetings to the witch. He revealed a brilliant smile, inviting her over. Immeasurable heaven of the 9 heavens cultivation pure land is most suited for cultivation. I sincerely invite Fairy over to have a chat. The heavenly deity institution should be established in those places, another person said with a smile. They were offering undisguised praise towards the witch's appearance. They also saw that she cultivated immortal energy, her aptitudes extraordinary, so they seriously invited her. This really was the case. The witch was tall and slender, skin white like fine jade. Her hair was a glowing dark black, hanging down to her waist, incredibly beautiful no matter where she went. All of these traits made her someone who drew attention, even if she didn't want to. The witch was slender and elegant, black gemstone, large eyes moving about, revealing intelligent light. She revealed a faint smile, saying, I look forward to seeing the various Tao Earths in the 9 heavens. Should the opportunity present itself, I will naturally visit them one by one. Many thanks to you all. She didn't reject them. Interacting and associating with others was her strong suit. A single smile produced endless charm, bringing brilliance to this ancient land. Shirhao gave her a look, and then said, why are the interactions between different people so different? Say, I am an expert too, so why is no one inviting me? A problem of moral quality. The witch shot him a look while smiling, directly giving this type of verdict. Someone laughed coldly, saying, I heard you were quite strong, injuring Lin Tian, even saying before that you were going to suppress enemies of all sides, sweep through the 9 heavens 10 earths. How can we hostility invite you over? Shirhao was shocked, saying, even though I defeated Lin Tian, I never spoke like this before, right? You haven't? Didn't you say that the men had to be suppressed, while the fairies were going to be captured to warm the bed? Lanling younger sis has spoken about this, you know? There's no way it's wrong. A young lady next to the blonde male pursed her lips and said, "Sure, how new WH? Ere the problem laid." His jokes with the blue-pupiled and ice-cold young lady reached these individuals' ears, stirring up great waves. This is the pervert who said he wouldn't marry people who aren't descendants of true immortals. No, not receiving them. Another young lady glared at him. The witch immediately laughed. She gave Sure How a look, her beautiful eyes moving about, clearly teasing him, her look carrying a bit of ridicule. Those were just words to lighten the mood. Don't mind them too much. Sure How explained. There are some people who you cannot joke with, because you do not have the qualifications to. The blonde male was not polite at all, speaking coldly. Sure How's face fell. Since the other party didn't show any kindness, he wouldn't try to warm his way over, saying indifferently, and, comparatively speaking, you don't have the qualifications to talk to me either. Just go off to the side and act cold by yourself. The group of people were shocked, not expecting him to not be polite at all, not caring about the blonde male's status at all, let alone fearing his terrifying power. Are you truly that fickle and impatient, wishing to fight against me after just coming here? The blonde male said coldly, his eyes flickering, pressing forward. Who even are you? So weird. If you want to fight, then just come. If not, get lost. Sure How spoke, his words just too direct, not giving the other party any face. Everyone was shocked. This person really had quite the temper. This was just too decisive. He didn't bother trying to explain anything, just directly sending out the challenge, about to fight here. There were quite a few people who belonged to the 3,000 Dao Pravinas, for example, Ning Chuan, Three Stone Heavenly Monarch, Gu Jianyun, and others. They all revealed looks of surprise. This didn't seem to match the Sure How they understood that well. You dare talk like that to me, standing against my immeasurable heavens hero? The blonde male's voice fell, jumping down from that great blue stone, looking down on Sure How from midair. His aura was boundless, divine force pressing. What do you count as? Can you represent immeasurable heaven? Represent everyone behind you. Sure How asked indifferently. He looked towards those people, especially those females. Golden light surged. This male erupted with sky-surging blood energy that pervaded outwards, intimidating many people here. This was an open market with many creatures. Right now, quite a few of them turned around to look over in this direction. Sure How raised his head, speaking extremely coldly. I only have one objective, and that is to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution and increase my cultivation. I don't want to waste words on someone like you. If I don't suppress one or two today, it seems like a few more people will stick their heads out after I join the academy. If you want to be the first, then I'll help you accomplish your goal. He was extremely frank, not really holding anything back. As a result, a few people understood his intentions. There were some in the other party who already bore a set amount of hostility against him, so even if Sure How humbled his stance, it wouldn't really do anything. Instead of letting people look down on him, it was better off just using forceful methods to the end. Not only did the people on the other side reveal strange looks, even the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces' eyes shone with divine light as they looked at the battlefield. No one dared to look down on Huang. When they saw him display might, all of their emotions became complex. Except a palm from me. That blonde male was about to take action. Unbridled. How can a dispute be tolerated before the ancient city? An aged voice sounded from within the city, shocking everyone. Even though it wasn't an emperor city, this city's size was also comparative. Under normal situations, it was still quite grand. There were naturally experts in this city, those that were native to this place. They could also be said to be the descendants of the emperor city's unmatched experts. That blonde male had long formed an imprint. When he heard this, his expression changed again and again, in the end forced to change the direction of his fist, striking the skies. Golden light surged, blasting open the void. Everyone's expressions changed. This person was too strong. Just from this casual strike, one could see his terrifying cultivation, making one feel great admiration. Sure How didn't say anything, only reaching out a hand casually towards the sky. The void immediately closed, the chaotic streams disappearing, restoring peace to this place. The others were shocked, quite a few of them sucking in a cold breath of air. This type of method was even more difficult than destruction. It was clear that Huang's strength was not ordinary. Why is there a need for conflict? The purpose this time is not to fight and kill. Dao friends from the 3,000 Dao provinces and immeasurable heaven, please quell your anger. An elder walked out of the city gates, advising in this way. Everyone was shocked. This was a sect master level figure. No one dared to act carelessly before him. This old one has received orders to see how many have arrived. I must ask everyone to interact with each other peacefully. A white-bearded elder in purple robes said. When they heard him speak like this, there was naturally no objection. Who was willing to offend this type of figure? After all, they still had to enter the heavenly deity institution, so none of them wanted to fail now. Only now did Sher Hao restrain that wave of killing intent. Just now, he definitely didn't try to cover it up. After calming down a bit on the other side, a young lady from immeasurable heaven smiled, gesturing towards the witch and saying, "Younger sis, you truly are stunning, too beautiful. You came from Sky Severing Sect, right? I really must ask you to come have a chat. A long time ago, your sect and my immeasurable heaven had a great relationship." Aside from this, there were a few youngsters who revealed gentle smiles, saying, "Fairy, please this way." This was clearly different treatment, pulling the witch over and having Sher Hao stand there alone. The two originally came together. Is that so? My sect is related to immeasurable heaven? I actually never heard about this, have to consult you all for the details. The witch said while smiling. Younger sister, come over and chat with us. The people on the other side continued to invite her. Meanwhile, at this time, the exiled immortal opened his eyes. They shone brilliantly, the heavenly eyes symbols profound and complex, as if they could see through all. He said to the witch, "You've obtained part of that inheritance, so in the end, you can be considered my junior sister, should just come over here." When these words were spoken, everyone became shocked. This was especially the case with the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces. They were even more shocked. This was exiled immortal, his origins completely unknown, extremely mysterious. This individual appeared to be aloof and otherworldly, but when he took action, he could massacre hundreds of thousands of talented and terrifying geniuses. When he spoke these words, mentioning the inheritance of the sect, it really was shocking. There were no fools among the individuals present. Everyone knew that what he was talking about was definitely not Sky Severing Sect's inheritance. The witch had another inheritance, but no one had ever seen her use it before. This left others' minds shaken, especially Yuchan. When she glanced over, divine light flashed through her eyes, her pure and holy face revealing a hint of worry. Yuchan gave Sher Hao a look, and then she looked at exiled immortal. Her face became calm again, moreover gradually revealing a faint smile, the corners of her lips curling upwards. She didn't say anything, instead looking like she was watching a play. The witch gave exiled immortal a look, and then looked at immeasurable heaven's people. With a quiet voice, she said, "Turns out that person was you." Then, she leisurely walked over, her graceful figure incredibly wonderful as she walked over, standing by exiled immortal's side. "Hey, witch, don't tell me this is that man you were talking about in the lower realm?" Sher Hao transmitted sound. "Like that has anything to do with you." The witch rolled her eyes at him. When he was in the lower realm, Sher Hao had previously teased to have the witch follow him, but was instead looked down upon. She had previously said, while laughing, that her heart already belonged to someone, that a man with matchless divine might was waiting for her. In that instant, Sher Hao ended up standing alone, giving off a rather lonely feeling. He looked backwards, because not only were there people by the city gate, there were a few geniuses in the distance as well. Sure enough, he saw someone he knew, heavenly evil Guqian. He immediately laughed, saying, "Yo, brother who walked in dragon poop, have you been?" Guqian cursed his bad luck. He had been trying to hide from Sher Hao this entire time, yet he was still discovered in the end. He immediately looked like he was in a bad mood, incredibly angry. It was because that person had previously personally saw him be buried under dragon poop. Haha, on the other side, Chong Gongyan laughed loudly, walking over with large steps from the distance. When he got closer, he patted Sher Hao's shoulder. Dragon Girl also appeared, already arriving. Sure enough, some top-level figures arrived here, not a single one of them weak. "There's still me." The little fatty Chao Yusheng waved his hand, jolting his buttocks over his delicate and pretty round face full of smiles. "It seems like we have quite a number who came already. Perhaps those who can enter the heavenly deity institution should now be fixed." Right at this moment, a great Tao divine voice sounded, a middle-aged supreme being appearing. Chapter 1060, Test. A blurry figure appeared in midair, precisely one of the three middle-aged men Sher Hao had previously met. He was still wrapped in chaotic energy, appearing extremely indistinct. He personally came here, about to lock in the candidates entering the Heavenly Deity Institution. "Senior, if I may ask, aren't we selecting cultivators from our 3,000 provinces this time? Why are there people from immeasurable heaven here, as well as even people from other ancient lands?" Someone asked. It was because if these people participated, they would take a few quotas from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Anyone could see with their own eyes that just now, that blonde male and the others weren't weak, every single one of them extremely frightening. These people, because of a few reasons, missed the selection competition in their own ancient lands, some cultivating in seclusion, some in historical remains, not able to make it. However, these people are all indeed unordinary, so that is why they are given an opportunity, transported here. The middle-aged man explained. When he spoke like this, the faces of the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces fell, feeling even more nervous. This group of people were even stronger than they had thought. Even the middle-aged supreme being cherished their talents, not stinting to give them a chance. All of you, don't worry. Even though the 3,000 Dao provinces are weaker, we won't go so far as to lower the number of slots. Everyone who meets the conditions can pass. There will be no restrictions in the number of places. This sentence was added, making a few people feel a bit more at ease. I must ask, Senior, is the decision going to be made now? Someone asked, feeling nervous, fearing that he would miss this opportunity and be eliminated. Not yet. Since we came here, there is naturally a need to understand the archaic contract of alliance. For the sake of deepening your understanding, all of you have to participate inside of it. That middle-aged supreme being said. What? Everyone rose into an uproar. This was not some good place, only the most powerful able to enter the Emperor's city and participate in the great battle, protect this place. What qualifications did they have? How were they going to carry out this task? They might have great reputations, known as geniuses in their respective ancient lands, but when they truly enter the Emperor's city, they might be worth less than even cannon fodder, the difference in cultivation realms too great. Before growing up, they didn't even have the qualifications to fight. We naturally do not wish to send you all to your deaths. Recently, the desolate border has become unstable, a few small fries starting to appear, even crossing over. These are who you all need to kill. The middle-aged man spoke, revealing a serious expression, as well as helplessness, and even more so a concealed dejectedness. Crossing over, the creatures from the other side are coming? Everyone couldn't help but cry out, unable to calm down. Only the lower cultivation level creatures are trying to cross over. The middle-aged man said. The higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it is to cross realms. Only after expending great strength did a few lower cultivation level individuals cross over and carry out destruction. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely difficult, the price too great. According to what the middle-aged supreme being said, currently only a few people had a chance of crossing over. As long as they were kept in check, all of their efforts would be going down the drain, taking on a loss for nothing. Towards this, Sure Hao inwardly agreed, because both him and the witch had already experienced this. That person personally admitted that he might be the first young supreme being who descended into the 3,000 provinces. And what I wish for you all to do is to kill those who were infected. The desolate border has a mysterious aura that made a few people forever fall into darkness, completely turning to the other side. They are hiding among us, hiding in the different ancient cities. Only the most powerful divine senses can detect them. The middle-aged man mentioned this matter. This was an extremely important test, a test of whether or not their divine senses were sharp enough, at the same time eliminating this unsettling element. When he heard these words, Sure Hao released a sigh. Seems like it wasn't that the great figures didn't have any preparations, they had long been aware of the situation. Wu, there are a few others who, due to unexpected events, have been delayed. I will give them a chance. The middle-aged man said quietly. Suddenly, a bugle horn sounded, shaking up heaven and earth. It was as an unmatched demonic beast was roaring, the 9 heavens 10 earths seemingly resonating in response. However, that Emperor city still remained unmoved, deathly still without a bit of reaction. This made others even more suspicious if it was just an empty city. Otherwise, even though they already got this far, why was it still this quiet without any activity? There was no sign of its greatness in defending the desolate border, protecting the 3,000 provinces. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed, not even someone as powerful as him able to remain calm, saying to himself, is that day finally going to arrive again? Is Immortal Ancient's tragedy going to replay itself? The expressions of the other young geniuses were even more ugly. Only by really standing in front of the Emperor city could one further understand and experience the pressure. There was a type of stifling feeling. Only a bugle sound, no shouts of war, so we shouldn't have reached the most dangerous step yet. Someone said softly. Once war cries can be heard, it'll already be too late. Those creatures are likely truly going to cross over, the middle-aged man said with a sigh. He looked towards the heavenly dome, feeling a wave of disappointment and frustration. It was because he knew that day wasn't too far off, the cruelest events finally about to play out. However, on their side, were the 9 heavens 10 earths creatures' preparations complete yet? Are the creatures on that side that strong? Why are we always on the losing side? Can we not stop them? One of the geniuses felt unconvinced and unsatisfied, tightly clenching his fists. The middle-aged man sank into a moment of silence. The chaotic energy around his body moved slowly. As if he remembered something, he said, "If the day comes when the Emperor City is broken through, I hope you all can heroically participate in the battle or withdraw to defend other lands. You absolutely must not lead the wolves into the house like those condemned by all of history, turning around to attack our own side. There are those who helped creatures on the other side cross over. Too disgraceful. We wouldn't do such a thing." Were there really people like that? The group of youngsters were extremely excited. The middle-aged man said, "When the final days of an age descend, what most people think about is only how to continue living. It won't be unusual for any of these things to happen. I am just warning you all beforehand to guard your hearts and not become a sinner." Everyone became silent. This type of situation really was likely to happen. If they fought against the enemy, even if everyone died, it would still be heroic. However, if they died under their own side's hands, then just how sorrowful would that be? After so much time had passed, I reckon their preparations should be pretty much complete. They really are going to come. The elder who had previously advised against Shurha. Oh, and the blonde male's battle spoke. It's been silent for too long. I just fear that once it erupts, the sky and earth will be turned upside down. Perhaps they are secretly plotting, not attacking through normal methods. The middle-aged man said with a sigh. Shurha thought back to that eyeball. It had previously said that the desolate borders people might be using the second plan. This affected too much. He felt like he had to tell this to the middle-aged man. Shurha didn't hesitate, secretly transmitting sound, not holding back the information about the eyeball that had laid dormant for 10,000 years, as well as talking about the events of destroying an altar that connected the two realms. Sure enough, the middle-aged man was shaken up, remaining silent for a long time in his thoughts. Then, he didn't make any movement, secretly telling Shur how to keep these things secret, not spreading them out to avoid panic. All right, you all should head out on your own. The middle-aged man spoke like this, meaning that the requirements weren't that strict, rather lax, having them settle the various problems on their own. Acting together is fine, but one group cannot exceed 5 people. He added. Everyone began to think to themselves. What did this mean? Was this also a type of test? Were they trying to test their coordination with others, or were they testing if any of them had the strength to fight 1 versus 5? It was worth keeping in mind that everyone here was extremely powerful, with some who cultivated more than a single strand of immortal energy. Fighting 1 versus 5 would be incredibly difficult, but it would leave behind a legend. With a Ao Lao sound, the little fatty Chao Yuxing rushed over, standing together with Shur Hao. Those who understood the situation were all envious. Huang's reputation definitely provided some extent of guarantee. Soon after, Chang Gongyan and Dragon Girl also joined. Shur Hao gave the witch a look, but she waved her hand and revealed a faint smile, indicating that she was going to stay together with exiled immortal. Hello? You're going to run just like that? Did you forget how we faced life and death together on the way here, the joys and sorrows we shared? Shur Hao said noisily without any shame. Can you not act so sickening? The witch turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Exiled immortal remained calm, the sleeves of his clothes perfect and pure. Both him and the witch disappeared into the distance. Sigh. The little fatty Chao Yuxing released a sigh, and then he clicked his tongue, ridiculing Shur Hao. What do you understand? Shur Hao shot him a look. Of course I understand. That girl isn't simple, Chao Yuxing said. Heh, dog poop brother, are you going to come over? Shur Hao enthusiastically called out. As a result, Heavenly Evil Guqian was so angry that he directly ran. He originally still wanted to find companions, but he really didn't want to deal with Shur Hao, who always unveiled that secret. Chan, you want to come with us? Shur Hao looked towards you, Chan. The expressions of the surrounding people were strange. This fella truly dared to provoke anyone, even teasing heaven-mending sex holy lady. Could it be that the rumors really were true? Yu Chan's clothes were white like snow, hair pitch black, entire being full of spiritual essence. Her expression was calm, eyes like limpid autumn waters. Only, she didn't even give Shur Hao a look, not paying him any attention. Hello? Chana? Where is my family's Qin-Yi? You didn't attack her, right? Shur Hao was completely shameless, continuing to call out to her. Yu Chan ignored him. She was pure and perfect, skin radiating sparkling white luster, hair fluttering about. She already turned around to leave. Where's our family's kid? Where did the child end up being born? This earth-shattering sentence made Yu Chan's figure stagger, tightly clenching her fists, not able to maintain her pure and holy appearance anymore. Her complexion was a bit flushed, truly angered badly. Fortunately, she discovered that the rascal was transmitting sound, not publicly teasing her this time. Of course, her state, in everyone's eyes, made her not much better off, still the same as falling down to the mortal world by that scoundrel, lacking her ordinary calmness and otherworldliness. Just as everyone was about to scatter, the two other great supreme beings arrived. They also transmitted sound for everyone to hear. They told everyone that a white Qilin child appeared near an ancient city. If anyone could bring that back, the Heavenly Deity Institution would give everything it had to foster that individual. Of course, everyone knew that the white Qilin would also receive meticulous fostering. This time, no one could sit still, all of them wishing to head there and look around. In reality, they had heard rumors when they were arriving as well, but they all hurriedly passed by, not having the patience to search. Now, they were really going to try their hands at it. When everyone scattered, the three great experts began to discuss among themselves. Not even we could see that Qilin child, it has an immortal treasure on it. Wu, what do you all say? Will that young beast truly be able to wait until that young lady from the past appears again? This is simply trying to validate reincarnation. I suspect that the reason why this white Qilin was able to live might be precisely because of the reincarnation immortal king back then, all for the sake of verifying his own insights. Chapter 1061, Qilin appears. They went on a journey once again. They didn't move through the mountain forest, but rather by borrowing formations. This was permitted by the three great experts, otherwise, if they traveled through the mountain ridge, it would exhaust too much time, a few months passing by easily. Soon after, Shi Hao and the others returned, arriving at the city where He young Qilin beast disturbance originated from. Shi Hao didn't actually believe they could find the little Qilin, because this little fella was extremely stubborn, not willing to come out at all unless the young lady from the past came back. But how could something like this happen? Unless, of course, there was reincarnation. Of course, there was one other possibility, and that was if someone extremely similar to the young lady from back then appeared and tried to deceive it that way. There are people infected by darkness here. Shi Hao, you previously killed a group of heavenly deities and destroyed an altar, right? Really don't know if we'll be able to uncover more of these vermin. The little fatty Chao Yuxing said. Everything was by chance. If we enter the city and try searching one by one, it really will be too difficult. Shi Hao said. What he said were facts. If those people didn't become corrupted, not taking the initiative to reveal killing intent, it would be extremely difficult to find any clues. A wave of coldness could be felt from the distance, originating precisely from immeasurable heaven's blonde male. He glanced over, giving Shi Hao a cold smile that made one's heart beat faster. This person isn't weak, you have to be careful. Chang Gong'an said. In reality, which one of these foreign experts were ordinary? Otherwise, there was no way they would have the chance to come here. All of them had their exceptional aspects. Don't get in our way, or else you'll see what happens. That blonde male didn't hide his hostility at all, speaking from the distance just like that. If you want to die, then just come. Shi Hao only had these words. This was just the start, yet they were already standing against each other, fated to clash, only now wasn't the time. As long as the opportunity presented itself, there would definitely be a battle between them. Hold it in, the three great experts do not wish for us to engage in internal friction. If you confront him like this, it won't leave a good impression at all. Someone advised the blonde male. The city was just like before, people coming and going, all of them descendants of exceptional experts. As endless time passed, more and more creatures gathered here. During these past few months, that little white Qilin would show itself from time to time, but no one could capture it, only able to see it move about occasionally, leading everyone on. Soon after, 10 Crown King, exiled immortal, and the others arrived one after another. This naturally included Yuchan, Witch, and the others. Powerful groups of people appeared one after another, entering the city. Brother Ning, this is your natural luck. I feel like everything was prepared for you, Gu Jianyan said. He was an ancient freak, but he had always admired Ning Chuan greatly. Ning Chuan's silver hair fell down to his waist. His white clothes fluttered about, even his socks and shoes were white, incredibly pure and holy. His expression was calm as he observed the city, not saying anything. In reality, everyone who understood him even somewhat felt that his opportunity might have arrived. It was because the patterns on his forehead had always been misunderstood by the outside world as dragon patterns, but they were actually Qilin imprints. When he was born, divine patterns appeared on his forehead, the irregular scenes astonishing. It was the same for the heavenly diagram on his back, triggering a huge commotion. Moreover, there was a legend within his birthplace, that a white Qilin was laying low there. All of this seemed to be foretelling that the white Qilin young beast was compatible with him, as if they were destined to be together. It was because ever since his birth, he had fate with the Qilin, the two's destinies intertwined. Shi Hao naturally saw Ningchuan. This was what he wanted to prevent the most, because when he went on a mental journey back to Immortal Ancient, he had previously seen who the owner of the little Qilin was. It was a young lady, and not Ningchuan. In this world, if it was because he had some Qilin aura on him that made him end up becoming intimate with the little Qilin, that would truly be a regretful thing. There is a situation. After entering the city, the little fatty Chao Yuxing displayed his specialty, secretly learning about different situations, discovering a few abnormalities. That young Qilin beast projection is a bit strange, intentionally concealed by someone. Most of the people here can't see it. They attached great importance to this information, but it was clear that as time went on, the so-called secret couldn't be considered a secret anymore. Half a month later, many people all knew about it. When the little Qilin appeared again, it was cheerful and lively, not quite the same as before. This young beast was too inexperienced, whether it was happy or not completely written on his face. Everyone noticed this change. Even though that was just its projection and not his true body, it was enough to display its mood. Someone is getting close to it, moreover gradually being acknowledged. In the end, someone came to this conclusion. This news was like a clap of thunder, shocking many people. Was the little Qilin going to recognize an owner? The entire city erupted with commotion, none of the creatures able to calm down because of this. The news was just too shocking. Many people came for the little Qilin, so this piece of information was too important for them. This was especially the case for the few who knew the inner details. They were even more shocked. Is this going to prove that reincarnation exists in this world? That little Qilin is waiting for someone, and now, that person appeared. What does this mean? Does this mean that 6 Dao reincarnations Immortal King's suspicions were true? This triggered a huge uproar, no one able to sit still. Who exactly was it that drew the little Qilin's attention, finally obtaining its recognition and about to come out because of it? Shi Hao's mind was pounding intensely. He was looking forward to this, but also apprehensive, feeling extremely nervous. It was because if there really was that person, then he might be able to meet an old friend. Even though that old friend was someone he had only associated with in his dream back to Immortal Ancient, the emotions he felt were the same as if they had met in the real world. That experience was too realistic. Ningchuan has gone missing, exiled immortal and 10 Crown King are in pursuit. Dragon Girl said. She had an ancient horn on her that was spiritual, displaying a few scenes. We will go as well. Shi Hao released a low roar. He truly couldn't sit still now. In reality, this was not only the case for them. The blonde young man and the others from immeasurable heaven also moved, turning into an expanse of light, rushing towards the limits of the great earth. Everyone became a bit stupefied. Could it be that the one the little Qilin was waiting for was precisely Ningchuan? Now, the two of them displayed some type of response towards each other, thus starting to get close to each other. Brother Ning, there is no mistake with your reaction, right? Gu Jianyun asked, following along. He sped along together with Ningchuan. There is no mistake. It is the one, a true Qilin. The divine patterns on my forehead have sensed that it is going to appear in this world. Ningchuan said. Normally, he was extremely cool-headed and calm, but today, he found it hard to maintain that state. He looked stirred up, his current temperament a bit different from the past. The distance was extremely far. They moved in the boundless, uninhabited region, not letting anything stop them as they continuously ran for several days, long entering the primitive great wilderness. It was incredibly dangerous. One had to understand that when they entered the forbidden region from the 3,000 provinces, they followed an ancient road, so it was comparatively safer, yet even that took the lives of many. Now, they left that road, entering the most terrifying region. If they encountered danger, a single bit of misfortune and their bodies and spirits would be wiped out. In reality, not only them, exiled immortal, 10 Crown King, Shi Hao, and the foreign experts all moved, following over. Brother Ning, they are all following us. They have secret treasures, able to find our traces. If this continues, they will definitely struggle fiercely with you over the little Qilin. Is there a chance that the hard work will end up all being in vain? Gu Jianyun reminded. That won't happen. Ningchuan was extremely self-confident, saying, as long as I can meet that little Qilin first, it will be too difficult for anything afterwards to change anything. As long as he received the little Qilin's approval a step before, he didn't fear anything that came after war. DS. No one else could seize the little Qilin from him. He had confidence that he could obtain the young beast's trust. Aowu. Up ahead, a black-colored tornado swept about, waves of howling noises sounding, making Gu Jianyun shiver inwardly, his scalp feeling numb. His expression was incomparably pale. What is that thing? He vaguely saw a few shadows rush out from the mountain valley ahead, turning into black gales. Heroic spirits who died in battle, Ning Chuan said. He was now scared as well, because the shadows were too strong, exceeding sect master level. When they rushed past this place, a few mountains and valleys collapsed. Meanwhile, this was just the strong winds they raised while running normally, yet it already displayed this kind of power. Don't move, ignore them, pretend you never saw them, Ning Chuan reminded. Suddenly, in the mountain forest, muffled sounds rang out. A rotting corpse with enormous black wings on its back walked over from the distance, its body in tatters, feet trampling mountain peaks. A supreme being corpse? Even Ning Chuan's expression changed. What kind of place did they arrive in? Why was there always these types of things? It was too strong. He was sure that that rotting corpse was incredibly powerful when it was alive. Even now, no one would dare provoke this type of existence. Its body still carried a terrifying aura, and once it erupted, it could strike down the sun, moon, and stars from the skies. We arrived, this is the place. Ning Chuan suddenly stopped his steps. He looked at the mountain forest ahead, not advancing any further. That place was extremely peaceful, but also extremely strange. There was no wind in this forest, not even the slightest bit of sound. On the ground were many puddles. Upon closer inspection, they were scarlet in color, pools of blood. It was unknown just how many years had passed, yet they still hadn't dried up. Apart from this, there were also a few corpses here, some on the ground surface, some underneath the soil, only parts exposed. Was this an ancient battlefield? They didn't know. Is this the place? I'll have a look myself. It was clear that there were foreign cultivators with sharp divine senses as well, feeling that the little Qilin was nearby. They wanted to seize the initiative, rushing into the mountain forest depths. Suddenly, the many blood pools on the ground shone, displaying a heaven-devouring force, immediately dragging him down from the air. That genius who cultivated immortal energy directly landed on an extremely small blood pool on the ground. His body melted in an instant, becoming viscous blood. What? All those who saw the scene cried out in alarm. A powerful genius died just like that. It was just too easy, leaving everyone horrified. Everyone became silent, not uttering a single sound. This result was extremely cruel and also extremely shocking. However, at this moment, Ning Chuan maintained his cool. His forehead shone, becoming more and more hot. The Qilin patterns appeared on their own, resplendent like a blazing sun. He couldn't hold himself back any longer because he could sense that the little Qilin was right here, about to appear. Qilin. He released a great cry, activating the patterns on his forehead, resonating with the mountains and valleys here, releasing a great Dao divine sound. As a result, this place immediately became different. Chaotic energy appeared, immortal multicolored light surged into the sky. Everything became hazy, covering this place, wrapping everything within. In addition, a large mountain in front of them split open, erupting with overflowing holy aura. Everyone could vaguely see a snow-white little Qilin rush out. Moreover, what was shocking was that there was a young lady at its side who carried immortal Dao aura. Sure, Hao was immediately shocked. The little Qilin really managed to wait until that young lady from the last great era appeared? How could this be possible? If it was true, then did this prove that there was reincarnation in this world? He opened his heavenly eyes, wishing to see who exactly this young lady was, if he had ever met her in this world before. Soon after, Hao became petrified, becoming as still as a clay statue. He stood there, completely at a loss for words. Only after a long time had passed did he say with a trembling voice, "It's her. It's actually her." Could it be that she underwent reincarnation in this world of mortals? Chapter 1062, Contest. Mountain peaks collapsed, auspicious light surged, chaotic energy rising. The young lady walked over in a quick and skillful manner, following behind that little Qilin. It left its place of hibernation. The immortal Dao energy here was extremely thick, white mist surging, clearly a formidable precious land. Even though it had been sealed for endless time, it still looked extremely extraordinary and free from vulgarity. Hao wasn't the only one, there were others who recognized that young lady. They all revealed cries of alarm one after another. Why did this girl end up running here? Chao Yuxing widened his eyes, looking like he was staring at a living ghost. Did she enter the sealed land ahead of time? Dragon Girl frowned. As for the others, for example, the foreign geniuses, they had never met that young lady before. Every single one of their eyes widened as they stared at the little snow-white Qilin, as well as that young lady. Great Immortal King. Could it be that the young lady was sealed from immortal ancient great era, living all the way until now to reappear with the white Qilin? Heavens, a long life being, someone who didn't die all this time, is she going to revive in this world? Many people cried out in alarm, finding this result difficult to believe. She wasn't that old, only looking around 13 to 14, her figure tall and elegant, the silver hair soft and glossy like silk, hanging down to her waist. Her large eyes were like rubies, sparkling and translucent, intelligent as they spun around, sizing up the surrounding situation. This was a young girl who looked full of life, extremely lively, her expression somewhat playful. She was currently contemplating how to leave this place. Soon after, she saw the stupefied Sherhao, and then her large red eyes immediately released radiance, grinning from ear to ear as she said loudly, "Hey, hey, hey, why aren't you hurrying up and saving me? I'm right here." She was the little rabbit. For some reason, she ended up running here, moreover right to the little white Qilin beast. At this moment, she saw the situation clearly, discovering that many enemies' eyes were burning red-hot, so she immediately sought help from Sherhao. In that instant, everyone looked over towards Sherhao. There was assistance. This is exactly what I was saying. How could a little girl obtain the white Qilin? A foreign cultivator said quietly, not fearing that little girl, but they didn't dare look down on Sherhao. How did this little girl obtain the white Qilin's recognition? That is but an existence at the same level as a true dragon and a heavenly phoenix. Chao Yuxing was the one that found this the hardest to understand. This pretty rabbit normally always mumbled noisily about how she was a vegetarian, yet in the end, whenever she got drunk, she would always eat meat. However, generally speaking, she wasn't a bad person and quite cute. Now, she accomplished this great feat, a bit hard for others to accept. Chao Yuxing was stupefied, not daring to believe this. In reality, Sherhao was even more shocked than him. How did the little rabbit succeed? Could it be that she was the reincarnation of that young lady from Immortal Ancient? However, he really didn't see how the little rabbit was like that young lady. Their appearances were completely different, and their soul fluctuations were different as well, two completely different people. If one had to point out how they were similar, then it would be their temperaments. They were both young girls, appearing lively and active, a bit strange, but in the end, their souls weren't the same. Did the little Qilin make a mistake? Sherhao began to greatly suspect this. That little beast was muddle-headed, confused by a little rabbit. This was probably why it jumped out. "Hey, Uncle Sherhao, did you hear me or not? I've been shouting your name." The little rabbit was clearly extremely discontent, directly giving him this nickname. Sherhao's forehead immediately became covered in dark lines. How old was he? Only around 20 years of age. How did he end up being called uncle? Even though this rabbit had always been naughty and mischievous, she had never called him this before, so she was now definitely doing this on purpose to anger him. Dragon Girl laughed up her sleeve, her pretty body moving, giving off a feeling of a lotus swaying in the wind. Chang Gong'en also smiled, waving his hand in that direction. "It is still Uncle Chang Gong'en who is good. Hurry and save me." "Right, there's that damn fatty. Get your butt over here and save me too." The little rabbit called over in this direction, revealing her snow-white little teeth as she jumped and shouted. Chang Gong'en was stunned. Chao Yuxing grinded his teeth in anger. The lunar jade rabbit was obstructed. Ning Chuan was right at the very center, his expression unkind. He definitely couldn't let her go. As for the foreigners, they gradually understood from the mouths of the 3,000 provinces cultivators that this young lady wasn't someone of the last great era, but rather this era's lunar jade rabbit. As a result, they also pressed forward to stop her. At this time, more and more people came. They weren't the only ones, there were also the exiled immortal and witch, even more so 10 Crown King. There were also Chan, Shi, 3 Stone Heavenly Monarch, and others. All of them now appeared. It could be said that outstanding heroes had gathered. The young supreme beings that could come were pretty much all here. "Save me. Don't try to steal my little guy," the little rabbit shouted, putting on a pale expression. She rushed pitifully towards Sherhao, Chao Yuxing, and the others for help. The witch laughed with a piuchi sound. Both her and Yuchan knew that Sherhao had been called the little guy by the people of the lower realm, yet now, this rabbit gave the Qilin this name. Truly hilarious. "Rabbit, what nonsense are you saying? We're going back, not saving you," Sherhao said while pointing at her. "Did I speak any nonsense?" The little rabbit became unhappy, using her large red eyes to stare fixedly at them. "Take action." Someone took action, rushing forward, wishing to capture that young Qilin beast. Enormous mountains already collapsed here, immortal mist pervading the air, primal chaos spreading in all directions. It looked peaceful, but no one dared to act carelessly. It was because there were still many blood pools here. There was already someone who ended up falling into the pool of blood, turning into viscous blood. A heavenly wolf surrounded by green light reached out its claws. It tore through the void and leapt over, throwing itself at the little Qilin, wishing to capture it. It was clear that this was a foreign expert. For the sake of accomplishing its goal, it directly turned into its original body, using its most powerful flesh and magical force to succeed in one go. Sure Hao moved forward. Dragon Girl and Chao Yuxing also took action, while Chang Gongyan even more so drew his bow, preparing to immediately shoot down the other party. However, something unexpected happened. There was someone who felt even more worried than them. Ningchuan took action, pure white radiance erupting from his entire body. Heaven overflowing blood energy surged outwards. Qilin patterns spread outwards, surrounding his entire body. At this moment, he produced the Qilin imprint, quickly rushing over. His fist smashed out, collapsing heaven and earth, striking towards that green divine wolf. You dare act viciously! There was someone who assisted the heavenly wolf from the side, stopping Ningchuan. However, before the Qilin imprint, that person wasn't a match. The scarlet blood sky spear it produced was blasted apart, breaking into several pieces. The sky spear's sharp blade even flew back in reverse, entering that person's body with a pu sound, creating an extremely bloody injury, inflicting severe damage. When one cultivated to this cultivation level, how could they be injured by their own weapon? It was completely avoidable. This result could only mean that Ningchuan was too powerful, his natural laws suppressing the other party. His true body was locked down, unable to escape, almost dying as a result. Ningchuan, you are about to enter my immeasurable heaven. Are you going to stand against us now? That heavenly wolf shouted. This was a reminder as well as intimidation. Ningchuan didn't reply, only releasing a fist that contained the Qilin imprint. Blood energy overflowed, an enormous white Qilin rising up into the air from his fist, throwing itself at the green heavenly wolf. That heavenly wolf released a great roar, its voice fierce and noble, as if it was leading its clan to war on a boundless grassland. Irregular scenes appeared in the void. An endless grassland appeared, blood flowing about. An enormous heavenly wolf roared towards the moon, releasing the stellar light of the heavens, suppressing and killing all enemies in this world. An enormous sound rang through the air. Ningchuan's fist blasted outwards, his strength too great, blasting through heaven and earth, the space around it vibrating intensely. The white Qilin that rushed out from the fist imprint trampled the grassland apart, shattered the divine moon. That enormous heavenly wolf was even more so thrown down and then forcefully suppressed. A great explosion sound rang out through heaven and earth, everything shaking intensely. Ningchuan stood there alone, blasting that heavenly wolf apart. Chaotic energy surged from all directions. He was like an unmatched supreme being, incredibly divine and holy. White clothes fluttered about. His body wasn't tainted by any blood, killing a powerful foreign genius with one strike. At this time, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked at his fighting prowess, feeling even more moved by the precious technique he grasped. It was because this was the Qilin technique. Many people's expressions changed, because just ahead, the young Qilin beast became confused, tilting its head over to look at Ningchuan, its large eyes full of curiosity and puzzlement. Everyone knew that things were bad. If the young Qilin beast felt a sense of intimacy, it might just run over and completely go over to Ningchuan's side, walking together with him. Quite a few PLE felt like Ningchuan was a much greater threat than that ridiculously pretty little girl, because he had a tremendous relationship with the Qilin clan. Ningchuan's lips moved, transmitting sound with that little Qilin. Little White, come over here. This time, even the lunar jade rabbit was a bit worried, no longer calling it the little guy, directly calling it Little White, about to carry it. This little beast was less than a foot in length, entirely snow-white like jade. Its scales were sparkling, even the horn on its head white. It looked tender and innocent, its large eyes blinking about. It was extremely cute. Only right now, the little Qilin hesitated a bit. It looked towards Ningchuan, and then looked at the young lady. It reached out a little claw, having second thoughts. Come here. A foreign individual shouted. Someone took action, palm and fingers like a mountain, incredibly massive as it reached through the air, grabbing towards the little Qilin. It was precisely the blonde youth from immeasurable heaven. How could Ningchuan let him get his hands on this? He was also moving, no longer trying to communicate with the little white Qilin and instead directly grabbing towards it. The young Qilin beast finally made a decision at this moment. When it saw both of those people grabbing towards it, it turned around and ran, entering the lunar jade rabbit's arms with a so sound. The young lady smiled happily, its large ruby eyes blinking, extremely proud of itself. She hugged this sparkling white little beast with all her strength. Let go. Ning Chuan and the blonde young man both shouted, suppressing at the same time, walking forward. Shi Hao roared. His speed was too fast, arriving by the little rabbit's side with a flash, standing there like a majestic, archaic, demonic mountain. Then, his left hand produced the reincarnation fist, right hand displaying the willow deity technique, simultaneously facing two great opponents. It was as if a heavenly drum sounded, as if the heavenly dome exploded. This place was immediately in ruins, mountains and valleys collapsing, great void cracks extending outwards. All types of scenes became blurry, no longer existing. When the smoke and dust scattered, Shi Hao still stood there, unmoved. Only his long black hair fluttered about, eyes deep as he stood in their way. None of the enemies could rush over. Ning Chuan and the blonde male both frowned. They knew that this enemy was too strong. If they really were going to clash, then it would inevitably be a life and death battle. Chapter 1063, Suppressing Foreign Enemies. A group of people gathered here, fighting over the white Qilin young beast. Shi Hao stood in their way, facing Ning Chuan, the blonde male, and others alone. I've decided, this Qilin is already mine. The blonde male spoke. He declared that he had to have it, that he was going to bring it back to immeasurable heaven. For the clan's ancient ancestor, Qilin blood unimaginable uses. Apart from this, if he became the master of a Qilin, what did this signify? The future would be too brilliant. Who do you think you are, that you can have it just because you want it? Shi Hao sneered. Even while facing powerful opponents, he didn't seem concerned at all, appearing extremely calm and collected. Return to your immeasurable heaven. This Qilin and I have karma together. Ning Chuan also spoke directly towards the blonde male. Haha, the blonde male laughed, not getting angry, instead speaking in a rather carefree manner. You all should know that the heavenly deity institution will likely be built in immeasurable heaven. I really do hope to get along with you all. Are you threatening me? Shi Hao spoke, his expression calm. Even though he didn't show any anger, a formless pressure began to spread. He hated being threatened by others. It was obvious what the other party was implying. In immeasurable heaven, their clans and sects were extremely powerful. If their relationship was bad, there might be various accidents that might happen. Ayaya, too hateful, too shameless, trying to steal my little white and threatening us, go die. The little rabbit stared with its large ruby eyes, brandishing its little fists from behind them. She shouted noisily at the blonde male, her little chin raised as she shouted to beat him. The atmosphere right now was extremely heavy. The foreign cultivators pressed forward, walking over one by one, standing together with the blonde male to join this battle. Of course, immeasurable heaven had some experts who didn't move, standing in the distance and only watching. As for Ning Chuan, Gu Jianyun appeared from his side, in his hands a divine sword. There were a few others who walked over as well, wishing to stand together with him. There were ancient freaks among these people. This place became more and more tense. Chang Gongyan, Dragon Girl and Chao Yusheng also walked over, standing with Shi Hao, facing all of these individuals. 10 Crown King, exiled immortal, Shi Yi, Witch, Yuchan and the others didn't move, standing calmly in the distance, preparing to watch this battle. Rabbit, you really know how to stir things up. How did you end up running here, even capturing a little beast? Chao Yusheng asked. Even though the little fatty looked delicate and pretty, right now, he behaved rather carefreely, saying, Is it a Qilin? When we go back, should we steam it or roast it? The snow-white little Qilin released a miserable cry, almost running frantically for its life, squirming about in the lunar jade rabbit's arms. Everyone in the surroundings became petrified. This fatty really dared to say anything, going to eat a Qilin. This joke was just a bit too much. Many people revealed strange looks. Of course, the surrounding atmosphere loosened up a bit because of this. Damn fatty, what are you randomly spouting? Don't scare my family's little white. The lunar jay. Ade Rabbit was unsatisfied, pouting and glaring at him. Really should consider it. This is an immortal beast. If it's eaten, it'll definitely be a great mending medicine, comparable to long life medicines. Chao Yusheng giggled. Sigh. Shi Hao sighed. He was also a foodie, but he knew this little Qilin. If it weren't because they were old acquaintances, he really might just express his approval of this thought. Fatty, when I grow up, I'm going to feed you to the heavenly horned ant. This time, the little Qilin spoke, its voice soft, extremely tender. It stared with its 2 large eyes. The heavenly horned ant it was talking about was one of the vicious 10, extremely powerful. If it was just physical strength, no race could compare to it in all 9 heavens and 10 earths, number 1 under heaven. Why did you end up coming out? Do you think this rabbit is that girl from the past world? Sure, how asked the little Qilin. Aye, the snow-white little Qilin was less than a foot long. It gave the lunar jade rabbit a look and then looked towards Ningchuan, its expression a bit strange and complicated. Before Sure Hao could hear its reply, he had no choice but to take action. It was because those two were pressing forward, this place no longer being calm. The blonde male was the first to attack. A golden pike appeared in his hands, erupting with a great aura. He held it with a single arm, and then with a fierce shake, the spear tip shattered the void. An expanse of brilliance erupted, shooting out from the golden spear tip. It was even more terrifying than sword radiance, producing an expanse of brilliance with a single sweep. The spear tip vibrated in a berserk manner as it rushed at Sure Hao. This spear was powerful enough to kill a heavenly deity. It was too sharp, the sharpness of its tip piercing through space, incomparably terrifying. This was the blonde male's attack. However, when faced with this attack, Sure Hao only used his bare hands. He avoided the golden spear tip, using his palm blade to hack down on this divine weapon. Sparks immediately flew in all directions, Dao sounds rumbling. All types of law and order chains interweaved. From the distance, it was as if lightning surrounded this place, sealing that area down. Several sparks flew out, landing on the distant mountain range. As a result, a large expanse of mountains exploded, turning into ashes. Everyone's expressions changed. This was just too astonishing. Just the sparks created from the collision of the palm blade and golden war spear was already like this, so how powerful then were the divine chains of order that truly took form between the two? Both sides were astonished after this exchange. The blonde male was greatly shocked. The other party actually clashed with his exceptional divine weapon with his bare hands. Just how terrifying was he? The reason Sure Hao was shocked was because this golden pike was too unordinary, mixed within it was immortal gold. Sure Hao directly produced the everlasting immortal sword. It wasn't that he wasn't a match bare-handedly against the blonde male, but rather that he felt this was a rare opportunity to further refine the sword core in his hands. This sword had a great thirst for immortal gold, already absorbing several types, for example, radiant immortal gold, 7-colored immortal gold, and others. The dusky sword core began to shine. As Sure Hao brandished it, it immediately shone with everlasting brilliance. A human figure appeared, ascending to immortality. It was accompanied by specks of light, clouds and mists pervading the air, extremely pure and holy. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to have become connected. This figure sprouted wings and ascended, the scene too realistic. Meanwhile, everything was directly produced by the diagram on the sword core. The two weapons collided. Divine radiance erupted, thunder rolling. Divine chains of order interweaved between heaven and earth, immediately rushing out who knew how many li. Meanwhile, in the void, there were even more densely packed laws and order tearing everything apart. Everyone, including Ningchuan, the little rabbit, foreign experts, and others backed out, moving away from the shockwaves. No! The blonde male cried out. It was because he heard an ear-splitting sound. His weapon cracked open from that sword. Weapons that had immortal gold mixed in were incomparably sturdy, impossible to stop. How could they be cut apart by other weapons? Yet this was reality. That sword core hacked the pike apart, moreover attaching itself to its surface, taking in and sending out sword radiance, starting to absorb the golden pike's essence, ecliptic immortal gold. The blonde male cried out loudly, activating his precious techniques and attacking forward, wishing to seize back the long pike. This was but a rare secret treasure that couldn't be lost. However, everything was too late. That sword core was too fast, absorbing the golden pike's essence in the blink of an eye, only leaving behind useless residue. The pike shattered, turning into tattered metal fragments, falling onto the ground. After that sword core absorbed the immortal gold essence, it became even more brilliant. Golden lightning appeared above the ascending immortal, tearing apart the void. That was lightning tribulation, this scene appearing after absorbing the ecliptic immortal gold. As a result, another type of immortal gold was now added to the sword core, or maybe it already had this type, but now had more added. Scenes of tribulation were engraved, appearing more and more realistic. Everyone became stupefied. This sword core was too strange. At this time, even the other foreign experts moved. They originally wished to help the blonde male steal back the pike, but they were a step late. Now, they took action with him against Sure Hao. Sure Hao loosened up his body. He put away the everlasting immortal sword, wishing to use his bare hands to size up how powerful these people were, also using this opportunity to size up immeasurable heaven's combat strength. His fists shone, lightning released in 10,000 streaks. He was clearly using the Lightning Emperor technique. As if a drum was struck, as Sure Hao brandished his fist, This place rumbled, heaven and earth shaking. Sure Hao fought against those people, facing them all by himself, his figure like a war god. Symbols appeared densely, holy light overflowing, his valor unstoppable. One of them was struck by Sure Hao's fist, his entire chest blasted open as a result. Even though he was wearing precious armor and used body-protecting bone texts, he was still struck until he almost exploded on the spot. This was still the result of Sure Hao holding back, because he didn't know what kind of attitude those three great supreme beings would have if he killed the foreign cultivators like this. They had said not to engage in internal struggles before. The expressions of the foreign cultivators all became ugly. Sure Hao was just a single person, yet he was suppressing all of them. This made them look extremely bad. Even the powerful foreign cultivators watching from the distance were startled, really wanting to come over and fight to end this type of embarrassing situation. Sure Hao unleashed his power, precious techniques continuously changing. Kunpeng wings spread, cutting one person in half at the waist, sending him flying out while releasing a large expanse of blood. Sure Hao didn't continue to chase after his primordial spirit, so this could already be considered showing mercy. Why is he this powerful? The foreign young ladies' expressions all changed. They hurried over to provide assistance. Previously, they were still unconvinced, but now, all of their expressions became grave. The blonde male released a great roar. His body underwent a transformation, his flesh becoming metallic, forming a golden body. This was the Gold Clan's secret method, their ancestor an ecliptic immortal gold who developed sentience and turned into human form. As a result, his descendants also had this ability. However, even though he formed this golden body, he still couldn't suppress Sure Hao. The battle between the two more and more intense. Right at this moment, Ningchuan took action, rushing towards the little rabbit, his speed as fast as lightning. It was because he was worried that after Sure Hao suppressed the foreigners, if he wanted to seize the white Qilin then, it would be too difficult. Since this is the case, all of you can just come at me together. Sure Hao released a shout. He gave up on the foreign individuals, withdrawing to the little rabbit's side to stop Ningchuan. Apart from Ningchuan, the blonde male led the other individuals, also rushing over murderously. This was a battle between giants, incredibly intense. After all, there was a 6-crown king, his strength alone enough to shake all sides, Li to fight a great battle against Sure Hao. Chang Gongyan and the others were going to take action, but they were stopped by Sure Hao. Sure Hao attacked selectively, eliminating the weaker individuals first. With a peng sound, he kicked a foreign cultivator flying, half his body exploding bloodily. Then, Sure Hao's fist smashed out, blasting 2 more people until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, bodies rupturing, becoming like blood people. The blonde male also felt as if he was struck by lightning, his back struck firmly by Sure Hao's fist. This fist shook the heavens until it even split apart, let alone the power it released on one person. Even though the male had a golden body, having some of his ancestors' immortal gold ability, his entire back was still blasted through, immediately exploding apart. He was struck flying, blood flowing out from all 7 apertures. The foreign cultivators all shivered inwardly. This kind of expert was defeated by Sure Hao just like that. Too terrifying. Meanwhile, Sure Hao should have still held back somewhat. The few foreign females didn't participate, but all of them turned pale. If this type of young man entered the heavenly deity institution, clashing with the great true immortal's descendants, what kind of dazzling sparks will be produced? Sure Hao faced Ningchuan, appearing more and more calm. Ningchuan, when we were in immortal ancient remains, you were beaten until you ran frantically for your life. Do you wish to follow the path to your own doom now? Sure Hao shouted. When these words sounded, regardless of whether it was the 3,000 provinces cultivators or the foreign experts, all of their expressions changed. Chapter 1064, Candidates. Sure Hao faced Ningchuan, both of them young overlords with 3 strands of immortal energy. They were stunning figures even if one searched through all of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The two had already fought many great battles, so they could be considered old enemies. Now, they clashed again. This could be considered opposing each other with equal harshness. Huang, I am going to wipe out my previous humiliation with today's battle. Last time, you came to disrupt my tribulation, so today, I demand an explanation. Ningchuan shouted. He was normally aloof and free from vulgarity, yet now he carried killing intent. In the eyes of everyone, Ningchuan was like fine jade, his white clothes exceptional, even his hair silver. Together with his ridiculously beautiful appearance that was superior to many females, he looked incredibly outstanding. The heavenly dome was struck by him until there was a hole, the handsome and exceptional Ningchuan erupting with power, different from before. He took action in a domineering manner. His head of silver hair scattered down, eyes forming symbols. He condensed the Qilin imprint, heaven diagram appearing on his back as he slaughtered his way over, fighting intensely against Shi Hao. Brilliant. T-bone texts erupted between the two. How many people now dared to face Shi Hao head-on? Forget about everything else, just their physical bodies wouldn't be able to hold on, forcibly suppressed by him. Not many individuals of the same level could compare to Shi Hao's physical body. Facing him head-on was like porcelain smashing into divine steel. They'll instantly shatter. However, Ningchuan dared to do this. His bearing was domineering, white clothes fluttering about. It was as if an unmatched divine king was patrolling the heavens, carrying a type of great dignity in his transcendence, overlooking the human realm. At this time, when divine kings were angered, winds naturally swept about, heavenly domes splitting apart. The great battle was intense. Divine rainbows shocked the skies. These were streak after streak of bone texts, looking like rainbows as they danced about, illuminating the universe. A resplendent great sun exploded, heaven and earth gorgeous, incomparably dazzling. That was a release of precious techniques. When they smashed together, it was as if a heavenly sun collapsed, just too brilliant. All sides focused their attention on this, their breathing even stopping. Quite a few people trembled in fear. A confrontation between powerful individuals like this made them see their own inferiority. If they went up, how could they stop those two? Regardless of whether it was Shi Hao or Ningchuan, they both possessed the conviction of those unmatched. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over, severing the heavenly dome, locking down the void, as if time froze still here. Shi Hao and Ningchuan were separated, divided into two sides, unable to approach, unable to exchange attacks. The three great middle-aged supreme beings all came, seated in the void. One of them pointed out, triggering this result, separating the two exceptional geniuses. Even in the last great era, people like you two were few. With chaos of war impending, how can we allow internal strife like this? One of them spoke. Chaos of war? I am a sinner's blood descendant in his eyes, so today, I really want to ask him what exactly that means. Shi Hao said. He didn't stop. The reason he spoke like this was also to hear the three great supreme beings' opinions. Did they understand the desolate border, the sinner's blood ancestors matter? These are all old matters. As for who is what, do not bring them up again. One of the supreme experts spoke. Why? Shi Hao really wanted to get to the bottom of this. The others were also shocked. These two great young supreme beings were competing, yet after they were separated, they mentioned this issue. Moreover, Huang still clung onto it like this. There are a few powers that this involves, some of them still alive, previously bearing witness themselves. We will discuss this in the future, an expert said, seemingly unwilling to continue this topic. At this moment, great waves stirred about in Shi Hao's heart. As because he sensed that this expert seemed to be feeling great restraining fear, attaching great importance to this issue. Is it because of those who are still alive, or because of what happened back then, to make him like this? Shi Hao was shaken up inside. When this issue was unmasked, the three great supreme beings treated this matter with silence, not willing to say much, so Shi Hao couldn't ask about it again. All right, to the Emperor City. The three of them spoke, expressing that they completed the task, their performances all very good. They found a few creatures that underwent demonization, and even found the young Qilin beast, so the three supreme beings were extremely satisfied. It was clear that they had a few things to say, but this wasn't the place for it. They were going to return to that Emperor City. The three great experts really were too strong. With a wave of one of their sleeves, regardless of whether it was Ningchuan, exiled immortal, or the foreign geniuses, they were all surrounded. Immediately afterwards, they disappeared from this place together, not a single one remaining. Emperor City, this place was majestic, boundless, and full of prestige. It was as tall as the heavens, around it the sun, moon, and stars. It was too enormous. The city walls were made of stars, currently fully displaying their profoundness and vastness. There were even more, so the most powerful natural laws flickering, suppressing heaven and earth. Shi Hao and the others returned, descending here once again. This time, even though they still couldn't enter the enormous city, not having the qualifications to enter, it was still incredibly vast, quiet without any sound. Since the ancient times, only emperors or talents who had signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. Only, when these people entered, they could never return. No one knew what ended up happening to those who disappeared. Mysterious, boundless, unknown, these were the best words to explain this city. The group of people returned to the open markets. The cities here could be entered. You all may act freely here, inquire about the situation from the creatures living here. We have a few matters to discuss. The three great supreme beings spoke. They directly brought the lunar jade rabbit and young Qilin beast away, not giving anyone a chance to say anything more. Not even Shi Hao had a chance to speak to the little rabbit in detail. All of the geniuses agreed by chance to enter the city. Soon after, Shi Hao discovered a few familiar people. Jingu, Teng Yi, Feng Wu, Zhuo Xiaodi, Mu Zixiao, and others appeared. These people unexpectedly also hurried over to this place. Jingu had the spirit race's golden bloodline. He had the congealed blood that could form a war spear, this weapon known to be unstoppable. When fighting against others at his level, there was nothing that spear couldn't pierce through in this world. Teng Yi, the Fire Gold clan's most powerful young expert, his clan previously one of the archaic 10 great races, a previous era emperor clan. Feng Wu was Goddess Academy's most outstanding inheritor, an extremely powerful exceptional talent, close sisters with Qing Yi. As for Zhuo Xiaodi and Mu Zixiao, they came from Divine Cliff Academy. They came from Flame Province, a place that was extremely close to Goddess Academy. Aside from them, there were others, all of them old acquaintances he had met. Shi Hao walked forward to greet Feng Wu and the others. Then, Shi Hao revealed a smile because he saw Qing Yi. She also came. Qing Yi did have the strength. Even though she was only a second body, she had long cultivated a strand of immortal energy, obtaining the benefits of the green lunar flame. Her strength was difficult to measure, hard to predict. It was because the flame hadn't left her even now, fusing with her. Qing Yi, we finally meet again. Shi Hao walked forward, his face carrying a gentle smile. When they were in Immortal Ancient, extremely intimate things had happened. Ever since they separated then, they didn't meet again until now. In reality, Qing Yi was intentionally hiding from Shi Hao because of embarrassment. The events that took place back then left her ashamed, finding it difficult to accept. The city was extremely large, people coming and going. However, the reunion of old acquaintances wasn't drowned out by the clamoring of their surroundings. Of course, for Shi Hao, it was quite joyful, but for Qing Yi, she didn't know what was good. Ayaya, younger sis, you two are twins, I only discovered it now. A foreign young lady laughed, roping in Yuchan, and then looking towards Qing Yi. Yuchan didn't speak, but she looked at Qing Yi, light flashing past her pupils. She didn't wish to explain anything to the foreigners here. She couldn't calm down inside. Reuniting like this left her quite conflicted. She really wanted to immediately merge with the second body, becoming one. However, she knew that it was too difficult. Defeating Qing Yi alone was hard, and then with Shi Hao and the others here, there wasn't much hope. Qing Yi, how have you been? Where have you gone? Shi Hao walked over, staring into her eyes, not avoiding her. He didn't care about what others thought, asking in this manner. I've been all right, Qing Yi said. She was quiet and exquisite, extremely beautiful. Her clothes fluttered about, as if the goddess of the moon descended into this world. Waves stirred in Shi Hao's heart. He thought back to many things in the past, from being enemies to moving side by side, and even more so the various things that happened in Immortal Ancient, his expression becoming strange. That day, after the intimate relationship, they directly separated. They had previously given each other a hurried glance from the distance, but only now could they be counted as truly reuniting. How can you look at me like this? Qing Yi felt a bit uncomfortable from H's fiery gaze. The city was extremely large, creatures numerous. They were standing on the street, quite close to each other, but the other geniuses were also nearby. Did you forget what you said to me before? We had an agreement. Shi Hao smiled. What agreement? When Qing Yi heard this, her face immediately became red, because she recalled what she had previously said, not forgetting it. Only, now that it was mentioned by Shi Hao, she felt extremely embarrassed, not knowing how to deal with him, pretending to have forgotten. Let me help jog your memory. You said that if I entered Immortal Ancient Remains and came out on top, becoming number one under the sky, what was it you were going to do again? Shi Hao laughed, his face full of radiance, teeth extremely white, smile brilliant. Qing Yi's face became slightly red. She truly didn't wish to face the situation. This was especially the case in front of Yuchan, making her feel even more worried. In reality, Yuchan felt even more uncomfortable than her, because they had main and second body relationship, able to sense each other's emotions, knowing the other party's thoughts. The emotions Qing Yi produced when facing Shi Hao right now felt as if Yuchan was experiencing it herself. However, Yuchan should hate Shi Hao bitterly, the two sides' enemies. Now that Qing Yi appeared, standing with that fella, it gave Yuchan a strange and weird feeling, clashing with her own feelings, her emotions complex. Don't stay so close to me, Qing Yi said, jabbing Shi Hao's shoulder. It was because the air this fella breathed out almost reached her face. Can't you see that I'm waiting for a reply? Shi Hao said. What reply? I forgot what happened back then already. Qin Yi acted shamelessly, a bit different from her usual otherworldly fairy appearance. Right now, she wasn't ice-cold, nor was she otherworldly, instead more like a younger goddess, rolling her large eyes at him. You previously said before that after I seized the number 1 under the sky title, you would devote your life to me. Shi Hao said while giggling. As if. Qin Yi glared at him. Hey, you can't just go back on your words. Shi Hao looked at her. Back then, it was you who acted like a rascal. Qin Yi argued. What acted like a rascal? It was clearly you who said it. Shi Hao grabbed her jade-like arm because Qin Yi already turned around to run, about to leave. Let go. Before Qin Yi even said anything, Yu Chan already spoke out, berating in a low voice. It was because they were just too close. She felt as if it was happening to herself, as if she was the one interacting and talking to Shi Hao. What does it have to do with you? Are you sure you want to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution with us? Shi Hao said. Moreover, he put his arm around Qin Yi's small waist, turning around to look at Yu Chan. This really was torture. Yu Chan found it difficult to endure. At the same time, she felt that if she entered the Heavenly Deity Institution and those two stuck together like that, it would truly be like hell's torment. Chapter 1065, Entering the City. Yu Chan's expression was unpleasant, feeling more fearful the more she thought about it. If Qin Yi, Shi Hao, and herself entered the Heavenly Deity Institution, that would truly be a result beyond terrifying. Qin Yi, last time we separated without seeing each other, could it be that you have won? Shi Hao asked. His skin really was as thick as the Emperor City's walls, even daring to ask this. Before Qin Yi even said anything, Yu Chan was already so angry she was shaking. If that day truly came, then it really would be unimaginable. In that instant, Yu Chan seemed to have seen a terrifying scene, the three of them entering the Heavenly Deity Institution together, and then something like what this thick-skinned bastard said really did happen. At that time, because the main and second bodies were extremely intimate, wouldn't she feel as if she personally experienced it? Yu Chan almost collapsed on the spot. This was just too scary. Regardless, she had to stop this from happening. She definitely couldn't allow this type of situation to happen, or else it will feel even worse than death. You should stop speaking nonsense. Qin Yi berated, finally speaking. Alright, we'll talk about it in private. Shi Hao laughed loudly. Sure enough, they began to transmit sound. Qin Yi really was scared that this guy might shoot off his mouth and speak nonsense, to the point where she couldn't endure it any longer and putting her in an awkward situation. It was also precisely because of this that the nearby Yu Chan released a breath of relief. Otherwise, she felt that if that fella continued speaking, she would definitely be so angry she would start shaking. Qin Yi, how come you ended up coming here? Yu Chan, why are you walking together with Shi Hao? Qiao Yuxing giggled. He was intentionally stirring stuff up, calling Yu Chan Qin Yi and Qin Yi Yu Chan. Chang Gongyan and Dragon Girl smiled, watching the show from the side. Hey, you two really are twin sisters. Younger sis Yu Chan, you have to help this little sister of yours out. Staying with that fella really will be endless suffering. A foreign young lady spoke, her opinion of Shi Hao extremely unfavorable, because he had previously greatly defeated immeasurable heavens people. At this time, the others also looked over, for example, Jin Gu, Teng Yi, Feng Wu, and the others. Shi Hao was quite stirred up, saying if we can all enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, leaving this realm, then we'll definitely have to take care of each other. After all, we came from the same place. We naturally ought to do this. The others also nodded. Younger sis Qin Yi. Feng Wu's relationship with Qin Yi was extremely good. They reunited here, chatting with each other in a friendly manner. It was clear that this place was immediately divided into several small powers. For example, the exiled immortals side, 10 Crown Kings side, Shi Yi, 3 Stone Heavenly Monarch, and others. There was also Shi Hao's group here. Older brother. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A silver-armored young man appeared, walking over. Qin Hao, he also came. You came. How are father and mother? Did they agree? Shi Hao was extremely shocked. He didn't expect his little brother to enter the uninhabited region depths, arriving here. He didn't really want things to be like this, hoping for one child to remain at his parents' side and not completely leave. However, he released a sigh. He himself recklessly ran over, so how could he require anything of Qin Hao? Only, when he thought of his mother and father, he felt a bit ashamed. It was because leaving them like this, it was unknown when they would be able to return, unknown how much time would pass in between. Qin Hao walked over, causing the foreign cultivators to start discussing among themselves. After learning that they were blood brothers, a few people's expressions became strange. Shirhao gave them a look, saying, "If anyone wants to stir up trouble after entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, I will personally keep you all company one by one." Several figures appeared in the void. The three great supreme beings returned, at their sides also the lunar jade rabbit and the little Qilin. It was clear that they definitely left just now to discuss things with the young beast. "It's about time. We should decide the candidates, and we should also head on our way," a middle-aged man said. The three powerful individuals muttered to themselves. They sat in the void, primal chaos surrounding that area, creating an indistinct and hazy expanse. "Ought to just bring everyone. You all are already biased towards the foreign cultivators, bringing them here, all just to give them another opportunity. Our 3,000 province cultivators all hurried here, so we should have already passed," the little rabbit muttered. Because she obtained the little white Qilin, they attached great importance to her, standing right by the three great experts' side. Makes sense. There aren't many cultivators from the 3,000 provinces who have made it here to begin with. We'll just consider you all to have passed then. Let's set out. One of the middle-aged men nodded, unexpectedly agreeing. They were actually all considered to have passed, all of them able to continue on their way. Everyone was shocked and happy. They almost died on the way here, now not wasting all that effort and time. They were quite fortunate, because there were over 100,000 when they first set out, but now, only this many people succeeded. "You all should experience this world a bit for the last time. We are about to leave the 3,000 Dao provinces," one of the supreme beings said. When they heard this, everyone became silent. They really were going to leave this great world and enter another heaven and earth. It was unknown how long this journey would take, unknown how many years it would be before they could return. It made them feel sentimental. After all, this was the place where they were raised, but now they were going to leave. How will we leave? Not everyone felt reluctant to leave. There were some who were impatient already, wanting to immediately leave to see long-life beings. There is a path. You all will first understand the archaic contract of alliance. We are departing soon, one of the supreme beings said. This time, under these three powerful individuals' lead, they advanced towards Emperor City, seemingly about to enter the city. These young geniuses were all stirred up. They already came here a long time ago. When they looked at the ancient city made of star bricks, they felt a great sense of longing, yet couldn't enter. Forget about entering the city. There were many ancient formations outside that prevented normal people from even getting close. However, this time, under the guidance of the three great experts, they arrived by the city gate. Only it was too tall, towering into the heavens, accompanied by stars. "Senior, are we going to enter the city?" someone asked with a trembling voice. "Correct." One of the middle-aged individuals replied directly. The city was too tall, the great gate thick. Who could push it open? Endless stars were embedded within, shining brilliantly on this enormous door. The expression of one of the middle-aged men became grave. He produced a damaged bone, holding it in his palm. The other two were also like this, spreading their palms, within each of them a piece of damaged bone. The damaged bones were all of the same color, pure white like jade. When the three of them were combined together, it unexpectedly formed a miniature altar, one that was extremely small and simple. It released faint luster. Everyone was shocked when they saw that this altar needed all three of them to operate together. One could see just how important this matter was. This small altar swayed back and forth, releasing a mysterious aura. It floated in the air, only around the size of a fist, yet right now it collected everyone inside. Everyone was shocked to find that they all shrunk, now standing on that altar. Light shot into the heavens. The group of people were carried by the little altar, disappearing from this place, entering the city. When they reappeared, the world was dusky. They could only see blurry scenes all around them. These were plains, vast and boundless, dusky and deathly stillness, forever the theme of this place. Aside from their group of people, there wasn't a trace of life. On the ground were many bones that had long grown dim, all of them dried up. What was this place? It was incredibly dusky for as far as the eye could see. This area was completely scorched, as if it encountered lightning tribulation, but also as if it had been set aflame. Was this the ancient battlefield? No one knew. Only the three great experts would be able to explain, but they didn't say anything. Dried bones were everywhere. As they walked on them, kacha-kacha sounds rang out. Where did the end of these plains lead to? Seniors, is this the inside of Emperor City? Someone asked. This was just too barren, no protectors to be seen, only a grim scene. Just how many creatures had died back then, yet were left unburied? No one expected to see this type of scene. Was this really the inside of Emperor City? It is, yet it isn't. One of the middle-aged men spoke. A bone mirror was produced, reflecting scenes of the distance. Everyone looked at these scenes with shining eyes. There are more city walls? In the endless distance ahead were city walls that blocked off all of the outside world. There are a few stone monuments here. You all can search for them yourselves to see the archaic contract of alliance recorded on them. A middle-aged man said, releasing a sigh. Only, this place was too large, no end to be seen. Where were they supposed to go to find these monuments, to read the archaic contract of alliance? Great waves stirred within Shirhao, feeling greatly shaken up. Those people back then, were they unable to leave because they signed the archaic contract of alliance? One of the archaic 6 great celestials, War Clan's ancient ancestor, these people were all over there. Could it be that they were all dead? Everyone dispersed to search for the stone monuments. Only, this place was too vast. Finding a stone monument was like finding a needle in a haystack. Everyone immediately disappeared from this place like ants across a great desert. They were too insignificant. No end in sight. All of you should watch yourselves. Do not walk along this ancient battlefield. A single mistake and you will enter a strange great crack and thus be directly sent beyond the border, entering the enemy's world. One of the great experts reminded. Everyone already had their suspicions about the archaic contract of alliance. Searching like this was for the sake of verification, to truly understand the secrets it contained. Unfortunately, they didn't see it in the end. Moreover, the further they went, the less people there were around them, becoming more and more desolate. Not good, there really were people who went missing. Right at this moment, the 3 great experts' expressions changed. Their divine senses were extremely terrifying, always paying attention, locking down this place. However, despite this being the case, they still lost someone. Based on normal reasoning, with them here, nothing bad should have happened. However, now, there really was a great issue. Who is it? Who went missing? They stood up, quickly rushing towards the ends of the dark great earth. Shirhao felt strange. He walked and walked, time seemingly coming to a standstill around him, suddenly freezing. It was as if he entered a strange place. Then, he discovered that he was currently walking on a black passage, disappearing from this ancient battlefield. It was too late to turn around. Stars moved, time passed, it was as if an eternity passed. He discovered that he had completely freed himself from that battlefield, leaving the bone-covered remains, entering an unknown region. Where is this place? Shirhao asked himself. It was still dusky, the visibility even a bit lower. A black haze floated about, no grass and trees visible between the mountains and valleys, only endless white bones and other things. Shirhao sized up his surroundings. He was then shocked. It was because he discovered an artifact, the 3-footed 2-eared cauldron. This was not the first time he saw it, but before, it was always a void figure, this time a true artifact. That cauldron had blood sticking to it, source energy swirling about, releasing an astonishing aura. It floated there, not moving at all. Desolate border. Why is this cauldron here? Is this really the desolate border? Shirhao asked himself. His heart was beating crazily, feeling extremely nervous. He now saw the real thing. What kind of information was this cauldron going to transmit to him? Also, what exactly was inside of the cauldron? Chapter 1066, From the Future. This cauldron left Shirhao with too deep of an impression. It was something he had never forgot ever since he first saw it on the damaged altar at the bottom of Immortal Ancient Remains' Black Abyss. However, what he saw back then was only a void image, an imprint previously engraved in the void. He finally saw it again, and this time, it was a concrete object. This was a dusky world, a spacious and empty battlefield. The great earth was scorched black, dried-up bones covering everything. The 3-footed 2-eared round cauldron released all types of immortal gold radiance, and there was even more heaven and earth source energy circling about. As for the inside of the cauldron, it was primal chaos that couldn't be seen through, as if it held the cosmos. There was blood on the cauldron, dark red and sparkling. Every single drop contained a great world, profound and mysterious, impossible to see through. Shirhao believed that this blood was the same as the one he carried, all of them left behind by unimaginable experts. At the same time, when he closely examined them, he discovered there was more than one type, originating from at least a few people. They were all the essence blood of the most powerful creatures, left behind by unrivaled experts. This cauldron looked extremely ancient, the diagrams on it extremely blurry, but he could still make out some of them. From the stars to lightning, to divine birds, vicious beasts, and poisonous blood, everything that should be there was there. Only, quite a few of those creatures were unfamiliar, creatures he had never seen before. Shirhao walked towards it. The entire world seemed to have exploded, all because this cauldron moved. In that instant, Sherhao felt as if he was almost smashed to pieces, heading towards the end together with this world, destroyed here. He was shocked. What kind of cauldron was this exactly? It only trembled a bit, yet it seemed like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. This wasn't a misconception, but rather a true experience. Sherhao felt that his own mind didn't waver. Just now, there really was that type of bizarre divine awareness. Fortunately, that was just a momentary pounding of his heart. He didn't die because this cauldron became silent and still, restraining its aura, locking down heaven and earth. Exactly how powerful was this cauldron? Who exactly refined it? Sherhao stared at it, not speaking a word. Exactly what kind of person was searching for him, urging this cauldron over? Could it be that an exceptional expert was sleeping inside? Unfortunately, the cauldron contained heaven and earth source energy, and even more primal chaos. It was incredibly deep. He was unable to see what laid within its innermost depths. "Why did you look for me?" Sherhao asked. Right now, he was strangely calm. He didn't show any excessive emotions when facing this unmatched precious cauldron, looking at it calmly. This vague change left him even a bit baffled. When facing this unmatched immortal cauldron, he unexpectedly didn't show the slightest bit of reverence. This cauldron shone, bright colors appearing. 9 types of immortal gold interweaved to form this brilliance, and heaven and earth source energy was also released, making it look more and more mysterious and unfathomable. Inside the cauldron, it was as if a creature rose up, but ultimately dissipated again. Those drops of blood, the ruby-like emperor blood, were extremely brilliant. At this moment, they moved, ultimately releasing sound here. "I came early." There were only these words, but it carried the feeling of endless time. There was a sense of loneliness and desolateness, and even more so helplessness, as well as a type of beaten feeling. He couldn't tell if this was a male or female, because it was better to call this divine will instead of sound. "Who are you?" Sherhao asked. However, this cauldron became quiet, no longer releasing any sound. It was because right when they exchanged this simple dialogue, this heaven and earth erupted. Endless lightning interweaved, accompanied by an unsurpassed aura, about to descend. Sherhao was shaken up. What kind of lightning tribulation was this, suppressing all heavenly Tao? Was it going to wipe out the world? All of this was only because of their words. In the sky, lightning radiance hacked down, exceeding everything he had ever seen before. It was even more frightening than the tribulation those trying to ascend to immortality faced. This cauldron moved, facing the sky. The cauldron shone, 9 colors shining brilliantly, guiding over all of the lake. Tning, containing the all-Tao lightning. An intense sound rang out, heaven and earth collapsing. All of the lightning was absorbed, erased by that cauldron. At the same time, it released a bit of source energy that spread towards the void, erasing all of the great void cracks, moreover seemingly severing all types of karma. Sherhao was shocked as he watched this. What was the meaning of this? He recalled that in the bone books, it was recorded that unless an unimaginable great change was about to be produced in the universe, unmatched lightning tribulation wouldn't descend. Just now, he only tried to converse with the cauldron, the other party merely saying a few words, yet there was already this type of scene. It was just too terrifying, impossible to comprehend. Could it be that if he tried to interact with this cauldron, it would affect the stability of heaven and earth, moving the foundation of this world? How could this be? If a single person talking to him could create this type of scene, Sherhao really wouldn't know how to think. Just how terrifying were these mysterious principles? "Where do you come from?" Sherhao asked. "I do not belong to the past, do not belong to the present." A voice sounded from the cauldron again. However, precisely because of its words, the changes to this world became even more shocking. Immortal light appeared streak after streak, the lightning even more so falling like a waterfall by the hundreds and thousands of streaks, unknown exactly just how much there was. All of it hacked over. The cauldron shone, countless patterns appearing on the surface, all of them like formation diagrams, flying up one after another, sealing the sky here, refining the unmatched lightning tribulation. Sherhao sighed with astonishment. Who could match this type of method? The lightning that was accompanied by immortal Tao aura was completely refined. Was this cauldron comparable to an immortal king? When heaven and earth became calm again, everything calming down, Sherhao began to think to himself. It was as if there was a great sea raging in his mind, surging violently. From the cauldron's voice, it was implying that it came from the future. Sherhao was shocked. Even though he previously already had his suspicions, when he truly faced it, he still couldn't help but tremble in fear. "You do not belong to the past or present, so you came from the future world?" Sherhao did his best to calm himself down, but how could he remain calm right now? When these words were spoken, that cauldron remained silent, not producing any sounds, not replying, remaining deathly still. However, the lightning in the void became several times stronger than before. Immortal energy pervaded the air, great Tao oppressing the world, as if it was going to destroy everything. Were the effects of the sentence too great? It was to the extent where that cauldron couldn't even reply as to avoid an immeasurable disaster from descending. Sure, Hao was truly shocked. If nothing unexpected happened, this speculation was true. It was because the other party didn't speak, so this was tacit acknowledgement, right? Heavens, he was going crazy. Was this really a creature that came from the future? This was simply unimaginable. What exactly happened? The future actually had this type of unforeseen event that led someone to come here, talk to him. He still remembered that the first time he saw this cauldron in the Black Abyss, the engraved message he unexpectedly obtained was that this cauldron came to seek help. If all of this was linked up together, he truly found it hard to believe. What was going to happen in the future to cause this type of matter to appear? Sure, Hao felt more terrified the more he thought about it. Was the future an expanse of darkness? He couldn't see through it. Everything was surrounded by fog. It left him feeling a deep sense of uneasiness, unable to calm down. That lightning finally descended, all because of Sure Hao's questioning. As a result, that cauldron moved again. This time, it was hacked until it trembled greatly. The dark red blood on its surface shone, producing large amounts of scarlet multicolored light, neutralizing the dangerous situation. Sure Hao didn't move at all. His eyes widened, his back cold. He couldn't even say anything, unable to converse with this cauldron. If he said something, it would provoke a huge disaster. It was because he saw that even this cauldron became quiet, not saying a word. It clearly felt restraining fear, fearing that an even greater problem would arise. In this type of situation, Sure Hao could only think about it himself, guess at what would happen in the future. In that instant, his thoughts flew about, not only thinking about the future, but also about the last great era. If I was in the future and looking to the past, what would I want to do? He asked himself. What happened already couldn't be changed, impossible to alter, so returning to the past from the future, what exactly did the cauldron wish to accomplish? Sure Hao thought for a long time, saying to himself, if I return to the past, I would only wish to understand my enemies, understanding the termination of immortal ancient great era, to see if there is a way to suppress those enemies. Sure Hao was trying to use an analogy, using this type of method to guess at the motive behind those of the future returning to this time, taking a guess at what they needed. Could it be that our great era was destroyed, reaching its end, various creatures all dying? A new great era started in the future, and they wished to understand the circumstances here, Sure Hao said to himself. When he thought of these things, Sure Hao felt a wave of disappointment and frustration. Were they still going to follow the same path as immortal ancient great era? Was this world going to be defeated, all of the creatures about to reach their end? In the outside world, three great supreme beings were searching about. This type of circumstance was too strange, a genius disappearing just like that, mysteriously going missing right before their eyes. Even though their divine senses were exceptional, able to look down on the 3,000 Dao provinces, right now, they were left rather embarrassed. This situation left them rather frightened. There was definitely a mysterious wave of power that appeared, bringing away that youngster. It was more powerful than the three of them, or else it definitely wouldn't have escaped their detection. Could it be that a creature in Emperor City took action? Are those people still alive? They said to themselves quietly. They looked towards the second set of Grand City walls, their hearts pounding. Otherwise, how could this be explained? Regardless, that type of power definitely exceeded ours. If someone intentionally interfered, then it is still best if we do not go to test our luck. After discussing this matter, they came to this decision. Let's go, we ought to return and leave the 3,000 provinces, depart from Emperor City. The three great experts came to this decision, and then they began to transmit sound, summoning those geniuses, informing them that they were going to cross over great worlds. Only, there was still one person missing. The three great supreme beings felt inwardly ashamed. Finally, they left. Meanwhile, in that dusky world, Sure Hao was still talking to himself, trying to communicate with that cauldron, wishing to understand everything. Only, that cauldron no longer released any sound, while Sure Hao also carried restraining fear, unable to smoothly understand those matters. As for whether that cauldron came from the future after calming down, Sure Hao already believed it. He knew that there were definitely creatures with this type of great divine ability in this world, able to temporarily disturb the flow of time. For example, without end, 6 Dao reincarnations Immortal King, when these two worked together, they had previously sent him on a mental journey to the past. It was unforgettable, the experience deeply engraved in his heart. Since it was possible in the past, then this type of matchless expert could definitely appear in the future as well. Sherhao sighed, and then said, "In the future, where am I? Could it be that I no longer exist, falling along with the end of this great era?" He looked towards the cauldron, and then into the distance. The world became overcast, black haze spreading. The white bones on the ground were like snow, piling up everywhere. Did this foretell his future in this great era? Lonesome, dark, lacking hope. "I refuse to believe it," Sherhao said coldly. "I won't die, I will definitely transcend and become undying, killing all enemies from past and present." Following these words, that cauldron shook, shining with incomparable brilliance, as if it was resonating with him, feeling deeply happy. "What exactly do you wish to tell me?" Sherhao asked. Regardless of whether it needed help or was trying to communicate with him, this cauldron should have something it wanted to tell him, only it was unable to say it clearly. "That battle, I wish to see you." Suddenly, a sound was transmitted from that cauldron again. At this moment, it used up a tremendous amount of power, holding back the profound and hidden natural laws, telling him this. Sherhao's entire body trembled greatly, as if he grasped something, about to see a mysterious scene. At this moment, between heaven and earth, endless natural laws interweaved. Lightning accompanied by immortal energy began to frantically surge. Chapter 1067, Other Side of the World. An expanse of lightning immediately hacked down, heaven and earth blasted through. The boundless battlefield was drowned underneath, everything about to be destroyed. Sherhao felt that this type of lightning was too terrifying, any streak enough to blast through a great province. If it happened in the 3,000 provinces, the results would be too horrible to even contemplate. The cauldron rushed over again, and as if it was severing karma, cut down natural order, eliminating something. In the end, the most terrifying immortal Dao lightning Sherhao had ever seen disappeared, all of it turning into a rain of light, thus scattering. However, this cauldron became a bit dimmer, the blood beads on its surface rolling about, strange brilliance shining, but ultimately returning to darkness. This cauldron was too powerful, hacking away the lightning. However, it also paid a great price. Sherhao knew that the reason why destructive power appeared was completely because of him and the cauldron's conversation. The great mysteries affected the world's balance and stability. He felt a sense of uneasiness inside. What exactly was the future going to be like? This cauldron came from the future to find an ancient person like him, proving the severity of the situation. It reached an unimaginable degree. Right now, they only spoke a few simple sentences, not touching the core matters yet, not conversing without any restraint, yet there was already this type of scene. Sherhao understood that they couldn't truly communicate. Even this roundabout, barely touching upon the topic way already created this result. If they really spoke what they wanted, that would definitely cause devastating effects. Doing things like this will change history. It affected too much. It was because this cauldron came from the next great era, returning to this so-called past. The cause and effect this produced was great to an unimaginable degree. For later generations now, everything already happened, impossible to change. Forcefully sending a cauldron back like this would only allow them to watch, unable to change anything. Otherwise, there was no place for it in the heavens or 10,000 worlds. The things that already happened couldn't be. It changed, time long announcing its verdict. Even if the future people's magical force was heaven overflowing, they were still helpless to change anything. They sent this cauldron back, but if they tried to forcefully interfere, even if this cauldron was the #1 artifact throughout time, it would still be destroyed. They carried great hope, but in the end, still couldn't tell me everything, having me slowly guess at the truth. Sherhao looked at the cauldron, releasing a light sigh. Even though this cauldron said that it hoped to see him in that battle, this information didn't really allow him to decipher the most important things. Meanwhile, he believed that this cauldron couldn't release anything more, only able to guide him like this. I already saw a corner of the future, an endless desolateness, a bleak world, accompanied by the divine Tao alone. That is my situation. Nothing existed any longer, even Willow deity dead, turning into scorched wood behind me, my back facing it as I sat there. Sherhao said to himself. This was the scene he previously saw. Is this the end? If you come from the next world, those of that era should understand these things, right? Sherhao asked, his face expressionless. However, this time, the simple and ancient cauldron didn't reply. This wasn't a tacit acknowledgement, nor was it opposition. It seemed to be in doubt, analyzing something. It was because the emperor blood on the cauldron walls were shining, flickering about rhythmically, continuously fluctuating. Sherhao narrowed his eyes. Even though he felt unwillingness, he didn't feel dispirited. He was feeling out what the future was going to be like. However, because of this cauldron, he found it a bit difficult to calm down. The matters pertaining to him, to this great era's situation, could it be that even the later generations were unclear? After this great era ended, where would he be? Would he be dead? Or would there be some type of unforeseen event? Sherhao said to himself, "It seems like there are many things that should be spoken to me, or else there wouldn't be a need for you to come this far." Only, he saw a corner of the future. Was that the final result? He clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to accept it. If everything became deathly still, the entire world destroyed, leaving only him behind, what meaning was there left in survival? His friends, loved ones, and even enemies would all be dead. A gloomy world like that was too frightening. "I can change everything. That isn't the future, not the end," Sherhao said. This cauldron swayed about, as if nodding, but also like it was withstanding tremendous karma. Suddenly, it moved, tearing apart this void, rushing forward, thus disappearing from Sherhao's sight. This made him stare blankly. This cauldron led him here, but left without any reluctance in the end, everything happening so suddenly. He released a sigh. In the end, he still wasn't strong enough. If his strength, shocked past and present, then he could grasp everything, perhaps even forcefully making that cauldron stay behind. Right, it said that it came too early. What it wished to meet, to wait for is naturally not my current self. It is definitely the most powerful me. Sherhao understood. Only, how was he supposed to go back? This shouldn't be the region he was at before. Sherhao's divine senses were extremely sharp. He knew that the path he followed to arrive in the strange and spacious battlefield was likely inside Emperor City, but he was now too far from the three great supreme beings. It left, but the crack is still there, not closing. Sherhao saw the radiance ahead. This was the aftermath left behind after the cauldron disappeared, multicolored light shining brilliantly. That place's void had a crack that was unexpectedly still vibrating. Sherhao knew that this cauldron wouldn't harm him. If there was danger, it wouldn't leave this path behind. Was this to guide him? Perhaps this was all it could do. If it forcefully interfered any further, it might just trigger karma not even the immortal cauldron could counteract. Everything was dusky, not a blade of grass growing on the scorched earth, dried up bones everywhere. They were left behind from endless years ago, unknown just how many heroes ended up dying in battle here. In the darkness, only that brightly colored brilliance was the most striking, bringing light to this world of death. With a schwa sound, Sherhao rushed through. Immediately afterwards, he smelled the fragrance of flowers, heard bird cries. The grass and trees were fresh, a place of green hills and clear waters, spiritual essence undulating about. Sherhao was stunned. This type of scene was completely different from what he expected. It wasn't deathly still, not a scorched earth, no corpses, only thriving life force. The cauldron disappeared. Sherhao was faced with an expanse of lush greenery. Auspicious light flickered about, appearing extremely auspicious and peaceful. What kind of place did I enter? Sherhao felt a wave of distractedness. The difference between the previous place and this one was just too great. Just now he was still in an ancient battlefield, and now he was in a pure land. The brilliant light behind him disappeared, that void crack closing, thus disappearing. Was this a spatial node? Sherhao glanced backwards, remembering this place. He might have to make use of this place to return. He wanted to see just what kind of place he ended up entering. He didn't fly out of fear of being suppressed by mysterious laws. It was clear that this world was extremely unordinary, bringing him a sense of vastness and grandness. It was as if a great Tao had descended, bringing him a great pressure within the auspiciousness and peacefulness. Suddenly, a little bird that was still crying out turned into a streak of green light, flying towards Sherhao, its speed just too fast. Sherhao blocked with his sparks unexpectedly flew out between his palm and fingers, kong-chong sounds released, as if metal was striking against each other. This left him shocked. It was just a palm-sized little bird, so how could it have such strength, moreover such a tough body? It was inconceivable. With a green flash, this bird withdrew, leaving behind a string of afterimages like a ghost. It landed on a mountain peak not too far away, staring fixedly at him. Sherhao narrowed his eyes, opening his heavenly eyes to stare at it. Its speed just now was too fast, so he didn't notice anything before. Now he saw everything. Soon afterwards, Sherhao sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a species that did not exist in the 3,000 Dao provinces. It wasn't large, but its appearance was rather strange. Its bird beak was like a true dragon, curved and shaped like a dragon, too abnormal. Apart from this, there were a few vague skull-like diagrams on its green wings. They were naturally formed and not artificially produced. Dragon-beaked deathbird? Sherhao didn't dare believe what he was seeing. He recognized it, but this was a species that didn't exist in the present world, long going extinct. This was a demonic bird recorded in bone books. It was too archaic, so ancient that only a few could be found at the start of this great era. However, they became extinct soon afterwards. Yet, it was rumored that in the last great era, they were a powerful race. Even though they weren't large, they possessed rather terrifying, comprehensive strength. What kind of place did I end up running to? Why am I seeing this type of creature? Sure, Hao was confused. It was because from what he understood, the world in this great era had long undergone a great change, the laws and order different. Many creatures couldn't adapt, disappearing along the great river of time. Many of immortal ancient great era's creatures went extinct, unable to adapt to this world. Even after the 3,000 great Dao flower petals linked up immortal ancient remains, this type of demonic bird had still disappeared, not adapting to the world's changes, the entire species wiped out. It could be said that this type of bird shouldn't exist in this world at all. Yet before his eyes, this notion was toppled. This dragon-beaked death bird was clearly ridiculously powerful. However, Hao also noticed that its eyes were red, different from the emerald green that was recorded. It was too striking, flickering with a type of strange and terrifying radiance. This made Hao's mind jump. He couldn't help but associate this with immortal ancient great era's battle. Back then, those intruders were just like this, their eyes scarlet red like blood, as if they had undergone demonization. Hao was shocked. He made a terrifying association. This place I came to, don't tell me it's that world? If that was true, then it was just too shocking. However, he then shook his head with all his strength. This really was a bit too unrealistic. The desolate border was difficult to break into, not easy to cross. However, that cauldron perhaps had this power. This was what he thought. Green multicolored light flashed. That bird flew over again, inconceivably fast. Moreover, at this moment, it displayed a Dao method, draconic cries sounding unendingly. The bird beak shone, releasing dragon-shaped light blades, hacking murderously towards Hao. Normal heavenly deities would die on contact. Hao sighed. He used all of his strength, finally using the Kuan Pum technique, suppressing this bird. He was going to get to the bottom of this, ask it about this place. However, something shocking happened. When the bird was suppressed, its blood pupils went dim, and then its body began to rot. Then, its feathers turned into ashes. Not long afterwards, it completely turned to dust. It seemed to have experienced an eternity in that instant, body and spirit erased. Hao searched around this place, discovering that this demonic bird was the nearby overlord. All of the creatures survived under its rule. However, this region was extremely strange. All of the vicious birds and ferocious beasts that lived here had scarlet red eyes, impossible to tame. Once they were injured, they directly turned to dust. The other side of the world, did I end up in the enemy's territory? I am going to get to the bottom of this. Hao's heart was pounding. The unexpected trip made it hard for him to calm down. He had been speculating what the enemy was like this entire time, what kind of backgrounds they had. Now he might have found a chance, perhaps able to learn about a few things soon. Chapter 1068, Desolate Border Creatures. Hao walked forward, leaving this primary area. He felt rather nervous. Did he really end up on the other side of the world? This place was lush with plant life, spiritual spring murmuring, the cliffs steep. When Hao rose into the air, he discovered that the natural laws of this world were different, vaguely suppressing him, but it wasn't that big of an issue. The world is different, the natural laws of heaven and earth different. I really crossed the desolate border? He couldn't believe it. Numerous purple mountain peaks appeared. The spiritual essence of this place was especially rich, some of the springs and pools made completely of spiritual liquid, sparkling and translucent. A fragrance assailed the nostrils, many medicinal herbs he had never seen before growing in this region, releasing their sweet fragrance. Don't tell me that I ended up barging into a great figure's medicine garden? Hao said to himself. It was because he could clearly smell the aura of holy medicines, with a chance of even divine medicines being here. Sure enough, after walking into this purple mountain region, he immediately saw a stalk of golden ginseng. It was as thick as an arm, golden and shining, flowing with holy light. Really as the radish. If that little rabbit saw this, she would definitely be crying out. Hao thought of the lunar jade rabbit, that young lady loved to chew on holy ginseng the most. When he thought of her, he naturally couldn't help but think of that young Qilin beast. What exactly was going on? He still never had a chance to ask her. Following a light sound, Hao gently removed the golden ginseng. Not including the golden lateral roots, just the main root was 2 feet long, surging with spiritual essence, golden radiance shining brilliantly. A rich fragrance wafted outwards. When one inhaled the scent, it would make them feel extremely comfortable. Soon after, he discovered that something wasn't right. Relying on intuition, he fiercely dug up the soil. Sure Hao released a cry of alarm. For him, this was an extremely rare thing. It was just too shocking. He directly threw aside the golden ginseng, feeling sick, extremely uncomfortable. He immediately rushed over to the spiritual spring to wash his hands, regretting his action just now greatly. Below the soil was a corpse. Even after endless years, the bones still haven't decayed. The flesh dried up, a layer of old skin wrapped around the bones. It was clear that this was an expert, moreover an extremely powerful figure. It was because Sure Hao could tell with a glance that this was a great figure from the archaic era. Even after endless years had passed, his corpse was still preserved, truly not simple. This golden ginseng took root precisely on this corpse, growing on top of it. Sure Hao felt extremely strange, at the same time unwell. Holy medicines usually grew on spiritual and refined places. How could it take root on a corpse? The only fortunate thing was that he didn't randomly eat it. If he truly took a bite, then he would really feel regret then. Sure Hao studied it a bit. This golden holy ginseng root wasn't much different from that of the 3,000 provinces, similarly rich with spiritual essence. Based on his suspicions, the medicinal effects shouldn't be much inferior. Sure Hao walked to the mountain region, and then he immediately became petrified. He saw stock after stock of holy medicines, their numbers not few. These holy medicines were a bit familiar, but he had never seen most of them before. At the very least, they had long gone extinct in the 3,000 Dao provinces. Sure Hao carefully analyzed them. These were all rare species. If he didn't guess wrong, they should be holy medicines that had long become extinct in immortal ancient great era. The era was different. The laws of heaven and earth changed. Many creatures became extinct. This naturally included medicinal herbs and others. They still existed here. He became more and more certain that this might be the other side of the world he resided in. With a light stamp of his feet, the ground surface ruptured, the earth and rocks flying up. Sure Hao could clearly see that what rest beneath a stalk of holy medicine was a skeleton, terrifyingly sinister. Could it be that they were all like this? This was a bit terrifying. Sure enough, when Sure Hao brandished his palm, causing the mountain region to split open, he was stunned. There were skeletal remains everywhere underground, especially the places with holy medicines. Olive filled them with ancient skin and bone corpses. All of the holy medicines took root on their bodies, absorbing spiritual essence, growing like this. In reality, these skeleton remains didn't only produce a single batch of holy medicines. They had always been used like this. Sure Hao researched these ancient corpses seriously. His mind pounded. These creatures were just too powerful when they were alive. Just how many years have passed? Yet they still carried divine force fluctuations. How cruel, unable to obtain rest even after death, used like this. Sure Hao clenched his fists. It was because he saw that these corpses were the same as the races he had seen in bone books, belonging to immortal ancients people, originally people from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Only, it was unknown if they were captured or if they died in this world, ultimately becoming nourishment for growing holy medicines. Just how cruel of a thing was this? They were originally the most powerful experts, yet they had this type of lamentable conclusion. Sure Hao left this purple mountain region, entering an even more vast mountain range. Ancient trees were everywhere, ancient vines coiling around mountains. Sure Hao sent a palm out. Mountain peaks collapsed, rocks flying into the sky. Immediately afterwards, his pupils rapidly shrunk, revealing murderous intent. His suspicions were true. There were white bones everywhere, even below the ordinary mountain region. There were several hundred Zhongtal giants, a foot-long purple golden rat, but they had already become dried-up bones. What kind of place was this, for there to be skeleton remains everywhere beneath the surface? Was this a past battlefield? Sure Hao's face fell, because these creatures should originally all belong to immortal ancient great era, that world's creatures, yet now, they were all lying here. Fortunately, there weren't many formidable creatures here, only that dragon-beaked deathbird who ruled this vast mountain range. Sure Hao continuously examined this place, verifying that this mountain was full of white bones. Then, he went on his way, sticking close to the mountain forest. He turned into a streak of lightning, rushing into the distance. He wanted to find a city in this realm, wishing to see what kind of people resided here. Finally, he left the mountain range region, entering a field, seeing signs of activity. There were creatures moving about here. Sure Hao immediately moved. He really wanted to know what the enemies that were trying to invade his world were like. He didn't believe those red-eyed creatures were the only enemy. Yes, The main culprits. He wished to see the main culprits, the ones known as the most powerful enemies, just what kind of races they were. And soon afterwards, Sher Hao seized to figure a humanoid creature. He really wanted to take action and capture this person and carefully study it. However, the sound of space shattering transmitted from the distance. 800 Zhonglong silver centipedes pulled a war chariot, rising up into the air, incredibly grand and imposing. Sher Hao was shocked. Those 8 centipedes were unordinary, their 100 Zhong bodies surging with poisonous mist. Their silver shells were awe-inspiring, all of them heavenly deities. Sher Hao really was quite shaken up. To have heavenly deities pull the carriage, this was just too great of a display of extravagance, right? He definitely never saw someone act like this in the 3,000 provinces. As a result, he didn't act too recklessly, allowing them to depart into the distance. He heard a young lady's laughter from that war chariot, leaving him stunned. The expert that had 8 heavenly deities as servants was a young lady? This was a bit hard to comprehend. Or is this to say that she is a servant girl and there's another powerful individual? Sher Hao wasn't sure. Only, based on his intuition, that young lady was likely the master of the carriage, because that laughter carried self-confidence, not the laughter of a female servant trying to curry favor. This place has powerful individuals, definitely a special place. Sher Hao didn't stay here. When that war chariot left, he appeared again, and then quickly rushed into the horizon. Soon after, he saw a city that was extremely large, towering in the limits of the horizon. This was an ancient city, the style a bit oppressive. The entire enormous city was a pitch-black color, made from a type of mysterious ore. It was as if a black-colored vicious beast was laying dormant, its aura majestic and boundless. And what kind of race is this? Sher Hao narrowed his eyes. He didn't recognize them, never seeing them before in the 3,000 provinces. They weren't humanoid, similar to reptile people. Their lower halves were like flood dragons, scales a deep color, claws sharp, their upper bodies humanoid. There was also a pair of black wings behind them. It was precisely this type of creature that guarded the city. In addition, when Sher Hao looked into the city from afar, he saw many similar creatures inside. This was a city that belonged exclusively to this race. Unfortunately, Sher Hao didn't recognize them. There were no recordings even in the bone books. Could it be that these are the terrifying enemies that stand against us? They seem to be of the more vicious sort, hard to reason with. Sher Hao said quietly, observing them a step further. When those creatures opened their mouths and spoke, they used an ancient language that was rather complex, carrying coronal consonants, impossible to. Oh, understand. Sher Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully thinking to himself for a long time. He didn't enter the city, deciding to leave. It was because he was just too different from these creatures in appearance. Even with the 72 transformations, they might still be able to tell if he entered rashly. It was because some species were too sharp towards creatures of other species. Sher Hao left this region, crossing the plains, heading on his way again. As a result, he discovered another city, the scale even larger, even more grand. Soon after, Sher Hao's eyes widened. It was because the species in the city were too familiar. They were just like him, human race. There was definitely no mistake. It was to the extent where he could even see their flesh, blood, and bones with his heavenly eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of difference. The so-called enemies, they are actually the same species as us. There were quite a few experts in the city. As a whole, they were more powerful than the race he saw just now. Sher Hao became momentarily absent-minded. A moment later, he disappeared from this place, quickly moving through these plains, wishing to fully understand the situation. Soon after, he discovered more than 10 ancient cities, all of them with powerful experts overseeing them. There were 7 or 8 races, half of these cities grasped in the hands of the human race. The relations between these cities were still rather peaceful, all of them speaking the same type of ancient language. Sher Hao's brows locked together deeply. This was a bit different from what he had imagined. This was the enemy? He found it a bit hard to believe, feeling like there was something wrong. Soon after, Sher Hao took action, catching 1 or 2 creatures outside the city. These 2 creatures' strength wasn't great, only ordinary humans. Sher Hao wasn't really willing to take action against those with strength that was too great, because that would easily cause trouble and problems. Meanwhile, even if these small figures disappeared, it likely wouldn't draw too much attention. He frowned, because these were the lowest-level creatures who didn't understand the fundamentals of this world, unable to provide Sher Hao with any valuable information. However, his return was still acceptable because after reading these individuals' divine senses, he learned their ancient language, as well as understood a bit about this world's social customs. Sher Hao changed into this world's clothes and then swaggered towards a giant city belonging to the human race. He was quite successful, not drawing any suspicion. Sherhao smoothly entered the loud and bustling streets. Sherhao took up residence, not immediately searching around. Only a few days later, when he completely familiarized himself with a few issues he had to pay attention to, did he start to take action. Through indirect approaches and casual chatter, Sherhao obtained extremely valuable info. Matt Ion that left him shocked. We have to fight our way over sooner or later. After losing most of the spiritual earth, we have to defend our honor, seize it back. I heard that nowadays, those places have been beaten quite badly, now called the 9 heavens 10 earths. When he heard their words, Sherhao's mind went cold. Hey, we are the fiends? Bullshit, they are the real monsters. That world originally belonged to us, but was invaded and occupied. An elder roared in grief. Sherhao was stupefied. What kind of words were these? It was completely different from what he had imagined. Chapter 1069, Searching for Truth. Sherhao really wanted to ask why the elder roared like this. This was completely different from what he understood, to the extent where it was basically the direct opposite. The city was extremely large, piled up with black enormous rocks that flickered with cold radiance like metal. It was a bit suffocating. However, the city was quite lively, people coming and going, and endless stream of horses and carriages coming and going, extremely bustling. When that topic was mentioned, many people became stirred up, feeling quite unsatisfied. Based on what they said, they were the true owners of the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were forced to leave against their will, chased out from their homes by devils. Sherhao carefully examined them. These people were indeed no different from the human race, not different species. Since they were the same race, why did they call the people of the other side of the desolate border devils? The 9 heavens 10 earths geniuses should be the ones with the right to call the people here this term, because once these people crossed the desolate border, it represented destruction, the end of a great era. They all said that there was an immortal ancient, who knew if there were other great eras before then. They were all destroyed, forever buried. This was like a reincarnation, but also a type of predestination. Now, it was this era's turn, everything destined for destruction. When he thought this situation, Sherhao was a bit angry. It was clearly these people who wanted to destroy the 3,000 Dao provinces, so why did they play the victim? At the very least, from what he understood, the 3,000 provinces had always been on the defensive, never attacking this side of the world, the situation miserable. As a result, Sherhao began to move secretly, capturing a few people and searching their consciousness. He discovered that all of them were of the same beliefs. Just where does the problem lay? Which world is speaking lies? Sherhao firmly believed that the 3,000 provinces were the victims. After all, even now, they were about to face a fate of death. In the following days, Sherhao continuously investigated. He blended into these natives, interacting and understanding the situation from them. There are some that are strong, but there are also those that are weak. Generally speaking, they aren't too much stronger than my 3,000 provinces, so what are they relying on to destroy the 9 heavens 10 earths? Sherhao asked himself. It was because he had traveled through many mountains and valleys, entering many enormous cities, coming into contact with powerful clans one after another. He couldn't help but admit that some of the clans were ridiculously powerful, but they still didn't possess the power to overwhelm the other side of the world, right? Many of the great clans were clans that had existed since immortal ancient great era. Now, they had long disappeared from the 3,000 Dao provinces. The appearance of any of these clans in the other world would trigger an uproar. This really was something that toppled everything he knew. The so-called extinct, so-called no longer existing was all fake. They were still quite prosperous. Sherhao had a strange feeling. Just who were they fighting against? Who was their enemy? One had to understand that in the last great era, these creatures existed in the 9 heavens 10 earths, forever buried by the enemies on this side. Only, he didn't see the corresponding enemies, only seeing the originally extinct ancient creatures. This made him shiver inwardly. He recalled the scene of his mental journey back to immortal ancient. These were all creatures that had been targets of destruction. Even though those enemies were wrapped in mist, he could see that some of them were large, some of them humanoid, all of them with their unique characteristics. Where were those enemies? Sherhao stared blankly. After coming to this side of the desolate border, he had never seen any enemies, only seeing ancient people that should have originally disappeared from existence. I am going to get to the bottom of this, Sherhao said. Then, he began to wander about, visiting many ancient lands. As for those public libraries and others, they were almost completely rummaged through by him. For an entire month, Sherhao immersed himself in a special state, continuously searching about, hoping to find the truth. His search wasn't completely fruitless. He finally saw a line of text on a steep cliff. The truth has been destroyed in history. Towards the creatures of this world, this didn't count as much, because it was just a line of complaint. They assumed it was something left behind by some experts who weren't content, letting their emotions affect their decisions. However, for Sure Hao, it crashed down like thunder. He was different, his background different, so the feeling he got from this wasn't the same. I have to investigate further, have to get to the bottom of this. Sure Hao began to roam about all different places. He discovered with astonishment that this world really was too large, definitely not smaller than the 3,000 provinces. It was vast and boundless without limit, allowing him to travel as he pleased. Moreover, there really were many cultivat ors in this world, seemingly having to do with the world's laws and other reason. They were a notch better than the 3,000 provinces in this regard. Just like that, Sure Hao visited ancient tribes one after another, all for the sake of learning the truth. After using up several months of time, he finally obtained some clues. This world's history was a bit unclear. The records of what happened before the Archaic era wasn't clear. In addition, in the most ancient tribes he traveled through, some of the historical sites had a few weapons and artifacts left over that drew his suspicions. This was especially the case with a few stone engravings, a few copper cauldron engraving patterns. The damaged images recorded on them were extremely strange, and also left others puzzled. Sure Hao was careful, paying more and more attention. He searched about like this, seriously exploring, as a result discovering that there were a few people in this world who were searching for answers as well. They were people who searched the past. These people were mainly bards, wanderers, and others. Of course, these people weren't looking for the great mysteries of past and present, purely doing this out of interest, just to answer some questions about the ancient era. However, this was good news for Sure Hao. He needed these types of people, wishing to exchange and interact with them. He encountered some people like this, and through interacting with them, learned their habits and characteristics. He continuously came into contact with similar people, and as a result obtained great returns. No matter how hard a single person worked, the effects would still be limited. After all, he didn't belong to this world, only looking around right now. He couldn't compare to these people. Woo. Some people claim that there was a period of darkness in the ancient era that was full of bloodiness. In the end, for some unknown reason, that piece of history was erased, as if there was a page forcefully turned. This was what a bard told him. In the distant past, our world seemed to have some other creatures. They were too powerful, high above, but later on, it was unknown what happened, but they disappeared. This was what another elder said. Sure Hao's heart pounded with pung-pung sounds. After using up several months of time, he finally learned about a few important situations, feeling great joy inside. Those were the saviors, the paramount unmatched existences. Another added. Of course, these were all legends passed around on a small scale. Normal people didn't know about it, they were mostly things that were deduced after organizing the ruined diagrams from the stone cliffs and other places off the beaten path. Sure Hao's mind felt a bit of pressure. He just felt like this shattered past, once it was truly deciphered, the truth clarified, it might be extremely cruel, unendurably heavy. I want the truth. He went on his way again. He interacted with these Lu and frequently entered historical sites alone in search of clues. Finally, he made a new discovery, unexpectedly obtained a new term, undying being. These creatures were incredibly powerful, appearing before in history. When matched up with the fragmented clues he previously understood, he believed that they should be the ones who previously affected the world. Only when they disappeared, they could no longer be found. Youngster, this world will always have truths we cannot understand, too many things shrouded in mystery. However, sooner or later, they will come to the surface and no longer be secrets. This was what an elder told him. He also gave Sure Hao an important clue that not everyone forgot about the past events. At the very least, the most powerful inheritances of this world should understand what happened in the ancient past. Only, they guarded their secrets, not willing to speak about it. Those most ancient inheritances understand the history and truth? Sure Hao's eyes lit up. I presume so. I had previously heard from a Holy Land's great elder that this world truly has undying beings who protect us. The elder said. When he heard the first half, Sure Hao was still excited and moved, but when he heard the last part, he immediately felt his body go cold. That undying being was protecting them? Sure Hao felt a deep coldness, a chill running down his back. If he were looking from what he understood from the 3,000 provinces, those should be enemies. Why was it that in the mouths of the people of this realm, they became saviors? Sure Hao understood clearly that the creatures of immortal ancient great era were the targets of destruction. The battle back then definitely happened, he even personally witnessed it. But now, there were actually descendants of those who were destroyed still alive, but they had long forgotten the past. Soon after, Sher Hao learned of a fact. Great waves were stirring in this world, great ancient sects mobilizing forces, perhaps about to launch a great battle. However, the creatures of this world often fought between themselves too, so it wasn't much different from normal. Only this time, a few great sects transmitted outwards that the great battle this time was unprecedented. If they succeed, they might be able to overturn the 9 heavens 10 earths and leave this place. Sher Hao's mind trembled. They were finally going to come, the creatures of this world also starting to prepare for war. Undying Mountain has revived, the great opportunity has arrived. Moreover, right at this time, someone spread this information. Sher Hao was pleasantly surprised. He had long heard from a few bards' mouths about that mountain peak. It was known to be great and boundless, able to get close to the Undying. Only, normally it was extremely peaceful without anything special. Only during special times would it revive. Now it was reviving, meaning that he could go take a look. There was a portion of the truth there. From what he understood through others' mouths, after reviving, Undying Mountain would display large amounts of engravings, rumored to possibly be truths of the ancient era. Sher Hao moved, using up a long time, arriving after hurrying for many days. This was a great mountain that was entirely reddish-brown in color, as if it had been soaked in blood and now dried up, the color not fading much. When he arrived here, a boundless pressure surged, simply unimaginable, pressuring everyone until they couldn't breathe. It was as if an enormous hammer smashed down on the pits of their stomachs. Sher Hao was moved. This mountain really was too terrifying. He looked at it. It stretched into the clouds, incomparably massive. He couldn't help but sigh. There were no great peaks in this world taller than this one. Sher Hao approached. As soon as he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he was shocked. It was because on a few of the stone walls, there were some damaged diagrams, traces left behind by ancient people. Undying beings. Sher Hao saw a few ancient diagrams. His expression immediately changed, because according to the truths the diagrams portrayed, there really were unmatched terrifying creatures in this world. They were exceptionally powerful, truly undying. Chapter 1070, Undying Mountain. The mountains were majestic, the reddish-brown color carrying a hint of sinister feeling. Not a single blade of grass grew here, and even the stone steps carried a faint red blood color. Sher Hao ascended the mountain, searching stone walls for engravings one after another, hoping to find history's truths. He already examined more than 10 diagrams, on all of them recorded these so-called saviors, or the undying beings many people spoke of. Those creatures were blurry, a wave of sky, shocking killing intent seeping out of those stone walls. Sher Hao's expression became serious, more fearful the more he saw. This diagram was definitely not left behind by an ordinary person, simply having a soul. Otherwise, how could it still be so intimidating after all these years? The mountain was steep. The further up he went, the greater the pressure he felt. Even someone as powerful as Sher Hao felt a stifling feeling when he made it halfway up the mountain. What kind of place was this? Meanwhile, during this process, he saw a few other stone engravings, his expression becoming more and more grave. It was because according to the records, those undying beings were unmatched experts who previously killed the so-called devils of another world, saving all of the creatures in this world, providing for them. This toppled everything Sher Hao knew. He definitely didn't believe it. The higher up he climbed, the more closely he examined them. These stone engravings became more and more striking, making Sher Hao's body go cold. Just how powerful were the methods used to overthrow history's truth? He felt this entire time that the so-called undying beings were related to the enemies that slaughtered their way into the 9 heavens 10 earths. It should be them. Yet now, they were regarded as saviors. Sher Hao's mind went cold, releasing a wave of powerless feeling. He was getting close to the mountaintop, but when there was still some distance, Sher Hao stopped. It was because he saw a few people, all of them covered in sweat, seated on the floor. Even though he also felt tired as well, he could still continue on. However, he didn't continue, stopping here. Sher Hao was extremely shocked. The ones here were all at the prime of their lives, more than 10 of them in total. All of them cultivated immortal energy, using this to support themselves. This was the reason why they could reach this place. Soon afterwards, he thought of those rumors. This was a place of great natural luck. Each time the Undying Mountain revived, many of the most stunning youngsters under the sky would come here to obtain great natural luck. Sher Hao revealed a look of surprise. Could it be that he could also get something from this place? Those people looked over. When they saw Sher Hao's condition, they were all astonished, a few of their pupils even rapidly shrinking. You never activated immortal energy, yet could directly walk up? Eventually, someone cried out in alarm. Sherha was shaken up, understanding why ascending this mountain was so difficult, making him feel a bit suffocated. Turns out those who wanted to ascend this mountain had to cultivate immortal energy. Sure enough, when he released a strand of immortal energy, the pressure he faced lessened greatly. "Who are you, actually able to climb the mountain without releasing immortal energy?" one of them asked bitterly, feeling that this was extremely unfair. A middle-aged man sighed and said, "Let's go, there's no hope even if we reach the top. The experts this year are too many, we should give up our hopes on the undying." After saying this, the middle-aged man got up. A strand of immortal energy swirled around his body, his gait unsteady, head covered in sweat as he headed down the mountain, feeling incredibly dejected. "I came from the great wastelands, remained in the mountain forests, far from society, so I do not understand too much about this great mountain. Can Dao friends help clear up my confusion?" Sherha spoke in a rather humble manner. He wanted to know what kind of place this was exactly, what kind of natural luck there was, why they came. "This is Undying Mountain, as well as the place where the saviors recorded in the Great Holy Land's ancient texts appear. We came here naturally out of hope that the undying beings would appear, so we could follow them," a young lady said. She also cultivated a strand of immortal energy, quite stunning and extraordinary. She didn't leave, because she was still young, her potential greater than that of the middle-aged man who left the mountain earlier. She still had the plasticity to reach even higher. It was because according to the ancient Holy Land's records, the undying beings liked younger heroes. They were easier to foster, more easily molded. Sherha's mind felt as if a tornado swept through it. This place was going to have an undying individual? Was this information true? If it was, then that was too shocking. Sherha discovered that the bits and pieces he had collected up until now were all true. When strung up together, it really was cruel and terrifying. Of course, this type of coldness was only something he alone felt. The creatures in this world wouldn't feel such a thing. What kind of place did I arrive in? The undying enemies have become saviors. Sherha sighed. He hoped that his judgment was wrong, that everything was fake. Otherwise, it was just too terrible. The people who reached this place were all stunning individuals, every one of them with astonishing backgrounds, all of them top-level heaven-warping figures from various holy lands. Of course, there were loose cultivators too. They didn't speak much, every single one of them calm and unflustered. They could sense that Sherha was strong, inwardly sighing, feeling that the competition was too fierce. "The most powerful have all ascended, you should hurry and make your move too," someone reminded, revealing good intentions. Perhaps this could be considered a type of investment too. It was because once one was brought away by an undying being, their accomplishments in the future would become limitless, destined to shine brilliantly. Sherha offered his thanks and then climbed the mountain again. He displayed immortal energy, surrounding himself with it, advancing towards the mountaintop. The pressure became greater and greater. Later on, when he was close to the top, Sherha felt like it was a bit strenuous even when using 2 strands of immortal energy, almost unable to support himself. He shivered inwardly. It seemed like none of the ones who were able to reach the mountaintop were weak, all of them ridiculously powerful. This was a path prepared for those with 3 strands of immortal energy. However, just how many people like this could there be? He narrowed his eyes. There were people on the mountaintop. Sure enough, there were powerful individuals who had long arrived. Suddenly, he saw a diagram on the stone wall on the side of the road. This time, aside from an undying being, he also saw the Kuanpung and Willow deities' stone engravings. Are they going to fight against the undying beings? Sherha stopped, looking at the experts on the engraving. After looking at it for a long time, Sherha continued up the stairs, finally arriving at the mountain top. He felt a tremendous pressure here. It was also precisely at this time that he saw a young man whose entire body was shining, walking midair towards a stone wall. Golden light released endlessly, a path appearing. He following a golden path, suddenly disappearing from this PL. Ace! Sherha was stupefied. That person disappeared just too quickly. Was this to see an undying being? At the same time, he was shaken up. That person cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. He saw this clearly. He was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he only had time to see his departing figure. He couldn't help but release a sigh. The natural laws of this world and other things were unordinary, terrifying as expected. Their cultivation level was a notch above the 3,000 provinces. You are quite formidable, coming up only by relying on 2 strands of immortal energy. Why are you not displaying your 3rd strand of immortal energy? A melodious voice sounded, extremely pleasant to listen to, as if orioles were chirping. Sherha revealed a look of surprise, because he felt that this voice was a bit familiar. It was a young lady who sat at the mountaintop, currently looking at a stone monument, as if pondering and studying it. She didn't turn around, but was clearly talking to Sherhao. It was because right now only the two of them were left. Sherhao laughed, releasing 3 strands of immortal energy around him, decreasing the pressure he faced sharply, immediately feeling much better. Soon after, he knew who this young lady was. That aura, that voice, were things he had previously felt. Several months ago, when he first arrived in this world, he had seen 8 silver centipedes pull a carriage. The one carried precisely this woman. The young lady got up, 3 strands of immortal energy swirling around her, displaying that she was an exceptional genius, someone comparable to exiled immortal, 10 Crown King, and Ning Chuan. When one first gave this girl a look, they would only feel that she was pretty, but not stunning. However, the more one looked at her, the more it would feel as if she carried a type of immortal Dao aura. Her eyes were intelligent, aura extraordinary. She was extremely unordinary, her entire being giving off a restrained elegance. The more one looked at her, the more one would feel as if her style was unmatched, transcending this world, far greater than those so-called beauties. It's you, we met before. She was shocked, her charming face revealing a look of surprise. Sherhao was shocked. Back then, they only hurriedly passed each other, and he hid to the side, yet was unexpectedly still sensed by this woman. The other party was formidable after all. It's a small world. Sherhao calmed down, asking her how many people entered. Currently, only 2 entered. It is unknown if there will be any more. The young lady replied, there were a few monuments here with inscriptions and stone engravings on them. If one's strength was great enough, they could activate immortal energy to activate the monument, open up a passage to see the undying being. Why haven't you gone on your way yet? Sherhao asked, a bit reluctant to leave this world. The young lady said, feeling a bit emotional. She looked at the scenery below the mountain. A small carriage appeared in her hands, supported by her palm. There were 8 small silver centipedes as well. Sherhao was shocked. Even someone like this still carried traits of a young girl, feeling reluctant to leave home. Once one goes to see the undying being, how long will it be before one can return? Sherhao asked. A long time, all the way until one's cultivation succeeds. The young lady said. Sherhao asked her for guidance, claiming to have lived in the wilderness deserted mountains this whole time, not understand these things too much. He obtained some astonishingly valuable information from this young lady. Once this undying mountain activated, it could connect to another heaven and earth, forming an ancient path. Only those who cultivated immortal energy could enter. That was a pure land where undying beings resided, the world where unmatched creatures lived. Having the qualifications to enter, being guided by undying beings, this was undoubtedly tremendous natural luck. Sherhao gasped inwardly. If he had recklessly entered, it was hard to say what would happen. I've talked quite a bit, it's time for me to head on my way as well, even if I still feel reluctance. The young lady gave the distant mountains and valleys a look, and then turned around, preparing to open up a path and leave. She gave Sherhao a look and said, you aren't going? Let's go together. Sherhao's mind was in complete chaos. If this young lady went to that world, when they met again, they might be great life and death enemies. This young lady was incredibly breathtaking, natural talents exceptional. When she grew up in the future, heaven knew just how terrifying she would become. Meanwhile, she was a human race young lady, not someone who should be an enemy. This was just too great of a pity. Dao friend, take care. Sherhao finally said, making her stop her steps. Do you have something to take care of? The young lady asked him, do you believe that the creatures of the other world are devils? That our homeland was invaded by them? Sherhao said, isn't that the truth? The young lady's pupils flickered. I previously understood a few things from some ancient texts and stone engravings. In the other side of the world, those creatures are just like us, also of the same race. Sherhao said, their bodies are those of people, but their hearts have already turned evil. The young lady shook her head. Sherhao frowned. He really wanted to stop this young lady from meeting the long-life beings, hoping to be able to rope in a powerful helping hand. However now, this seemed impossible. It was because there were some views that were deeply rooted, difficult to change. Sherhao sighed inwardly. If what he suspected was true, then reality was too cruel. The undying beings were fostering exceptional heroic talents to attack the same races. This was just too infuriating. Chapter 1071. Paths different. I see. Disturbance in your eyes, and a type of regret, even sorrow. Why is that? This woman who looked more and more stunning asked. Cannot be explained clearly, cannot be understood, impossible to communicate with, the past unknown. With all of these added together, how can one's mind not be in disorder? Sure, Hao released a light sigh. When one reached their level of cultivation realm, they were naturally able to see through many things. The young lady clearly sensed his great helplessness. You wish to speak about the devils of the other world? Sure, Hao didn't say anything. He knew that it was too hard to explain. These types of deeply rooted thinking, how could his one-sided story change anything? It wasn't realistic at all. What could he even say? Even if he tried his hardest, it would most likely still be ineffective. He couldn't pull back this young lady, unable to make her turn around. It was to the extent where he felt that even if he released his divine senses, allowing the young lady to observe his memories without any misgivings, it would still be too difficult. What was wrong wasn't her, but this entire world. Even if Sher Ha produced something as proof for this world's people to see, he might still be treated as a lunatic and not be understood. Your mind is clouded with thoughts, seemingly hesitating. Don't tell me that it is because of the devils on the other side. The young lady asked with a smile. She was rather sharp. Similarly, she also didn't understand. This was something everyone in this world was familiar with, so what was there to feel conflicted about? What was there to doubt? Once one cultivates to our level, producing 3 strands of immortal energy, when one's mind is calm, I believe all different matters of the mortal world will be understood. You do not need to feel distressed. The young lady continued to advise. When Sher Hao heard this, he could only release a heavy sigh. I wish to tell you a story. Finally, he still couldn't hold himself back, wishing to tell her the truth. As for whether or not it would prove useful at all, he didn't worry about that anymore, only acting to feel at ease. This female genius was just as strong as him, able to face 10 Crown King. If she reached the other side and they fought each other when the time came, that would be too much of a pity. Oh, what kind of story? Is it something you saw from ancient texts? The young lady asked, clearly guessing at something, helping him continue this conversation. Yes, I saw it within an ancient text. Sher Hao nodded. He spoke about the past events of the other side of the world. There are no devils, only a ruined world that had been beaten down. An entire great era ended, all of the creatures buried. Sher Hao said. There was no way he could speak about this through the status of someone with personal experience, only claiming to have seen this from ancient texts. He spoke about everything from the destruction of immortal ANC. And up until the present, speaking about everything. Quite interesting, but I still just feel as if you are making insinuations. Are you hostile against this world? There is no need to believe the ancient texts, no need to treat it as true. The young lady said. Then, she thought for a bit before saying, I wonder, could it be that someone from that world came to our side and left behind this ancient text? When Sher Hao heard this, his mind beat crazily. This young lady was just too sharp, right? Could it be that she directly suspected him just like that? That world's creatures are quite lamentable. They are servants of devils, yet unaware. When they wake up, they will definitely feel great grief. The young lady released a deep sigh. She unexpectedly said this. In Sher Hao's opinion, if those sinister words were used to describe this world, then that would make perfect sense. However, Sher Hao thought things over from a different perspective, and then he couldn't help but feel stunned. In the end, his scalp felt a bit numb. It was because if things were reversed, it also made sense. He was certain that this world was being deceived, the truth buried in the past. It was extremely shocking and horrifying. The so-called immortal ancient great era's destruction, it was all fake? Sher Hao said without thinking. Soon after, he shook his head, not willing to be in a tangle with this issue anymore. Since the young lady didn't have anything else to say, then it was best to leave and separate here. Furthermore, there was another path, which was to kill or seal this woman, eliminating this worry here so they wouldn't have to deal with her on the battlefield. Even though only a hint of killing intent surged within him, not displaying anything on the outside, the young lady still revealed a strange expression, staring at him without saying anything. Why are you looking at me like that? Sher Hao asked. Just now, your emotions were quite chaotic, but it was quite candid, yet now, there is killing intent. Could it be that you wished to take action against me? This young lady was extremely calm, not showing any fear. Sher Hao was greatly alarmed. She was just too sharp, right? She can even guess at the things at the bottom of his heart? You misunderstood. Sher Hao said. How could he admit this? At worst, he would just walk away, meet again in the future. I cultivated mind connection. The young lady said. Sher Hao was shocked. Mind connection, even having this type of ability unearthed, it truly was admirable. This was the second person he had met who grasped mind connection. Those who had these types of methods were destined to become unmatched heroes, extremely rare. In the past, when he was in the lower realm, the gray-clothed, appearance unmatched dual-pupil woman had cultivated mind connection as well. While panicking, Shirhao opened his mouth to ask if the other party knew everything he was thinking. If that was the case, then there'd W. As no need to use words, perhaps they could understand the truth from his mind. However, the young lady's next sentence left Shirhao disappointed. Our strengths are similar, both cultivating 3 strands of immortal energy. Even if I grasped mind connection, it is too hard to seize your memories. The young lady said frankly. Mind connection sounded mysterious. There was a limit as well. Their strength was similar, and most importantly, there was immortal energy to protect the body, difficult to display its use. However, they could use this to observe a person's emotions, able to tell if they feel happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. Even then, this was already extremely crucial. That was why the young lady could sense his bit of killing intent, but not knowing why it arose. At this moment, the mountain peak trembled. Auspicious light blossomed. A blue-armored male walked over, looking not over 20 years of age. However, he was extremely powerful. It was clear that he cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, his bearing unordinary. Long hair scattered down to his waist, the blue armor on his body shining brilliantly, pupils deep. When he saw the 2 that were on the mountaintop, his eyes immediately released brilliance. He then walked over, greeting the young lady. They had already been acquainted previously. Let's stay together and head on our way. He looked towards the young lady and said, I do not wish to move yet, wish to chat a bit more about an interesting topic. The young lady said, Oh, is that so? The young man smiled. He looked towards Shirhao and said, May I hear about this? We are talking about the devils, as well as the matters of the other world. It is quite interesting. This Dao brother discovered an ancient text, the things recorded on it possessing content that overturns everything we know, completely different from the history we are familiar with. The young lady said, Interesting, I am also quite interested. This young man spoke. He was an extremely outstanding young supreme being. He was definitely a formidable opponent in Shirhao's eyes. Shirhao spoke, talking about that book, about the story. He wanted to have that young man truly understand. It was clear that for the creatures of this world, the things Shirhao spoke about were extremely absurd, mentally rejecting it. You think quite highly of this book. I can feel that you are trying to absolve the devils, or maybe trying to sing praises of them. The young man's eyes immediately flourished with radiance, extremely expectant. I merely speak of a story, there is no need for great criticism. Shirhao said. Who are you? Why haven't I met you before? He was quite sensitive. Even though this place was vast, the connection between great sects was quite close. Let me test you out a bit. That youth took action, about to directly size up Shirhao, saying coldly, Why do you feel so strongly about the matters of the other side of the world? I have reason to believe that you are a descendant of the devils. That young supreme being flicked his finger. A green divine light flew out, shattering the heavens, stabbing forward like a war spear. This young expert took action while having the young lady leave the battlefield, acting quite carefreely. Shirhao understood. This person was interested in the young lady, and they were acquaintances to begin with, which was why he cared so much. He saw that Shirhao was chatting with her, so he couldn't help but want to take action. As a result, this situation appeared. Shirhao raised his hand, also releasing light. There were also white mists that pervaded the air. This battle was extremely intense, but it didn't continue for long. After just 10 or so blows, the 2 of them separated. It was because the mountain activated. It was named Undying, able to link up to another realm, quite unordinary. Right now, a great pressure was released. Don't tell me you really came from that world, a devil? This young supreme being said, his eyes cold, carrying killing intent. When Shirhao heard this, he felt some anger. The other party didn't truly believe this, but only said this because of the young lady beside him. Don't fight anymore. We should head on our way. The young lady spoke, her voice pleasant to listen to, as if small pearls fell into a jade plate. We'll fight next time. At that time, there won't be anyone to stop the battle, so we'll decide who is superior then. That young man said. Everything before him was blurry, the radiance next to him dazzling. He walked forward, stepping into a golden ancient path. It withdrew into the void, quickly disappearing. Dao brother, you still aren't going to go? The young lady asked. There are some things I wish to understand. Need to think some more about them. Shirhao shook his head. He sat down on the mountain now, not wishing to immediately continue. All right then. If fate allows it, we will meet again. I hope we do not become enemies then. The young lady said, and then she turned around. A golden passage appeared. She walked inside. Shirhao's mind jumped. From start to finish, this young lady's divine awareness was extremely strong, as if she understood something. However, she didn't say too much, leaving just like that. Sure Hao paused momentarily, and then he quickly descended the mountain. He did not wish to enter that ancient path, immediately leaving. Along the way, the others were shocked. Why did this ridiculously powerful fellow return? Could it be that he was injured along the way, unable to reach the summit? This was a bit unrealistic. After those two entered, will the undying beings come out after learning of the situation, coming to this world to kill me? Sure Hao's mind was heavy. He hurriedly left. When he left the mountain, he directly cut apart the void, disappearing from this place. I have to go back, return to my world. I learned too much in this world, easily. Coming into conflict. When he left Undying Mountain, a voice sounded, as if great waves struck the heavens. Moreover, there was a great roar that shook heaven and earth, truly a bit frightening. The Undying appeared? Sure Hao's face became pale, blood and chi surging. Chapter 1072, Return. Just how powerful was the so-called Undying? Sure Hao didn't know for certain, but he knew that if this person wanted to kill him, it was too easy. He had long traveled who knew how many tens of thousands of li, stopping on a grassland, but he still sensed a bone-chilling coldness. His blood was surging, body about to collapse. It really is an undying being? He was rather alarmed, feeling that it was too terrifying. All of the creatures in this realm were shocked, not a single great holy land unshaken, many of their experts making a pilgrimage over to Undying Mountain. Even larger amount of experts were hurrying towards this direction. Is it an unmatched existence who came? Someone said with a trembling voice. When they approached Undying Mountain, human figures were everywhere, all of them experts. They were all powerful individuals, the leading figures of every sect rushing over as soon as they could. No one came across, just a divine will that swept out, issuing a decree. The master of an ancient land said. What? It was just a divine will. Many people were shaken up, their eyes full of shock. A single divine will that swept across the world already left everyone trembling in fear. Just what kind of power was this? In reality, it was precisely as that person said. Undying Mountain had its peace restored. After the powerful aura disappeared, only a golden magical degree descended, appearing before everyone's eyes. The immortal battle is about to start. Someone's face became pale as he spoke. Even though they had long received news, this time was the most direct. An undying being released an unmatched degree, informing the cultivators of this realms that the peace of an entire great era is about to be broken. The so-called immortal battle would leave long-lasting effects. There is no need to fear the so-called 9 heavens 10 earths, the unmatched great ones can defeat them. Only, those creatures will likely come to stir up trouble. A female sect master said. The storm is about to start, the next great era has arrived. We have to make preparations to fight the 9 heavens. Correct, slaughter our way back and seize everything that should belong to us. Blood purge the nest of demons. This is fated to be an era of great heroes. Those stunning and dazzling experts are going to rise up, distinguish themselves from millions and millions of creatures, slaughtering out their reputations. This realm could not calm down, already clamoring with noise. In the grasslands, Sure Hao was shocked. The slaughter he had anticipated didn't arrive. It was just a divine will, just a will that crossed realms, not targeting him alone. Soon AF. He laughed self-mockingly. Perhaps in the eyes of the undying beings, he was nothing more than a weak insect. There was no need for them to find and kill him. It was because his weight was too light, not fit for an undying being's attention and slaughter at all. Despite this being the case, he still left quickly, continuing on the way, following the path that he had previously traveled to return to his own world. Several days later, Sure Hao found that mountain range, coming back again. He found that spatial node. I hope this spatial node can still be used. However, if he could still use it, wouldn't this be a secret passage? Regardless of which side of the two worlds discovered it, there would definitely be terrifying consequences. Sure Hao took action, about to blast through the void and follow the spatial node back. However, he was left disappointed. He couldn't move it at all, unable to blast through it. Could it be that I have to stay in this world, unable to return? Sure Hao panicked. He didn't wish to stay here, wishing to return. Right when Sure Hao's expression became unpleasant, ripples moved through the void, rays of light flew out. It split apart, revealing a passage. He didn't even take the time to think again, immediately rushing in. He saw that a cauldron was waiting for him to return, and then he broke free from this place. He returned. This was a dusky place. A cauldron with source energy all around it brought Sure Hao away from that strange and powerful world. This wasn't Emperor City yet, just the space the mysterious cauldron had previously stopped in. Senior, that spatial node. Shirhao turned around, looking towards that hazily lit passage. It no longer exists. The cauldron said. The void behind it disappeared, becoming a hazy expanse. It was as if karma was severed, as if natural laws were destroyed. Those types of methods were too terrifying. It forcibly erased all traces, not leaving any traces. It was to the extent where during this process, Shirhao noticed that his own brain became vacant, the experiences he had not too long ago becoming blurry, about to disappear as well. This left him horrified. He broke out in cold sweat. What kind of methods were these? That cauldron didn't take action against him, only doing something to that spatial node behind him, yet it made him like this as well. This type of method was truly world-shattering. Severing karma, erasing the Tao diagram. This was forcibly erasing imprints of things that ought to have happened. I've even begun to question my life. Shirhao became silent for a long time, releasing a light sigh. He began to wonder if life could be revised. Did someone do something like this during some unknown time, wiping out the imprints within the hearts of those of the present world? If that was the case, then were the people of this world living in ignorance, living in a world altered by another? He felt a great headache, feeling as if things were incredibly complicated. This wasn't a baseless speculation, because he had now entered that world and saw Undying Mountain. He thought about too many things. Every creature in that world thought of the people here as devils who invaded their home, not believing the theory of immortal ancient great era being buried. Was there anything more frightening than this? This was an entire world that was like this. Were their minds' imprints chopped up into a mess? This type of life was too terrifying. That type of expert was too pitiful to even be able to do this type of thing. Goodbye. That cauldron trembled. The void was blasted apart, and then Shirhao was sent out from this space, returning to the true outer world. The word goodbye was its final parting word. Shirhao had a feeling that it might be an extremely long time before they met again. It might be as long as 1,000 years, 10,000, or maybe almost endless time later. Goodbye. Shirhao said softly, saying this word. He returned, somewhat distracted, feeling as if everything he experienced just now was a bit unreal, leaving him a bit stunned. After saying this, he didn't feel that carefree. His mind was heavy, feeling a greater pressure the more he understood. He knew that a great age had arrived, changes about to take place. No one could stop it. Those undying beings, just how strong were they? How many of them were there? How would they resist? They had previously buried all of Immortal Ancient. Now, who could match them? I hope these undying beings are only those past individuals' descendants, that generations have replaced generations. Shirhao said. Otherwise, if it was still the enemies of the last great era, just the thought alone would make one's breathing stop. After all this time had passed, their cultivation definitely increased. Just what kind of even more terrifying height did they reach? On the dusky great earth, white bones piled atop each other, this place deathly silent. Shirhao returned. He should still be within a certain area of Emperor City. Only, several months had passed. The three great experts should have long left, bringing those geniuses with them to immeasurable heaven, heading towards the heavenly deity institution. Shirhao felt a bit regretful. He most likely missed out on this chance. After mysteriously disappearing for a few months, who would wait for him? This place was deathly still without light, only the withered bones of those who died here. Shirhao continued on his way. He had to think of a way to get out, or else he would likely be trapped to death here. Suddenly, a powerful divine will swept out like a sharp sword, simply about to tear apart one's body. It made Shirhao's expression turn pale, his body flying outwards with a hong sound. He suffered a tremendous force, as if a giant mountain smashed into his body. His flesh's intense pain was still tolerable, the shock to his soul what was most difficult to endure. The T-person was ruthless, almost breaking his primordial spirit and inflicting serious injuries upon him. Shirhao, already cultivated to the holy sacrifice realm, his strength comparable to heavenly deities, can now also be considered a powerful individual, yet before an individual at this level, he was still far inferior. The more he understood, the more he felt as if his cultivation was far from enough. In reality, now that he reached his cultivation realm, it could only be considered starting his journey. It was because the future enemies were too powerful. A figure flew over, the spacious gray clothes covering him fluttering about. He looked extremely young, or at the very least, this was true for his appearance. His face was pale, as if he hadn't gone out into the sun for a long time. His eyes were deep like a night sky. Shirhao knew that this person looked young, but he had lived for an endless amount of time, a powerful older generation figure. It was because he was confident that no one his age could send him flying with only a divine will, almost inflicting serious injuries on him. Where did you go these past few months? This person spoke, not asking his name or his origins, acting directly like this. It was clear that he understood Shirhao's identity. I entered a dark space. Shirhao said. Nonsense, this is Emperor City. Even though it isn't the heart of the city, just a desolate land outside the city, despite this being the case, you don't have the strength to open up space. The one who came said with an ice-cold voice, not all that kind. Then where does Senior feel like I was? Shirhao asked. He felt a slight wave of anger. He had just emerged, yet he was being criticized by another, just now almost being seriously injured. As a result, this person became silent. It was clear that Shirhao entered a different space, or else how could he have disappeared for several months? The three great experts had previously searched around, but they discovered that he seemed to have disappeared into thin air, unable to find him no matter what they did. Why have you only appeared just now? This gray-robed young man asked, eyes cold like two frozen pools. Shirhao understood that this was Emperor City in the end, one of the world's most important places. It defended the desolate border, so it wouldn't tolerate anyone going missing. He calmly replied, I couldn't break free, only when that space mysteriously opened up could I come out. Is that so? I don't believe you too much. Let me search you, primordial spirit. This person said. Shirhao's expression immediately changed. How could normal people do this type of thing? For a cultivator, unless it was a mortal enemy, they definitely wouldn't say they would search the primordial spirit. It was because not only was this wronging him, it was also a humiliation. Senior, you and me aren't enemies, so doing this is equivalent to humiliating me. Shirhao said. Humiliate. A gray-robed individual laughed, carrying a bit of disdain. His young and pale face carried cold intent. It was clear that he didn't attach much importance to Shirhao's words, because the strength gap between the two was too great, not on the same order of magnitude. Chapter 1073, Humiliation. What do you have that is worth me humiliating? His face carried indifference as he added this, looking at Shirhao. Shirhao didn't say anything. Now that they reached this point, what could be said? This person clearly lacked good intentions. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. There was actually this type of person waiting for him. One had to bear in mind that those who could appear here were definitely not ordinary experts, yet there were some that were against him. Needless to say, the situation now looked grim. In reality, Shirhao already set his resolution that he might directly die here. However, he was still unwilling. Are you viewing me as an enemy? Looking at me with that type of gaze? This gray-robed individual said coldly, his young face now covered in even more frost, staring at Shirhao's eyes. The great chaos is about to arise. You and I are both people of this heaven and earth, not life and death enemies. Your actions here, however, bring me disgrace. I will not compromise. Shirhao said. Having his primordial spirit imprints searched like this would mean that he wouldn't have any secrets to speak of, let alone any dignity left. Where did a trifling holy sacrifice realm cultivator get so much nonsense to say? Even if a true heavenly deity appeared before me, they would still have to listen obediently. So what if I search your little primordial spirit? After speaking, the gray-robed individual spoke, directly reaching out a finger to take action, pointing towards the space between Shirhao's brows. At this moment, Shirhao's muscles and bones about to split apart, his divine senses on the verge of collapse, unable to resist. All he could do was to do everything he could to resist, even if he had to die horribly as a result. It was because this was going too far, impossible to reason with. If a true enemy treated him like this, he would have nothing to say. However, this was clearly someone on the same side. Of course, he already viewed this expert as an enemy. Even if he had some important use in the great chaos that was to come, even if this person was one of Emperor City's guardians, he still wouldn't acknowledge it. In his eyes, in his heart, from this moment on, this person was an enemy, nothing else. Shirhao endured the great pain, doing everything he could to resist. The battle armor related to the Lightning Emperor appeared, and the 10,000 spirit diagram was held in his hand, resisting the boundless pressure, not wishing to have his soul searched. In addition, Shirhao's other hand produced the Defying Dragon scale. Even though it was difficult, he still hacked outwards towards this person. Unexpectedly, time, it wasn't the 10,000 spirit diagram or the Defying Dragon scale that revived, but rather the armor related to the Lightning Emperor. It releasing Kunqiang sounds, divine light shooting out endlessly. At this moment, the armor shook, as if fish scales were moving about, releasing dazzling light and zhang sounds. It was originally covered in rush, but now it was sparkling and brilliant, changing from dim to resplendent, undergoing astonishing changes. Of course, the armor was tattered, the surface full of holes. This was impossible to cover up. Lightning Emperor's armor. This gray-robed individual's expression changed. That finger was about to reach Sherhao's forehead, but it came to a rigid stop. This armor shone like jade, like a raging flame. It became more and more extraordinary, erupting with shocking light and energy under the great pressure. I loathe being restricted by others, but these battle clothes are indeed unordinary, possessing endless glory and legends. However, using it to deal with me is a mistake. I won't pull back. The gray-robed individual's expression became cold. Even though he was surprised and shocked, a wave of anger appeared on his face that lacked color, insisting on taking action against Sherhao, searching his divine consciousness. The palm and fingers landed, releasing a tremendous pressure, simply about to shatter the sun and moon, mountains and rivers. This armor surged with auspicious, multicolored light, stopping that finger. Sherhao's eyes were as sharp as blades, the anger within him heaven overflowing. The other person truly was absolutely unrestrained, behaving unscrupulously. He was clearly the victim who was on the defensive, yet incurred the anger of the other party, as if Sherhao should resign himself to insults and maltreatment from birth, just the slightest resistance a great sin. The battle clothes released caw-caw sounds, because the so-called armor metal pieces were trembling, releasing resplendent divine multicolored light, stopping that hand. However, it was still a damaged armor in the end, many holes on its surface. These were fatal flaws. The gray-robed individual's finger moved down, entering through a hole, about to acquire Sherhao's memories, incredibly ruthless. However, an unexpected event happened again. It was precisely because of the hole's existence on the armor that made this armor unordinary. Mysterious fluctuations appeared on the hole, forming terrifying vortices that attacked fiercely. Moreover, at this moment, the armor's color changed, gradually shifting from being brilliant to dark black, deep and terrifying, shockingly cold. There was an extraordinary aura that was released as well. Even though that finger descended, it never broke through the space between Sherhao's brows, stopped by the black armor, obstructed by a powerful aura. Intense fluctuations rippled outwards, sweeping in all directions from this place. It was as if stars SMAs head into the sea, waves surging angrily, reaching into the 9 heavens above and the 10th earth below. Lightning Emperor's battle clothes turned black once, forced to this extent. In the distance, someone spoke, voice clearly carrying anger, even more a type of helplessness, as well as a type of killing intent. Someone arrived, a fist smashing outwards, speed just too fast. No figure could be seen, as if time was dominated, suddenly slaughtering from the past until now, appearing here. Finally, the gray-robed individual who took action against Sherhao felt some hesitation. He pulled back to resist the fist that suddenly arrived. Sparks flew between the two, symbols rushing into the heavens. If not for the Lightning Emperor's battle armor, he would have definitely been blasted apart by the shockwaves, turned into powder. Despite this being the case, he could feel the raging battle clothes, as well as the destructive battle shockwaves. It really was too terrifying. Two fists clashed. It was as if a sun exploded, light immediately covering this dusky world, making it even brighter than daylight. On the ground, all types of dried bones flew into the air before exploding, turning into snow-white powder, flying about like sand, fluttering like snow. At the same time, formation patterns appeared on the ground streak after streak, restricting the great earth, suppressing the void, making everything close up, preventing it from collapsing. The one who came swung his sleeve, helping Sherhao neutralize the dangerous situation, fearing that he would be blasted apart by the battle's waves. He has the revived Lightning Emperor battle armor. You don't have to worry about anything for now, he won't die. The gray-robed male said, the expression on his face extremely complicated. You still have the face to say Lightning Emperor battle armor, did you not see? It is pitch black like ink. Before, in Emperor City, it was about to fall into darkness. The one who came berated. In this Emperor City, the Lightning Emperor battle armor seemed to have been stimulated, its aura surging, divine might raging, protecting Sherhao, but at the same time released a type of dark aura that wanted to corrode him. In the end, he couldn't help but release a great roar, starting to take action, attacking that gray-robed individual. It was because he felt resentment inside, but also because these battle clothes were shaking, as if there was a will that wanted to merge with him, become one with him. They both carried resentment, now attacking murderously. You still dare take action against me? That gray-robed individual's eyes became cold, raising his hand and slapping out. Do you wish to make the Lightning Emperor battle armor forever fall into darkness? The other person stopped him, loudly berating. Do you see this? Just a small cultivator without the qualification to enter Emperor City, yet he dares take action against me. How can he be let off without punishment? The gray-robed male spoke. Even though his fist was stopped, his body shone, forming bone texts that rushed at Sher Hao. When these ripples collided, the energy fluctuated like a wave, moreover releasing intense rumbling sound. Sher Hao fought until his body was covered in blood. The Lightning Emperor battle armor was now pitch black like ink, almost corroding his eyes until they became two black holes, becoming incomparably terrifying. However, even after this type of powerful attack, Sher Hao didn't die, stopping the other party's bone texts. "Stop!" the other person shouted, frantically attacking the gray-robed male, saying, "Back then, it was precisely because tremendous injustice happened in Emperor City that led to the damaged Lightning Emperor battle armors while being wronged, carrying out a resistance and almost falling into darkness. Now, if it is just because you obstinately cling to your way, ultimately forcing the precious armor to turn into darkness divine armor, bringing this genius with it and leaving, will you be able to shoulder the responsibility in the future?" While shouting angrily, this person and the gray-robed male clashed again, the exchange incredibly intense. Even though Sher Hao was corroded by darkness, he wasn't hurting too much. He could hear and see everything clearly. Great waves stirred within him. There was a similar unfair situation before? It must be much more serious than right now, forcibly wronging a few people, triggering Lightning Emperor's battle armor to turn black and leave. Just a small cultivator. After he's captured, we can refine this armor together later and solve all the problems. The gray-robed male said. "Jiada, stop obstinately clinging to your way. If a problem arises, you won't be able to take responsibility." The other person shouted. Right now, Sher Hao instead became like an outsider. He didn't say anything, standing not too far out and watching them fight. Why wouldn't I be able to bear the burden? Isn't it just a holy sacrifice realm cultivator? What does he count as? I wouldn't acknowledge him even if he was a great emperor. The gray-robed male Jiada said. "Jiada, there is something wrong with your Dao heart, actually letting a few outside matters and miscellaneous matters cause you to forget yourself. You are showing signs of falling into depravity." The other person shouted. The gray-robed male Jiada laughed coldly when he heard this, his movements becoming even faster. "Jiada, you came from immeasurable heaven. Just because you saw those few younger generations oppressed by this young man, you felt unsatisfied, now dealing with him." That person continued to shout. "What are you randomly spouting? I was just doing my duty. After all, he disappeared for several months, so I have no choice but to search him." The gray-robed male said coldly. A great vibration spread. They continuously clashed, bone texts interweaving, divine light surging. This place Beck. Aim incomparably brilliant, not dimming the entire time. For you two to attack like this? Do you have no sense of shame? Fighting those on our own side before even the enemy comes. Right at this time, someone released a short shout from the distance. It was clear that the status of the one who shouted was extremely high, unordinary, in the end making the gray-robed male feel some restraining fear. Their battle slowed, and then stopped. "Return to the city." That person released an ice-cold shout, the voice of it aged, but still incredibly dignified. Jiada didn't say anything, then gave Sher Hao a look before turning around towards the central city of Emperor City, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Go." The other person patted Sher Hao's shoulder, bringing him along. This place was extremely vast, who knew how many tens of thousands of li. If it was an ordinary expert that was here, it would simply be like traveling through the cosmos, difficult to reach its limits. In reality, this wasn't much different from crossing the cosmos. Along the way, he saw star remains one after another, broken up in pieces, appearing on the ground. They arrived, approaching the enormous city. This was the central city, as well as Emperor City's true core area. Chapter 1074, Inside Emperor City. This city was extremely large, similar to the outer city, all made of packed stars. There was a sun and moon in the sky as well, with many great stars swirling about, floating outside the city. Vast and boundless, the #1 city in this world. At the very least, it was the largest city Sher Hao had seen thus far. It towered into the heavens. However, he wasn't currently in the mood to appreciate this type of magnificence. After being focused on by that Jiada, there was a flame burning within him, a type of anger, even more a type of dejectedness. The other party was purely oppressing others through strength, humiliating him for no reason. The Lightning Emperor armor he wore was still shining, but it was all black light, entirely like ink. Even Sher Hao's heart seemed to have been infected, feeling an icy coldness. This time, entering the city still exhausted quite some effort. It was simply impossible to enter alone. Jiada and the one at Sher Hao's side both activated a piece of bone at the same time, and someone in the city activated a piece as well. They merged together, forming a formation stage that accepted them inside. The enormous city was vast, a great desolate aura spread outwards. Only now did Sher Hao realize that he had entered the most important place in Emperor City. This wasn't the outer city, but rather a place only those who had signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. The people inside actually let him in. In reality, the outside world always wondered how many experts were left inside the city if those ancient existences were still alive. It was because none of them understood why this place was deadly still, the outside world unable to sense anything. Yet today, Sher Hao actually had the fortune of stepping inside, entering like this. The city truly was too large. Even though he entered, Sher Hao still felt like an ant that entered the palace of a celestial emperor, unable to see the full magnificence of the city. Only when he opened his heavenly eyes could he pry into a corner of this place. In the void, stellar streams stretched across the sky one after another, all of them flowing into the city. There were emperor stars moving about as well, scattering down terrifying multicolored light. Despite this being the case, it was still difficult for it to illuminate the entire city, many areas covered in darkness, with large areas of shadows. This place was still quiet. Sher Hao searched about in the duskiness, hoping to see the experts in Emperor City, what exactly they were like. What about the archaic 6 great celestials last one? He should have came here. Where was he now? What about Yu Qingxian? Where was she? This woman left Sher Hao with too great of an impression. Only, this place was exceptionally quiet, as if it was a ghost town, not a trace of life to be felt. Sher Hao followed them forward, feeling greatly shocked. There were great stars on the ground. These weren't previously refined, but rather stars that truly stretched several thousand li, tens of thousands of li. They were hacked down from outer space, smashing open deep craters on the ground one after another. However, neither side was destroyed, because there were formation patterns here. The great stars didn't shatter, the ground didn't collapse. Sher Hao was stunned. As he walked across the great earth with great stars covering the surface like this, he felt a type of bleakness, as well a type of primitiveness, and a formless majestic aura. Soon after, Sher Hao saw a few buildings. They all floated in the air, accompanied by fragmented stars and destroyed stellar rivers. Those buildings were extremely large, clearly things of endless time ago, and no one lived in them. How many people were left in the city? This was Sher Hao's question. He finally entered, arriving at the most important place. However, he didn't see the unmatched experts he had imagined. There was only 1 or 2 people at his side, one of them someone who had even previously acted against him. Where were the others? They came. Suddenly someone spoke from the side. In this dusky region, on top of an enormous rock sat an elder. When one looked into the distance, there were others, some seated on great stars, some sitting on limestones, every single one of them as if they had faded away, not releasing a bit of sound. These people's clothing and personal adornment were ancient, the races different. They didn't speak to each other, the distance between themselves quite far, each occupying their own area. There were thick layers of dust on a few of their bodies, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years it has been since they moved. They had become one with the floor and rocks. There was even a giant that was covered in dust. On its head was a vicious bird nest, becoming a vicious bird's resting place. While watching these scenes, Sher Hao felt as if he had opened up an ancient painting, revealing the traces of time contained within. There was a great historical aura that rushed outwards. Lightning Emperor armor, it has returned once again, but now closer to darkness. The elder he first saw opened his eyes, speaking like this. His voice was extremely strange, a type of ancient language. In reality, Sher Hao couldn't understand it, but his divine will was also transmitting sound, which was why he could understand the meaning. This was not a cultivator from the 3,000 Dao provinces, but from a different place. At this moment, Sher Hao understood that this Emperor City was too important. The other ancient lands in the 9 heavens 10 earths all send over people to guard this place. Jiada, your cultivation has issues. At your cultivation realm, one shouldn't allow external matters to move your heart. Be careful not to fall into depravity. The elder spoke, his white hair falling over his shoulders, age looking quite great. His upper body was bare, physique quite sturdy. At his side was a wolf tooth club. How could I possibly fall into depravity? I am currently in my golden age. Just now, I merely wished to search this child's primordial spirit and see what was going on. Jiada replied, Youngster, where did you go exactly? The elder spoke, asking Sher Hao. Sher Hao didn't wish to speak, because he would be involving that cauldron. However, he didn't wish to hide the matters of the other world either. He said with a frown, I indeed unexpectedly entered another place, in there saw many stone engravings, recorded on it a mysterious world, that there is an undying mountain there. He slowly spoke, speaking about what he saw, but claimed to have seen it all from stone engravings, telling these people, "Why didn't you talk about this before?" Giada shouted, his face falling, gaze becoming colder. "You were against me. Was there a need to tell you?" Sherhao said. "You definitely didn't talk about everything. There are definitely things you are hiding. Just wait. I'm going to find out exactly what you experienced." The gray-robed Giada said, wishing to rush forward again. He reached out his palm and fingers, releasing a terrifying aura. "In front of so many people's faces, before a few unmatched experts' eyes, you still act like this, humiliating me?" Sherhao shouted. "Just a trifling holy sacrifice cultivator like you even dares speak about being humiliated? Searching your sea of consciousness and learning about everything is for the sake of the Great War's preparations. Otherwise, someone like you don't even have the qualifications to have me take action." Giada berated. Sherhao was furious. This was forceful. Ly oppressing others, the other party stronger than him. Even his words were so domineering, not hiding the hostility. "Giada, you've crossed the line. Are you trying to make the Lightning Emperor's battle armor completely fall into darkness? Are you going to make this genius turn to the enemy's side?" The elder spoke. "Lightning Emperor battle clothes, it'll be fine if we just refine it together. A trifling holy sacrifice realm cultivator isn't deserving of my respect. So what if I bind him up and search his sea of consciousness?" Giada spoke. At this moment, on a few giant rocks, great stars that rested on the ground in disarray, a few cultivators opened their eyes. They were like prehistoric barbaric dragons, making one's heart tremble. "Unbridled, you've fallen into depravity after all." That elder stood up. Right at this moment, he took action, unexpectedly brandishing his palm, slapping towards Giada. Giada's expression changed. He was extremely powerful. Being able to enter Emperor City meant that he was the most powerful individual of an area. He quickly evaded, shifting his position. However, with a paw sound, he was still struck, not escaping the strike. The elder's palm slapped down on his face, the sound loud and crisp, extremely powerful, not even someone as powerful as Giada able to escape. His entire body flew outwards while drawing large amounts of blood. No one expected this elder to be so straightforward, directly covering the other party's mouth, sending an extremely powerful individual flying, strength heavy. Sherhao's mind jumped. What kind of power was this, to send a powerful individual flying like this? However, his emotions were exceptionally free from worry, possessing a resentful type of feeling. Giada was furious. He stabilized his figure in the void, glaring angrily. Someone as powerful as him, how many years had it been since he experienced something like this? Actually being slapped by a palm like this could already be considered a type of humiliation. Just a trifling cultivator, is it worth you taking action like this? He was furious, roaring here, making more individuals open their eyes. Even you can feel anger, right? Just now, when you bullied and oppressed a small cultivator, this was also what he felt. The elder said. "How could he compare to me?" Giada roared angrily. "Then how can you compare to me?" The elder raised his hand, sending another strike down on his face with a paw sound, sending him flying out, smashing into a star with a hong sound. "Your comprehension has turned evil recently, a great problem arising in your mental state. Are you still not going to wake up? Otherwise, there is a danger of falling." The elder shouted. "Nonsense. This isn't a matter with the mind. I am unharmed. Exploring a small cultivator's primordial spirit, I was definitely not wrong." He roared angrily in unwillingness. "You have to understand that his future accomplishments won't be any lower than yours, while your actions might very well be directed at an undying bloodline." After speaking this time, the elder didn't brandish his palm, but rather directly raised the wolf-tooth club. Even though Giada took action, frantically trying to resist, it was completely useless, unable to stop the elder's weapon. The wolf-teeth club smashed down, scattering his precious techniques, erasing the bone texts. It was as if a prehistoric immortal mountain smashed down, suppressing enemies in all directions. The Wolf Fang Great Club smashed down on Giada's body, making him release a miserable cry. Half of his body was smashed apart, immediately flying out an endless distance before landing on the ground, blood everywhere. A powerful expert like this couldn't even take a single hit from this elder, almost killed by a single strike. Sherhao was stupefied. This series of events happened extremely suddenly, too fast, leaving even him shocked. One had to bear in mind that this Giada was an extremely powerful expert. He defended this place, identity unordinary. If he returned to the outside world, he would definitely be able to look down on the great figures under the sky. Yet here, he was unexpectedly suppressed, difficult for him to resist. You should go into seclusion and carefully think things through. The elder spoke. He pointed outwards, surrounding Jiada in a sphere of light, sending him into the distant darkness. Sher Hao bowed, expressing his gratitude. The elder sighed, calling a few people over to help Sher Hao cleanse the armor, carrying a refinement. It was clear that this armor had a history because many people carried great emotions when they saw it. All of them felt regret and dejectedness. There was an unmatched genius who left while wearing this armor. He never came back, likely forever falling into darkness. The elder sighed. All right, you'll be sent to immeasurable heaven. I wish for your success, that when you come to Emperor City in the future, you'll be able to suppress all enemies. Chapter 1075, To Cross. Jiada was sent out just like that, imprisoned. Even the most exceptional experts of the outside world were restricted here. Emperor City was massive, stellar remains everywhere. Sher Hao was brought before an altar made of 5 types of divine stone. It was extremely massive, as if a great mountain towered here. They arrived inside Emperor City, just like that, without any delays, yet he was going to be sent out again. Sher Hao felt a bit lightheaded, everything feeling a bit unreal. One had to bear in mind that in the past, only those who had signed the archaic contract of alliance could enter. The fact that he could enter today really was quite fortunate. He really didn't want to immediately leave like this, wishing to explore this mysterious city that had shocked past and present a bit. Only, he couldn't really act independently, unable to stay here for too long. Where was Yi Qixuan? Sher Hao really wished to meet her. This exceptional beauty had previously saved him, and people had claimed that she came from the Forbidden Region depths before. When he thought about how she mentioned the archaic contract of alliance, bringing the old Celestial and War clan's ancient ancestor, one could well imagine that she definitely had a close relationship with this place. Sher Hao spoke up, asking the person at his side, even more so asking the elder who held the Wolf Teeth Club for guidance, wishing to meet with Yi Qixuan. However, he was refused, to the extent where he didn't even get an explanation. Those individuals' attitudes were extremely firm and clear. Sher Hao was shocked. This Yi Qixuan seemed to be quite unordinary, not even willing to give out information on the experts in the city. What exactly was the reason? When he thought back to that exceptional snow-white-clothed woman whose smile could topple cities, Sher Hao released a light sigh. He came to where she was, yet couldn't even meet. In the end, he was going to leave, only able to shake his head because of this. Sher Hao stood outside the altar, this 5-colored transport formation truly vast, possessing a feeling of boundless years, eternal time. It was as if it could travel through endless eras, continuously undergo reincarnation in this universe. He carefully looked at it. This altar was quite similar to the broken altar he had seen the first time at the bottom of Immortal Ancient Remains Black Abyss, even the materials the same. Only, one was half destroyed, while the other was still intact. It was clear that this was something left behind from the last great era. When he thought of this, Sher Hao's eyes became brilliant, looking at it even more carefully. Even this Emperor City was a massive structure from the last great era. What an ancient city! What a mysterious place! Sher Hao said with a sigh. Outside of the city was a passage that faced a world of utmost terror. Desolate border. Sher Hao spat out these 2 words. However, he then felt as if something wasn't quite right. The scenes he saw on the Black Ancient Ship's altar clearly had another city that the 7 great kings defended, fighting continuously against endless creatures. This wasn't that place, so where was the desolate border? The battlefield he saw was much more intense than this place. That place was lifeless like this place, dusky all year round, 90% of the land dark and hazy. Senior, who exactly are those people? Before leaving, Sher Hao asked the Wolf Fang Club elder, focusing on the world he was talking about. What kind of place was that? What kind of relationship did it have with Sher Hao? He had a feeling that this elder knew. Unfortunately, this elder didn't give him a reply. The altar activated, starting the transport. A light flashed, and the Sher Hao felt as if he stepped onto a tunnel of time, as if 100 eras underwent reincarnation, and then rushed towards the eternal limit. This was an ultra-transport formation, incredibly valiant, able to send one to the limits of the universe, cross ancient lands. The 3,000 provinces were left far behind him, he left the higher realms. This was an enormous magical formation, the power tremendous, sending Sher Hao out, a passage that tore through the 9 heavens 10 earths. For normal people, this was an unimaginable thing. Sher Hao moved through auspicious light, advancing through chaotic mists. He crossed unimaginable space, freeing himself from the 3,000 provinces, truly leaving this place. Emperor City is so large, I only saw a corner, only a few experts. Really wonder what other types of figures are hidden there, as well as the other unique parts of it. Sherhao knew that he only saw a corner of that place, not understanding much about that place at all. Before he could think too much, the fragments of time moved about. Stars flew one after another, flickering along the way. He moved through realms, even time and space becoming unstable. Finally, a tremendous sound rang out. White mist surged, multicolored brilliance surging. Sherhao rushed out. He looked around with flickering eyes. He was currently standing on a Dao platform, this enormous platform polished from beast bone, its appearance ancient, but spotlessly white like jade. I arrived in immeasurable heaven? Sherhao sighed with admiration. He crossed realms, the distance unimaginable, yet he arrived in an instant. If there really was a road that stretched across this distance, not even extremely powerful cultivators could cross it even if they flew 100 eras. That distance was simply an eternity. He traveled from the 10 Earth's 3,000 Dao provinces to the 9 heavens' immeasurable heaven. This was truly an extreme journey. I've arrived a few months late, unknown if I can still enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, Sherhao said. He walked out from this bone Dao platform. Spiritual essence immediately surged like waves, quickly rushing forth. Much richer than the 3,000 provinces. This was the first observation Sherhao made. Generally speaking, the density of spiritual essence signified how suitable a place was for cultivation. Many terrifying experts would appear from these types of places. This was definitely a powerful world. The Dao Earth's prosperity and decline affected whether the cultivation world would flourish or undergo recession. So vast. Sherhao frowned. Even though the spiritual essence here was rich, white mist surging, it was too quiet and still, no mountains, valleys, or plants to be seen. Everything was covered in white mist, stretching all the way into the distance. Since I was transported by them to immeasurable heaven, there should be some place to stop over for a bit. Could it be that they transported me directly to the Heavenly Deity Institution's entrance? Sherhao speculated. It was because on He had previously asked how to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution to cultivate after traveling through the transport formation. Soon after, Sherhao sensed that something was off. The other side was extremely calm, as if it was created by piece after piece of enormous divine stone. He opened his heavenly eyes, symbols condensing within his pupils, producing 2 streaks of light that scanned over the surrounding scenery. Soon after, Sherhao became stupefied. This was inside a palace. The spotlessly white enormous formation platform was precisely inside a palace hall. Only, this palace was just too large, occupying over 10,000 li, suspending in the void just like that. This was an enormous palace. Sherhao was left speechless. He thought that he was on a boundless great earth. Who would have expected that he was only inside of a building? Sherhao carefully thought to himself, flying inside, raising hazy white mist on the surface. It was as if he was crossing an immortal realm. Soon after, he arrived at the exit. There was a pair of enormous bronze doors that was slightly open, not tightly shut. Sherhao stood there, about to push it open. It had to be mentioned that this door was just too large, just the height alone reaching over 1,000 li, a bit excessive, not like a copper door at all, but instead a precipice. Sherhao pushed it. Rumbling sounds rang out, and then the large bronze door opened. He quickly moved through it, but he was stopped soon after by a wave of powerful energy, his path obstructed. Outside the enormous bronze doors, white mists curled about. There was even primal chaos that spread throughout this place. There was blue stone, as well as praying mats. An elder opened his eyes at this moment. In that instant, it was as if 2 streaks of lightning shot through the sky, tearing apart the clouds and mists. That elder sat on a praying mat, hair about to completely fall off, but his long eyebrows were snow-white, half a foot long, appearance dignified, making one feel reverence. This was definitely a powerful individual, moreover an unimaginable exceptional expert. That gaze was too penetrating, as if they could peer through one's soul, making their divine spirit tremble. Sherhao's scalp felt numb. From Emperor City to Immeasurable Heavens building, he met powerful individuals one after another, not a single one he could contend against. He sighed. He had to rise up as soon as possible, quickly strengthen himself. Otherwise, this world was too dangerous. Greetings to Senior. Sherhao took the initiative to greet the other party. A bit interesting, 3 strands of immortal energy, aptitude heaven-defying. Only, I wonder if the night-blooming cactus will only show itself once, just like those individuals of the past, or if you can truly continue down this path. The elder spoke. Sherhao was shocked. He had to strengthen himself. This person was too formidable, even able to clearly sense his body's condition. Since you were sent here, I don't care about how illustrious your status was, nor will I ask about what you have done before, only giving you some corresponding tempering. The white-eyebrowed elder said. Senior, doing this? What are your intentions? Shirhao felt as if something wasn't quite right. The tempering the elder spoke of gave him a bone-chilling feeling. All those who were sent here are cultivators who have done wrongs, those who must receive a set amount of punishment. The white-eyebrowed elder said. Emperor City's transport formation was incomparably massive. After selecting a destination, it would send someone to the designated location after being activated. It was clear that a few people in Emperor City had discussed amongst themselves, deciding to send him here. I've done something wrong? Shirhao asked himself, feeling quite unsatisfied. It was clearly Giada who troubled him, so he didn't wish to become a scapegoat. It should be, or else why were you transported here? The white-eyebrowed elder said. Shirhao's expression fell. He was duped. It was clearly Giada who provoked him, wishing to search his sea of consciousness, so why did he end up getting punished too? There isn't a need to be too worried, however. All those who are sent into this ancient palace will only receive some slight punishment. It isn't some great crime wicked beyond redemption. Shirhao released a breath. The worst situation hadn't happened. At the very least, no one else followed him. The elder waved his hand, and then Shirhao was directly sent out from the enormous building, ending up in the distance. What kind of punishment is this? Shirhao was a bit stunned. A spacious azure lake stretched out below him. Leave this part of heaven and earth alone, and the punishment will be considered complete. The elder's voice sounded. It was clear that this was a strange space. However, this place was like a world, hard to predict what was inside. Shirhao continuously flew, rushing towards the ends of the great earth. He encountered some similar people, every single one of them sickly and dispirited, not wishing to move, clearly injured. He jumped in fright. He learned that these were all geniuses. Those who weren't outstanding individuals weren't even sent into this place of exile. Some of their clothing was ragged and tattered. After asking them, he learned that they had already entered for over 100 years, but still weren't able to rush out and break free from this place. The ones that remained here the shortest had even been here for several years. Motherfucker. Shirhao couldn't help but swear. He didn't think he committed any wrongs, yet he was still beaten up like this, sent here. Where did he have the time to waste? Several years, 100 years, none of them could be tolerated. He had to immediately leave this place. Chapter 1076, Ascension Stage. These people were all felt dissatisfied, quite a few of Th.M. swearing, to the extent where they were even raining curses. It was just because of a small mistake in the past, they now got locked up for so many years. This tempering sounds nice and all, saying able to comprehend the Tao here or whatever, but does he not know that time is more precious than anything? Who is willing to waste time here? These people were discontent, feeling great resentment. Is there no shortcut? Shirhao asked. He indeed didn't wish to waste much time here, needing to break out as soon as possible. The people here were all extremely angry, so they naturally spoke about their experiences. In their perspective, this was a strange territory whose end couldn't be reached, no exit to be found. Perhaps only the Ascension Stage imitation at the center of this place is worth a try. It is rumored that if one comprehends the Tao there is a chance of leaving. Someone said after a long time. It was because from what they heard, someone seemed to have disappeared from that place in the past, successfully leaving. Did you all not try? Shirhao asked. That blasted place has nothing, only a broken stone platform. What is there to even comprehend? Apart from rock, there is only more rock. Don't tell me they want us to comprehend some wordless heavenly book. Those people were extremely angry. Most of them had previously went there, but they returned without any return, unable to break free from this imprisonment at all. The so-called Ascension Stage was an ancient platform only talents who were going to become immortals could ascend. As for the stone platform imitation here, heaven knew how it was imitated, how it was created. Regardless, this was its name. Shirhao arrived, and many people followed him, wishing to see if he had a way of breaking through. It was because in all these years, the people who came here had pretty much lost hope. They really wanted someone to stand out and truly break this equilibrium, bring them out of this place. This place was extremely barren, only having a single stone platform. It was extremely tall like a stone mountain, but one could see that it was piled up by piece after piece of enormous rocks. However, as time flowed past, the enormous rocks seemed to have merged together, forming a simple and ancient stone platform. Many people had previously sat on it, and, even after exhausting themselves mentally and physically, comprehending the Tao here, they still ended up empty-handed. Shirhao frowned. He walked around the stone platform, releasing his divine consciousness, opening up his inner heart, carefully sensing what was different about this place. The result was that he ended up empty-handed. Then, he released immortal energy. When it was only one strand, everything was quiet. When he released two, it was still completely without any fluctuations. When the third strand appeared, lightning immediately rumbled here, irregular scenes appearing. The others re-shocked. They never expected this newly arrived individual to actually produce some type of reaction here, producing this type of activity. Sure Hao understood. Sure enough, it was related to immortal energy. No wonder it was called Ascension Stage. The events developed just like this. He already realized the importance of immortal energy on the road of cultivation because it was needed even to pass this type of barrier. One could imagine what kind of brilliance the 3 strands of immortal energy would display in the future when they would be needed. Sure Hao flew onto the stone platform, sitting down, comprehending here. He silently cultivated, hoping to break out of this place and truly leave. Lightning rumbled in his surroundings, electrical arcs moving around the stone platform. Apart from this, golden lotuses appeared one after another, all of them taking root in the void, releasing a clear fragrance, growing in the surroundings, appearing more and more holy and divine. Soon after, he entered a type of miraculous state, his body and mind clear. The 3 strands of immortal energy around him merged with the stone platform, resonating with each other. In the distance, those people sighed with amazement, finally knowing why only Sher Hao could comprehend the Tao here. Truly astonishing, that is someone who has cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. This ascension stage was prepared for this type of person, sigh. They didn't feel wronged in their failure. No wonder they were trapped for so many years. Just how many people could cultivate 3 strands of immortal energy? Sher Hao didn't pay attention to the clamoring outside, completely immersed in his cultivation. He didn't move, silently comprehending. This stone platform released light, releasing waves of scripture sounds. He couldn't hear clearly, but he could sense that this was a type of support, a mysterious type of power that tempered his 3 strands of immortal energy, making it more durable. It was to the extent where this type of power would allow for the 3 strands of immortal energy to slowly strengthen further in the future. What left Sher Hao shocked was that, ever since he cultivated the 3 strands of immortal energy, strengthening them to their limit, they rarely showed any more changes. He never expected to see them display some activity here. Roughly a month later, 1 strand of immortal energy around Sher Hao's body unexpectedly condensed into a great Tao flower, blooming above his head. It was incomparably mysterious, deep and mysterious, full of great power. Pa! A great Tao flower petal emerged, pure white immortal mist flowing down strand after strand. The flower petals split open, immortal mist surrounded Sher Hao, making him more and more unfathomable. This fella really is formidable. In the distance, those people all widened their eyes, revealing shock. Then, the great Tao flower petal formed from the strand of immortal energy continuously burst, and then scattered apart, as if it was being tempered, the aura becoming more and more astonishing. In the end, the flower petal stabilized, suspending itself above his head, as if a great Tao fruit was formed. That stone platform grew dim, as if it suffered damage, as if it had a mysterious attribute energy sucked away. This ascension stage is a wheatstone, one used to help this young man grind out a great Tao flower petal. Really is amazing. In the holy sacrifice realm, yet already produced 1 great Tao flower petal, this is definitely an incomparable genius. Some of them sighed with amazement, continuously nodding, feeling admiration and jealousy. Sher Hao opened his eyes. He looked at the cultivators around him, saying with a smile, "Does everyone wish to leave?" When they heard this, they all became stupefied. Then, they loudly cried out. Which one of them didn't want to leave? After being trapped in this damn place for so long, they were all about to go crazy already. "Please come up to the ascension stage," Sher Hao said. After he spoke these words, the crowd was first startled, and then they rushed onto the stone platform, all of them incredibly excited. "Little big bro, you really are quite capable. Hurry and bring us out of here. We've been trapped here for a few decades already. I'm about to go mad. Little big bro, please take action, help us escape." The group of people were moved and excited, urging him here. Sher Hao moved. He sat here, continuously forming imprints above him. That great Tao flower petal was also moving, releasing astonishing secret force. Then, the stone platform shone, making rumbling noises, releasing endless symbols with Sher Hao's movements. A silver passage was produced in the void, stretching out from the ascension stage to the outside world. "Ah, a road of life has appeared, hurry and go." Heavens! I finally broke free. A few people cried out loudly, tears about to flow out. After being trapped for all those years, being able to see the sun again truly filled their hearts with joy. Sure Hao also walked out from the Silver Passage. He turned around and gave this place a final look, vaguely seeing that enormous palace and the white-eyebrowed elder by the bronze great entrance. He paid his respects in that direction, sincerely expressing his gratitude. That elder said this was a type of tempering, not considered a great punishment, and sure enough, this turned out to be the case, granting him tremendous benefits. Sure Hao felt that even if he entered the Heavenly Deity Institution late, missing out on a few things, just this harvest alone had already made everything worth it. Not becoming a heavenly deity, still in the holy sacrifice realm, yet already produced a great Dao flower, this was extremely rare. This would definitely display great uses in the future. What would it be like if I saw a true ascension stage? Sure Hao looked forward to this greatly. The 9H. Evan's 10 Earths, especially Immeasurable Heaven, had long-life families, true immortal descendants. These families most likely had unmatched secret treasures similar to the ascension stage. Why did Sure Hao come here? It was precisely to strengthen himself through these mysterious opportunities. He was full of expectation. It is rumored that Immeasurable Heaven has true immortal families. I hope I can see some supreme sacred items, he said to himself. The Silver Passage closed. Those people followed Sure Hao out. Little big bro, we are from the Qin family. If there is anything in the future, come look for me. Dao brother, I came from the Scarlet Dragon clan. If you run into any trouble in Immeasurable Heaven, you can come to my clan. After breaking out, these people introduced themselves, agreeing to meet again in the future. Please wait a moment. Have any of you heard about the Heavenly Deity Institution? Before separating, Sure Hao asked. We have not. Someone shook his head in confusion. I think I've heard of it. It was something from a few years ago, heard that one might be built in Immeasurable Heaven. These people's reactions were all different. Sure Hao immediately recalled that the Heavenly Deity Institution wasn't something that had been here for a while, but something recently selected to be established here. Asking these people wouldn't help much. They've been trapped for many years already. Dao friend has cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Are you going to enter that Heavenly Deity Institution? It seems like after being trapped for many years, a lot of things happened. After returning, we'll have to take a look as well. These individuals were all geniuses, or else why would they have the qualifications to be trapped there? There were naturally those who cultivated immortal energy who indeed could set out for the Heavenly Deity Institution. Dao friend, we will meet again at the Heavenly Deity Institution. We will definitely go there. When the time comes, when you become the local boss, we'll bring you to see those true immortal descendants, true fairies. Haha, correct, get a fairy as your wife. That is but an exceptional beauty with true immortal blood flowing through her body. We know who those people are, so we can guide you there later. It'll just have to depend on if you catch any of their eyes. The group of people laughed loudly, separating here. Suddenly, someone in the distance spoke. When those eyes opened, it was as if 2 streaks of lightning shot over. It was clear that this ancient land had experts guarding it. It was because this was still a comparatively mysterious region. All places with altars connected to the 9 heavens 10 earths had extremely powerful individuals overseeing them. It was especially the case now when great chaos was about to rise. To prevent enemies from secretly coming over, they had to have powerful individuals defending them. Who are you? Sure Hao Lu. Head into the distance. There was a person seated on an enormous rock. He didn't sense any good intentions from this person. Weren't you the one that was lost in Emperor City's ancient battlefield, not appearing even after those 3 searched many days for you? You actually appeared after several months in Immeasurable Heaven, not simple after all. That person said. Sure Hao immediately understood. The 3 individuals he was talking about were those 3 great experts who lead those geniuses into the Heavenly Deity Institution. Meanwhile, after this person learned of the various situations, he didn't act very friendly towards Sure Hao. This person was someone from Immeasurable Heaven, someone who was already familiar with Sure Hao's existence. Sure Hao didn't say anything. This person most likely acted like this for the geniuses of Immeasurable Heaven who were defeated. Why aren't you saying anything? That person asked. You are my senior on the road of cultivation. I am listening respectfully to senior's great Dao voice. Sure Hao said, doing his best to calm himself down. Haha, this person laughed loudly, but his expression quickly turned cold. You can even come to Immeasurable Heaven on your own, can be considered extraordinary in that regard, extremely lucky. How about this? If you head to Origin Ancient Mine and excavate a few pieces of life stone for me, I won't make things difficult for you. Not far out, the geniuses who had broken free didn't completely leave. When those people heard this, their expressions immediately changed. What kind of place was Origin Ancient Mine? That place was called a demonic mine, evil mine, not a place that could be approached. Even though it contained great opportunities, able to prolong life, it was incomparably dangerous inside. Within it buried too many powerful beings. There were some that claimed it to be the tomb of an immortal king. Chapter 1077, Censure. Sure Hao didn't say anything, looking at him coldly. This person truly carried malice towards him, about to treat him unfavorably. Why aren't you saying anything? That person acted calm and casual, already walking forward. Without a doubt, the passage of time didn't leave much imprints on his face. It was still young, looking heroic and flourishing. Only, when his eyes opened and closed, there was an ancient feeling that did not possess any trace of youthfulness. This type of great expert definitely had a great lifespan, already living for a long time, an older generation figure. What can I say? You and I have no grudges, yet you wish to directly send me to a dangerous place. Could Senior's intentions be any more clear? Sure Hao said rather impolitely. At this point, even if he said nice things and bowed his head, it wouldn't do much. He would only be letting others mock and show contempt for no reason. The geniuses that didn't leave yet all felt upset for Sure Hao's sake. That expert bullied others too far, making a youth AD towards Origin Ancient Mine. Wasn't this just sending him to his death? Forget about them. Even if the senior powerful individuals entered, they would still die without exception. Since the ancient times, only during set times and with ample preparations would one be able to enter and excavate life stones. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly result in death. Haha, your temper doesn't seem to be small. Say, would you rather I directly slap you with a palm, or do you want to be sent into Origin Ancient Mine? This person said with a smile, only it was a bit cold. This made everyone's minds jump. This person didn't disguise his hostility at all. He wasn't even going to wait for Sure Hao to enter the dangerous land, just taking action right here. Senior, doing things like this, it's a bit inexcusable, wouldn't you say? Those from the side spoke. Oh, then what do you think I should do? You are the Chen family's youngster, right? Can be considered a genius. However, it is unsuitable for you to step in here. This person was confident in his backing. Senior, you are in charge of protecting the important land, while he didn't do any wrongs. You don't have a reason to deal with him. Another person stepped out, saying like this. Sure Hao helped them break out, so these people naturally felt gratefulness, especially the geniuses who came from a few great families. Their backing's great enough to speak here. Woo, you all have a point. Everything should be done by the established standards. This person laughed, his handsome face full of indifference. He was originally chosen to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, but ended up delaying his entrance. After showing up late, he even absurdly activated a transport formation alone. How can this not be punished? There has to be a reason for this, right? Someone spoke, arguing for Sure Hao's sake. Do you know how much heavenly materials are needed to activate that realm transporting formation? That is a heavenly amount. There aren't many of them left, yet just for a holy sacrifice realm cultivator, it was activated once? This is a waste, asking to be killed. You all don't know how great of a use the transport formations will be in the future. For it to be wasted once, increasing the load on the five-colored altar, it is simply a great crime. This person's voice was domineering, loudly berating. Everyone understood. He purposely exaggerated things to denounce Sure Hao. That is why, based on the rules, I didn't come to kill him, but he needs to be punished. I censure him to head towards Origin Ancient Mine and mine materials for a set amount of time. He spoke like this, eyes carrying cold intent. Everyone's hearts immediately became cold, because they knew that Sure Hao would undoubtedly die if he went. According to legend, Origin Ancient Mine had skeletal remains that were so ancient it was impossible to deduce how long they existed. They all died mysteriously. It was to the extent where many of them said that the skeletal remains inside were more ancient than even the most ancient era. There were sect masters who joined hands and entered, yet in the end were directly choked to death by a corpse wearing ancient Taoist robes, not a single one of them able to escape. This triggered a huge uproar in this world. One had to understand that those were all great figures, yet they didn't die under precious techniques or unmatched methods, directly strangled to death by an ancient corpse. This was a bit ridiculous, making all those who heard it stupefied. If a small holy sacrifice realm cultivator entered, there was simply no chance of surviving at all. You cannot do this, this isn't punishment, but harm. All those who had there have died. Even if long life beings were to appear in this world, they would still feel restraining fear. Someone spoke, arguing strongly for what was right. Otherwise, they would be watching Sure Hao send himself to the death. If Heavenly Deity Institution's people were to find out, they would definitely stop you. Harming a genius like this, you've gone too far. Someone said loudly. It was clear that their families and clans were all unordinary with great experts overseeing them, which was why they disputed forcefully for what was right. I never expected all of you to be so stubborn. This person laughed indifferently, and then nodded, saying, when Yuan Qing do things, I never feel any restraining fear. So what if I want him to enter Origin Ancient Mine? I want to see who will stop me. When everyone heard his name, they all gasped. This was quite the vicious character. Even though he had lived for an endless amount of time, he definitely couldn't be considered an ancient figure. If one were to use the archaic to present as the axis, then this person could still be considered young and robust. Yuan Qing, this was an expert with renowned reputation. When he was young, he cultivated immortal energy, and after the accumulation of many years, his strength erupted, terrifying without end. The people here opened their mouth, yet couldn't say anything. It was because this person had always acted domineeringly, definitely not someone who would change his mind because of some younger generation. He is just one person, nothing more than holy sacrifice realm, not even that important, yet used up an instance of the ancient transport formation. This has broken the rules and deserves punishment. Yuan Qing brandished his sleeves, sending those geniuses flying out. Crazy winds stirred, sand and stones flew everywhere. In that instant, these people were sent several tens of thousands of li out, swept away from this place. These people were furious, but they couldn't change much. Go. Let's return to our families and clans. If we can do anything to help, then we shouldn't hold back. Someone said. The meaning of this was clear. They were to go back to their own clans and discuss with their elders, doing their best to gather forces. Of course, they knew that there wasn't much hope. After all, Yuan Qing wasn't an ordinary person, not many people willing to offend him. It wasn't worth tearing down all face for the sake of a foreign small cultivator. Since this Dao brother we got to know cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, natural talents exceptional, we should hurry and contact the Heavenly Deity Institution. Who knows, the situation might still be reversible with someone who could protect him coming. Someone said. They then all went on their way. This place calmed down. Yuan Qing looked at Shi Hao, revealing a faint smile as he said, I am someone who have always acted directly. You should just pay Origin Ancient Mine a visit. He clapped his hands towards the distance. A 3-headed 6-armed creature immediately walked over. Go, bring him away, have him enter the ancient mine. Shi Hao didn't say anything during this process. There was nothing to say to this person. Right now, his strength was weaker, so making any disputes would only make him appear even weaker. Shi Hao turned around, following the 3-headed 6-armed creature into the distance. Since I've been entrusted with this task, you'll be suppressed for 10 years. When Shi Hao's figure disappeared, Yuan Qing said deep and coldly, Pardon me, in 10 years, if are still alive, then try to catch up then. He added like this. 10 years, for a currently rising genius, was extremely important. Being a step behind might result in a huge gap between him and his rivals. If it was in other areas, it wasn't much, but in Heavenly Deity Institution, this was absolutely vital. All of the Dao books, immortal medicines, and others there had to be strove for. This was especially the case for the immortal caves and other things. Each time they opened, the number of slots was limited. One had to understand that cultivating in those type of places would bring too much benefits. It would nourish immortal energy, forge sacred bones, reconstruct flesh and blood, allowing for continuous transformation. However, the competition was fierce. After entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, if one wanted to obtain the best cultivation environment, everything had to be fought for. They had to compete over everything. Those with higher rankings would obtain more things, thus become more powerful. Meanwhile, if one fell behind from the beginning, it would only end up worse for them later on. Heavenly Deity Institution, when those geniuses first entered, the most powerful people already obtained the qualifications to baptize themselves in the Phoenix blood pool, obtaining tremendous benefits. Meanwhile, you're already a few steps behind. Now, if you are suppressed for another 10 years, I want to see just how you will rise up. Yuan Qing said unsympathetically. He knew that the Heavenly Deity Institution was only going to foster a select few seats, not everyone treated favorably. If the distance was pulled apart from the beginning, the disparity would grow greater and greater. Heaven and earth have already changed. There are some enlightenments, some divine abilities that can't be cultivated just because you have the talent. Large amounts of immortal Dao resources are required. These words scattered with the cool breeze. Immeasurable heaven within a divine earth, precious light rushed into the heavens, endless auspicious light releasing. From the distance, that place was full of draconic energy, immortal mists pervading the air. The scenery was incredibly shocking, clearly an immortal residence. In recent years, Everyone knew that the heavenly deity institution was located in immeasurable heaven. This was a grand occasion that created great waves. One had to understand that everything concerning the heavenly deity institution had already created great commotion, people thinking about it several years ago already. Within the 9 heavens 10 earths, many great figures led the way, wishing to construct an institution, displaying within it a sea of scriptures and even more exceptional secret methods, to the extent where there were even immortal Tao secret methods and other things. This was the result of many sides' cooperation. They were going to create unmatched supreme beings. For this reason, they naturally expended great effort, including a great scripture collection, building an immortal pool of phoenix blood, and even the caves of long-life beings. Of course, there was no lack of the 9 heavens 10 earths most powerful figures here to lecture. All of this had already been prepared, previously only the heavenly deity institution's location undecided. And now, the institution ended up in immeasurable heaven, finally decided, so it was naturally a grand occasion that shook the heavens above and earth below. Recently, the Holy Earth, the heavenly deity institution, was located and had large amounts of experts coming back and forth, quite bustling with activity. A few of immeasurable heaven's great powers, ancient families, and others wanted to find a way to send their own clan's disciples over, wishing to take advantage of their relative closeness. Unfortunately, the heavenly deity institution was unmoved, the entrance strict. All of the disciples had already been set in stone, not taking any bribes from outside. They came out, what powerful life spiritual essence fluctuations. Inside the heavenly deity institution, there were those who watched the distant spiritual mountain with envy. Blood radiance surged, divine essence rippling powerfully. They knew that those who had the qualifications to enter the Phoenix blood pool had great accomplishments. They already came out. One could tell without even thinking about it that they definitely obtained great benefits. What a waste. There was one other person who originally also had the qualifications to enter, but he unexpectedly didn't have a chance with the heavenly deity institution, missing out. A few people nodded, knowing that the one they spoke about was Sure Hao. With his talents, after arriving here, there would have definitely been an important role for him. Even if there were descendants of true immortals and long-life beings here. Chapter 1078, Archaic Ancient Mine. Sure Hao didn't fight a bloody struggle because he had his cultivation sealed. In addition, this 3-headed 6-armed creature truly was powerful, not someone he could defeat. This powerful creature's entire body was covered in silver scales, including its face, as if it was a demonic god stone engraving. Its blood energy was restrained, making one feel pressure. Not long afterwards, they arrived at a part of the void. There was a large scarlet boat here, something used when crossing the sky domain. One could imagine how long this journey was going to take. Only Sure Hao felt as if something wasn't right. After coming here, the 3-headed 6-armed silver creature unexpectedly placed him on the ship, and after obtaining a few heavenly treasures from an expert, turned around to leave. It wasn't the silver 3-headed 6-armed creature who was going to personally see him off to that ancient mine. Sure Hao discovered that he seemed to have been sold. When he thought of this, golden light erupted from Sure Hao's eyes. He was actually purchased by someone at such a low price? This really was a hateful and shameless thing. He had just arrived in immeasurable heaven, yet he encountered this type of disaster, in the end even sold like this. This large scarlet ship definitely had something greatly wrong with it. It was several tens of thousands of zhang long, extremely large, entirely scarlet red as if it had been soaked in blood. It looked a bit stifling, even more so releasing a type of bloody fiendish aura. Generally speaking, part of the owner's style can be sensed from the magical artifact. This enormous ship was dark red like blood, carrying thick killing intent, the owner clearly not of the kind sort. Soon after, he knew that this was a pirate ship full of crime and blood. It moved through the cosmos' starry sky, its reputation notorious. Sure Hao felt a wave of pent-up frustrations. He had just arrived in the 9 heavens, yet he already encountered this type of thing, being sold off to this type of vicious place, becoming a captive. The Scarlet Red pirate ship was extremely well known in immeasurable heaven. The captain of the ship was a formidable expert with tremendous strength, someone who always acted viciously, traveling domineeringly between heaven and earth. However, he had been living well this entire time, not being eliminated by anyone. In reality, the reason this pirate ship could remain unharmed was also because it had secret dealings with many great powers, with mutual interests involved. For example, it often sent slaves with decent cultivation levels to Origin Ancient Mine, selling them to great powers to have them excavate divine materials. There were many people on the ship, extremely crowded. Most of them were slaves, all of them locked up in a designated area. Unfortunately, Sure Hao became one of them. He looked at these creatures with lifeless expressions, spirits numb, and then he suddenly felt that he was still quite lucky. At the very least, he was still full of vigor, not tormented to this level of dejectedness. Only, soon after, there was an elder that dealt him a heavy mental blow. Youngster, you should relax while you can. Once you enter the ancient mine, you might die at any time. The blood-colored ship took off, the destination outer space. It was because the so-called origin ancient mine floated in the sky above, long moving into outer space, adjacent to a few large stars. Aside from the endless space all around them, there were many formations along the way, requiring one to be careful when moving. That was why the Scarlet Blood ship didn't move too quickly. It was black and ice-cold in outer space, even the areas with stellar radiance appearing quite desolate. It had to be said that this area was extremely frightening. There were all types of skeletal remains, all of them drifting through the dark cosmos, extremely shocking. Apart from his, there were enormous meteors that rushed past from time to time. Of course, the most dangerous were still those damaged weapons, banners, and other things. Those were all left behind from ancient wars, covered in ancient formations and other things. As a result, this region was extremely special. One had to carefully move through this place. If an accident happened, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Things like this had happened before. When a few large ships traveled through this area, bashing left and right as they advanced, some of them exploded, some of them were transported into the depths of the cosmos, thus never seen again. Several days passed. Sherha was quite shocked. This scarlet ship slowed down its speed, not daring to move recklessly, carefully making its way through many damaged formations. Not far out, a small banner swayed back and forth. It released ripples, shattering a comet that flew past into pieces. This was quite striking. Even though this place was like ruins with all types of damaged things, it really wasn't a good place to provoke. All of these things could easily turn into great killing weapons. However, the Scarlet Ship's people's eyes didn't become glowing hot with greed, because lessons had previously been taught through blood. There were those who had previously tried to obtain these damaged artifacts, but as soon as they approached, a formation was activated, tearing apart flesh and bone. Those things, even though they had drifted in the cosmos void for endless years, they were still dangerous. This was especially the case if contact was made, which would very likely trigger their explosion. This was a killing formation set by an unmatched expert to begin with, known to be able to kill gods and wipe out immortals, forcefully oppress everyone, omnipotent. That was why this place ended up like this, only the damaged artifacts from when the formation was built left behind. Between these words, a ship arrived from the distance. The people on that ship saw a shining pearl and then they couldn't hold back, wanting to seize it. As a result, Scarlet Blood ship's people all trembled. The ship in the distance exploded, turning into pieces. Everyone died, buried along here. This is a cursed land. No one can display greed towards any of the ruined artifacts here, or else a great disaster would be incurred. Someone of Scarlet Blood ship sighed. Finally, they arrived, approaching their destination. That was a star, extremely massive, and also extremely desolate. There were no plants, grit everywhere, as well as a scorched blackness. When one looked down from above, this star was extremely ugly, not a single blade of grass growing, lacking life. Everything was just that drab and gray. The origin ancient mine was precisely on that star. It was rumored that it was originally above immeasurable heaven's great earth, but it attracted too many cultivators, and each time, many people died as a result, including heroes of different clans. In the end, left with no choice, after the different clans discussed among themselves, great figures joined up and refined that area into a star, sending it into outer space. Of course, during this process, they didn't dare touch the ancient mine in the slightest, but instead moved everything within a range of 100,000 li, then refined it into a star. Everyone knew that this star was extremely special, yet no one was daring enough to truly explore its contents. It was because there were too many uncertainties with that place. Finally, they arrived. Suddenly, the void trembled, earth quaking and mountains shaking. The stars were resonating in response as well. Many people on Scarlet Blood ship cried out, even the captain of the ship appeared for the first time. His entire body was surrounded by divine multicolored mist, body trembling slightly, doing everything he could to move the precious ship away. An unexpected event happened today. A terrifying aura rushed at them. On Scarlet Blood ship, everyone was shocked, as if they were facing hell, on the verge of death. The feeling that star gave them wasn't too good. At this time, including Sherha, many people saw a scene they would find hard to forget for the rest of their lives. They were all still like wooden chickens, as if they became stupefied. There was an ancient mine on the star's surface. It released auspicious, multicolored radiance that affected the stars in the heavens, forming a vast and boundless domain. It seemed to be breathing, rising and falling, releasing streak after streak of ripples that engulfed the heavens. Origin Ancient Mine. Many people's voices were trembling. There was this type of immortal mine on that great star, this type of scene. It was too shocking. The ancient mine has revived again. We are quite lucky, coming here when it is devouring heaven and earth's spiritual essence. Scarlet Blood Ship's captain said. Soon after, everyone understood what was happening. That ancient mine continuously changed, immortal light shining brilliantly. Now, it returned to its natural state, black holes occasionally forming. Heavens! There are stars falling. Someone cried out loudly. When the Origin Ancient Mine became pitch black, it became like a black hole, devouring stars from all directions, truly powerful and terrifying. Compared to the enormous Origin star, that ancient mine wasn't that large, but it devoured all of those stars. This space immediately became incomparably brilliant. Great stars fell, drawing out brilliant tails in the void, all of them entering that cave entrance. This was truly hard to believe. Everyone became stunned, all of them dumbstruck. This type of scene was too terrifying. Only Scarlet Blood Ship's captain was still relatively calm, because he had heard before that this ancient mine was reviving, replenishing its spiritual essence, needing to devour a large amount of stars. This is just too ridiculous. While feeling fear, everyone could only sigh with admiration like this. Shirhao opened his heavenly eyes, understanding that that ancient mine seemed to be breathing. As it inhaled and exhaled, great stars from outer space fell one after another, absorbed by it. While breathing, auspicious multicolored light surged, brilliant colors flowing about. Finally, Scarlet Blood Ship made it to a safe region. The main reason was because the captain was powerful enough, forcefully moving it far into the distance. Each time Origin Ancient Mine moves, there will be a long period of calmness. This really is quite the luck. You all might be able to pick a few pieces of life stone. Scarlet Blood Ship's captain gave the ship's people a look, saying it like this. Finally, after who knew how much time had passed, Origin Ancient Mine calmed down, no longer devouring the sun, moon, and stars, becoming extremely quiet. All right, we can go over now. Scarlet Blood Ship's captain said. The large ship began to move, slowly descending towards that star, eventually making contact with its surface. Meanwhile, a few other large ships appeared, descending on the star. They were all cultivators that escaped during the previous danger, now returning. There were quite a few people from great powers, coming here all for the sake of digging up supreme treasures and other things from around the ancient mine's vicinity. Did you all not see? Before the ancient mine revived, there were many figures inside, just too terrifying. Every single one of them carried primal chaos, exceptionally powerful. Why were there many people inside? Many of the creatures on Scarlet Blood Ship who was coming here for the first time were puzzled, faces full of shock. Those are skeletal remains. They were nourished by the life essence energy within year in year out, thus developing intelligence. That's incorrect. There are many immortal kings buried inside. Perhaps there is all life Earth that can ensure that all things remain in an undying state. After endless time, they returned. Who knows, they might have revived. Everyone discussed among themselves, all of them extremely shocked. Immortal King? Scarlet Blood Ship's captain laughed coldly, shaking his head, saying, this ancient mine is ancient to an unimaginable degree. In immortal ancient great era, it had previously been filled in, yet in this era, it was unearthed again. When the others heard him say this, many of them revealed unusual expressions. This was especially true for the experts of a few great sects. They were even more surprised. It was because these people more or less knew some secrets. They had their suspicions that this ancient mine was terrifyingly ancient, some of the ancient corpses inside possibly even older than immortal ancient great era. Immortal energy. Someone cried out like this at this moment. At the entrance of the ancient mine, strand after strand of immortal mists pervaded the air. That type of energy was incomparably holy and peaceful as it scattered out from the ancient cave. Everyone's eyes became red. This place was too mysterious. If they could cultivate here, it was simply unimaginable, the natural luck too great. Chapter 1079, Slave. Immortal mists rose, the cave entrance faintly discernible and massive. A grand scene appeared there. Why is there a singing voice? An expert cried out in alarm, his scalp immediately going cold, feeling a deep sense of disbelief. Then, the others also heard it. Singing voices sounded from the originally peaceful ancient cave. Even though it wasn't that clear, it was definitely real. That was a woman, her voice elegant and graceful, sinuous and melodious, extremely pleasant to listen to, but also carrying a mournful type of feeling. In a flash, an exceptional beauty appeared before their eyes. She stepped on moonlight, ascending, snow-white clothes fluttered about, style exceptional. At her side, blade radiance and sword shadows could be seen. Heroic figures fought against each other, matchless heroes falling, collapsing into pools of blood. Everyone fought for her sake, struggled for her. Is this an illusion? Forget about others. Even Scarlet Bloodship's captain felt a wave of shock, fiercely shaking his head, forcing himself free from this type of singing voice. He discovered that his entire body was already covered in cold sweat, his battle clothes drenched, only now snapping back to reality, freeing himself from that mysterious state. This really was a bit frightening. Someone as powerful as him who could travel unhindered through immeasurable heaven, someone who rarely had enemies, was like a lost youth here, his emotions rising and falling from someone's voice, losing himself. How shocking! Someone said with a sigh. This was just a song, no one actually walking out from Origin Ancient Mine, but it made one feel as if they personally experienced all those scenes. I don't think that indistinct white-clothed woman was an illusion. Everyone saw her just now, right? A great expert said. In reality, the ancient mine was peaceful, immortal energy pervading the air. There wasn't any white-clothed woman who walked out, all of this a strange type of reaction. Right, I saw an exceptional beauty. Even though I didn't truly see her, she was definitely the most beautiful woman throughout eternity. Someone said, almost deliriously raving. Exactly, I also saw her. She moved under the moonlight, many heroes engaged in a bloodbath. Someone added, revealing a fascinated expression, almost at a loss. The experts here were all silent. There were ancient corpses in this ancient mine, but why did a living person now appear as well? All of the extremely powerful individuals opened their mouths, but then closed them again, not saying anything. This place appeared more and more strange, mysterious, and unfathomable. Shirha saw it clearly just now as well. In reality, no one appeared. Those were just imprints produced by that pleasant singing voice, making people feel as if they really did see those scenes. Everyone knew that Origin Ancient Mine was a dangerous place, with most who entered dying. Only those with tremendous opportunities had a chance of returning with their lives. However, the people who went inside had never seen any living people, all of them ancient corpses, so what was going on with these scenes? Don't tell me that there are still pure lands we haven't discovered, a few other unknown areas, someone said quietly, expression serious. This was definitely not impossible. Moreover, even before, those who were lucky enough to come back alive only gave this place a hurried look, completely unable to find out just how many mysteries the ancient mine contained. There is likely someone who revived. A great figure said. The scene just now wasn't an ancient corpse that developed sentience, no malicious energy or deathly energy to be seen. It wasn't quite the same as what they saw just now, different from the ancient mine recorded in bone books. Could it be that there really is an immortal king buried inside, reviving with all life earth? Someone said, breaking out into a cold shiver. Finally, everything calmed down again. The singing voice had long disappeared, even the immortal energy released by the ancient caves starting to recede. A vast expanse of darkness could be seen when looking from the distance. The ancient cave was faint and indistinct, no one daring to approach it. At this point, all of the experts felt a bit of fear, if an exist. Ants with complete intelligence emerged from the ancient mine, no longer an ancient corpse who only had vague instincts. That would be incomparably terrifying. There was immediately a group of experts that left, fearing that staying here further would result in problems. Fortunately, the supervisors of the great powers that remained were still relatively calm, quickly stabilizing the situation. Then, they observed the situation for several days, discovering that it was just like before, not any bad changes happening because of this. Only then did they release a breath of relief. As for Scarlet Bloodship, it had long taken off, escaping that very day. Shirhao and the others totaled to 80 to 90,000. They were treated as slaves and sold to these great powers. If nothing unexpected happened, then they would die while excavating divine materials. His face was calm without any fluctuations, treating this with silence. Waves of killing intent towards Yuan Qing surged within him. This person actually dealt with him like this. The Scarlet Bloodship left into the distance. Many days later, when Yuan Qing obtained news, his expression remained calm. Suppressing you for 10 years, seems like I worried too much. Abnormalities appeared in Origin Ancient Mine, so those powers will likely search frantically. You should just first think about how to survive. Yuan Qing said to himself. He acted on his own accord, suppressing Sher Hao for 10 years, but now felt that instead of doing this, he might as well have just directly killed him. However, he was still worried that someone would investigate into this. If he acted too directly, it would be making things quite difficult for him. Even though this was also crossing the line, he at least had a reason. Half a month had passed. Sher Hao and the others were all strictly guarded, close watch placed over them. Even though close to 100 slaves were transported over, they were sold off separately. He was sold off to an ancient family together with several thousand others, used to excavate heavenly materials for them. Even though they already had restrictions placed on them, these ancient families still wouldn't feel at ease unless they set their own restrictions. Of course, they didn't invite experts to restrict everyone one by one, as that would use up too much time. Instead, special magical artifacts were used to control these slaves. For example, when it was Sher Hao's turn, he first had shackles placed on him, and then they used a piece of mysterious stone to examine his potential and fighting strength. That strange rock immediately flourished with radiance. We picked up treasure. This slave is extremely formidable, not ordinary at all. Someone cried out, drawing the attention of this ancient family. They had a mysterious strange stone that could examine one's strength and potential. Even though it wasn't that accurate, generally speaking, it would still do its job. That strange stone flourished with radiance, alarming a group of people. It had been many years since they saw someone like this, let alone a slave like this. Truly unexpected, one can even find a good successor after purchasing a slave. Soon after, this rock shattered, smashed apart by the multicolored light Sher Hao's body emitted, turning into broken pieces. This left them even more shocked. With a hula sound, this ancient family's people all swarmed over, ordering people to seal this place, not letting anyone else approach. Formidable, even breaking the examining stone. This brat is a bit strange. Bring the 7-colored wondrous stone to examine him. Let's see how formidable his potential really is. Someone said, eyes brilliant. There aren't any left. The 7-colored wondrous stones have already been exhausted. We won't be able to get our hands on one for some time. Someone replied. When Sher Hao heard their conversation, he didn't say anything, facing them silently. Youngster, what is your name? D1. Sher Hao replied. The group of people looked at each other in dismay. This name really was domineering. Someone actually truly dared to take on this name. Actually daring to use this name, a single character D-ha. Someone said like this. They looked at him, saying, regardless of whether this name is fake or not, it'll do as a code name for now. It's beneath us to bother investigating. What I wish to ask is what inheritance you are from, what kind of background? I grew up in the Great Wasteland from my youth, only joining the world now, but was deceived and captured by a scoundrel. Sher Hao said expressionlessly. Lies. Speak of your background. Someone shouted. In addition, an elder directly took action, placing his palm on Sher Hao's forehead, wishing to explore his sea of consciousness and directly acquire his memories. Sher Hao glared at him. His identity was about to be investigated, resulting in him having no secrets to speak of. Even his supreme powerful precious techniques were going to be seized. Immediately afterwards, the elder was shocked, hurriedly retracting his hands. It was because he had just operated bone texts, yet the space between Sher Hao's brows was splitting apart, blood starting to flow out. There are restrictions. Once examined, the primordial spirit will rupture. The others' faces fell. This was the restriction Sher Hao placed on himself previously. Willow deity method, lightning emperor symbols, Kuan Peng imprints, all of them were protected. He tried to imitate other archaic vicious beasts, doing this to prevent the inheritances from leaking. His primordial spirit had restrictions, so even if he became a captive, he wouldn't have to worry much. Of course, this also meant that if others forcefully searched, his soul would explode, falling here. These people stopped, not continuing. Youngster, you have to let us see your value, how you are different. Otherwise, you will ONL. Why be regarded as a normal slave and die in the mines? One of them said. Undo the fetters. Sher Hao calmly said. These people were quite straightforward, all of them experts. There were sect master level figures here, not fearing that he would act out. When Sher Hao recovered, he directly released a strand of immortal energy. It surrounded his body, auspicious energy pervading the air, great power spreading. See, these people gasped. This youngster was powerful after all, leaving them greatly shaken. Cultivated immortal energy, this type of aptitude is not ordinary after all. He should have entered the heavenly deity institution. An elder sighed. Just one strand of immortal energy, entering the heavenly deity institution will be too difficult. Another person shook his head, likely the #1 expert of his clan in this ancient mine region. Sure Hao didn't hesitate. Right now, he needed to display his strength, and only then would he attract their attention, thus being regarded as important, increasing his chances of freeing himself. The second strand of immortal energy appeared, but it was a bit faint, not that distinct. This was done intentionally. Good, good, good. These people were pleasantly surprised. They never expected that a random slave they purchased would be so outstanding. These people looked at each other, revealing strange looks, revealing a radiance from Sure Hao's eyes he couldn't really understand. It flashed past their eyes. 2 strands of immortal energy. This was an outstanding genius, even in immeasurable heaven, a rarely seen talent that would be chased after by all sects and protected. It was because once someone like this grew up, they would inevitably become a great expert who would inspire awe throughout the empire. Youngster, do you wish to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution? An elder asked in an amicable manner. I heard about it. If I can go and take a look, then that's naturally not a bad thing. Sure Hao acted in neither a servile nor overbearing manner. Woo, my clan's young miss is there. If you are willing to follow by her side, we can consider sending you over. An elder said. Follow a woman? Sure Hao raised his head, purposely showing a look of disdain. Haha, someone laughed, and then said, Youngster, do you think that cultivating 2 strands of immortal energy makes you unmatched under the sky? My clan's young miss could suppress you with a raise of her hand. She wishes to seize the #1 fairy position in immeasurable heaven, her cultivation profound, not something you can even imagine. Don't tell me she cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy? Sure Hao asked. Even more formidable than what you were thinking. The young miss carries unmatched immortal blood within her. She is not only my clan's, but all of immeasurable heaven's most brilliant pearl. The elder said. Chapter 1080, Conditions. Long life family? Sure Hao looked at them. He always had a feeling this clan had quite the experts. This was just a mine, yet there were several extraordinary figures overseeing it. He now understood a bit. An elder laughed and said, my clan had a long life being in the past, but that is already something of endless years ago, this founder long dying in battle. He didn't feel sentimental. Even though they felt some regret, a bit unwilling, time could erase everything, the past glory still something of the past. Then that is to say, your clan's young miss can be regarded as an immortal descendant, also one of the fairies, one not only in name but also in reality? Sure Hao asked, his eyes revealing a strange expression. In the past, when he had opposed Lin Tian and the others, he had previously brought up these types of families. Meanwhile, the blue-pupiled woman Lan Ling had mocked him, saying that if he was powerful enough, he could interact with true fairies in the Heavenly Deity Institution, perhaps even taking them as his wife. At this moment, Sure Hao felt quite strange. He never expected there to really be these types of families, moreover meeting them like this. Only, his status was just too embarrassing, unexpectedly only a slave. Youngster, your ambitions don't seem to be that small, huh? Already ended up a prisoner, yet your eyes are still flickering with divine light. You actually set your eyes on my clan's great daughter? Do not overestimate your worth. A middle-aged individual ridiculed. I do not have such intentions. Sure Hao shook his head. Haha, if you don't then that is best. Someone nodded with a smile, and then looked at him, saying we can send you into the Heavenly Deity Institution, only, their disciple selection has ended, so another method has to be used. Based on what they said, they could send Sure Hao in, but there was some issue with his identity, he had to join as their young miss battle servant. When Sure Hao heard this, his eyebrows immediately stood up. To enter with the identity of a servant, how could he accept this? The reason he revealed 2 strands of immortal energy was to expose his own potential, precisely to draw enough attention and have these people regard him as important. However, in the end, he still had to continue with the identity of a servant. This was a type of humiliation, something he definitely couldn't compromise with. Sure Hao became silent. He carefully thought to himself. Ever since he arrived in immeasurable heaven, he continuously encountered setbacks, unexpectedly becoming a captive, taken prisoner, turned into a slave. It truly was infuriating, leaving him feeling wronged. However, he couldn't roar outwards right now. He could only wait for an opportunity. You are not willing? There is no need to take offense. An elder continued to explain. This was just a plan of convenience. From what they said, every single Heavenly Deity Institution disciple could bring a few servants. If Sure Hao entered with the status of a servant, the day would come when he would shine again. When the time came, there would be a chance to truly join the Heavenly Deity Institution. Of course, this was on the premise that he agreed to follow at the young miss side. Even though he could free himself from the status of slave, he couldn't betray them. He had to move together with the clan. In reality, there were many young experts who were moving. The Heavenly Deity Institution had immortal caves, Phoenix blood pool, and other things, any one of them great natural luck, things that would allow one to be born again. Many people wished to enter even if they had to become a servant. These people included the clan's most powerful young experts, powerful exceptional talents and others, willingly becoming temporary servants. It was to the extent where the pearls of clans, individuals with exceptional appearances, were willing to head there, establishing agreements with others. Of course, before setting out to the Heavenly Deity Institution, you need to do one thing. Perhaps, only you can do it now. An elder spoke. Shirhao didn't say anything. He already felt that these people wouldn't show goodwill for no reason. These people valued his potential, but it was unlikely for them to selflessly help him. In the end, his strength was to help make their clan's young miss look even better, to protect and follow that young lady. They would view him as one of that woman's strong subordinates. The competition in the Heavenly Deity Institution is fierce. Even our clan's pearl faces great pressure, requiring assistance, needing opportunities. The clan's people said. Shirhao learned about some of the Heavenly Deity Institution's current circumstances from their mouths. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Presently, the Heavenly Deity Institution gathered the 9 heavens, 10 earth's heroes, all of them incredibly stunning, the outstanding talents of various ancient worlds. None of them were weak. With this group of heavenly talents gathered, regardless of whether they were children of emperors of immortals, they all felt a tremendous pressure. It was because a single mistake would result in them being overtaken by others. In that place, falling behind meant a loss of immortal Dao resources. Phoenix blood pool, immortal caves, long life medicines, Dao comprehension platforms, and other things were given to the most powerful individuals first. There was no line for the others to wade in. This made the experts more and more powerful, the distance pulled greater and greater. Shirhao frowned, his eyes revealing cold light. At this moment, he finally understood the intentions of Yuanqing. This was to purposely suppress him, leaving him in this ancient mine region to use up his time. This was simply slowly erasing him from the rankings. Currently, the geniuses were struggling against each other, the best time to rise up, but he was suppressed and sent to a land of death, making him lose out on opportunity to compete and truly rise up in the Heavenly Deity Institution. Without a doubt, even if he continued living, he would lose out on those scriptures, immortal medicines, rebirth precious pools. Yuanqing's mind was extremely ruthless, making Shirhao feel a great hatred. What do you all want? Shirhao asked. He finally spoke. There was something the clan's young miss needed here, so it would definitely suit him as well. Instead of resisting, he was better off hearing them out first, see if he could directly make use of it himself. Inside the Heavenly Deity Institution, heavenly talents compete against each other. Now, not only did they show their aptitudes, the strength of various family support is also clear. An elder from the clan immediately spoke of the nature of the problem. They wished to find a piece of life stone here and then deliver it to the young miss who had immortal blood, have her walk at the front, come out ahead in the great clash between geniuses. Life stone, Shirhao said to himself. He had heard about it before, but he didn't know about its concrete effects. He only knew that this thing could help extend the lifespans of sect master level and stronger figures, help them seize the natural luck between heaven and earth, a priceless treasure. You do not need to understand too much, only need to bring back 1 or 2 pieces, and then you can immediately leave this place. We will send you to the Heavenly Deity Institution. An elder said. This was their condition. If he wanted to free himself from his slave status, Shirhao had to show his sincerity and bring back a life stone. If it was anyone else who heard this condition, their expressions would definitely change. This place had life stones, but it was extremely rare. Moreover, who dared enter the Origin Ancient Mine? What Shirhao was thinking right now was that this heavenly treasure was definitely extremely useful for him and the young miss, worth obtaining. He already missed out on the first opportunities inside the Heavenly Deity Institution, needing to make up for it through other means, closing the gap and then overtaking them. This place was worth the risk. Origin Ancient Mine, if it was without danger, it would be a place extremely suited to cultivation. There was true immortal energy there, not something other Pure Lands could compare to. Of course, if others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely curse him as a madman. How many people dared to set their eyes on the ancient mine? Who would dare come here to cultivate? That was definitely some madman who didn't value his life. You wish to collect lifestone? The clan's people were shocked, originally thinking they had to speak quite a few words of persuasion, needing to make threats and promises, but they never expected Shirhao to agree just like that. One had to bear in mind that those who had dared take the risk have pretty much all died. It was extremely difficult to sue. Seed here. You've cultivated two strands of immortal energy of the same origin as that ancient mine's immortal mist, so it should be comparatively safer for you than for others, so there is no need to feel too much worry. This is the best time to search for Life Stone. A middle-aged man encouraged. I do not need to hear these words of comfort. Please give me the corresponding secret treasures and others. Bring all of the things that will help me survive. Sherhao said. Since he couldn't leave, Yuan Qing sent him here. These people wouldn't let him go either. Then he was better off just taking the risk. Youngster, you are quite courageous. I am quite optimistic about your future. If you're stunning enough here, it isn't that there is no chance for you to walk side by side with my clan's pearl at that time. It was clear that the elder was exaggerating, trying to encourage Sherhao, not hesitating to throw out sweet bait. However, his efforts were used on the wrong person. Sherhao directly cut him off, saying, "Please help me prepare precious artifacts and other things." The expressions of the experts here felt a bit embarrassed, but they returned to normal soon after. "We are quite delighted to see you agree. Little friend is a bright and open-minded person. We won't say too much about other things and will quickly make preparations for you." They undid all of Sherhao's shackles, undid his restrictions. However, an elder produced a diamond band, requiring him to wear it on his head. This was their clan's secret treasure. Once it was worn on the head, it was extremely difficult to remove, binding tighter and tighter. They said candidly that they had to do this. After all, with all of Sherhao's restrictions undone, what if he ran? The diamond band was bright, resplendent with silvery white light, unknown what type of material exactly was used. It was extremely brilliant and flowing with all types of mysterious bone texts. It looked like a bracelet, but now it was enlarged, wrapping around Sherhao's head, turning into a suppressing magical artifact. Origin Star, this was a place without plant life, only dry and withered mountains, extremely desolate. However, despite this being the case, it was still divided up by many great powers, each occupying a region. During these days, all of the great powers were moving, sending slaves and others, dispatching experts to look around the ancient mine entrance's vicinity. The so-called vicinity was still several hundred meters out. If it was too close, it would be extremely dangerous. Who knows, they might just be sucked in by that ancient mine. However, each time Origin Ancient Mine calmed down again, it would be comparatively more peaceful and bloody events would rarely happen. This was precisely the reason why only in recent days did everyone display more activity. Sherhao made his preparations. Even though he was forced to wear the diamond band around his head, making him feel rather indignant inside, he still endured it. He couldn't help but sigh. After arriving in immeasurable heaven, everything went badly, actually being taken prisoner like this. He was waiting for a chance to erupt, rush through all obstructions. During these days of preparation, he also understood how powerful this clan was. This clan took on the surname Wang, too, rumored to be a clan that had survived from immortal ancient. Their ancestors' strength was profound, previously an immortal Dao figure, long life and undying, but died in battle during the immortal ancient years. One clan, using this as their surname, their ancestor was rumored to have touched the immortal king domain. Sherhao went on his way. The clan prepared all types of corresponding secret treasures for him, everything in order. He was going to enter Origin Ancient Mine. 1. This term can also mean immortal child. 2. This character means king. Chapter 1081, Entering the Mine. The mountain region was dried up, scorched black. The rocks were blood-colored. This was Origin Star. Sherhao walked forward step by step, already approaching that ancient mine. It had quite the reputation in history, taking the lives of who knew how many powerful individuals. Nowadays, pretty much no one dared take the risk, only slaves being sent out. Of course, the lives of slaves were still lives, no one willing to waste them. Normally speaking, the slaves purchased by great sects were only used nearby to extract and not to enter the ancient mine. Currently, there were figures everywhere, all of them slaves, their clothes ragged and shabby, working hard here every day, all for the sake of being able to continue living. Sherhao became one of them. However, he didn't stop, not cutting open the mountain range like the others, but instead heading directly towards the heart of this place. This mountain region was extremely strange, incomparably sturdy, difficult for even heavenly deities to dig through. That was why for ordinary cultivators, this was extremely difficult work. As he continued, many holes could be seen on the ground. There were figures everywhere, quite a few people busying about. This was the result produced after slaves tried their hardest. The rocks were sturdy, comparable to powerful magical artifacts. There were people who felt that the rocks here were extremely astonishing, definitely fine material for refining artifacts, able to be sold for great prices after being brought back to the outside world. However, when they left this place, everything changed. The rock material easily smashed to pieces. Only in this place did the rock pieces, granules, mountain ranges, and other things remain outstanding. Later on, everyone understood that this was because of the existence of Origin Ancient Mine, the secret force it constantly released affecting everything around it. As Shirhao headed further in, the ground became more and more quiet, and it became increasingly desolate. As well, because there were less people the further in he went. A black-colored whirlwind blew past, turning a stone mountain into dust, filling the mountain range full of holes, the scene horrifying. Fortunately, it didn't last too long, disappearing soon afterwards. Shirhao's eyes widened, a bit stupefied, finding this hard to understand. He saw it clearly with his heavenly eyes. That black whirlwind appeared from thin air, rushing out only after the void warped slightly. That is the power of the domain. It isn't unusual for anything strange to happen in Origin Ancient Mine's surroundings. Someone warned. Shirhao became silent. This was precisely Origin Ancient Mine, just the outside abnormalities already like this. If he truly entered, what exactly was going to happen? He began to worry a bit for his own life. However, did he even have a choice now? The Wang family was forcing him forward from the rear. If he turned around, there was no way they would agree. Dao brother, wait a minute. Someone transmitted sound from behind, quickly catching up. These were experts sent by another great power, coming from different influential families and ancient sects, unexpectedly quite a few people. There were several dozen of them in total. They were going to explore Origin Ancient Mine, the great influential families and ancient sects working together to head there. It was clear that these were Death Knights raised by the clan after using up great resources. Now, it was the time to make use of them. Only Origin Ancient Mine was just too infamous. Even if these people didn't fear death, they were still feeling a bit nervous now, thus moving together. Finally, they were but a few dozen li from the entrance of the ancient mine. This group of people stopped, their minds all shaken up. While looking at that dark black entrance, their hearts were all shoved up to their throats. The ground surface around here wasn't digged into that much, because few people could walk here, let alone dared to act in such a risky manner. By now, this group only saw a few slaves scattered about, searching for divine materials in great cracks. In this area, one would occasionally find life stones, as well as some other rare heavenly treasures, all things that the various sects desired, to the extent where even immortal gold could be found. Only now, those things were just too hard to find. Suddenly, a miserable cry sounded. A streak of rainbow light flashed over from the distance. Several slaves turned into bloody mist, and then evaporated into nothingness. That was the radiance revealed after the void warped. It was clear that it still originated from Origin Ancient Mine. This place was extremely unstable, occasionally releasing mysterious energy. This seemed to be foretelling something, warning everyone not to take risks. When there was still 1,000 zhang distance between them, they could see the ancient cave clearly. It was pitch black like ink, if there was an abyss there. What was shocking was that there were still slaves in this place. Even though it was just a few people, they were still working hard to search this area. Shirhao sighed. Even though these were slaves, they were actually all powerful individuals. For the sake of survival, they could only make a hard living here, only having a chance to live after obtaining some type of harvest. Miserable cries sounded. Heaven and earth source energy surged from that ancient mine, appearing on the surface of the earth, so several individuals wanted to go excavate that area, but in the end, they were all blasted apart. It had to be said that even though these people had long made their preparations, this still dealt them quite the mental blow. It was because even though the ones who died were slaves, they were all powerful individuals. However, they couldn't even take a single blow here. This place became quiet, only Shirhao and the several dozen people behind him left. They looked at the black cave 1,000 zhang out. That ancient mine was too deep. They could vaguely hear a breathing sound. Those several dozen individuals' faces changed. That cave seemed to be accompanied by a faint rising and falling sound. Shirhao walked forward, starting to advance again. The others' expressions were serious, following afterwards one by one. Do we really have to enter? Not many who entered Origin Ancient Mine have been able to return alive. There were people who swallowed with difficulty, shaking with fear now. However, they didn't have a choice. There were people watching behind them, so if they didn't advance, they would be dealt with later. What is there to be scared of? I'll go first. There was someone who was rather bold, quickly rushing forward. He wore black gold armor, turning into a streak of dark light, entering the ancient mine. This triggered cries of alarm. Not only were the creatures here shocked, even the powerful individuals watching in the distance became incredibly nervous. In that instant, bloody light surged, blood blooming, extremely striking. He directly died, unable to live. Shirhao felt a bit strange. This ancient mine was too frightening, simply the most powerful archaic vicious beast, bloody mouth opened wide, waiting for creatures to jump in. At the same time, he sensed an auspicious and peaceful aura. That was immortal energy. Perhaps it really was as the Wang clan's people said. Only those with immortal energy could return alive. There is no way out. A wave of mysterious power from this ancient mine has locked onto us. Someone cried out in horror. Stop speaking nonsense. This is just a normal domain, all of us within its effective range. It isn't something a creature has released. Someone corrected, expression severe. The void warped, an expanse of ascension light suddenly appeared, drowning out everything nearby. Large amounts of miserable cries sounded, more than 20 individuals blossomed. Ted through. Bloody holes appeared all over them, including the space between the brows, dying with their eyes still open. It was because in that instant, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Their bodies were restrained by the domain, helpless as the rain of light scattered down, piercing through their flesh and primordial spirit. Half of them died. Shirhao became vigilant. There were specks of light that flew towards him as well, but a strand of immortal energy within his body stopped it. Then, he didn't hold back, releasing 2 strands of immortal energy, walking forward. He already came here, there was no way out. When the others saw this, they clenched their teeth and followed. Even though the following individuals didn't have immortal energy, they were comparatively luckier, not within the range of the light rain. 1 step, 2 steps. Shirhao advanced, finally arriving before the black ancient mine. He raised his foot, entering inside, falling straight in. He entered. The others' expressions changed, feeling hesitation. Just take it all, we're dead even if we back out. As Death Knights, we should have this type of realization. The group of people all jumped down after him, but halfway down, large amounts of miserable cries sounded, falling while carrying horror and unwillingness. In the distance, many people stood in the sky, watching the circumstances here. Those great figures' expressions all changed. This was too miserable, watching as those people exploded. Shirhao entered the ancient mine, falling for a long time before stopping. Then, what fell was a rain of blood as well as white bone pieces. He knew that the creatures that followed him had pretty much all died. He sensed a tremendous killing intent here. If not for the immortal energy around his body, he would have been immediately crushed to death. Inside the ancient mine, there were some areas that were extremely dark, while there were other places that were brilliantly colored. There were also places where immortal mists swept about, making the scenery rather indistinct. Not too far from Shirhao, a human-shaped creature could be seen, incredibly aged. He wore a Taoist robe, white hair scattering down to the floor, just too long. At this moment, he confronted Shirhao, a pair of pupils golden in color. They were like 2 small suns, releasing a terrifying aura. Shirhao broke out into a cold shiver. He had just entered, yet he already encountered a creature from this ancient mine. He discovered with shock that the 10,000 spirit diagram had appeared on its own, releasing a hazy light, protecting him within, resisting this elder's aura. Shirhao's mind trembled. He had a feeling that if not for the 10,000 spirit diagrams stopping this aura, he might have directly exploded before this elder. A corpse. He discovered with shock that even though this elder's eyes were like golden lamps, as if looking at him, he was actually an ancient Ko. Rupse who had long died endless years ago. This left him even more horrified. What kind of powerful figure was this, to be so lifelike even after death? Moreover, the aura this corpse released after death was enough to crush heavenly deities. This was unimaginable. If this person was alive, just how frightening would he be? Shirhao shivered inwardly. This ancient cave was unimaginable. This was only the entrance. This cave was extremely deep, and also extremely vast, only heaven knew what else rested inside. What era's creature is this? Shirhao's mind was shaken. This elder's Taoist robes were ancient, and it was refined from the legendary heavenly cicada shell. Exceptional precious clothes. This type of heavenly cicada clothes value was immeasurable, difficult to find even a piece of. Would he be able to obtain these heavenly cicada precious clothes? After thinking about it, Shirhao gave up. This elder's strength was too great. Even though he died, he was still incredibly dignified, like a great emperor whose might crushed the 9 heavens 10 earths, overlooking the common people. One could imagine that if there was no 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, Shirhao would undoubtedly be dead, unable to approach at all. At the same time, in the depths of the ancient mine, singing sounds could be heard, melodious and pleasant to listen to. It was like sounds of nature, as if there was a fairy singing in disappointment and frustration. This singing voice seems to be from a living person, not imprints, not an ancient corpse. It is accompanied by an auspicious and peaceful aura. Who is she? Sure, how could not calm down inside? Chapter 1082, Exploring the Unknown. The singing voice was faintly discernible, as if it sounded from a fairyland. Inside the ancient mine, there were dark areas, places with flowing light, areas that had primal chaos condensed, regions that had immortal mists rising, continuously changing. The ancient mine was brightly colored, accompanied by this singing voice, making it seem more and more mysterious. Sure, how calmed his mind, restoring himself to a cool-headed and calm state. He carefully sized up the surrounding scenery, searching for life stones and other things here. In reality, no matter how calm he was, there was no way he could remain completely calm, mind completely clear. There was no other reason needed. It was only because this was Origin Ancient Mine. From past to present, too many secretive things had happened here. Even the greatest heroes might die after entering this place. Sure, Hao was convinced that if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram around him, he would most likely be in danger. The aura naturally released by that ancient corpse was too frightening. He moved forward in an agile manner, avoiding this ancient corpse, walking towards the cave. He opened his heavenly eyes, searching for the so-called life stones. The ancient cave was dark and remote. After just walking a set distance, he discovered all types of side paths, stretching out like a labyrinth. He finally knew why, even though so many people came inside, almost none of them could return. Just this type of labyrinth alone might force 90% of people to stay behind, let alone other dangers. Sure, Hao thought for a bit, in the end deciding to continue along the most spacious path. Along the way, there were figures everywhere. He saw a few ancient corpses, none of them rotten. During this period of time, he even saw a few ancient corpses walking, their faces pale, eyes a deep green. In that instant, Sure Hao's scalp went numb, hurriedly evading, fearing that he might encounter them. It truly was horrifying. It was because he knew that the corpses in this ancient cave hadn't rotted even now. They definitely had tremendous origins. This type of experts remains developed intelligence, definitely terrifying. Soon after, Sure Hao discovered that his choice in taking the most spacious ancient cave was a mistake. It was because it was just too dangerous. However, he also knew that this should be the main path. A black-colored large spider walked over, its movements slow. It was a zhong in height, completely silent, carrying a thick, deathly energy. The 8 spider legs were like black war spears, brandishing about and releasing kunqiang sounds, even penetrating through the void. The ground surface was extremely hard, protected by the power of mysterious symbols. When the large black spider's legs landed on the ground, sparks flew in all directions. In that instant, a spider leg swept towards Sure Hao. It moved absent-mindedly, advancing forward, releasing deathly energy, brushing right past Sure Hao. This spider's strength definitely exceeded sect master level. Sure Hao began to shiver inwardly. Soon afterwards, he saw a large golden spider that was even bigger, 10 zhong in length. It formed a web in the ancient mine, golden spider silk weaving about, blocking the ancient cave. This was still a dead spider. Even though its entire body was golden, regardless of whether it was the powerful death energy or rigid movements, it gave away the fact that it had already been dead for many years. However, this large spider really was extremely powerful, not inferior to the old Taoist by the entrance. Sure Hao could clearly sense that if not for the 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, he would not even be able to stand here. He tried throwing a heavenly deity magical artifact onto the ground. As a result, that dagger shattered on the spot, splitting apart under the golden large spider's corpse energy, turning into powder, completely obliterated. One could imagine what the results would be if a true heavenly deity stood before it. There wouldn't be any exception. This place truly was too dangerous. Sure Hao's expression became extremely gloomy. He looked at this large golden web, and then at that enormous spider, feeling his heart pound greatly. Fortunately, it was a dead creature, only having a muddled consciousness, just a bit of awareness the corpse developed after its death. This place was extremely special. Even though the ones who died were all exceptionally powerful individuals, it was just too difficult to truly revive from death, producing creatures similar to those from Underworld Earth. The ancient mine was a bit strange, suppressing this type of reversal and transformation. When Sure Hao saw the great golden web, he was greatly shaken up. He saw the truth. This spider silk was all produced by this golden spider king when it was alive, not produced after its death. This left him feeling a wave of horror. There were creatures that survived in Origin Ancient Mine? even though it died later on as well. He couldn't help but think of the things the Wang family told him. This ancient mine was incredibly ancient, to the extent where it was even older than immortal ancient Great Era. It had been filled in by someone unknowingly when in the last Great Era, but in this Great Era, someone once again dug it up. Shirhao felt a chill run down his back. This place was too sinister, and it was extremely terrifying even in the past, even a spider that used to live here in the past becoming an exceptional expert. He suspected that a long time ago, such a long time ago that the world already had no records left, even more distant than immortal ancient, there was an inconceivable wondrous land here. Even a little spider that lived here grew up to become a great expert in the eyes of later descendants, but due to various reasons, this place became a land of death. When later generations excavated it, it became an ancient mine. Shirhao felt that it was quite absurd. Why did he suddenly think this kind of thoughts? He forcefully shook his head, continuing forward. Suddenly, he stared at the spider web, his heart tempted. This was definitely a rarely seen wondrous substance among heavenly treasures. If he could obtain a bit and bring it back, it would definitely have great uses. Only, this ghost spider crawled on top, a bit frightening. Shirhao tested it out, but he discovered that the spider web was too sturdy, unable to tear down a small piece no matter how hard he tried, unable to bring it away. Moreover, he ended up provoking this ghost spider in turning its head, rigidly moving its body over. He immediately panicked, hurriedly rushing past the spider web towards the depths of the ancient mine. Right at this moment, the golden spider moved, terrifying beyond Shirhao's imagination. It was clearly a corpse, only having a bit of muddled awareness. However, once it displayed power, it was still terrifying beyond compare. This large golden spider's casual attack alone collapsed the void, that type of aura giving one the feeling that it could easily blast down the sun, moon, and stars. Even with the 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, even though he already ran far into the dista. NC, Shirhao still felt as if an archaic barbaric ox rammed into him. With a hong sound, he directly flew outwards. He slammed firmly into the ancient mine's stone walls, his entire body almost deforming. The rocks here were too sturdy, covered with mysterious power. Blood trickled out from the corners of Shirhao's lips, receiving serious damage. It was because in that instant just now, he sensed that the mysterious power in the ancient mine was unexpectedly able to resist the 10,000 spirit diagram, weakening its defensive power. This was something that had never happened before. The 10,000 spirit diagram was always extraordinary, even though it didn't possess offensive power. Its defensive force was extremely great. Generally speaking, no one could break through. Yet now, this type of thing happened, leaving Shirhao horrified. He quickly left the stone wall. He saw an expanse of light recede and disappear. Shirhao turned around, seeing that the great golden spider was moving in his direction. He quickly ran, escaping from this place. More than 10 broken bones, inner organs all injured. Shirhao wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth. The impact from slamming into the cave wall just now left him with such serious injuries. Were they all dead things? The enormous ancient mine didn't have anything else, all these dangerous things, making him feel waves of fear. He always felt this feeling, like he had entered a country of death. Moreover, there were no small soldiers in this country, all heavy hitters, all produced after the most powerful beings of the past died. Right at this moment, immortal mist swirled about. Shirhao quickly rushed over. Even if he couldn't obtain life stones, he still had to find the source of immortal energy, cultivate there for a period of time. It was because this was too important. For cultivators of this period, that was the most precious Tao. There is a strand of life energy? Shirhao was shocked. In this lifeless place where the corpses of exceptional experts could be seen from time to time, he actually sensed a type of life fluctuation. Even though it wasn't that concentrated, it gave others a special feeling, incomparably peaceful and divine. That type of life energy made one feel as if they would ascend and immediately become an immortal. The injuries on his body seemed to immediately make a turn for the better, as if they were going to heal right now. Shirhao revealed a look of surprise. He slowed down his footsteps, using his powerful divine senses to capture it. Then, he followed a mine tunnel, wishing to get to the bottom of this. When he first entered the ancient mine, he had previously heard a woman's singing voice. Could it be that this strand of life energy was released by her? Shirhao began to suspect this, but then he didn't feel like it was quite right. Just like that, he continued forward, encountering great danger. If he didn't have the 10,000 spirit diagram, it would definitely be hard for him to move even an inch, unable to walk through this place at all. It was because the aura these skeletal remains released was fierce and oppressive, able to easily kill heavenly deities. Just how powerful were these individuals when they were alive? They had already died for endless years, yet the fluctuations their bodies naturally emitted was like this. It truly was ridiculously powerful. Sure Hao didn't relax. Even though he had the 10,000 spirit diagram on him, he knew that it was extremely dangerous right now, terrifying things definitely still waiting. A single mistake here would result in eternal damnation, body and spirit erased. There were dangers everywhere, and even more abnormalities. For example, he saw countless heavenly troops and generals walking into the distance, appearing incredibly sinister. He wanted to try and get closer, but in the end discovered that it was pretty much impossible. That path connected to the void, and it was a broken road accompanied by primal chaos. Those ancient soldiers wore ice-cold armors, walking on broken roads, accompanied by primal chaos as they directly disappeared. What kind of blasted place is this? Sure Hao was a bit stupefied. Fortunately, the life energy ahead was even more thick, and there was a medicinal fragrance that wafted over, making him startled. Could it be divine medicine? This ancient cave was unimaginably long, weaving and bending. Sure Hao moved about underground, unknown just how many li he traveled. Finally, he smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. He knew that this was definitely a world-shocking divine medicine. This type of fragrance was too special, a single with making one's body feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they were going to float into the air. Moreover, after arriving in this place, there were much fewer corpses, eventually none in sight. After traveling another few li, Sure Hao felt as if he was going to ascend. His spirit was full, body feeling more and more comfortable. A hazy rain of light rested ahead, everything indistinct. This type of scene was too astonishing, making this entire ancient cave surge with vapors, clouds tinged with sunset hues everywhere. However, even though he knew that there was endless death energy, large amounts of exceptional experts buried within this ancient mine, there was also a stock of undying immortal medicine. Chapter 1083, Long Life Liquid. Sure Hao sped up his footsteps, rushing over. Sure enough, he saw a strange scene. There was a pool there that wasn't that large. Auspicious energy surged within, a sweet fragrance wafting out. Moreover, he vaguely saw a stalk of medicine, barely sticking out of the pond, possessing an indescribable type of spirituality. Even though it was indistinct and there was primal chaos all around it, he could still roughly make it out. That sparkling and translucent plant unexpectedly jumped out, turning into a little beast and Q. Yuckly running. Sure Hao released a large cry, using great divine abilities, wishing to stop it from leaving. Unfortunately, the little beast was surrounded by immortal mist, too fast. It rushed into the depths of the ancient cave like a streak of flowing light, along the way even more so tearing apart the void. Sure Hao felt rather dejected and disappointed. That was a long life medicine. He had the luck of encountering it, yet it actually escaped just like that. He knew well that once the long life medicine was disturbed, wishing to capture it again was too difficult. This type of thing was extremely sensitive, able to flee through the sky or earth, difficult to truly capture. When one examined all of history, how many stocks of long life medicines were there? These things, forget about an era, it might be hard to see one even within several hundred eras, let alone picking and capturing one. Based on what Sure Hao understood, the 3,000 provinces only had one stock, and that was buried in the lower realm, later on brought back into the higher realms. Of course, if immortal ancient remains white tortoise carrying immortal was included, then that would be 2 stocks. One could see just how rare it was, an ancient land only having 2 stocks. Sure Hao was unwilling to give up. He chased after it, but just like he had suspected, it was completely futile. This type of long life medicine didn't have any fighting strength, but if one were judging by its ability to run, they were all at the top of the world. What a pity, what kind of beast is this? Sure Hao was regretful. He couldn't even see that little beast's true body clearly before it ran. Inside this ancient mine, he finally saw a living creature, and it was a stock of immortal medicine. His emotions rose and fell greatly, yet he still ended up with nothing. Sigh. Sure Hao released a rare sigh. He really found this hard to accept. This origin ancient mine actually had this type of long life medicine, yet he had no way of capturing it. Why is there still this type of fragrance? He was shocked. He turned around and walked back, seeing that pool. The pool wasn't that large, roughly 5 square feet. The liquid inside was sparkling and translucent, accompanied by wisps of primal chaos. Apart from this, there was auspicious light that rose from time to time, turning into a rain of light. A sweet scent entered his nostrils. This pool is quite special. Sure Hao was both shocked and surprised. He immediately thought of something. Back then, he had heard that Divine Temple's ancient holy child had great natural luck, discovering a primal chaos pool in immortal ancient remains, within it mysterious liquid that allowed his flesh to undergo a transformation. Back then, there were people who suspected that the so-called precious liquid might have been left behind after an immortal medicine melted. Sure Hao seemed to have realized something, immediately becoming excited. He upped his hands and raised some of the water, placing it into his mouth, carefully tasting it. This was the fragrance of medicinal herbs, extremely fragrant, immediately making his seriously injured body become a bit better. Upon closer inspection, he saw damaged leaves at the bottom of the pond, broken stems, even roots. However, they were all melting, becoming one with this pool of water. This is it. Sure Hao cried out in alarm, finally understanding that this was related to that long-life medicine. That has to be it. The long-life medicine underwent rebirth. The new body removed a layer of old skin, acquiring new life, escaping as a result. He immediately understood. The divine effects of the liquid left behind after long-life medicine melted in the divine spring was incredibly shocking. In this world, it was hard to find undecaying existences, but this long-life medicine was definitely one of them. Each time their lifespans were reaching their end, they would undergo rebirth and come back to life. The little beast that transformed from the immortal medicine just now was like this. It released a few leaves, shed some old skin, directly becoming nourishing holy substance. These things became one with the divine spring, turning it into a natural precious medicinal liquid. Sure Hao quickly set a formation to prevent the spiritual essence from leaking out, causing this place to surge with mists, the fragrance even more rich. Sure Hao drank a large mouthful of the sparkling liquid. The broken bones, inner organs, and other things quickly healed, simply miraculous effects. This pool of precious liquid with specks of light flickering about, chaotic energy pervading the air, the value was definitely tremendous. Sure Hao believed that this was even rarer than life stone. Obtaining this pool of precious liquid was worth more than anything else. Unfortunately, this still didn't match true immortal medicines. After all, it had only shed a layer of skin like a snake, only the outer shell. This place isn't bad. There is a pool of long-life liquid I can cultivate here. There is no rush to leave. Sure Hao said softly, feeling incredibly satisfied. Even though Origin Ancient Mine was dangerous, for him right now, this was a cultivation holy land. Immeasurable heaven, heavenly deity institution. In this region, purple energy surged, the land rising and falling like dragon veins. Divine birds spread their wings, auspicious beasts moved about, this place withdrawn from worldly affairs like a true immortal cave. This region was extremely vast, impossible to see the limit from a single look. From the outside, this place looked auspicious and peaceful, but it was full of competition, incredibly fierce, not an easy and comfortable place. Today, a few youngsters paid a visit, entering the heavenly deity institution, bringing a piece of news that triggered quite the commotion. Huang is still alive, didn't die, he arrived alone from the three though. Yuzhen provinces to immeasurable heaven. News quickly spread, triggering great waves, many people attaching importance to this. It was because Sure Hao cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, this fact something people had been aware of for a long time. Even though he never came here, others already took note of his name. Didn't he disappear in the 3000 Dao provinces Forbidden Region Depths Emperor City battlefield? There were some who were confused, because they had personally experienced that trial. In the past, the 3 great experts had searched again and again, roaming about for 3 days, but they didn't find him, all of them assuming something unexpected happened to him, that he was no longer in this world. Who would have expected that he actually arrived in immeasurable heaven, appearing alive? It was clear that the ones who sent over the information were the geniuses who came out from the Ascension platform. They came from great families, now hurrying over to the Heavenly Deity Institution to bring Sure Hao's news, informing them that Yuan Qing sent him to Origin Ancient Mine, treating him unfairly. Yuan Qing, someone on that side. There were higher-level figures talking softly, eyes revealing divine radiance. Time was pressing. Heavenly Deity Institution's experts immediately moved, heading to Origin Ancient Mine. Soon after, the geniuses in the courtyard all heard the news, all of them appearing. Chao Yusheng, Little Rabbit, Zhang Gongyan, and others were worried, fearing that something unexpected happened to Sure Hao, hoping that he could return alive. Heaven really is jealous of heroic geniuses. Someone with the so-called 3 strands of immortal energy was actually sent to Origin Ancient Mine. There were also those who took joy in his disaster. This person was rumored to come from the weak 3000 Dao provinces, but he himself isn't simple. What a pity, it will be hard for him to rise up. Even if he returns alive, what can he do? Someone laughed coldly. It was because Shirhao was already a few months late. Saving him will take some time, and by then, it will already be hard for Huang to stand out from the others. Not being able to rise up in the beginning within the Heavenly Deity Institution mean that he would be left hopeless later on as well. It was because the best immortal Dao resources were already received by the most excellent, used up already. Not far out, Emperor Clan noble ladies arrived, vigorous and strong young outstanding talents emerged. They were all supreme beings of their generation, their accomplishments immeasurable. Wang Clan's young miss, you are an immortal descendant, divine senses sharp. What do you think, will this Huang be able to return alive? Someone asked. The atmosphere quickly calmed down because a long-life family's noble lady arrived at the path of awakening, just coming out from seclusion, invited over to give her opinion. He missed out and the decisive opportunities a pity. This exceptionally beautiful woman said, gently shaking her head. Everyone understood. The so-called missed decisive opportunity she spoke of was Shirhao coming a few months late, unable to fight for the rare precious medicines, Phoenix blood pool, and other things. Correct, Huang missed out, losing out on his opportunity. The Phoenix blood pool has already dried up, he has no way of using this to undergo transformation. A young supreme being walked over and said, he can slowly try to catch up, but the opportunities in Heavenly Deity Institution are unrelated to him. Even if he hurries over, he wouldn't be able to compete with the other individuals who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. The others weren't very optimistic about Shirhao, feeling that fate was playing a joke on him, having him miss out on Heavenly Deity Institution's greatest opportunities. Unless he can find a long-life medicine, only then could he compare to the Phoenix blood pool, immortal caves, and other opportunities. Otherwise, everything has already been set in place. Origin Star. Several experts descended. They were the Heavenly Deity Institution's experts. After receiving news, they immediately hurried over, wishing to rescue Shirhao. Yuan Qing has crossed the line. Does he not fear being suppressed? He is someone from that side, that is why he dares do something like this. There was definitely someone who stirred him on, allowing him to act fearlessly. They discussed among themselves, quickly arriving near the ancient mine. They didn't expose their identities, walking about in secret in search of Shirhao's whereabouts. Soon after, they understood that Shirhao purchased by someone as a slave, and then sent into the origin ancient mine. How could it end up like this? An expert from the Heavenly Deity Institution cried out, face becoming pale. This time, they actually came late. This is a great genius, yet he died just like that. It is too much of a pity, he hadn't even had the time to dominate the world yet. The experts who came from the Heavenly Deity Institution all felt their faces lose color. They were a step late, feeling anger inside. Their eyes that looked at the people here were ice cold. Those people really wanted to take action and directly suppress all of the creatures here. However, they endured it. If they unleashed a massacre like this, it wouldn't change Shirhao's fate. Then, they didn't immediately leave, instead waiting outside Origin Ancient Mine, just waiting for a miracle to happen, wait for Shirhao to come out. However, day by day passed, most of a month continued without Shirhao's appearance. With things already like this, their minds were heavy, faces unpleasant. A great genius withered away just like this, unable to rescue him. This was a tremendous loss. In the end, those people left, returning to the Heavenly Deity Institution, going to report to the high our levels, tell them what happened, as well as ask for instructions, whether they needed to attack or not. When news reached the Heavenly Deity Institution, forget about the higher levels' reactions, just the geniuses from various clans discussed passionately, clamoring everywhere. A heaven-warping genius fell just like that. I originally thought that he might be able to return alive, even though it would have been hard for him to rise up, suppressed by some people who would have thought that his life was directly lost. Is Huang's legend going to end here? At this moment, even Yu Chan's expression was complicated, saying this softly. Chapter 1084. Disorder in the Institution. Heavenly Deity Institution, this place was not peaceful at all. Forget about those heaven-warping geniuses, even the people who came from the 3,000 provinces found it hard to believe that Huang died just like that, falling in Origin Ancient Mine. White clothes fluttered about, quiet and exquisite. A green moon suspended above the black hair. Qingyi was currently absent-minded, tears carried in her eyes, full of sadness. She suddenly raised her head towards Yu Chan, who wasn't far out, saying, I agree, let's merge. However, there is one thing you have to promise me, and that is that in the future, we have to kill Yuan Qing. Yu Chan turned around, looking at her, saying, you really have set your resolution? The two of them had fought for who knew how many times, yet never merged together. Now that they received news of Shi Hao's death, Qing Yi came to this type of decision. I am sure, Qing Yi said. Qing Yi floated in the sky, scattering down gentle lunar splendor, making her look increasingly extraordinary and aloof. She gave up on her biased views and struggles, deciding to merge together. This was all for the sake of growing stronger, cultivation path becoming more smooth. When Yuchan heard this, she shook her head, saying, after coming here, I've examined many ancient books. Right now isn't the best time to emerge. For the sake of becoming stronger, we still have to cultivate to a high level. Once we both attain higher cultivations, both of us would become female sovereigns. Once we merge together then, who will be able to face us? Are you sure you wish to give up this chance? Qing Yi looked towards her. Yuchan revealed a rare emotional fluctuation, saying, you are already no longer clean, I really want to kill you immediately. However, when considering the most powerful path, for the sake of the future's unpredictable changes, I can barely accept it. Only, I hope that you mention Huang less before my face. Even after merging together in the future, I still wish to remove the old memories of him. Even though Qing Yi carried watery mist in his eyes, she couldn't hold herself back from retorting, saying, am I not you? If I am unclean, can you call yourself pure and holy? That day. Shut up. The two fairies unexpected. Ly began to argue, drawing attention. How could he die like this? I really can't believe it. What kind of blasted place is that Origin Ancient Mine? Is it a grave? Just because he got stuck inside doesn't mean that he is definitely dead. Qiao Yuxing mumbled. Someone sneered, saying, Dao brother here, you really don't understand Origin Ancient Mine. Once one enters that place, no one can come out alive. Only when unexpected things happen can a few lucky individuals escape. However, now many days have already passed, yet he hasn't shown himself. He is undoubtedly dead. On the other side, the little rabbit hung her head of bright silver head dropping. She was currently hugging a golden ginseng, nibbling on it, depressed, chewing on it like it was eating a radish. When she heard that person's sneer, her large ruby eyes immediately widened. Then, while carrying the young Qilin beast, she fiercely attacked that person. Ayo! That person released a miserable cry, feeling extremely puzzled why he was suddenly attacked, his body now in great pain. At the same time, a faint cry of pain sounded. That little white Qilin actually had its beautiful dream ruined, smashed out like a rock, making it cry loudly, incredibly pitiful as it looked at the lunar jade rabbit. Everyone became stupefied. Even the Qilin was thrown away, treated like a weapon like this. It really left others a bit speechless. If it was not the heavenly deity institution, the others' eyes would have long gone red, fighting over the white Qilin. My big brother won't die. To the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces' surprise, Qin Hao clenched his fists tightly, face sinister, expressing his opinion on this matter. Many people already knew that there was a bit of awkwardness between these two brothers, Qin Hao always wishing to surpass his older brother, wishing to prove something. However, now he displayed this type of reaction, leaving a few people somewhat shocked, not quite the same as the situation they had previously thought of. I am not willing to believe Brother Shi has died either. Zhang Gongyan and Dragon Girl said, the two of them sighing. Haha, someone laughed, clearly not a cultivator from the 3,000 provinces. This was a young supreme being from a different ancient land. Already entered Origin Ancient Mine, yet still want to return alive. What, are you going to ask the sun to rise from the west next? Wu, rumors had it that Huang had a few methods, strength unordinary. What a pity, I won't be able to fight and suppress him. Another person said. What are you all saying? The little rabbit cried out, holding that white Qilin beast in her hand again, looking like she was going to smash it outwards. Even the others were stupefied. This little girl's temper really was great, even daring to treat the Qilin beast treasured by the heavenly deity institution like a rock. What is so special about Huang? Died in Origin Ancient M. INE, having a few mysteries is his luck. If he came to heavenly deity institution, I promise he'll be knocked straight down. Someone secretly sneered. Who? At this moment, a youngster opened his eyes, coldly saying. He had dual pupils, this person precisely Shi Yi. Even though he stood against Shi Hao, regardless, the two of them had fought a life or death battle together, fighting until they were inseparably close. In the end, because of this, everything was pretty much let go of. At this moment, someone looked down on Shi Hao. Not only was this doubt towards his strength, this was also a type of contempt. Huh, just a dead person? What is there to discuss? Someone else sneered. Just come at me then, I'll fight against you. At this moment, Qin Hao spoke, glaring as he shouted. Brat, you are still too far off. You can jump out when you reach heavenly deity level. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Someone was quite direct, speaking like this. This place became noisy. A few people began to argue because of this, disputing over someone who they thought to be dead, drawing attention. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. What is the point of all this ruckus? It is just a death person, not worth discussing further. If anyone is unwilling, they can come challenge me. If Huang really survives and is confident, he can come fight me. That was a green-haired individual. He sat on a wondrous rock, surrounded by primal chaos, hazy and indistinct, voice like thunder, shaking up many people's bodies until they trembled, unable to support themselves. It's him. Many people felt restraining fear, not daring to face this person. It was because he was just too well known, an ancient immortal's descendant, someone who came from a long-life clan. In this place, he defeated experts from all sides, difficult to face head-on, definitely one of Heavenly Deity Institution's most powerful disciples. I will fight against you. Someone shouted from the 3,000 Dao province's side. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded. This is the Heavenly Deity Institution, a cultivation holy land, not a place for you all to make a racket. It is beneath your identities. Exchange of pointers is allowed, but quarrels and murderous enmity is not. There was another person that spoke fiercely. If you are unwilling or unconvinced, then feel free to go to Origin Ancient Mine and look around. We currently have this type of intention, permitting disciples to go out to train. That Origin Ancient Mine is quite strange. If you all do not fear it, then you may go there to sharpen yourselves. Someone from Heavenly Deity Institution's higher levels came to this type of decision, immediately triggering a great commotion. Of course, this was not forcing the students, but giving them the choice. If any disciples wished to challenge the limit, they can go there. The institution would grant them some powerful assistance and other things. Alright then, Lu. See what that Origin Ancient Mine really like. If there is an opportunity, if I can have the Academy's secret treasures assistance, I am willing to look around inside that ancient mine. A few people were extremely strong-willed, replying like this. These creatures came from the 9 heavens 10 earths, belonging to other ancient lands, all of them the most powerful young outstanding talents of their respective clans. Right now, they couldn't remain calm, really wishing to go there to prove themselves. Really going to Origin Ancient Mine? 10 Crown King who came from the 3,000 provinces suddenly spoke, drawing attention. This was a powerful figure. He wasn't that high profile in this institution, but there were definitely but a few people who dared provoke him. He always walked at the very forefront on the road of cultivation. Soon after, everyone sensed that he had a world tree sapling, perhaps able to suppress all abnormalities, protecting him in that mysterious mine. I lack life stones, need to head there. If there is an opportunity, who knows, I might find some. Someone said. Soon after, a few people wished to stay together, not necessarily entering Origin Ancient Mine, but instead to search for heavenly treasures in the outer regions. Origin Ancient Mine, within the cavern depths. This area was overflowing with light and colors, the pool water surging. Sherhao sat inside, the effects he received truly great. He was currently comprehending the Tao and cultivating. Sherhao's previous injuries had already healed, his dozen or so broken bones currently connecting. This was long life liquid, able to mend his flesh, nourish his primordial spirit, benefits endless. Soaking within, all desire for power and cultivation was flung aside, allowing him to completely clear his mind. The pool water shone, accompanied by chaotic energy and flowing with immortal Tao energy. This pool of water's effects were too great, he couldn't let it get away. There was even more so waves of fragrance, but today, he finally couldn't smell it anymore. All of this now belonged to Sherhao. However, once this place was broken through, the owner could easily change. It had already been more than 10 days. Sherhao's foundational energy was flourishing, extremely powerful, trying to transform himself the entire time. Sherhao released a breath. This was natural essence, giving people a strange type of feeling that the energy turned into a pure and holy true dragon, that it was actually immortal energy. Great Tao Divine sound rumbled. Sherhao cultivated in seclusion here. Not only did he recover from his body's injuries on the first day, his body was still continuously being refined, obtaining many, many benefits. Half a month later, the entire pond began to boil. Sherhao was operating a type of bone text, training his flesh, making this place look more and more holy and divine. Later on, 3 strands of immortal energy all appeared, all of them rushing to his head. They turned into all living things, and then it was as if 10,000 dragons were competing for supremacy. Moreover, during this process, astonishing changes took place. One of Sherhao's original strands of immortal energy already changed into a great Tao flower, floating near him. But now, the feeling he got was different. After obtaining the nourishment of this pool of precious liquid, it was absorbing immortal Tao energy. It was as if a great Tao thunder struck down. Sure Hao sat in the precious liquid, not moving an inch. However, there were strange scenes that happened above his head. A strand of immortal energy formed a great Tao flower, creatures seemingly contained within it. Several days later, when a great Tao flower bloomed, a small figure appeared within. It sat on the flower petal, vivid and lifelike, appearance dignified. Chapter 1085, Cultivating a Monster. In reality, this great Tao flower had already bloomed before, the Tao fruit he obtained from the Ascension platform. Only, after coming here, everything became different. After receiving the long-life medicinal liquid's nourishment, it blossomed and withered, falling and then rising again, continuously undergoing change, ultimately producing these results. When the flower bloomed for the final time, that was when this creature appeared. It was human-shaped. The moment it opened its eyes, energy surged, endless divine radiance was released. It was as if fire burned the heavenly dome, as if the 9 great heavens were going to be struck down. This type of scene was extremely astonishing. Right at that moment, there were terrifying rays of light that swept out even from the Origin ancient mine entrance, the light rays illuminating the dark world. The people outside were shocked. What was going on? Everyone was deeply moved as they watched the scene from the distance, feeling that it was inconceivable. At the same time, they all sighed. The people who entered during this time likely all died. Whenever something unexpected happens in the ancient mine, there would definitely be great danger, no one able to escape. What a pity, an exceptional talent who cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy withered away, just like that, not having the slightest chance of coming out alive. The Wang family's people sighed, finding this truly hard to take. At the same time, they felt like they were too rash this time, losing such a powerful heroic talent, a great waste. If they restrained their greed and ambitions, sending him to the young Miss side to serve her, then that would be an extremely powerful helping hand. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did Sher Hao widen his eyes in the ancient mine. He sensed some type of reaction, raising his head towards the great Tao flower in the void. A creature sat on top, eyes deep, shining brilliantly like a golden lamp, a blazing sun, so brilliant even his eyes felt a bit of pain. It was Kerr. And Tly looking at him. This type of feeling was extremely strange. He felt like that was himself, but why was there a distant feeling? Sher Hao looked at it, always feeling that it was a bit strange and also quite sinister. That creature was extremely indistinct, surrounded by primal chaos. The strand of immortal energy it sat on turned into a great Tao flower petal, steady, firm, quiet, looking even more solemn than him, as if it was an ancient monk who achieved the Tao. Sher Hao was a bit speechless. What kind of situation was this? What kind of monster did he end up cultivating? He opened his heavenly eyes, able to see that the creature in the primal chaos mist was extremely similar to him, yet the size of a fist. It sat there, appearance dignified. The two of them had some type of relationship, but when Sher Hao used bone texts, activated his divine awareness, trying to control it, there was clearly a bit of hindrance. That flower moved as he willed it to, great Tao energy pervading the air, able to communicate with heaven and earth, affecting the natural laws of heaven and earth. It could fight for him, extremely powerful. This great Tao flower was astonishingly powerful, exceeding normal people's imaginations. Only, the creature seated on the Tao flower seemed to be somewhat distant, not accepting his control. It was as if there was a chasm separating them. Sher Hao frowned. This was something he cultivated, so why wasn't it affected by his control? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there were time fragments fluttering about the creature's surroundings, specks of multicolored light surging, moving about in the chaotic energy. Even though the scene wasn't that clear, Sher Hao had heavenly eyes, so he could sense them. Moreover, this was something he cultivated, so he was naturally sensitive to it. He became more and more confused, his brows tightly locked together. This type of feeling was too strange. He seemed to be looking at one of his past selves, extremely close, yet extremely far. Correct, it was this type of feeling that Sher Hao was clearly sensing. He looked at those creatures. Even though they were quite close, as time went on, the fragments scattered away, fading, resonating with the world, disappearing into the distance. He lives in the past? When Sher Hao spoke these words, he frightened himself, face becoming a bit pale. How strange was this? He couldn't comprehend, couldn't understand. However, he had this type of feeling. It was absurd, ridiculous, not realistic at all. He cultivated a monster that didn't belong to the present, didn't belong to the future, as if it lived in the past, yet was still this close to him. The reason why he couldn't control that creature was because there was time separating them, many fragments of time that turned into a rain of light surrounding that place. Xiahou immediately became distracted. What exactly was the reason that led to this result? He couldn't really see through it, unable to figure it out. Was this the result of cultivating in seclusion for most of a month? What kind of Dao fruit was this? Xiahou tried several times, each time discovering time fragments fluttering about within the primal chaos. The aura of time became more and more thick, this type of feeling really too strange. He really couldn't move that creature. However, he had a type of feeling that this creature was extremely important to him, that it would display great use in the future. Then, he thought of the other two strands of immortal energy. If they were condensed into great Dao flowers as well, would there be Dao fruits as well, producing different creatures? When Xiahou thought of this, he thought it over silently for a long time. What exactly was going on today? He didn't recall this type of situation recorded in any of the bone books he had read before. Cultivating a great Dao flower was one thing, but how could it be like plants, the flower bearing fruit? To be more precise, the flower didn't fall, but there was fruit, that unknown creature. Xiahou got up. He gave this precious pond a look, examining this sparkling liquid. Was it this pool of water that brought about all of this? He shook his head, confident that this wasn't the case. Even though this pool had the remains of long-life medicine, turning it into long-life liquid, able to nourish the spirit, mend the body, refine one's body and spirit, it couldn't affect his Dao fruit. This was still an external matter in the end. It could be said that it could only help stir on a transformation, but it couldn't decide his path or direction, because this was the path that he forged himself. Then this means that my path, my Dao, was like this to begin with. The first strand of immortal energy should have formed a great foundational core, forming a creature unrelated to the past. Xiahou was full of expectation. If he really could use this Dao fruit in the future, what kind of effects would it have then? Woo, if the second strand of immortal energy also formed a great Dao flower, producing a fruit, a creature appearing from it, would it be related to the present? Xiahou guessed randomly, his mind unable to calm down. He stood up, walking around here. After cultivating in seclusion for the majority of a month, he wanted to stretch his body out a bit, take a look at the surrounding situation. However, he didn't go too far. This ancient mine was too dangerous. This was a rare calm place without terrifying creatures wandering about, a place where he could enter seclusion cultivation. This is a rare opportunity. There is still a larger half of this precious liquid left. I should continue cultivating in seclusion. If I could make the second great Dao flower appear, then that would be great. I can then confirm my theory. Then, Xiahou entered seclusion again. He wanted to catch up to the others who entered Heavenly Deity Institution, couldn't fall behind. It was because he knew that Heavenly Deity Institution had all types of great opportunities, for example, the Phoenix blood pool that allowed one to undergo rebirth and other things, every single one of them supreme divine matter in the outside world. Things that couldn't be begged for. He was already behind. Now that he saw an immortal medicine pool, he naturally couldn't miss out on this opportunity, making the most use out of it possible. Inside the ice-cold starry sky, within the darkness, an enormous bone ship flew over, tearing through the silent starry domain. It was brilliant white, as if it was carved from jade. It moved past many great formation remains in this region, directly rushing towards Origin Star. Soon after, it descended onto the Earth. Heavenly Deity Institution's people came? Didn't they leave not too long ago? Why did another group come? When the great powers here heard about this, they revealed looks of surprise. No one dared to look down on this newly established school, all of them feeling great reverence. It was because this was something established by a group of hidden great powers from the 9 heavens 10 earths, impossible to surmise. On the warship, youngsters walked out one by one, all of them belonging to different clans. However, they all formed human appearances, every single one of them extraordinary in appearance. These people, regardless of whether they were ugly or pretty, all had different temperaments, self-confidence, power, and other things. They were of all different types, representing their own extraordinariness. The men were mostly heroic in appearance, promising brilliant youth. The women's dresses fluttered about like pure and aloof immortals, a single glance telling others that they weren't ordinary cultivators. Even without mentioning their appearances, just their temperaments alone were too outstanding. The Heavenly Deity Institution's heroic talents have come. These are all their inheritors, originating from the 9 heavens 10 earths, all the outstanding talents of their ancient lands. Someone cried out in alarm, snapping back to reality. In that instant, Origin Star couldn't calm down. The powers of all sides, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, were all startled. A huge commotion stirred up. These were the cornerstones of the future, the individuals that were destined to become the most powerful under the sky, the future's people treating them as their sovereigns. They actually appeared here. What did they come here to do? One had to understand that this wasn't some good place, not a good place for training. Origin Ancient Mind devoured everything, even the most powerful not necessarily able to come out alive upon entering. If they wanted to investigate the Ancient Mind, coming out alive completely depended on luck, unrelated to cultivation and aptitude. If I may ask, seniors, what did you all come here to do? Finally, someone cautiously asked, looking towards the two individuals that got off the ship last. Those were two elders. Even though they looked ordinary, like the most normal elders, everyone knew that they were definitely exceptionally powerful individuals in charge of protecting this group of geniuses. There are some younger generation that wished to come here to sharpen themselves. One of them spoke, words clear and concise. Everyone became stupefied. They looked at these geniuses and then at the two experts. Could it be that they were going to enter the Ancient Mind? This was like seeking death. Senior, I wish to ask for guidance. Did this person really enter the Ancient Mind and then never came out? At this time, Chao Yuxing spoke, producing Shi Hao's portrait, letting everyone look at it. The group of people frowned. However, those from the Wang family were immediately startled. There was someone asking around again, that young men not ordinary after all. The Wang family didn't feel fear, because they were a long-life family, not worried about being blamed. A person nodded and slowly spoke about everything. Could it be that he really died inside? Dragon Girl sighed, shaking her head. Even now, you 3,000 Dao provinces people are unwilling to give up. How could that type of person possibly return alive after entering? He turned into blood and bone a long time ago. The so-called Huang, so-called 3,000 Dao provinces genius, will only be able to travel unhindered in your 3,000 Dao provinces. What does he count as after entering the 9 heavens? Probably died a long time ago. Someone took joy in this disaster, purposely denouncing him in secret. What is that person called? Huang? He still wants to stir up something in Origin Ancient Mind? Overestimating his capabilities. Someone sneered, clearly an ancient realm's outstanding talent. He can only stir up a bit of trouble in the lower realm. His so-called lower realm naturally pointed at the 10 earths below the 9 heavens. Is this something you all are saying? The lunar jade rabbit was indignant. Her head of long silver hair shone, her large ruby-like eyes glaring out, saying angrily, weren't you all bragging about how strong you are? Who dares enter Origin Ancient Mind? I dare to bet that we'll definitely run into Huang. When the time comes, I guarantee that he'll beat you guys until your moms and dads won't even recognize you. Chapter 1086, 9 Phoenix Furnace. The group of people were stupefied. The words this little girl used were just too crude. She looked like she was carved from jade, delicate and cute like a porcelain doll, but the destructive power was so great. When everyone heard this, a group of people's faces fell, eyes revealing anger. However, the little rabbit didn't hold back at all, saying, you and you and you all, are you all reincarnated bulls or something? Comparing eye size with me? Your bull eyes are about to split open already. In addition, she carried that little white Qilin, looking like she was ready to chuck it out at any time. The pitiful little Qilin beast unexpectedly released a meow sound, climbing up her shoulder, and then grabbed a lock of hair, unwilling to let go no matter what, fearing that it would be thrown out like a rock again. In the rear, dark lines appeared on the faces of two elders' foreheads. This was the Qilin youth that was treated with exceptional importance in the Heavenly Deity Institution, yet there was this type of unreliable master. I think what she says makes perfect sense. If you all aren't willing to accept things, then you can enter Origin Ancient Mind and take a look around. Do you all dare? Chao Yuxing said. Now that the two of them stirred things up, there was great tension. The faces of a few people from the other ancient lands sank, especially that of the one who spoke sarcastically, becoming even more unhappy. There were immediately those who nodded their heads, stating that they will look around inside the ancient mine. However, they were still sneering, looking down on those from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Different places, different cultivators, standing against each other. On Origin Star, there were many great powers. When they saw this scene, they all revealed strange looks. The disciples from Heavenly Deity Institution didn't get along with each other, about to contend against each other here? Why is there a need for such noise? Senior brother Lutua has already said that there is no value in discussing the dead, even if that Huang was still alive. So what? Even if he can break free and head to the Heavenly Deity Institution, he'll still be suppressed. A girl said. She wore purple clothes, figure wonderful, appearance pretty. There was a small white jade horn between her brows, adding a unique sense of beauty to her appearance. This was the Moon Rhinoceros clan's female cultivator, someone who clearly cultivated a strand of immortal energy, possessing great strength. The senior brother Lutua she was talking about was precisely the one from Heavenly Deity Institution whose voice was like divine thunder, the green-haired individual who made everyone's blood boil. He was normally surrounded by primal chaos, always seated in cultivation. Even someone like that is worth comparing to senior brother Lutua? It is just a lower realm cultivator in the end. They won't understand how frightening a true long-life bloodline is. Someone said, lips curled in disdain. What do these people understand? Are there any immortal blood descendants in the so-called 3,000 Dao provinces? There isn't even a single one. Won't understand how scary a true immortal Dao influential family is. A few people spoke, as if returning fire against the little rabbit and others' words just now. All right, cease the noise. You all can compete, but no enmity and killing between you all is allowed, just an exchange of pointers. Up to here. One of the two elders spoke. They were the Heavenly Deity Institution's elders, magical force heaven-reaching, not a single person daring to go against their will. The disputes ended, but the great geniuses still bore opposition, just not voicing it any longer. To argue for a dead person, was this worth it? The nearby great powers people didn't really understand why there was this kind of conflict. Seniors, are these people really going to be brought into the ancient mine? That isn't some good place, too many exceptional heroes buried inside. It is too dangerous. There were people from some great powers who asked, speaking up. According to what they knew, those geniuses were extremely precious, couldn't be lost. Coming here for training was too dangerous. If they died, it would be just too great of a loss. It is voluntary. Whoever wishes to explore, we will not stop them, but instead offer assistance. An elder explained. Soon after, this place became full of noise, staring to clamor. It was because everyone obtained an astonishing piece of information. Moreover, there were a few other things that were revealed. The elders from the Heavenly Deity Institution brought over a 9-phoenix furnace, immeasurable heaven's #1 supreme magical artifact. Everyone erupted into commotion, simply unable to believe it. For the sake of entering Origin Ancient Mine, the Heavenly Deity Institution actually displayed such a great move, bringing over this primal chaos supreme treasure. One had to bear in mind that this was not an artifact refined through the force of the mortal world. This thing's origins were extremely mysterious, rumored to possibly not belong to this great era. Its materials were extremely special, appearance extremely gorgeous, dark red like ruby, on its surface engraved 9 phoenixes. At this moment, an elder produced this precious furnace, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone looked over. It only looked 3 feet in height, elegant and beautiful. There was a luster within the scarlet color. With a slight move, phoenix cries shook the sky. It really is that thing? Everyone truly felt their minds tremble, bodies moving. This treasure belonged to a long-life family, but it now temporarily became the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Deity Institution, personally brought over by the top figures of the Academy. It is rumored that this is a precious artifact refined from the true bones of a phoenix. That's incorrect. Someone has said that this 9 phoenix furnace's material is a bit better than phoenix true bone. A few people began to discuss among themselves, eyes burning passionately as they stared at the small furnace. It obviously wasn't out of greed or thoughts of seizing it, but instead purely envy and fear. This type of legendary thing, how many eras would it be before even one appeared? How could normal people see such a thing? They all only knew about it from bone records. Only, upon loser inspection, this small furnace had been pierced through. There was a small hole, extremely fine, but also extremely critical, passing through the entire furnace body. This truly was incredibly regretful. It was rumored that this wasn't something manpower could accomplish, but that endless years ago, it was pierced through by an unmatched individual in the desolate border in the unending battle. As a result, the artifact's spirit no longer appeared, unknown if it passed away or if it was slumbering. However, this didn't affect its position as the #1 supreme treasure of immeasurable heaven, currently nothing else here comparable to it. Back then, someone carried this magical artifact into the ancient mine, and thus had the luck of returning alive. Today, we will use this artifact to support you. An elder said. Whoever wished to enter Origin Ancient Mine could move together, operate this magical artifact together to protect themselves. Elders, do you not fear that the magical artifact would be lost inside? Individuals from great powers reminded. Even though the magical artifact was exceptional, the ancient mine wasn't an ordinary place, too many things buried within, to the extent where there might even be immortal remains. Don't worry, this ancient mine wouldn't trouble the 9 phoenix furnace. An elder said with a smile. Everyone became shocked, not understanding what he meant. Do you all know where the Nine Phoenix Furnace originated from? Everyone shook their heads. This involved ancient secrets, so how could ordinary people know about this? They only heard that it belonged to some long-life family, but even that was likely obtained through coincidence. It was excavated from Origin Ancient Mine to begin with, buried here. The words of this elder from Heavenly Deity Institution were earth-shattering, ringing like thunder by everyone's ears. This was just too astonishing. Even Immeasurable Heaven's #1 supreme treasure was dug up from Origin Ancient Mine. What exactly was buried inside? This really was too shocking, making everyone shiver uncontrollably. This furnace won't become damaged, able to fly out on its own. Only everyone's protection cannot be guaranteed. Do you all dare give it a try? An elder asked. In that instant, this place became quiet. Even though there were some people who were noisy before, stating they were going to enter the ancient mine, they now felt a bit of hesitation when it truly came time to make the decision. Hey, where did all of your bravery go? Too scared to go inside now? Could it be that you all really are scared that Huang will beat you all up until your parents can't even recognize you? The little rabbit seized the opportunity, puffing her cheeks and looking at them all furiously. Fine, I will go. I will also take a look. With some people signing up, voices sounded in succession one after another. In the end, more than 10 people signed up, wishing to enter Origin Ancient Mine. However, Heavenly Deity Institution's 2 elders didn't agree to this many people entering together. If something unexpected happened, the losses would be too great. One instance cannot exceed 5 people. Then, the first batch of individuals were selected. That Moon Rhinoceros Clan purple-clothed woman, as well as 4 others proceeded together, going to enter the ancient mine. This triggered everyone's discussions. The great powers nearby all came, paying close attention to this. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder handed the 9 Phoenix Furnace to them in a serious manner, warning them to be careful, that they shouldn't take risks that were too great. The 5 of them nodded. Even though there were dangers this time, it also signified an opportunity. Risk and reward would always be proportionate to each other. The Moon Rhinoceros Clan purple-clothed girl held the precious furnace, the other 4 operating it together. They were all activating bone texts, wishing to borrow the divine furnace's power. Soon afterwards, phoenix cries tore through the clouds, 9 phoenixes flying out from the furnace walls. Scarlet multicolored light filled the skies, shining with incomparable brilliance. These 9 phoenixes surrounded those individuals, protecting them within. There was primal chaos mist that spread outwards. This was the power of the 9 Phoenix Furnace. They watched as this group walked step by step towards the ancient mine, directly approaching and then jumping in. They entered the ancient mine. A cry of alarm sounded from the rear, watching helplessly as they entered. Everyone was waiting expectantly, watching to see if any miracles could be forged. There was no noise. That ancient cave was extremely quiet. When the 5 individuals entered, it was as if they completely merged with the darkness, never to be seen again. It was as if they jumped into a monster's mouth and were devoured. Waiting always left people feeling uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. They could only remain silent, wait for news outside. Inside the cave, scarlet multicolored light flickered about. The 9 Phoenix Furnace was trembling slightly, the 9 phoenixes releasing radiance, forming a domain. This was precisely the reason why these 5 geniuses were able to survive. It was because they were just like Shihao, encountering similar troubles. Not long after, they saw an old Taoist whose white hair reached the floor. Even though he was a corpse, the aura he released would make heavenly deities collapse, unable to endure it. Without this immeasurable heaven #1 supreme treasure to protect them, their body and spirit would inevitably be destroyed, powerless to resist. Stop this pressure. This supreme treasure truly deserves its reputation. This means that we can advance without any obstruction, able to enter the ancient cave's innermost depths, perhaps fully explore its greatest mysteries. The 5 of them were happy, all of them wishing to use this precious furnace to help them go on an adventure, obtain life stones, and other types of natural luck. Not good. This 9 Phoenix Furnace is shaking, resonating with this place. There won't be some type of accident that happens, right? These individuals were alarmed, because the precious furnace's vibrations were growing stronger. Their faces became pale. If there was something wrong with this place, not a single one of them could think about surviving. They would undoubtedly die. Finally, this ancient furnace calmed down again, no longer trembling, only releasing a gentle scarlet multicolored radiance, protecting the 5 individuals as they advanced. Say, do you all think that Huang from the 3,000 provinces still has a chance of being alive? One of them said. Just someone like him, yet he wants to live? The Moon Rhinoceros Clan's purple-clothed young lady sneered. He's nothing more than someone from the lower realm. What kind of prospects could he have even if he did survive? Just some divine individual, fierce person from that small place of theirs. After coming to the 9 heavens above, he's nothing special at all, definitely turning into blood and bones, impossible to remain alive. Another person said, I really hope we can find a piece of his clothes or some broken bones to bring back and show those people, especially that lunar jade rabbit, let her learn reality. This so-called Huang is nothing more than this. Another person said coldly, clearly greatly offended by that lunar jade rabbit's previous taunting. They carried the 9 phoenix furnace, continuing forward, avoiding many dangers. In the end, they sensed something, suddenly stopping their steps. Unknowingly when a figure appeared, full of vitality, flesh perfect, currently emerging from a precious pool, eyes incomparably sharp, staring at them. Sure Hao heard their conversation just now, so he naturally didn't carry any good intentions or smiles, appearing incredibly cold. Chapter 1087, Monster. There's a person here, still alive. Who are you? The minds of the 5 of them jumped intensely. They actually ran into a person in this place, it was just too unexpected. Soon afterwards, they noticed the precious pool behind Sure Hao. That place was full of immortal light, translucent 5-colored liquid, a rain of light rising, carrying an intoxicating sweet scent. Even though Sure Hao sealed up the precious pond, using formation banners to stop the medicinal fragrance from leaking outwards, a long-life medicine had dissolved here after all, so they could still smell it. The 5 individuals' eyes became sharp, breathing hurried, minds tense, incredibly stirred up. They immediately guessed that this was a true immortal medicine pond. There were legends from the past to now that undying medicines would transform, leaving behind the old skin, roots, and other things, dissolving into a spirit. Yuel Pond, producing a world-shocking immortal elixir. However, these were only stories, legends, the true situation never seen before. Yet it appeared before them right now, not an illusion, but real. They actually had the luck of seeing a long-life medicine's remains. This was tremendous natural luck. They were stirred up inside, hot blood rushing forth. Their eyes carried greed, desire, hope, truly wishing to immediately throw themselves into the immortal pond. This was just too important for them. Just how many types of long-life medicine were there in this world? This was a small number that could be counted. Even if one searched from immortal ancient until this present age, they were practically non-existent, becoming fewer and fewer, impossible to find even if the entire 9 heavens 10 earths were scoured. This pool of precious liquid could definitely allow one to undergo transformation, truly exchange blood, refine bones, reforge inner organs, a full transformation. The uses were great to an unimaginable level. This won't be inferior to the phoenix blood, able to allow one to undergo rebirth. One of them was almost delirious as he looked at the immortal pond, his eyes burning like a torch. At this moment, this tremendous joy even made them ignore Sure Hao. Perhaps it wasn't ignoring, because in their eyes, that was already a dead person. With them here, how could this young man continue to occupy the immortal medicine pool alone? They were naturally going to kill him. They didn't think this was too difficult, regardless of who he was. It was because they had the 9 phoenix furnace. This alone was already enough. This individual didn't seem to be over the heavenly deity realm, so there was no way he could stop its might. If he retaliated, he would undoubtedly die. Haha, one of them howled with laughter, as if he had gone mad, losing himself. This type of unexpected discovery truly was unexpected, believing it to be the heaven's greatest grace. There is a long-life medicine residing in this ancient mine. The Moon Rhinoceros clan's beauty was the first to snap back, purple clothes fluttering about, style moving. Her eyes were fervent with passion. The others also felt their heart rates speed up. When they heard this, they were all overjoyed, because that was something that went without saying. Apart from the medicinal liquid in the precious pool, they knew that there was definitely a true undying medicine that took root within a secret land in this immortal mine. If they truly obtained it, then they would be imperishable, undying, live eternally. Have you all woken up from your daydreams? Right at this moment, the individual in front of them coldly spoke, cutting off their fanciful thoughts. Their thoughts were easily guessed at. This type of cold sneer made these individuals' faces fall, their gaze deep, killing intent surging. This was someone who was already dead before their eyes, yet he still dared to talk. The initiative to provoke them. Needless to say, they wanted to immediately suppress him. You are that person who came from the lower realm? One of them spoke. Even though they knew Sure Hao wasn't ordinary, perhaps extremely formidable, they still had a type of arrogance, speaking with the attitude of looking down on the other party. Sure Hao was astonished. Even the 3,000 Dao provinces had a day when they would be looked down on like this, treated as a lower realm. He really found this hard to get used to. After coming to the 9 heavens, you should have already sensed the difference. In your barbaric land, you might be someone, but in immeasurable heaven, you dare provoke us like this. Nothing more than overestimating your capabilities. Another person spoke in a cold and indifferent tone. It was clear that they were from the 9 heavens' immeasurable heaven, feeling the deepest level of arrogance, looking down on the 10 Earth's 3,000 Dao provinces, feeling like they were above them. Immeasurable heaven's heroic individuals are well known, indeed surpassing the 3,000 Dao provinces, but if they are all like you all, it doesn't seem to be all that. Shi Hao said, responding coldly. Moreover, he was like a cheetah that had locked onto prey, about to take action. He swept his eyes over every single one of them, eyes carrying killing intent, incredibly oppressive. I'm certain that you are Huang. Capture him. What nonsense is there to say to him? Have him understand that his so-called stunning strength is nothing but a joke in immeasurable heaven. Directly crush him. These people spoke coldly, about to take action. In reality, Shi Hao already moved a step earlier, eyes carrying a ruthlessness. His hair flew about chaotically as he pounced over. It was because his divine senses were extremely powerful, long realizing that the scarlet red furnace was extremely terrifying, likely a formidable supreme treasure. As a result, he wanted to strike first to gain the upper hand. Shi Hao turned into a streak of transient light, quickly rushing towards them. He was as fast as lightning, extremely fierce, taking action instantly. Those individuals' fine hairs stood on end, all of them horrified. This was just too fast. One had to bear in mind that they all had immortal energy, outstanding individuals who were incredibly powerful. Regardless of whether it was speed, strength, or reactions, there were few who could match them among their generation. However, now, they discovered that they couldn't keep up with this person's speed, unable to keep up. Shi Hao's foot kicked out. It turned into a dragon shadow, too fast, as if a true dragon was going out to sea, carrying forceful and boundless energy, shaking up this place. One of them was quite unlucky. Even though he did everything he could to withstand this attack, it was still too late. That foot slammed over, and then he released a loud cry, mouth spraying UT blood, tumbling backwards. This is? The other 4 individuals were truly alarmed. This was just too frightening. What they were thankful for was that at the crucial time, the 9 phoenix furnace shone, 9 scarlet blood phoenixes dancing about, producing a screen of light, stopping Shi Hao's attack, neutralizing a large half of the power. Otherwise, Shi Hao's kick would have definitely taken that person's life. No suspense at all. As soon as his leg made contact with that person, he was stopped by a wave of soft force, moreover dissolving his force, bone techs growing dim. Shi Hao didn't take any risks, quickly withdrawing. It was because he felt great restraining fear towards that 3-foot-tall dark red divine furnace, fearing that it would suddenly revive and erupt with power. He was extremely cautious. Even though he was quite strong, he still didn't take action recklessly. Shi Hao shifted sideways, leaving behind a string of afterimages. When his figure stabilized, he stood before that precious pond again, as if he never moved. The expressions of those individuals behind changed. This Huang from the lower realm brought them tremendous pressure. If they didn't have the 9 phoenix furnace, they would undoubtedly be in danger. We admit that you are quite strong, talent formidable, but sometimes, no matter how strong one is, it won't change anything. While speaking, those people still displayed a type of arrogance. However, they felt extremely bitter inside. They were all the most powerful inheritors of a clan, yet right now, they had to admit that they were inferior. However, vanity and pride prevented them from admitting their feeling of defeat, instead about to use the 9 phoenix furnace to suppress the youngster before them who still carried some tenderness. Shi Hao's expression was serious. In that instant, he put on the Lightning Emperor's battle clothes, left hand holding the defying dragon scale, right hand holding the 10,000 spirit diagram, confronting them like this. It was because the longer he observed them, the more he felt that the scarlet red divine furnace wasn't simple. It might be a heaven-defying great killing weapon like the little pagoda. Sure enough, those people moved, activating the immortal furnace together, suppressing towards Shi Hao. 9 true phoenixes rushed upwards, roaring and stirring forth large amounts of fiery light, releasing magma-like matter and carrying destructive energy as they threw themselves at Shi Hao. Moreover, in the fiery light, chaotic energy surged, powerful and terrifying to the extreme. When Shi Hao saw the scene, he felt like he was suffocating. This was an indescribable type of pressure, an unmatched supreme treasure after all, power exceeding his imaginations. His expression became grave. He activated the 10,000 spirit diagram, throwing it forward against the expanse of fiery light, striking the 9 phoenix furnace. It was difficult to say what kind of great artifact the 10,000 spirit diagram was. One could call it a true record or scripture, but calling it a precious artifact wasn't a bad choice either. It was spotlessly white like jade, carrying soft radiance. It actually rushed into the 9 true phoenixes like that. After it was suppressed by them, it passively released endless brilliance. In that instant, countless creatures appeared, including immortal birds, divine beasts, and all types of plants, even more so heavenly starlight and other things. Those 9 divine phoenixes couldn't destroy it, and at this moment, the 10,000 spirit diagram and 9 phoenix furnace collided. The sound was sharp and clear, as if 2 pieces of jade were striking against each other, unexpectedly pleasant to the ears, carrying a lingering sound. It rang lightly through this place, shaking up one's soul. The 5 individuals' expressions changed. This was the 9 phoenix furnace. It actually collided with an artifact, releasing a light sound, but not blasting that bone to pieces. What kind of unexpected thing was this? It gave the 5 of them a powerless feeling. Chills ran down their backs. They knew that they encountered a freak. Not only was he powerful, he also had a strange magical artifact on him, able to temporarily stop the 9 phoenix furnace's power. Not good. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's girl was the first one to release a cry of alarm. It was because she discovered with alarm that that white bone perfectly struck the 9 phoenix furnace's weakest place. There was a hole on the Scarlet Divine Furnace, something left behind from the Desolate Borders battle. It had been struck, leaving behind a scar that connected from front to back. And now, this white bone just happened to strike it right there. Sure enough, the 9 phoenix furnace's radiance immediately dimmed quite a bit. It swayed back and forth, almost falling. The 9 true phoenixes immediately returned to the nest, entering the precious furnace. How could it be like this? Those people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was just too much of a coincidence, right? Weren't they just too unlucky? At the same time, the 10,000 spirit diagram grew dim, the various creatures disappearing, falling out of the sky. Sure how naturally didn't let this chance go. He rushed up, grabbing the 10,000 spirit diagram, as well as taking action decisively against those people. He felt some confidence now, because he sensed that the divine furnace, despite being frightening, unexpectedly didn't have an artifact spirit. This made him feel more at ease than anything else. Sure how was like a demonic beast, immediately slaughtering his way forward. His palm descended, overturning heaven and earth, domineering and tyrannical, surrounding them here. This palm carried Kunpeng power. If one examined it closely, it was like a Kunpeng spreading its wings, covering them. The 5 of them took action together to activating their immortal energy, but they still coughed out large amounts of blood. This type of opponent simply left them in despair. What kind of monster was this? Chapter 1088, Overwhelming Power. Moon controlling rhinoceros horn. The Moon Rhinoceros Clan beauty shouted, the inch-long sparkling horn between her brows shining. A divine moon immediately appeared. The ancient mine was gloomy, but now that this divine moon suddenly appeared, it became incomparably resplendent, releasing ripples outwards. Sure how carried a trace of a cold smile at his lips. Forget about a divine moon created from symbols, even if a true star smashed down, he still wouldn't fear it. Sure how's right palm hacked outwards, still Kunpeng force, as if it possessed dominating power, offensive power unmatched, magical force vast like a sea. The space here trembled. Forget about the Moon Rhinoceros Clan inheritor that was facing this attack, even the bodies of the other 4 trembled, continuously coughing out large amounts of blood. Burst. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's beauty suddenly shouted. When her hands formed an imprint, her purple sleeve exploded. At the same time, the divine moon before her also shattered. And sure how sensed that something was off. He felt a great pain between his brows. It was because when the divine moon exploded, turning into an endless rain of light, it drowned out this place. He underestimated this girl. This wasn't a condensation purely of magical force, but a precious technique that contained divine will. It aimed at his primordial spirit, wishing to wipe out his will. If it was a normal person, it would have definitely bore fruit, because this mental attack was wrapped within a strand of immortal energy, power increased multiple times. This was a secret type of attack, as well as an unexpected blow, impossible to defend effectively against. How could Sure how allow this Moon Rhinoceros Clan beauty to accomplish her goal? A great Dao appeared above his head. It swayed gently, releasing a rain of light that was sparkling and translucent, immediately completely wiping out the other party's immortal energy, scattering that precious technique. You have 3 strands of immortal energy, and one of them became a great Dao. Those people felt despair. Even though they had heard about how powerful Huang was, they didn't feel any respect for him. Only now, when they truly met, did they really understand. Against someone like this, there was absolutely no chance of winning to speak of. However, the moon rhinoceros attack bought them some time, and it made Sher Hao's figure momentarily freeze, his movements obstructed somewhat. The five of them quickly withdrew, stabilizing the situation, standing on the other side of Sher Hao, all of them alert. They frantically summoned the 9 Phoenix Furnace, wishing to activate it again. However, after suffering the 10,000 spirit diagram strike, something unexpected happened to that furnace, unexpectedly stopping its movements. It was also precisely because of this that Sher Hao obtained the chance to carefully size up the fiery red divine furnace. It actually had a hole, which meant that its own spiritual essence was leaking out. This supreme treasure is truly pitiable, Sher Hao said with a sigh. He could only imagine what kind of power it was that damaged this immortal furnace back then. The methods too terrifying. Huang, I heard that you wish to join the Heavenly Deity Institution. We are fellow students. One of them spoke, suffering from Sher Hao's pressure, now feeling a bit panicked, wishing to improve their relationship. Sher Hao revealed a cold smile filled with disdain. This person was now admitting defeat, but just now, what kind of arrogance did he display? They had originally thought that the divine furnace alone was enough to suppress him. This time, Sher Hao didn't say anything, directly brandishing his leg. Like a dragon snake, it lashed outwards, carrying dazzling bone texts and releasing rumbling sounds. It was extremely shocking. No one doubted the power of this leg. It could sweep through mountains, shatter stars. No! That person cried out loudly, activating all types of secret treasures to defend himself. There was a strand of immortal energy that surged as well, winding towards that leg of Sher Hao's. This level of genius had long cultivated a strand of immortal energy for himself, naturally a genius fostered through tremendous effort by a holy land, strength powerful. The magical artifacts the clan bestowed onto him were naturally numerous and powerful. At this moment, the sounds of magical artifacts exploding continuously sounded. It was as if fireworks were released, all rare secret treasures, but they were all destroyed as a result. Sher Hao's leg lashed out on his body, smashing his precious armor into a mess. Meanwhile, he himself flew outwards, body completely defeated. Someone as powerful as this unexpectedly couldn't evade. One could see just how great the difference in strength between the two was. This time, if not for those secret treasures of his, as well as the strand of immortal energy that was released at the crucial moment, he would have undoubtedly died. At the critical moment, that strand of immortal energy stopped Sher Hao's leg. If not for this, how could his flesh stop this attack? Even stars would be smashed with the kick. It was clear that this person lost all combat strength on the spot. Half of his body was ragged, his entire body overwhelmed by a wave of powerful bone texts, on the verge of dying. As for that strand of immortal energy, it was almost scattered and destroyed by Sher Hao, leaving the others shocked. During this entire process, Sher Hao didn't even use his great Dao flower. Otherwise, the power would have been even greater. It was this quick and efficient, crippling one of them just like that, making the other 4 experts' faces pale. This cultivator from the lower ancient land was just too frightening. Only now did they understand why Cao Yusheng, Chang Gongyan, and others think so highly of him. When they thought of the lunar jade rabbit's words, they felt extremely ashamed. They really did end up running into Huang, moreover possibly being killed by him. It was even worse than being beaten until their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them anymore. Sher Hao forced his way forward. The other 4 continuously moved backwards. This made the others feel completely humiliated, unable to show their faces. It was because they weren't ordinary cultivators, but rather world-shocking geniuses who already cultivated immortal energy, representing the highest accomplishment among their peers. Some of these individuals were present world individuals, some kings that have laid dormant since ancient times, yet now they lost all dignity. Someone like them was forced to continuously retreat by a single person. Just how sad was this, even more so a type of humiliation. Risk it all. The moon rhinoceros beauty shouted. Her hand formed imprints, taking action again, wishing to fight a decisive battle against Sher Hao. However, this time, the so-called rhinoceros horn divine ability was completely useless, unable to do anything to Sher Hao's primordial spirit, unable to display any use. In addition, Sher Hao reached out a finger. This was Lightning Emperor Finger, something he recently derived, acquired after comprehending the Lightning Dao a step further. A finger reached out. A clap of thunder erupted between heaven and earth, simply enough to blast large expanses of mountain peaks into pieces. When this finger struck out, heaven and earth lost color, the ancient mines swaying back and forth. This entire region became blinding. If not for the ancient mines' formations and others, it would have long collapsed. Despite this being the case, the ground, stone walls, and others didn't explode. The space around them had already split apart, incomparably terrifying, dense like a spider web as they stretched in all directions. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's beauty felt a tremendous pain that was difficult to bear. She rubbed the space between her brows and then released a sharp cry, face becoming snow-white and losing color. It was because that jade horn had broken off, crushed by Sherhao's finger. She staggered backwards, body feeling a wave of weakness. Her eyes were full of hatred and bitterness. This person was too decisive, even more so possessing a type of domineeringness, not caring that she was a beauty at all. Sherhao pointed out again. Thunder shot in all directions. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's beauty jumped into the air, but a miserable cry still sounded. Every hair stood on end, and then her entire body smashed back down. Moon Rhinoceros Clan's girl cried out miserably, body scorched black. When she fell onto the ground, regardless of whether it was precious techniques or armor, they were all destroyed just now. The second person was ruined, making the remaining people feel even more fear. Sherhao didn't say anything, pressing forward. When his feet landed on the ground, the sound was forceful and clearly audible. Hand over your life. Someone cried out loudly, rushing over, about to fight an intense battle against him. Unfortunately, this time, it was even more straightforward. Sherhao didn't even walk out that far, not that interested in him, but in the end, he was completely trapped, not let go of. It was just a single fist of reincarnation, this action alone proving his self-confidence. He was setting an example here for the others. This time, when the third person was brushed by the fist, his body continuously aged, so fast it left others shocked. The skin and other parts began to crack apart, wrinkles layering on top of each other. Then, Sherhao added an attack, sending him flying towards the stone wall. Another person lost his ability to move. Sherhao flew outwards. He took a step in midair, tramping space until it cracked apart, and then rushed towards the other two. Pooh! Two people coughed up blood, unable to resist. This type of battle didn't have any suspense, ending in an instant. Sherhao looked coldly at these individuals. The five of them were completely suppressed without exception. Only, Sherhao didn't feel too much joy inside, nor was there any deep hatred and great bitterness. He only stared at these people with coldness and contempt. Is this the so-called immeasurable heavens experts? Nothing more than this, Sherhao said. Then, he suddenly acted out, moving like a streak of lightning, disappearing in a flash, continuously taking action, giving the five of them a vicious beating, completely uninterested if there was a beauty among them. The five of them felt incomparable shame. Right now, their faces were swollen like pig heads. None of them could tolerate being humiliated like this. Truly nothing special. Is this immeasurable heavens experts? I am starting to seriously doubt if the so-called heavenly deity institution has an undeserved reputation, perhaps not really worth going. Sherhao acted fiercely, worsening these individuals' injuries. Every single one of them had bloody noses and swollen faces, their conditions incredibly miserable. Do you think you're unmatched just because you defeated us? If senior brother Lutua came, he can suppress you with just a raise of his hand. One of them shouted, feeling extremely unconvinced. The five of them released a sigh. Was this basically verification of what was said before? When they thought of the Lunar Jade Rabbit's words, they felt a deep humiliation. Right at this time, the 9 Phoenix Furnace finally activated. It didn't protect the five of them, but quickly moved towards the entrance, turning into a streak of scarlet multicolored light and shooting upwards. The faces of the five of them were like ashes, dispirited and as hamed. The battle today, for them, was like a nightmare. Sherhao was hesitating. Should he kill these people or not? If the five of them were killed, then it was likely that he couldn't enter the heavenly deity institution. At Origin Ancient Mine's entrance, when that 9 Phoenix Furnace was about to completely break out, it suddenly trembled, as if it was interacting with this ancient mine, carrying out a resonance. Only then did it rush into the sky, triggering cries of alarm from those outside. It was precisely at this time that Sherhao seemed to have heard a type of great Tao divine sound, as if an ancient scripture that had been sealed for endless years was open today, starting to be chanted. What was going on? Sherhao turned pale with fright. Within the depths of the ancient cave, there was a strange power that spread outwards. It opposed the 9 Phoenix Furnace with just as much power, reviving at this time. What happened? Everyone frowned. This wasn't Sherhao not giving them face, but rather a strange and bizarre phenomenon. Sherhao opened his heavenly eyes, vaguely hearing the name of the scripture. He was immediately shaken up, his body trembling, not out of fear, but incomparable excitement. 6 Tao Reincarnation's great method, Supreme Hall's great art. Why does it exist here as well? He listened to it. The scripture sounds contained everything, not scattering away. Sure Hao immediately became incredibly nervous, a bit worried now. Could he obtain the 6 Dao reincarnations' unmatched heavenly art? At the same time, he had endless question. Why was this origin ancient mine so mysterious? Why did it even have this heavenly art? What exactly was buried here? Chapter 1089. Group of Captives. Sure Hao was completely bewildered. This mine was too ancient, dating back to a time that was impossible to trace, rumored to be even older than immortal ancient Great Era. There was the 6 Dao reincarnations art. Who was it that left this behind? There were just mysteries upon mysteries. In the outside world, everyone was shocked. It was because they were even more alarmed than Sure Hao, feeling even more shaken up. It was because that 9 Phoenix furnace struggled free in the end, breaking out from the surface, returning alone. It was burning right now, releasing loud and clear phoenix sounds. 9 true phoenixes spread their wings, carrying blazing fiery light that burned the heavenly dome. This divine furnace was rumbling, reviving, as if there was an artifact spirit that reappeared. There seems to be some type of scripture sound inside the ancient mine. Do you all hear it? Someone spoke out, eyes carrying a wave of shock. You're correct, there is an indistinct scripture sound that is spreading over. This triggered an uproar. No one could calm down. They all knew how mysterious this place was, that there were too many creatures buried here, even the 9 Phoenix furnace discovered here endless years ago. At T. His moment, mists appeared layer after layer. There were too many things unknown, making their thoughts run wild. Ancient scriptures sounded right now. Which one of them weren't shocked? Many of them felt desire, wishing they could enter to obtain it. What about those geniuses? Why haven't they returned yet? Only the 9 Phoenix furnace coming back alone. Finally, there was someone who became clear-headed, temporarily not worrying about the ancient scriptures, mentioning this question. The others looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't help but feel shocked. This was Origin Ancient Mine after all, those individuals unable to protect themselves even while possessing the 9 Phoenix furnace. Were their lives going to be thrown away here? The expressions of the 2 elders from Heavenly Deity Institution weren't that pleasant. They already brought over the Supreme Treasure Divine Furnace, yet it didn't display its effects, unexpected events still happening to the 5 disciples. Not dead yet. Suddenly, an elder released a strange expression. There were 5 copper lamps in his sleeves. Right now, there were fiery lights flickering within. These were soul flames, and right now, they hadn't gone out yet. What exactly happened? They didn't die yet. However, only the 9 Phoenix furnace returned alone, while they disappeared without a trace. Were they trapped by something? When the others heard this, they all revealed looks of alarm. Those people weren't dead yet? All types of scenarios appeared in their minds. This scripture sound shouldn't have been because of them, right? Someone asked like this. Quite a few people revealed doubtful looks. This might really be the case. When they thought of this possibility, many of their eyes began to burn fervently, staring at the ancient mine's entrance. This was especially the case with Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses, every one of them eager to give it a try. Not a single thing that came from Origin Ancient Mine was ordinary, all of them strange treasures of this world. For example, Life Stone. This was something that could extend life, change fate, its effects heaven-defying. For example, the 9 Phoenix Furnace, immeasurable heaven's #1 magical artifact. There were other examples, all the divine objects that came from this place were unimaginable. Now, an ancient scripture was about to see the light again, so how could they not be moved? A few experts' hearts moved, truly wishing to rush over and seize it. Elders, we are also willing to go inside. The first reason is to rescue our companions. The second is to seize natural luck and opportunities. Someone said, extremely direct. If one wanted to advance further, they had to borrow the 9 Phoenix Furnace. Otherwise, there was no need to enter at all, as they would die immediately upon entering. Now that someone spoke up like this, others became stirred up as well, because they knew that this scripture's VA. Lu was likely not below the 9 Phoenix Furnace. If they could obtain it, that would be an unimaginable Da fruit. In that instant, Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses were moved. Many of them wished to enter the ancient mine. From the side, the eyes of the men from the other powers were burning as well. If not for the restraining fear they felt towards the Heavenly Deity Institution, they would have fought over the 9 Phoenix Furnace a long time ago, using it to enter the ancient mine. Fine, since the 5 soul flames are still there, it means that they are still alive, so we have to rescue them no matter what. If there is an ancient scripture, we'll count it as your natural luck. Advance with caution. An elder agreed. The other elder added, the numbers still cannot exceed 5. It was because these geniuses were too precious, cannot be lost for no reason. If these people could rise up, they would display great uses in the future. The 9 phoenix furnace rose and fell in the void, only calming down after a long time. An elder moved his hand, summoning it over, handing it to the 5 that were selected just now, warning them to be careful. At this time, Shi Hao calmed down, quietly listening to the great Tao divine sound, silently comprehending and carefully thinking about it. He was studying the scripture. However, it was too blurry, the scripture sounds faintly discernible. He couldn't hear all of it. Unknowingly, he walked forward step by step, currently approaching the source of the sound. Suddenly, a type of incomparably frightening feeling suddenly rose from his mind, exceeding the past, surpassing all dangerous situations he had encountered up until now. Shi Hao broke out into a cold shiver, immediately snapping out of it. He looked forward, seeing a dark black area, no light visible inside. He stopped. Even though the scripture was enticing, his intuition told him that it was extremely dangerous, a single mistake resulting in the death of body and spirit. Wait. He made a decision. He was going to completely absorb the long-life medicinal liquid first, allowing himself to undergo rebirth, strengthen his flesh and spirit, waiting for an opportunity to look for the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art. However, right at this moment, the sounds of footsteps sounded from the distance, and he sensed the aura of the 9 phoenix furnace again. Shi Hao frowned. Heavenly Deity Institution sent more geniuses inside. This was going to affect his cultivation. Isn't this Moon Rhinoceros clan's female talent? Why was she left behind here? Those people walked over, seeing the purple-clothed young lady on the ground, feeling extremely shocked. It was because even the bone on her forehead shattered, the scene quite miserable. Hee, older sis and the others, what kind of troubles did you all encounter, what dangers? Please don't tell me that you encountered that lower realm's Huang and were beaten up so miserably. You. Ying lady mocked. She naturally didn't believe this, feeling that there was danger in this place, only wishing to understand a bit from the Moon Rhinoceros clan's young lady. She definitely didn't think that this was done by Huang, speaking like this just to stir up this young lady. Something's wrong. There are others here. Of the 5 that reached this place, there was a white-haired individual whose eyes were like cold lightning. He saw geniuses that were covered in blood in a corner. Who was it that did this? The young lady who spoke up before asked. Huang. That person replied. None of these people could move, all of them seriously injured, even immortal energy scattered, temporarily unable to gather it. They were all incredibly weak. The people on the ground were all discovered, all of them in miserable states. TCH, who are you trying to fool? Already falling to the state, yet you still want to scheme against us. That young lady didn't believe these words, believing that the other party was purposely stirring them on, wishing for them to take risks. Like that Huang alone could stir up trouble in the 9 heavens above. Speak, what exactly happened? How did you all get injured? Just now, there were scripture sounds, so why did you all end up in such weak states? That white-haired young man also spoke. They didn't believe that this was done by Huang, their faces carrying arrogance, incredibly overconfident. This made those individuals laugh bitterly. Even the truth wasn't believed by others. This really was a type of grief. However, they also felt it beneath themselves to explain, looking forward to seeing these people captured as well. They didn't get along anyway, all of them competitors. Hey, why aren't you all speaking? What exactly is going on? Just a small Huang can even continue living, stir up such great disorder. In my opinion, he should have died a long time ago. The second group of creatures was still 5-membered, none of them believing that this was done by Shi Hao, their voices not all that polite. Footsteps suddenly sounded, calm and forceful, startling these people. They suddenly turned around, staring at the delicate and pretty, but cold-expressioned young man. Heavens, it really is you, not dead yet. That young lady held her forehead, putting on a rather shocked appearance. They knew that there was great trouble. The people on the ground didn't lie, while these people didn't treat their words with respect, looking down on Huang just now. Now, there was a great issue. I don't feel like wasting my breath. I am going to cultivate in seclusion, so all of you seal yourselves so that we can coexist here. Shi Hao spoke domineeringly. It really was quite strange. When the 9 phoenix furnace reached the depths of the ancient mine, it died out on its own, light growing dim. Do you really treat us as pushovers, that we'll seal ourselves just because you told us to? That white-haired young man aid coldly. The rude words you spoke before against me, I'll just let it go, won't pursue it further. However, you all are still putting on an appearance like you wish to fight, so I'll satisfy your wishes. Shi Hao said. He took action again, rising up. 100 willow branches rushed out from behind him, turning into golden chains. Walala sounds rang out, piercing towards the 5 individuals. The white-haired young man roared endlessly during this battle, using the most powerful extreme art of his life, activating the most powerful precious techniques. However, in the end, he was struck by a few of Sherhao's fists until half his body was in tatters, entire body covered in blood. As for that young lady, Sherhao directly took action, releasing a finger. He was still holding back a bit, but it pierced through her palm, creating a large bloody hole. This battle didn't hold any suspense. Even though one of them cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, he was just like the other 4, still forcefully suppressed by Sherhao. In the blink of an eye, there were now 10 captives on the ground. Sherhao was conflicted as to how he should deal with them. If he didn't kill them, it felt somewhat inappropriate. If he did kill them, then he felt a bit sorry for their reckless mouths. Just like that, there were now 5 more individuals on the ground. Sherhao left them behind, not worried about them anymore. Meanwhile, he himself also walked towards the long life pool, starting to cultivate. Soon afterwards, the 9 Phoenix furnace escaped, carrying fiery light as it rushed towards the Earth's surface. This triggered a huge uproar. Auspicious, multicolored light surged again. What exactly was happening in the ancient mine? The 2 groups that were sent out went missing, but their soul flames were still burning, not going out. Now, it was as if there was a vicious cycle. After finding out they didn't die, Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses couldn't sit still any longer. There were still people who believed that these people began to comprehend the ancient scripture after entering. This won't do. We cannot permit anyone else to enter and take risks. There are already 2 groups of people who have gone missing. An elder shouted. There won't be an issue if they are a bit more careful. The other elder spoke. Thus, the 3rd group of people moved. Unfortunately, it was still the same silent conclusion, disappearing again. This time, forget about the Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses. Even the surrounding people felt that it was a bit strange. Origin Ancient Mine was like an abyss, devouring creatures, more than 10 geniuses disappearing just like that. This was definitely a big deal, but they couldn't do anything about it. Not good, we definitely cannot let more people in. There is something extremely frightening inside. One of Heavenly Deity Institution's elders spoke, expression fierce. With things already like this, they had to cut their losses. Otherwise, if they allowed more people to go missing inside, it truly would drive them mad. Those were all precious geniuses we were talking about. Inside the ancient mine, Sherhao looked at the group of captives. He didn't deal the killing blow, only beating them up. This group of people were shocked and angry, unexpectedly defeated just like that. Not a single person from their 3 batches could fight a great battle against that youngster, all of them unable to display any fighting spirit. Heavenly Deity Institution's people truly are annoying. I can't afford to offend you all, so can I not even hide for a bit? Sherhao grumbled. Then, he frantically beat those dozen or so individuals, all of them beaten until their faces swelled regardless of whether they were male or female, their mouths becoming crooked and eyes slanted. Then, he went on his way, directly collecting the long life medicine pool into a magical artifact, not wasting the divine liquid resources. 6 Dao Reincarnations Heavenly Art, I'm coming for you. Regardless, he had to take a look. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. The dozen or so geniuses who couldn't move felt incomparably depressed. They were actually thrown here by someone like that, truly shameful to the extreme. Only, if they wanted to escape, they likely still had to rely on that youngster. Chapter 1090, Heavenly Art. A heavy sound rang out from the distance. A large black spider that was a zhang in length, looking like it was cast from dark gold, crawled over from the side. Huang, hurry and come back, let us free. This was a scene that was enough to make one fall apart. That spider was a corpse, yet its flesh didn't decay, and now it had a vague consciousness, crawling aimlessly about here. There were a total of 15 captives from Heavenly Deity Institution, every single one of their expressions deathly white. If they died like this, they would really feel too wronged. Relax, if you don't provoke it, there won't be any dangers. Sherhao warned. The enormous black spider's 8 legs were bright, looking like spears. They drew out a string of sparks on the ground, as if metal was grinding against each other. One of the spider legs almost touched a young lady's face, leaving her so horrified her face lost all color. This wouldn't only be a disfiguring of her face, but might very well remove her entire head. Sherhao frowned. He turned around, using the Willow Deity technique to wrap around them and then throwing them together. He then arranged a formation to protect them. That large black spider opened a golden eye, as if it developed life force. It rushed at Sherhao, speed crazy fast. Sherhao turned around. He didn't fear it, because there were many corpses in the ancient mine that were even more frightening. The large spider leapt up. Like a black barbaric ox, it charged over in a fast and furious manner, immediately smashing into the ground. Sparks flew everywhere. The surface trembling with wong-wong sounds. Only Sher Hao left behind an afterimage, long entering the darkness. This place was deep and cold, a quiet place inside of this ancient mine. This was precisely the region that previously released scripture sound, making Sher Hao's heart beat quickly. When he came here, he had that type of feeling again. He was shocked, as if there was a sharp blade placed against his throat, that if it just exerted a slight bit of force, would slash through his throat. This type of feeling was as if he was on the verge of death, only lacking that final push. As a result, his entire body became uncomfortable. After arriving here, there was a suffocating type of feeling, as if his entire soul was about to dry up and die. Behind him, that large black spider immediately stopped moving. Even though it had died a long time ago, only having a primitive instinct, it was still incredibly frightened. It stopped moving, not daring to forcefully press forward, to the extent where it began to tremble, body trembling slightly, in the end even going weak, crouching on the ground. Sher Hao turned around. What he saw left him stunned, extremely shocked. He finally knew how formidable the area ahead was, that it would definitely be extremely dangerous. How could a place that made this kind of vicious, archaic vicious spider this scared be a good place? However, Sher Hao couldn't turn back now. He had to advance, had to obtain the 6 Dao reincarnations' heavenly art. That spider was trembling and shuddering, ultimately withdrawing step by step, carefully leaving this dark area. When Sher Hao saw the scene, he became speechless. Along the way, this ancient mine was incomparably deep, blowing over waves of frost. He held the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, wearing Lightning Emperor's armor, preparing himself for the worst. This was for self-protection. He was going to stake it all. He didn't forget how much regret and desire Qi Daolin carried back in Supreme Being Dao Right, wishing to obtain the 6 Dao reincarnations yet unable to attain it. He stole from all different clans, wanting to create a similar method, but in the end, he was laughed at by the world, obtaining a notorious reputation. This was Supreme Hall's inheritance, and for some reason, it was hidden here. Sher Hao had too many things he was puzzled over. He had to obtain it no matter what. Could it be that endless years ago, there was this type of heavenly art even in the last great era? Sher Hao said softly. It was because he had previously heard that Supreme Hall's inheritance was incredibly ancient, having some relationship with Immortal Ancient. In the darkness, Sher Hao sensed a bone-penetrating pain. He didn't know where this place was, but while walking through it, he felt as if there were endless invisible swords cutting at him. In that instant, blood seeped out from his skin, many places dark red. The ancient mine became darker and darker, as if he was walking on the road to the underworld. After a long time had passed, Sher Hao never stopped moving, yet he didn't reach the end. Moreover, that killing intent he encountered became even stronger. As time went on, the Lightning Emperor battle armor shone, displaying protective effects. Otherwise, his body might have broken apart. Suddenly, a pair of green eyes shone, looking towards him. Precisely on this path, there was 100 zhang tall ancient lion, sitting there in a dignified manner, overlooking him, eyes terrifyingly green. It was as if a single roar could shatter the sky. This was still a corpse, only its intelligence was a bit greater, as if it could understand Sher Hao and the others' words. This type of frightening ancient lion remains. Just how long ago was it left behind? From the looks of it, it already had some spiritual wisdom, its eyes that burned like ghost flame, too terrifying. Right at this moment, it released a roar that shook the entire ancient mine, making heaven and earth split apart. In that instant, Sher Hao coughed out large amounts of blood. The Lightning Emperor's armor shone, 10,000 spirit diagram, displaying all types of creatures. It rushed out, confronting that ancient lion. Outside the ancient mine, everyone's minds and bodies were trembling. There was actually a beast roar that sounded from the depths of the ancient mine, moreover shaking the mountains and earth outside, causing them to fissure. Those outside didn't understand what caused this, feeling incredibly shocked. Heavens, what happened? Could it be that the so-called ancient mine is a nest, that something terrifying will rush out sooner or later? What exactly is there here? Even heavenly deity institutions, 2 elders' expressions changed. Their cultivations exceeded sect master level, both terrifying individuals, but right now, their hearts were pounding. No one understood better than them how extraordinary this place was, how many mysteries that ancient mine contained. This was an ancient mine from an era that might be even more distant than Immortal Ancient, so it naturally carried unfathomable mysteries. Meanwhile now, someone wished to break this equilibrium, wishing to bring the mystery back to light. What was going to happen? Origin ancient mine has too many things buried inside. Perhaps it can't be brought to light again, they said softly, revealing a look of worry. The Nine Phoenix furnace was even randomly buried inside, so one could imagine just how frightening this place was. What exactly was there in the depths of this place? In the outside world, emotions rose and fell, everyone worried, none of them able to calm down. Inside the ancient mine, Sherhao's mouth and nose were scarlet red, bleeding from all 7 apertures. He unexpectedly suffered from this type of lion roar. Forget about him, even more powerful creatures would have exploded from the power. Fortunately, he wore the Lightning Emperor armor and held the 10,000 spirit diagram, allowing him to make it past this disaster. That 100-jong tall ancient lion stared at Sherhao, staring at the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands. In the end, it disappeared into the darkness, thus vanishing. Formidable. It cannot engage in deep thought, only capable of a short period of consciousness. However, if it was released into the outside world, it would definitely be a great disaster. Sherhao wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, continuing forward. He picked up a few lion hairs from the ground, discovering that they were even sturdier than steel. When he exerted a bit of force on them, they shone, releasing kung chong sounds. If someone else saw this, they would definitely gasp. How frightening was Sherhao's body? Yet, it actually produced this type of scene. He advanced again, making it through this important checkpoint. He got closer and closer to the place where the scriptures sounded from. His body felt more and more uncomfortable, as if there were blades hacking at him. What kind of place was this? Sherhao was a bit lost. The further he went, the wider the road became, as if he truly entered the underworld. This place was an enormous black abyss. In the distance, there were a few creatures that passed, all of them with green eyes, strength powerful. Sherhao was a bit shocked. What kind of creatures were those? There was one like a dragon, another that was similar to the vermilion bird. Of course, they were all just corpses without life aura, but they still didn't disappear. Fortunately, this path was more scary than dangerous. Not only did Sherhao wear the armor, his left hand held the 10,000 spirit diagram, right hand carrying the defying dragon scale, his preparations ample. Now that he walked along this ancient cave, advancing forward, would he be able to return? Sherhao asked himself. However, he had to continue forward. A few natural laws hacked down like sharp blades. Sparks flew about Sherhao's body, greatly shaken up. This proved that he was experiencing a nightmarish flurry of attacks. This was the result after both the Lightning Emperor battle armor and 10,000 spirit diagrams protection. If he didn't have them, who knew just how terrible it would be? Finally, he arrived. Sherhao was stupefied. He originally thought that he would see a resplendent place that was packed with rows of ancient scriptures, but the result was completely different. It wasn't some mine cave, nor was it some pure land, but instead a massive building. It was incredibly suffocating, everything pitch black. A pitch black ancient building. What did this mean? Sherhao walked closer, feeling that this was inconceivable. He quietly watched the scene. What era was this built in? What kind of things would there be in this ancient mine? Were there really heaven-shocking secrets inside? Sherhao was confused, attaching great importance to this place. After thinking for a bit, he felt that he might have overthought things. Soon after, he focused his mind, walking forward to enter. Sherhao pushed open the large doors in his way, stepping into the black-colored palace. He immediately felt as if he was in a palace of death, a terrifying aura crazily battering at him. At the same time, Sherhao flew outwards, smashing into a stone wall, making all of the bones in his body about to break. Just what kind of place was this exactly? What kind of creatures built this? Why would it be like this? Sherhao climbed to his feet with difficulty. He looked forward, mouth and nose dripping with blood. An invisible energy crept close, the pressure incredibly chaotic. It was as if a star smashed over. Sherhao was terrified. What kind of terrifying crisis was this? If not for the 10,000 spirit diagram protecting him, he would have most likely died right there. He clenched his teeth with difficulty, walking forward, finally entering, stepping into this black ancient palace. This place was hazy and indistinct. However, this place was also incredibly desolate, making one's heart rate speed up, feel great fear. It really was a place for tempering the true self, the killing energy too great. Sherhao's body rocked back and forth, the pressure he faced here just too great, body almost breaking apart. He walked inside, shifting his footsteps with difficulty. The pressure was unimaginably great, body about to explode, as if he was being forced to kneel here, fall into eternal rest. Sherhao saw 6 figures standing there, every single one of them exerting a type of special stance, as if they were cultivating, but also as if they were forming imprints. What kind of person was this? Every one of them was incredibly terrifying. This place, as well as the road up to here, surged with world-shocking energy that made one suffocate, and all of this was brought about by these individuals. 6 figures, 6 Tao reincarnations? Sherhouse spoke. It was becoming harder and harder to stand still here, his body on the verge of collapse. Chapter 1091. 6 Great Experts. Inside the Black Palace, 6 figures towered, every one of them incredibly tall. They were like mountain peaks as they stood there, the pressure they gave others too great. Sherhouse's gaze was deep as he stared at them. The pressure he was facing right now was too great, as if he was a small boat in a stormy sea, ready to capsize at any time. 6 Tao reincarnations, heavenly art? He stared at these 6 individuals, looking at their postures, comprehending their aura. What kind of unmatched inheritance was this really? In that instant, Sherhouse was completely immersed, unable to free himself. The Dark Palace was extremely vast and spacious. Only these 6 figures towered majestically like mountains, the aura they exerted suffocating. There was nothing else. When one carefully examined them, they would discover that these individuals all possessed a forcefulness that was difficult to describe. That was the embodiment of Tao, even more so the ruthless release of natural laws, able to wipe out everything in this world. For a cultivation addict, these 6 figures were undoubtedly great treasures, heavenly books, the highest inheritances. Ever since Sherhouse entered this ancient palace, he had already forgotten about everything else, concentrating all of his attention here, staring at them, carefully analyzing and comprehending. Only, this type of heavenly art was too difficult, making one's mind wish to split apart, difficult to comprehend. Sherhouse's primordial spirit almost dimmed. After who knew how much time had passed, he sensed a wave of chilliness, freeing himself from this state of almost losing himself, discovering that his mouth continuously coughed out blood. Sherhouse became clear-headed. His expression was serious. Just now, he almost died here from comprehending this heavenly art. Right, if I cultivate purely through the gestures, the 6 figures, without any scripture, cultivating recklessly like this really might be throwing my life away. Sherhouse became clear-headed, his eyes becoming bright again, no longer panicking, completely calming down. Right now, there were no scripture sounds that rang through the air, no true inheritance. If he only relied on these 6 positions, it would be difficult for him to completely comprehend it. This heavenly art was wide-ranging and profound, incredibly complex. When he fully calmed down, Sherhouse recovering a calm heart, he examined everything here with the most cool-headed state, searching for the enlightenment he needed to find. The 6 figures ranged from young to middle-aged, then to the later years, every single stage present, all of them possessing matchless heroic spirit. This was what they all had in common. These weren't statues, but rather 6 great figures. Endless time had passed, but their flesh was still present, bodies not decaying. There was still a boundless wave of energy that shot out. This aura was too powerful. Sherhouse even began to suspect that there might be endless blood essence inside of their bodies, carrying a sea of divine force. Otherwise, how could they do this? The 6 of them looked like they were still alive, the aura they released enough to make a heavenly deity explode, not even a sect master able to endure the power here. It was too frightening. Sherhouse silently thought to himself. If not for the 10,000 spirit diagram in his hands, there was no way he would have been able to make his way inside, would have exploded the moment he pushed open the doors. Just what kind of existences were these 6 creatures? It was simply unimaginable. If they were still alive, they would definitely be matchless experts, unmatched in the world. This type of presence broke down one's will, impossible to compare to. Meanwhile, there were 6 of them that appeared here at once. Sherhouse silently looked around. These 6 individuals' clothing and personal adornment were different, should be people from different eras. Otherwise, there was no way 6 of these individuals could appear in one world. Without a doubt, experts like these were the leaders of their respective generations, drawing attention from everyone, their might oppressing an entire era. Their auras were too extraordinary. Even though they died without falling, their eyes were still deep, as if divine stones were shining, overlooking the heavens below. That type of boldness was unmatched. Sherhouse sighed inwardly. This type of heroic spirit, just the appearance of a single one was already enough to shock heaven and earth, throw the universe into chaos. He sized them up one by one. There was a young man, heroic appearance flourishing, eyes releasing sharp radiance, as if a true dragon had reincarnated. There was a type of might that shattered the 9 heavens, omnipotent. A middle-aged man, body tall and big, hair black like ink, figure imposing, overlooking the 9 great heavens. There was a type of aura that devoured mountains and rivers, the entire world in the palm of his hands type of feeling. An elder, back perfectly straight, hair white like snow, eyes carrying wisdom. There was a feeling of understanding everything in the world, able to see the reincarnation of life and death. 6 individuals, 6 unmatched experts, 6 exceptional heavenly talents. Just the appearance of a single one of them would be enough to make this heaven and earth tremble in alarm. Time moved on, the years like water, everything fading away. These 6 experts who stood at the peak of their eras had already passed away for too many years, their souls no longer in existence. However, just the flesh exterior they left behind was enough to shock the world. Sherhao sighed. After looking for a long time, he felt a sense of sorrow inside. Even those as powerful as these died, who in this world could still be said to be undying? He had a type of feeling that these individuals were ridiculously powerful, not the slightest bit weaker than immortals. Are these long-life beings? Peerless figures of the immortal Tao? Sherhao asked himself. These 6 individuals left him too shocked, their styles too shocking, all of them rarely seen creatures through endless years. Could they be 6 great emperors? This thought suddenly appeared in Sherhao's mind. The most powerful individual of a clan had the qualification of being called a great emperor. These 6 individuals had this type of boldness, definitely possessing this type of status. Only their origins were unknown, their clans unclear. To use 6 great emperors' bodies to illustrate the heavenly art, just what kind of great display is this? Sherhao sucked in a breath of cold air. If it really was like this, it would make one's scalp go numb, feeling that it was inconceivable. Sherhao began to think to himself. Just how difficult was it to collect the remains of these 6 great experts? It might be too hard to find a single one even after searching for endless years. Why is there no scripture sounds anymore? He revealed a look of doubt. When he previously clashed with the 9 Phoenix Furnace, he had heard scripture sounds from this direction. He had sensed something back then, wishing to comprehend the Tao. However, now, there was none to be heard. He wanted to comprehend the Tao, wished to comprehend the 6 Tao reincarnations' heavenly art, but there seemed to be layers upon layers of difficulties before him. There were no true scriptures. If he rashly tried to comprehend it, a single mistake would result in losing himself, his soul scattering. How did these 6 individuals die back then? Sherhao still had questions. He resisted the boundless pressure, walking over with difficulty. The blood within his body surged, bones releasing pie-paw sounds. He endured tremendous pain. With the 6 unmatched experts here, any creature that barged in would face the dangers of having their body and bones crushed. The Lightning Emperor armor shone, 10,000 spirit diagram flickering with strange bone texts, finally making him feel considerably better. Otherwise, he really was worried that he might explode with a PU sound. He discovered that one of them was injured. At the back of the young man's head was an arrow hole. There was half of an arrow left there, pitch black like ink, as if it came from the underworld. Sherhao felt his body go ice cold. Just looking at this black broken arrow made one feel as if one's soul would be sucked in, strange and terrifying beyond belief. He actually died like this, the back of his head penetrated by an arrow, his primordial spirit penetrated. Then, he saw the second figure, the middle-aged man. There were spider web crack-like marks on the space between his brows. Even though the flesh closed together, Sherhao knew that it had previously been penetrated. It was to the extent where the forehead bone had previously even been shattered, only, later on, the flesh instinctively healed. What a miserable great battle, even creatures as powerful as these dying while fighting, having the day when they would fall. It is just too cruel. Sherhao said to himself. Even this type of unmatched existences would be killed. Just how chaotic was the world back then? Sherhao felt that these individuals were the leaders of their generation, the commanding figures of their era. However, their ends were so tragic, ruthlessly killed. What era's existences are they exactly? Sherhao stared at them, wishing to distinguish them from their clothing, but he was left in despair, unable to discern anything. Only one set of clothing felt like they belonged to the final days of Immortal Ancient Great Era, because he had previously seen them in the dream back to Immortal Ancient. As for the others, he had no idea. It was to the extent where one of them wore clothes that seemed to have been grinded from a strange stone, linked up with immortal gold rope into an armor, extremely primitive. Sherhao's eyes burned with passion, but his mind was extremely serious. This was an exceptionally powerful armor. If it was worn on his body, its defensive strength would definitely be astonishing. Forget about everything else, just the rope made from immortal gold alone already proved this fact. The last great era, and eras that were even more ancient, already had the 6 Tao reincarnations heavenly art? Sherhao thought. Perhaps there was one other possibility, and that was that even though the 6 great creatures were ancient individuals, they were discovered by later descendants, arranged into 6 different stances to produce the unmatched great method. This person. Suddenly, Sher Hao discovered that the 6th person's forehead was a bit strange. Even though a great era had already passed, the space between his brows still released a flash of light. Sinner's blood imprint? Sher Hao was shocked. This was the sinner's bloodline's ancestor? There was actually that type of symbol between his brows. Chapter 1092, 6 Tao Reincarnations. It was just like his. That symbol was strange, bright, illuminating the sky. It could scatter the clouds. Of course, there was no way the space between that person's brows would be that brilliant. After all, he already died, only occasionally flickering and shining. My ancestor? Sher Hao found it hard to calm himself down. This left him extremely shocked. There was actually a sinner's blood individual among the 6 great experts. Of course, the so-called sinner's blood wasn't something he acknowledged, but something claimed by some of the 3,000 provinces people. Sher Hao firmly believed that it was a type of unsurpassed glory. He remembered clearly that there were 7 kings in the desolate border, their strength matchless. They defended the border area, accomplishments world-shocking. Meanwhile, every single one of these 6 individuals were peerless talents. One of them had a mysterious symbol on his forehead, this individual with this type of bloodline being able to stand together with the other 5 already explaining everything. How did he die? Sher Hao wanted to know. He circled around this individual, emotions rising and falling within him. It was because he felt a wave of great changes, as well as a bloody aura. This person didn't have any injuries on his body, as if he was completely unharmed. However, after Sher Hao opened his heavenly eyes, he saw many injuries beneath the skin, bones broken, muscles torn, the injuries just too severe. This was even more so the case with his skull that was covered in endless cracks, the crown of his head previously shattering. Sher Hao sucked in a cold breath of air. In the past, just how many battles did this person experience? Why did he meet such a tragic end? This seems so miserable. Then, he observed a step further with the heavenly eyes, learning quite a few things. Within his flesh, there were many broken arrows, snapped spear points, shattered sword tips, and other things. Sher Hao was stupefied, feeling a wave of sullenness. This was just too sad. In that instant, he seemed to have heard shouts of war shake the skies, as if he was watching that scene, that ancient battlefield. Experts were like clouds, stars continuously blasted down from the sky, the great battle reaching its climax. A peerless expert was surrounded, attacked from all sides. He weaved and warped about, charging forward, but within the flickering light and immortal energy, he was continuously intercepted. There were weapons sticking from all parts of his body, incredibly bloody, but there was nothing he could do. The battle still continued, lasting all the way until all of his blood flowed out, ultimately dying in battle. Meanwhile, behind him was an ancient and dilapidated city, as if it would be flattened at any time. However, because of his final blood-drenched struggle, this city was still protected in the end, still towering there, lonely and desolate under the cold winds and remaining illumination. Sher Hao was shocked. He immediately recognized that this was the desolate border. That city was the exact same as the one he saw on the black ancient ship's altar, actually this place. Could it be that this person was one of the 7 kings who defended the desolate border? Sher Hao was shocked. He stared at this body, emotions surging within him, difficult to suppress. He didn't know if it was sorrow or joy. He now encountered a legendary figure, but it is only a corpse. Sher Hao knew without even thinking too much that the battle back then was extremely bitter. Sun, moon, and stars fell from the skies. He resisted the enemies with his own power, moreover forcing them back. However, in the end, this person still died. After all, the other side's immortal energy was dense, supreme treasures dancing about. There were just too many unimaginable great experts. After watching for a long time, Sher Hao gave this ancient corpse a deep bow of respect. He sighed softly. Even this type of powerful hero ended up passing away. He tried to surmise which era the 7 great kings who guarded the desolate border were from. How many of them were left now? How did this person arrive in Origin Ancient Mine? Was there someone who brought him here? These were all complete unknowns, difficult to guess at right now. Sher Hao adjusted his mind, having himself calm down, no longer thinking about these things. Instead, he began to think about how to comprehend this Tao, how he could acquire the 6 Tao reincarnations' heavenly art. This was Supreme Hall's inheritance, its might previously dominating the world. He had to obtain it. However, no matter how he activated bone texts, no matter how many times he tried, this place still remained completely quiet. The scripture sounds from before didn't so. UND again. Maybe that thing can trigger it? Sherhao said. He thought of a beast skin ancient scroll. Of course, it wasn't a tangible thing, but rather something produced from spiritual will imprints, originating from the Void God realm. In the battle back then, he obtained a beast skin from the Void God realm, on its surface the sword intent of a stalk of grass. It was sealed within a small space, within it recorded 6 Dao and a few other characters. Later on, when his cultivation had become sufficiently high, he had opened this beast skin to observe its contents. However, his expectations resulted in disappointment. It was because inside the sealed beast skin, there was only a few damaged characters, not complete at all. He suspected that it might be a ruined piece of the 6 Dao reincarnation's heavenly art. Only, that piece was too scattered and fragmented, impossible to cultivate, so he could only abandon it. Now, when Sherhao thought of this item, he began to engrave characters in the void one after another, trying to make the 6 Dao reincarnation's heavenly art reappear. Sure enough, there were some changes and reaction. As he carved those damaged symbols, the black ancient palace began to rumble, releasing great vibrations. This type of sound shook up Sherhao's blood and qi, as if his body was going to explode. The entire ancient palace was resonating. Then, the 6 great experts' bodies shone, the light spreading like ripples, producing scripture sounds. And it really was useful. Sherhao was pleasantly surprised, expression incredibly dazzling. He was stirred up, a type of ancient method about to display itself before him. However, soon afterwards, he frowned again. Even though the scripture sounds were great, it was hard to comprehend, a bit blurry. This startled Sherhao, making him feel regret. Why was it like this? He could hear some of the scripture sounds, but everything else wasn't clear, only a great Dao rumbling that made one's flesh and spirit feel like splitting apart. The damaged symbols he brought over couldn't truly guide the perfect ancient scriptures. Sherhao sighed. He truly felt rather unresigned. Finding this place wasn't easy at all. If it weren't for the 10,000 spirit diagram, he would have definitely died, but in the end, he still ended up not obtaining anything. Because the scripture sounds could be heard again, heavenly deity institutions' geniuses felt desire and envy. In their opinions, an extraordinary heavenly book was definitely going to emerge. However, none of this would have anything to do with them. Meanwhile, the other powers' eyes were also full of desire, only, they didn't dare enter the ancient mine, no way of obtaining it. What is so special about it? Senior brother Lu Tua and the others, which one of them haven't grasped an unmatched heavenly art? Those are true unmatched methods, while origin ancient mine scripture might not necessarily be comparable to it. CORR. ECT, this world doesn't lack scriptures. This so-called ancient scripture might not necessarily be comparable to those most terrifying methods. You're right, there are several types of heavenly arts in this world that haven't been lost in inheritance. Even though there is an ancient scripture that appeared here, it might not necessarily be comparable. In the outside world, a group of geniuses were speaking quietly. Their statuses were unordinary, naturally understanding many secrets, especially in regards to methods and other things. They understood a lot more. From what they had heard, these peerless talents grasped ancient heavenly arts. Inside Origin Ancient Mine, Sherhao was still having a headache. In the end, with an incredibly gloomy expression, he stared at that sinner's blood ancestor. He clenched his teeth and then said, "Can only take a risk." Immediately afterwards, the space between his brows shone. He activated Sinner's Blood, operating the most powerful blood energy, making that symbol between his brows appear, engraving itself in the void. In that instant, light shone endlessly, divine radiance breaking through the skies. This place became incomparably resplendent. He seemed to be using this symbol to connect with the symbol between that peerless expert's brows, trying to find an opportunity this way. Sure enough, even though that unmatched expert died, the imprint in his frontal bone still remained, not disappearing. At this moment, it also revived, resonating here. It was as if mountains were moved and seas shifted, massive fluctuations rippling outwards, covering heaven and earth, engulfing the entire ancient palace. The space between that corpse's brows was resplendent, an ancient symbol appearing. One man, one corpse, these two creatures confronted each other, the two symbols looking like they immediately encountered another close one. They displayed themselves, resonating and rumbling with noise. The symbol between that peerless expert's brows turned into water ripples, pouring down in torrents, surrounding this place, immediately becoming incomparably brilliant. Then, that symbol divided again and again, eventually fluttering through the air like a rain of light, submerging the corpse. That character looked divine and extraordinary. Those symbols were everywhere. The symbol between Sherhao's brows was the same as his. Sure Hao felt like he was being drawn by a strange type of power, as if he was going to merge with the other individual. It was even more frightening than collapsing mountains and roaring seas. The space between Sure Hao's brows released a streak of light, as if linking up with the other party's imprint symbol. Everything changed. In that instant, it was as if 100 worlds of reincarnations passed, as if a rosy dawn was emerging. An expanse of gorgeous colors rushed out, divine sound ringing out. Sure Hao's ears rumbled with noise, the resonant voice so clear it was as if a bell W. As ringing, sounding within his heart. A Tao method, as if made by heaven, rushed into his sea of consciousness, absolutely deafening. These were unmatched profound mysteries. In that instant, everything changed. Sure Hao and that exceptional expert exchanged emotions. He heard the scripture sounds. This time, the scripture sounds were extremely clear in his ears, extremely real. He heard it all, leaving him completely intoxicated. 6 Tao Reincarnations Heavenly Art, it was currently being broken down for a single young man to hear. Chapter 1093, Comprehending the Method. The scripture sounds were like a song, gentle as it floated over. Specks of light flew about, as if they were going to scatter onto one's soul. Sure Hao was completely engrossed. His wishes were fulfilled, hearing the 6 Tao Reincarnations here, an unmatched scripture currently ringing through his mind. All of his concentration was poured into this, studying every sentence meticulously, comprehending every segment. He would think a long time about every passage, silently comprehending it. The space between his brows shone, a mysterious imprint swirling with auspicious multicolored light, resonating with that peerless expert. Endless divine light was released from both sides' eyes, multicolored light shining brilliantly. A tremendous wave of energy pervaded the air, the result of an exchange between individuals of the same bloodline, rumbling here. Unfortunately, that unmatched expert had long passed away, unable to remain before. No matter how Sure Hao struggled, he couldn't sense his spiritual will and other things. Sure Hao tossed these thoughts aside, no longer thinking and bickering over this. He only focused on the 6 Tao Reincarnation scripture, silently analyzing true meaning, trying to understand the most fundamental profound mysteries. It had to be said that this ancient heavenly art was profound and deep. Even for a cultivation genius like Sure Hao, he continuously frowned, thinking over many things. He had no choice but to forcefully remember the scriptures. There were some areas just too difficult to understand, impossible to comprehend through in a short amount of time. He could only leave it for the future. Sure Hao was stumped. The more he comprehended, the more he felt that this was complicated and difficult to fathom, endlessly profound, as if grasping it would allow him to move the stars in the sky, all living things in the universe. This was 6 Tao Reincarnations Heavenly Art, just the beginning stage, already giving Sure Hao a headache. As the scripture sounds rang out, reaching the late stage, it was as if he saw the prosperity and decline of all things, the changes of the universe, great eras passing one after the next. This type of scene left him terrified. Just what kind of power was this, for even the heaven and earth to decline, go back and forth? It truly made one's blood run cold. In this world, nothing was everlasting, including this on. There will always be an end. Then, how was he supposed to free himself, avoid this? Was there only reincarnation? When he reached the step, Sure Hao felt a deep coldness run down his back, his soul turning cold. This was different from what he acknowledged, different from what he had previously thought. Was there really reincarnation? He didn't believe it. He believed that one could only continue existing by not dying. But now that he came into contact with this type of legendary ancient, heavenly art, it clearly clashed with his previous beliefs. Could this even be cultivated? The two clashed. He really didn't know if he should continue cultivating it. Sure Hao frowned, feeling a bit lost, a bit distracted. Continuing like this wouldn't do. If he missed out on this opportunity, it was unknown if there'd be a next time. I have to cultivate it. What contradiction? Let me see for myself if there are any mysteries, the root of what disagrees with my own will. I want to see its true meaning. Sure Hao set his resolution, eyes now shining with radiance again. He treated this comprehension like a battle, comparing this with his own beliefs, wishing to understand its various parts. Only by understanding could he compare, truly see through this technique. Scripture sounds continued unendingly. Sure Hao's pupils became more and more deep. He stood here, listening to the sounds of the source, comprehending this type of unmatched great technique. At this moment, he couldn't feel the flow of time any longer, everything seemingly freezing. He was like a stone sculpture, resonating with heaven and earth. He harmonized with the ancient times, as if he had existed in the mortal world for thousands of eras. Eventually, time seemed to have become chaotic. Meanwhile, Sure Hao also developed a stranger feeling. His body gradually revived, as if he was comprehending the Tao. In that instant, he experienced endless years, watched the world's prosperity and decline. In a daze, he felt as if he had only now obtained the 6 Tao reincarnations' heavenly art, only now starting his comprehension. It was a strange feeling, one that was quite contradicting as well. He felt as if he arrived from the ancient times, forgetting everything, but then soon afterwards, after just a momentary distractedness, he then seemed to be peering into the future. He seemed to have become lost, unexpectedly forgetting his self. Only after a long time did Sure Hao suddenly tremble. When he opened his mouth, a large mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Only then did he free himself from that strange state. How formidable! Sure Hao sighed. Was this the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art? This wasn't the end, just the beginning. The more he comprehended, the more vast Sure Hao felt this method was. No wonder it was regarded as a heavenly art. Since the ancient times, there weren't many things called heavenly art, the methods with these titles things that could be counted. There are a few inheritances who added the title heavenly art themselves, while in reality, they didn't really deserve it. In this origin ancient mind, Sure Hao calmed down, preparing to cultivate here until he fully comprehended everything. Sure Hao's hands formed imprints. He began to imitate the 6 great experts because every single one of them displayed a type of stance, these stances incredibly mysterious, unable to see through. Previously, when he hadn't obtained the scriptures, when Sure Hao studied these stances, his head was going to split from pain. Everything became blurry, he couldn't comprehend them at all. Now, Sure Hao understood, as if he gained a moment of enlightenment. He carefully observed the 6 great experts' bodies, analyzing the unmatched profound mysteries stored within. These are only hand seals, Sure Hao said with a sigh. The hand seals of these 6 individuals were already so formidable, making him feel more and more engrossed the more he observed them, unable to free himself. The first hand seal was already completed by Sure Hao. In that instant, heaven and earth split apart, a boundless spiritual world seemed to have appeared, blasting him in the face. This was extremely strange, immediately making Sure Hao jump, his Tao heart unstable. That hand seal immediately scattered, and then the scene naturally disappeared. Isn't it a method for supporting precious techniques? Why is there this type of incarnation? He felt a wave of doubt. He slowly calmed down, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. He formed the seal again, displaying the first type of hand seal. Sure enough, space ruptured again, as if a world was being opened. The mountains and valleys were bright and graceful, immortal mists pervading the air. Everything was pure and holy, hazy and indistinct. This hand seal is extremely unusual, full of heavenly Tao aura. The so-called 6 Tao reincarnations, could it be just like this? Sure Hao seemed to have realized something. Soon after, he gave up on this hand seal, changing to another person's magical imprint. Immediately afterwards, heaven and earth shook. Moreover, silver winds roared angrily, black mist surging, releasing a wave of sinister energy. It was as if an endless hell was descending onto the mortal world, turning this place into a land of terror. This time, Sure Hao also understood. This was a cold Tao. Sure Hao laughed. Did the 6 Tao reincarnations heavenly art point at this kind of 6 Tao? A faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips, not feeling too much intimidation. Then, he tried to support precious techniques, employing 6 great divine abilities, discovering that he seemed to be lacking something. My comprehension is mistaken? Sure Hao revealed a look of doubt. The so-called 6 Tao, didn't it simply point at the heavenly Tao, occult Tao, and others? His expression became serious. He began to study the hand seals again, and this time, he became extremely serious. From beginning to end, analyzing all 6 great experts' hand seals once. Fortunately, it is only hand seals, able to be quickly understood. Sure Hao said to himself. Ever since he heard the unmatched scriptures, he was able to verify the 2, able to fully understand them. 6 great experts, their hand seals contained unmatched great Tao profound mysteries. Even though they were extremely complex, Sure Hao still displayed them. There is another explanation. Suddenly, Sure Hao became shocked. When he changed a bit, those 6 hand seals unexpectedly displayed a completely different type of power. In that instant, earth, flame, wind, water, 6 types of life and death, 6 types of scenes took from here, and then they were displayed. How could it be like this? 6 Tao reincarnations didn't necessarily mean 6 Tao, it was different from his previous understanding. Was this also a type of 6 Tao reincarnations? Then, Sher Hao continued to study it, observing and copying the 6 hand seals, displaying them one by one. He carefully analyzed it, developing a new experience and result. This time, it was completely different. Sher Hao seemed to have seen a supreme being wither between heaven and earth, flesh and spirit turning into fertile land, even the most powerful existence eventually reaching the end of its life. However, the fertile land it turned into was quickly absorbed by a great tree, some of the nutrients turning into emerald green leaves, starting a new cycle of life reincarnation. The leaves were eaten by a creature, becoming a part of it, and after endless years, this creature grew into an unmatched supreme being. During this time, the life matter wandered about, appearing rather illusory. Sher Hao became absent-minded, entering a state of silence. Could this also be considered 6 Tao reincarnations? Slowly, he began to delve into this method, acquiring new experiences and discoveries. The 6 Tao reincarnations wasn't limited to a single form, but rather diverse and multivariant. Only now did he understand how important the records of predecessors were. It was completely different from his imaginations. The so-called 6 Tao reincarnations might not clash with what he believed. The 6 Tao reincarnations had all types of incarnations, each different type extremely stunning. Then, Sher Hao devoted himself wholeheartedly to this. No wonder this method needed 6 great experts' corpses to display. It was because there was nothing in this world that was more suitable. This type of method was too profound, ordinary people unable to display it. If an ordinary cultivator tried to adopt these stances, they would be seriously injured. Then, Sher Hao cultivated the 6 great hand seals, everything going smoothly. One could imagine just how great their power was. An enormous sound rang through the air, stirring up an unusual type of energy. Just like that, Sher Hao comprehended the 6 types of hand seals, his strength EXE. Eating the past, now truly exceptional. In the end, he successfully cultivated it. Chapter 1094, Nirvana. Sher Hao's body moved with his will in a carefree manner. In this black and spacious ancient palace, he unfolded his body, moving about like a barbaric dragon, instantly displaying 6 types of stances. The 6 great hand seals were quickly completed. In that instant, wind, rain, and lightning appeared, the stars in outer space looking as if they were going to all descend. Apart from this, there were all types of ancient creatures as well, mountains, rivers, and all things emerged. Everything was indistinct. This was the initial stage of the heavenly art, an irregular phenomenon that appeared after he displayed the hand seals. Sher Hao had a strong intuition that this heavenly art was formidable, exceeding his imagination, that there were still mysteries to unearth, that there was immeasurable power that would slowly be released. However, presently, this was already enough. He was in the holy sacrifice realm, so now that he reached the step, operating the 6 great hand seals was already enough. Everything went smoothly, the Tao achieved. Now, he only needed to strengthen his own cultivation realm, and then the heavenly art and corresponding characteristics and power would emerge. After pushing open the Black Palace's doors, Sher Hao turned around to give the 6 great experts one last look, and then he walked out. The scripture had already been remembered. He didn't know if it was complete or not, but the scripture chanted here had already been engraved in his mind. He hoped that this was a completely intact heavenly art. A 10-jong-tall scarlet scorpion was currently crawling along, around it a deathly aura. That scorpion tail flickered with cold light, intimidating to the extreme. When that scorpion tail brandished about, the surrounding space distorted and caved in. Origin Ancient Mine, there were too many mysteries here. This heavenly scorpion was definitely at a peerless level. Sher Hao entered a state of silence. This place was too dangerous, any random creature this extraordinary. Just what kind of place did he end up in? Just how many mysteries were buried since the ancient times? Ayo-ho! A beast roar sounded. The earth quaked and mountains shook. The inside of the ancient mine felt suffocating, the ground almost collapsing. An ancient lion 100 jong tall walked out from the spacious passage, walking towards another direction. Its entire body was sticky with grimy blood, its mane thick and intimidating. No one knew just how long this lion had existed for. If it didn't come from the archaic era, then it would be from the last great era, yet its flesh was still extremely tyrannical. Sher Hao shivered inwardly. He had seen this ancient lion before, but back then, there wasn't any grimy blood on its body. It obviously fought with another creature just now. His heart jumped. Origin Ancient Mine wasn't quiet. The were battles underground, this place not deathly still. This made it hard for Sher Hao to calm down, feeling a bit uneasy. This place was different from what he had imagined. There shouldn't be some type of immeasurable existence that was born here, right? Every single one of these corpses were giants before their death, no lack of world-shaking experts. Just how did they all die? Were their remains brought inside by someone, or did they die here? Sure Hao silently thought to himself. Could it be that there really was an immortal king slumbering in Origin Ancient Mine, waiting for resurrection in all life Earth, and now there were signs appearing? It was clear that this place was extremely different and strange. Even a supreme treasure like the 9 Phoenix Furnace was unearthed here, buried casually in the earth. It was a bit unimaginable. Suddenly, Sure Hao heard a bugle horn sound. It was heavy, oppressive, and cold, making one feel extremely uncomfortable. Then, he saw a few ancient corpses, every one of them wearing black gold armors, ice cold and silent. They were hurrying towards a certain area. The void was blurry. It caved in, presenting a strange passage that led to an unknown place. These ancient corpses entered one after another. Is this a reconstruction of past scenes? Sure Hao was a bit stupefied, not believing that this was something really happening right now. He opened his heavenly eyes. As a result, the void produced lightning, and then with a hong sound, it hacked down towards him. Was it trying to prevent him from interfering? Origin Ancient Mine. This place looked quiet and peaceful, the ancient cave only starting to devour the heaven's spiritual essence after a period of time. Who would have thought that it was actually so uncalm underground, that all types of strange things were happening? Only, the very depths had gray mists pervading the air. There were ancient figures seated there, impossible to see through, extremely mysterious. He felt as if there were paramount figures sitting there, no one able to approach them. It was almost as if he was facing the 3-footed, 2-eared cauldron that came from the future again. It felt a bit familiar, a bit strange. Could it be that the cauldron's owner, or someone related to it, is seated inside? Sure Hao was confused, only feeling that it was extremely strange. In the end, he didn't go inside. The difference in strength was too great. Even with the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, he still didn't dare act too recklessly, or else he would most likely bring a huge killing disaster onto himself. When he first entered Origin Ancient Mine, he already discovered that the ancient mine possessed a mysterious power that could deal with the 10,000 spirit diagram. I won't try to force things, Sure Hao said. He found a peaceful place and began to cultivate, entering seclusion again. It was because he already knew that there were many people paying close attention. Outside. Aside from the various great powers, even 2 great elders from Heavenly Deity Institution arrived. If he went up now, it was a bit inappropriate. Instead of this, it was better to comprehend the Tao here. First, he consolidated the 6 Tao reincarnations' heavenly art. The 6 great hand seals were brought to the point of perfection, and after they were matched with the scripture, they were developed to the extreme. Then, he thought quietly to himself. He used the heavenly art to support many precious techniques. Several days later, Sure Hao calmed his mind down, no longer cultivating. He instead produced the pool of precious liquid. There were long-life medicine remains inside, like leaves and roots. This pond of precious liquid was priceless. At the very least, it was almost impossible to find in this world. It wasn't much different from slightly diluted true dragon blood, phoenix blood, and other things, a rare treasure. When Sure Hao first learned that the most powerful geniuses of Heavenly Deity Institution entered the Phoenix Blood Pond, he sighed, believing that he missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Now he had a chance to remedy that. This place was peaceful, the lightning dim, ancient cave profound. He suddenly discovered some indistinct engravings in a corner, as if they were scenes that recorded ancient history. Inside the first scene, there was someone who selected a location and then extracted immortal gold. This was an exceptional ancient mine, that person quickly making gains. One had to understand that immortal gold was something that made even true immortals, long-life beings and others' eyes burn with greed and desire, difficult to find in the world. They could be used to forge unmatched weapons. Then, in the second scene, a few strange matters were recorded. There were experts who died mysteriously in this mine one after another. Those people weren't sick or injured, but in the end, they died mysteriously just like that. There seemed to be some struggle before their deaths, as if they were resisting someone, but there were still no injuries to be seen on them. On the third scene, everyone was still mining, but later on, they seemed to have dug something up, triggering great panic. Even the most powerful individuals from various clans began to take steps backwards. Unfortunately, the scenes ended here. It was unknown what they ended up digging up. The engravings that followed were even more frightening. The most powerful beings of heaven and earth, even long-life beings, died strangely, falling while experiencing great fear. The last engraving was of someone filling an Origin ancient mine, sealing it up, no longer daring to approach it, abandoning it eternally. Sure Hao was shocked. It was always rumored that this origin ancient mind was even more distant than immortal ancient. This might actually be true. Sure Hao frowned. Based on the engravings recordings, this ancient mind was filled indeed. During the last great era. At that time, they excavated something frightening, something that should have even more ancient origins. Really is frightening. Sure Hao rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He looked at this dusky ancient mine, feeling a bit shaken up. Even the great figures of immortal ancient were staying far away from this place. This alone was enough to wake one up. Sure Hao thought for a long time. In the end, he threw everything out of his mind, focusing on how to improve his own strength, transform himself. This medicinal liquid had wondrous effects. This was something that was extremely obvious. After Sure Hao entered this ancient mine, he then entered the Black Palace. He had coughed out blood several times, long inflicted with inner injuries. They were brought about by unmatched power, injuries normal spiritual herbs and other things couldn't heal. He needed time to recover. However, now, the hidden injuries quickly disappeared. He operated bone texts with full force, using the true primordial record, refining his body with the medicinal pool and mending his primordial spirit. In that instant, white mist surged. That was the immortal Dao energy stored within the long life medicine. It quickly surrounded Sure Hao, making his figure indistinct. The clothes on his body exploded, turning to ashes. Then, brilliant light erupted, auspicious radiance surging endlessly, making Sure Hao's skin sparkling and brilliant, flowing with precious light. Still not enough, need to stir up my blood and qi, only like this can I truly transform. Sure Hao said to himself. He used his magical force, exhausting his Dao, stirring up all of his body's blood, almost completely burning himself dry. His body was pushed to the brink of transformation. A few days later, the pool of long life liquid began to steam, turning into vapor, filling this place. Then, countless golden vortices appeared on Sure Hao's skin, frantically devouring the surrounding immortal Dao energy, swallowing the mist. This furnace of medicinal liquid's essence was completely absorbed and refined. At the same time, Sure Hao's entire body was covered in cracks, bones broken, inner organs dim. It was as if he collapsed on the spot, his entire body about to fade away, no longer exist. If one desired to be reborn, they must first undergo nirvana. To transform, one had to start from the very source, and only then could they be reborn. It was as if a streak of lightning hacked across the sky, an expanse of light illuminating everything. In the duskiness, Sure Hao's cracked skin trembled. Divine light surged outwards through the gaps between the cracks. He knew that he was currently transforming, achieving rebirth. Chapter 1095, Rebirth. This was an extremely monstrous scene. Sure Hao's entire body was splitting apart, as if a giant rock was smashed to pieces, but still didn't fall apart. However, from the cracks, divine multicolored light continuously surged. The transformation was extremely intense, not following a structured pattern, but instead displaying world-overturning changes in the shortest amount of time. This was true rebirth. If time was dragged on for too long, it wouldn't be rebirth, but slow cultivation. The bones in Sure Hao's body fractured a step further, the sounds sharp and clear like firecrackers, ringing with wong-wong sounds. Just the sound alone was like this, so one could imagine what the one currently experiencing this was feeling. It could be said that this was like a torment from hell. Normal people would have definitely immediately fainted, the intense pain difficult to endure. However, Sure Hao persevered on, clenching his teeth as he endured it. He wanted to see every single change clearly, truly experience the so-called rebirth. This was extremely beneficial for his cultivation. When he was still a small cultivator in the past, he had experienced a transformation as well. However, as his cultivation increased, this became more and more difficult. Meanwhile, this rebirth process also became different. Now, the method to release the body's potential completely changed. Sure Hao needed to search and find how he was going to open his potential further through this rebirth. His inner organs split apart, to the extent where they were breaking apart, turning into 5 waves of innate spiritual essence, changing into the 5 elements. This was the rebirth process, the pain he endured unimaginable. Who could endure this? Watch as their inner organs were smashed apart. Sure Hao's entire body was covered in cold sweat, his body contorting slightly. However, at this moment, he looked at his inner organs that turned into 5 types of spiritual essence, feeling a bit moved. Tong. However, he was also enlightened. If he wanted to create a method in the future, establish a different cultivation system to exceed those of the past, was what he was currently seeing a path? The bones in his 4 limbs snapped, difficult for Sure Hao to endure. It was as if he was going to lose connection with this world, because this was the fundamental level at which he was fighting, now suffering serious injuries. He released a roar. His back became perfectly straight, trying his best to raise his head high. It was as if a true dragon was rising from behind him, his entire body shining. However, with a caw sound, that bone still broke. Cold sweat poured down Sherhao's body. 100 bones were all broken, the inside of his body currently undergoing great changes. All of his bones were fracturing and then being reconstructed. This was a process that was painful, yet worth looking forward to. Soon afterwards, Sherhao's entire body became scorched black, his skin dried up. That was because he was exchanging blood, swapping skins. Black blood shot out from his pores, mixed within some crushed bone matter. This was just too hard to believe, this type of transformation too miserable. During normal transformations, how could it be anywhere near this? This was simply like forcibly hacking one down with a hatchet and then rebuilding a new body. For ordinary people, the damage was just too severe. However, Sherhao's body was extremely sturdy. Even though he was in great pain, he still endured it, and he truly saw his body transform, the benefits tremendous. Blood was shining, the bright red droplets suffused with a layer of brilliant luster. This blood possessed spirituality, as if a single drop was a stock of precious medicine. After his inner organs shattered, spiritual essence gathered, the flesh condensing and then reconstructing. As for the bones after breaking, the bone marrow became resplendent, shining like a sun, breaking down and reforming, producing new bones. This process was completely new, as well as a remolding. A new him was being created, not just a rebirth in name, but in reality. Of course, this wasn't everything. There was another type of even more dangerous change that was arriving. His skull was fracturing, the bones reconstructing, flickering with light. As for his hair, it had long fell off and regrown. This was a miraculous scene. Eventually, his head was in intense pain. Within the crown of his head, a small, fist-sized golden figure was struggling, roaring with pain. That was Sherhao's primordial spirit. It was also changing. The primordial spirit cracked apart, continuously releasing piece after piece of fragments, releasing brighter and brighter radiance. During this process, it sometimes shattered like ceramic, other times like a divine egg. After the shell fell off, a more powerful creature emerged. Then, his primordial spirit exterior split open, releasing divine light, displaying an even brighter gold color. Not only did his flesh undergo rebirth, this was true for his primordial spirit as well, everything becoming more powerful. The bones in his body released pi-pa sounds, the flow of blood increasing, 5 organs changing, primordial spirit transforming. All of this was carried out extremely quickly, this precisely a process of rebirth. While breathing, Sherhao's innate spiritual essence surged. He sensed how powerful he was. He had now exceeded the past. Previously, his flesh was already rarely seen in this world, but now it became even more extraordinary. At the very least, in this cultivation realm, there weren't many people comparable to him since ancient times. This was a re-emergence. When he experienced suffering and torment, that was nirvana. Now, he bathed in holy flames, already reborn. A powerful Sherhao appeared. His skin was dripping with blood, or it could be said to be eliminating blood. When the old blood was exchanged, the bones reconstructed, everything moved rhythmically, as if his body had undergone 1,000 revisions, making the spotless white bone matter even tougher. Sherhao could feel a comprehensive upgrade, his divine awareness extraordinary. At this moment, his primordial spirit's rebirth also reached its end phase. Suddenly, Sherhao heard sounds of footsteps. Someone was approaching. The place he chose was already extremely secluded, but there was still someone coming to disturb him, looking for him. This was definitely not a good thing. There is a person here, entire body covered in black blood, suffered serious injuries. A young man said. Another young lady frowned, eyes releasing divine light. Immediately afterwards, she revealed a serious expression, saying no, he is shedding his body and exchanging his bones, carrying out a rebirth. What? When the others heard this, they were all greatly shaken. This was a group of young talents, more than 10 of them in total. There were men and women, all of them young. The most important thing was that they were all extremely powerful. Every single one of them had immortal energy surrounding their bodies, exceptionally shocking. When this group of people walked together, it was enough to leave any great power shocked. They represented the future, their potential boundless, achievements impossible to measure. Everyone knew that if they were given time, they would definitely rise up, that a day would come when they would rule over the world. They would definitely become the most powerful figures in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Sure Hao knew from a single glance that they came from Heavenly Deity Institution. Only in a place like that would a group of stunning geniuses like these be gathered. In reality, it really was like this. These were students of Heavenly Deity Institution. Originally, they wanted to come in, each time not exceeding 5 people to prevent the losses being too severe. Only, during these days, Sure Hao entered seclusion. When the 5 used the 9 Phoenix Furnace to come down, they avoided Sure Hao, not encountering danger. They were unsuccessful in their search and peacefully returned. This naturally triggered an uproar. Other geniuses wanted to enter Origin Ancient Mine as well, so more and more came in. In reality, in these past few days, everything was extremely calm. Sure Hao entered seclusion. After they came down, they searched for their missing comrades in the safe regions, but didn't find anything. As for the ancient mine depths, they didn't dare approach, because a wave of mysterious aura made them shiver inwardly. At that time, Sure Hao was also shaken up. The aura of the 6 great experts in the Black Palace was too terrifying, previously even making him cough out large mouthfuls of blood, sending his entire body flying. His rebirth is because of that medicinal liquid, not inferior to our Academy's true Phoenix blood pool. Someone cried out in alarm, finally learning of this place's secrets. However, that pool was now about to dry, almost nothing left over. That naked youngster had already used it up to refine himself. He underwent rebirth here, obtaining such great natural luck. What a pity. We missed out on this. Someone said angrily, feeling great regret. Go and ask him, see if he has seen our comrades. I feel like this person is quite strange. While he is transforming, we should capture him first. This person said coldly. If the rebirth process was stopped halfway, it was extremely easy for there to be great problems. At worst, one might die or go crazy, at best suffering serious injuries. Chi. An expanse of light was released. A few people took action on the spot, wishing to capture Sure Hao. They made the same mistake, just like the people before, feeling that with the 9 Phoenix Furnace, they could suppress anything, that those at their level couldn't resist at all. However, they were completely wrong. Sure Hao's rebirth was close to its end, now currently entering completion. He directly stood up, moreover taking action with the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand. Sure Hao's body moved, displaying the 6 Tao reincarnations heavenly art, continuously producing imprints. 6 methods appeared at the same time, light illuminating Origin Ancient Mine, resonating intensely. Not good, this fella is too overbearing, displaying some secret method. Hurry and suppress him. Why is the 9 Phoenix Furnace losing effect? This place became noisy, becoming completely chaotic. Sure Hao used the heavenly art to support 6 types of precious techniques. In that instant, it was as if all of eternity was illuminated, brilliance released in 10,000 streaks. Immortal light was hazy, chaotic energy surging. It was too powerful. Even though these people were all unordinary, they were all blasted flying, every one of them suffering serious injuries, blood flowing out of their mouths. 6 Tao reincarnations. This ancient heavenly art reappeared in this world? A beautiful woman wiped away the blood from the corners of her mouth, saying this with shock and difficulty. It really is. 6 Tao reincarnations. Has Supreme Hall revived again, descending into this world? Another person said with a trembling voice. Chapter 1096. Robbing Geniuses. He was just a single person, yet he defeated all of them. That tremendous blow just now felt as heavy as heaven and earth, solid and incomparable. While everyone felt bitter, they were also incredibly shocked. There was still this kind of person among their peers? Just a single ancient, heavenly art crushed all of their conviction, making the faces of a group of heavenly talents grow drab. They felt unwillingness and helplessness, as well as a wave of powerlessness. Even though they knew that this might be an ancient heavenly art, to display it to this extent, it was quite unusual. At the very least, it should be hard to find at his age, right? None of those present were ordinary, all of them geniuses who entered the Heavenly Deity Institution. Most of them had already cultivated a strand of immortal energy. Just how stunning of a lineup was this? However, they were complete. Ely defeated. This was too shocking. If news got out, it would definitely trigger an uproar. This person was just too formidable. Even if the entire 9 heavens 10 earths were searched, he could still be considered a matchless hero. Likely comparable to Lu Tua. A young lady felt extremely bitter. In her eyes, Lu Tua was the strongest war god, impossible to defeat. Others could only be comparable to him at the most. Even though she felt that it was a humiliation, she still developed this thought. Lu Tua has the strength because he also grasps an ancient heavenly art. For our present age group, it can already be considered a tremendous achievement. Another white-clothed youth said with a sigh, feeling a type of frustration and dejectedness. He could be considered an expert too, not the best of his ancient land, but still considered one of the strongest. However, today, he was directly crushed here, comparable to the most powerful individuals. The others also said with a quiet sigh. Who was he? This was what many people were confused over, continuously looking at Shi Hao. He had such powerful cultivation, so why didn't he enter Heavenly Deity Institution? Right, he's Huang. He was exiled here, not dying after entering the ancient mine. It's him. He was captured by Yuan Xing and suppressed for 10 years, sent to this place. A few people suddenly understood. This person was Huang, a youngster from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Didn't that place represent decline and savageness? By now, no one believed Shi Hao was still alive. After all, he had disappeared for quite some time, sent into the ancient mind, so how was he supposed to live? However, now, all of their thoughts and notions were toppled. These people, regardless of whether they were male or female, were all outstanding talents of their area, their respective ancient lands' most powerful youngsters, but they were defeated by a single person now. Shi Hao looked at them, but didn't kill them. It was because once it was exposed, there would be endless consequences. After all, these creatures all had powerful clans behind them. Of course, the main reason was because he wasn't someone addicted to killing. Moreover, with the desolate border becoming chaotic, a great battle impending, there was no need to bury those with the greatest potential here. Even though he didn't kill them, that didn't mean Shi Hao would let them go. They were looted one after another, all of the rare treasures they carried becoming his. What is this? A small jar of divine blood. Shi Hao was stunned. He found a jade container on a young man's body. Stored within was bright red and sparkling blood. It jumped about like a flame, as if it was burning. Phoenix blood. It was clear that this person wasn't as heaven-defying as Lu Tua and the others, not having the opportunity to enter the pool and carry out a baptism, but he still obtained a small container. Excellent, thanks man. Shi Hao laughed. Ed, expressing his thanks towards that person. No, you can't take that. That person simply felt as if his heart was being torn, his lungs splitting, eyes turning red. When you took action against me, this jar of blood was already mine. Even you yourself is mine. Shi Hao didn't seem to mind, casually saying. Half of this group of a dozen or so were women. When they heard this, their expressions all paled. This fellow wasn't even going to let people go? Then, Shi Hao moved him to the side, not paying any more attention to him, boldly tossing this jar into his own bosom. That person's soul almost collapsed from pain, almost going unconscious on the spot. Beauty, do you have anything on you? Or do you want me to search you? Shi Hao lifted a red-haired young lady, eyes brilliant as he sized her up. I don't have anything. This red-haired woman was extremely straightforward, glaring with her beautiful pupils, not willing to give in. Then I'll look myself, Shi Hao said. He groped about up and down, causing her to release sharp screams. A pile of containers were removed by him. Not bad, several dozen half-divine fruits. Shi Hao was quite satisfied, moving on to a different target. Youngster, I'm warning you, don't touch me. With so many of them here, there were naturally those with different personalities. One of the young men stared hatefully at Shi Hao, not willing to give in, still using this type of attitude to threaten him. Towards these types of people, Shi Hao was quite straightforward, directly beating him up until his head swelled up like a pig's. Then, he looted him clean. Just like that, regardless of whether they were men or women, he didn't let a single one of them go, cleaning up this group of young outstanding talents. There were some who didn't have a hard time because they cooperated. However, there were some geniuses with bloody noses and swollen faces, beaten until they were half dead, in sorry states, extremely miserable. There were 2 violent and pretty girls included among these, given a beating. This really was viciously beating flowers, not only in name but in reality, making those 2 young ladies feel so much hatred they were grinding their teeth in anger. If you dare glare at me again, I'll slap your butts until they split into 8 segments. Shi Hao threatened. Shameful. The 2 young ladies were furious, their faces entirely red. This fellow was too much of a scoundrel, not understanding how to treat the other sex gently at all, not showing restraint at all. Regardless of whether it was men or women, they were similarly beaten. These 2 felt so much hatred the roots of their teeth were sore. They really wanted to pounce over and bite Shi Hao to death. One had to bear in mind that neither of their backgrounds were small. Those who cultivated a strand of immortal energy were already considered rare geniuses, an ancient land only having a few. Meanwhile, both of them cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so they could be considered a part of the most powerful group of heavenly talents. Normally, no matter where they went, they would always be like moons surrounded by stars, surrounded by others, experiencing great attention. Yet today, they were robbed, and this person didn't understand their beautiful appearances, directly giving them a beating first before looting them clean. Are you even a person? One of the young ladies was incredibly angry. Normally, those geniuses all surrounded them, yet today, they were beaten crazily, even threatened to be spanked, truly making one feel dizzy. The threat already became reality. The bottom really struck. It was because Sherhao was discontent that they were hiding everything, so he directly took action. He then took a few precious items from them. Eventually, all dozen or so individuals were dealt with miserably, their bodies stripped clean of goods. Huang, don't you feel you are acting a bit excessive? You are going to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution in the end, so we will meet again soon. Yet now, what exactly are you doing? A few people couldn't hold back, loudly reminding like this, hoping that he would feel some restraining fear. They believed that Sherhao didn't dare kill them, or else that would be too crazy, stirring up tremendous waves. Those who cultivated immortal energy all had tremendous powers backing them, so who dared act crazily against these individuals? If so many people who cultivated immortal energy were killed, then that would make too many people furious. I should leave as well, Sherhao said. He stayed in this ancient mine for too long. Even though this ancient mine was still full of mysteries, hiding great natural luck, he didn't want to stay here for a long time. It was because he couldn't obtain anything else, and this place was full of unknowns and danger. I am going to Heavenly Deity Institution soon, but all of you recognize me, so how can I overcome the shame and go? Sherhao said. What do you want? A young man asked, revealing a guarded expression. Meanwhile, a young lady was even more so terrified until her expression changed, face turning pale. Relax, I am not a vicious and merciless person. I won't ask for your lives. Sherhao said, revealing a harmless appearance. These people all looked at him, deeply understanding that this fellow wasn't good to provoke. As a result, none of them dared to recklessly cry out. Why don't we discuss among ourselves a bit? You all remove your memories of the ancient mine. Sherhao asked. I refuse. You better not bully us too far. One of them shouted in anger. Right at this moment, Sherhao took action, directly brandishing a white bone club, striking the back of that person's head. It carried bone texts, a rather heavy blow. This person rolled his eyes a few times, and then no longer moved, completely going unconscious. Sherhao didn't act politely. He removed a portion of his mind's eye. Prince. The other's expressions changed. Doing things like this was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could cause body and spirit to be erased. We choose to forget ourselves. Someone cried out. Soon after, this place became noisy from Sherhao's actions. Regardless of whether they really did cooperate or if he had to do it himself, in the end, this place was cleaned up. The group of people who tried to stir up trouble were knocked unconscious. I hope that when I enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, we all already forget about each other, Sherhao said. It was clear that this was impossible, because he wouldn't forget the plundering events that happened today, too hard to forget. Meanwhile, none of these people were ordinary. Even though their short-term memory became hazy, their encounter in Origin ancient mine erased, they might still slowly recover in the future. Chapter 1097, Terrifying Figure. Soon after, Sherhao arrived at the place with formation banners again. There were 15 people here, precisely the experts he had previously restrained. From a certain perspective, Sherhao offended Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses pretty badly, from start to now more than 30 people suppressed. I want to know why Yuan Qing wanted to suppress me for 10 years. He had interrogated these people before, now he wanted to obtain verification from these people. There wasn't anything unexpected that happened. These people told him virtually the same thing. Rumor has it that a long-life family, Wind Clan, requested the suppression. Someone replied. Of course, these were merely rumors that had only been passed around recently. No one knew if it was real or fake. Sherhao frowned. He didn't think he offended this clan before, not dealing with them before. He didn't know why this clan would tell Yuan Qing to suppress him for 10 years. The clan should have disciples in Heavenly Deity Institution, right? He continued with another question. They do. Feng Xingtian, 3 strands of immortal energy, his cultivation shocking past and present in our age group, one of the most powerful geniuses of the 9 heavens 10 earths. One of them replied. Feng Xingtian. Sherhao remembered these 3 characters, storing it in his memory. Then, he looked at these people, saying, Everyone, please pay up the ransom. Without a doubt, another round of looting was going to begin. All types of rare goods these people had on them were stripped clean, and then he started to remove their corresponding memories. Eventually, he became satisfied, swiftly hiding in the depths of the ancient mine. Sherha began to think about how he was going to meet Heavenly Deity Institution's elders again. Should he just rush out like this, or should he wait for them to enter? While thinking this, an unforeseen event happened. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes shone one after another as if they belonged to starving wolves. They made one's soul tremble. Feel truly terrified. Sherha's fine hairs immediately stood on end, turning around to leave. However, he discovered that there were even more pairs of green eyes near the entrance, and they were currently surrounding him and cutting him off. This situation was extremely bad. Sherha's expression changed. He had no choice but to rush further in. Ho! Beast roars sounded, shaking up heaven and earth. All of Origin Ancient Mine was shaking. In the outside world, the faces of a group of people changed. They heard the mysterious beast roar sounds, feeling that things were turning ominous. Heavenly Deity Institution's two elders' faces sank like water. The 9 Phoenix Furnace already flew back, but those disciples didn't return. What exactly happened? Their soul lamps are all still bright, not a single one of them dying. Why aren't they returning after going in? The two of them felt helpless, feeling a deep sense of fatigue. Unexpected things happened to so many geniuses, these losses too great, intolerable. The last few days they already saw that those geniuses who entered the ancient mine could safely return, so they began to relax their guard. They never expected to lose more than 10 people at once. There's no way, I will go inside to take a look. An elder said. It was because he heard beast roars. Something seemed to be wrong with Origin Ancient Mine, so if they waited any longer, something dangerous really might happen to the geniuses. Let me go. The other spoke. Moreover, he grabbed the 9 Phoenix Furnace, quickly rushing towards Origin Ancient Mine. The two of them couldn't advance together, needing one person to provide support. This was also to prevent both of them from vanishing inside. This was originally supposed to be an experience, yet this type of thing happened in the end, making them feel headaches and self-blame, regretting their choice to come to Origin Ancient Mine. That elder turned into a void image, speed too fast, hand supporting the fist-sized 9 Phoenix Furnace, flowing with scarlet multicolored light. He quickly disappeared inside the ancient mine, thus vanishing. On the surface, many sects were in an uproar. A great figure from Heavenly Deity Institution entered the mine. This was no small matter. Will he be able to safely return? It had to be said that the 9 Phoenix Furnace was extraordinary. In this type of great figure's hands, its divine might was matchless, destroying everything in the way, far surpassing that of when those students operated it. What is this? As soon as he entered, he saw pair after pair of green eyes, currently staring in a direction as if they were pursuing something. They were ancient beasts that had never been seen before. However, they were extremely powerful, originally corpses. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder's expression became grave, feeling a bit of uneasiness. He held the 9 Phoenix Furnace in hand, quickly rushing outwards, because he sensed auras of a few students. Soon after, he saw a pile of people placed within a formation, none of them moving. What a relief, there is no danger to their lives. These students were in terrible states, eyes vacant, as if they forgot what had previously happened. Soon after, this elder found another dozen or so individuals in a different formation. All of the disciples were found, unexpectedly not a single one dead. This was a pleasant surprise. However, when he saw those ancient beasts, his mind became heavy again. Those creatures carried a rotting aura, but they were extremely powerful, making one shiver inwardly. What are they chasing after? Heavenly Deity Institution's elder revealed a suspicious expression. He wanted to follow along and take a look. Even though this elder's age wasn't young, he was as agile as a rabbit, bold like a great pun spreading its wings, extremely fast. However, when he chased inside, he shivered coldly soon afterwards. He saw a figure that made him tremble uncontrollably from just a distant look. This was something that had never happened before. After he achieved the Tao, his cultivation reaching the highest point of his life, he had never encountered this type of situation. His soul was actually convulsing, feeling an urge to bow down. His strength was already so terrifying, not enough to dominate all sects under heaven, but he shouldn't be shivering from fear like this. He couldn't lessen this innate feeling of fear even with the 9 Phoenix Furnace in hand. Finally, he saw that figure. That person turned around, revealing its true appearance. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder felt as if he was struck by thunder, his entire body going numb, white hairs standing on end, shocked to the extreme, entire body cold. That was a person with a lifeless face, eyes incredibly empty without a bit of expression. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder had met this person before. Is it really him? His voice was shaking, feeling a great horror inside. This wasn't someone from the present era, but for him and some of the most powerful individuals, it wasn't too unfamiliar of a face. It was because in the 9 heavens 10 earths, within some ancient temples, this person's golden body statue was consecrated. He was an unmatched expert from the last great era. If he wasn't powerful, how could he possibly have his figure worshipped in those ancient temples? When he was swept through by those vacant eyes, Heavenly Deity Institution's elder felt a chill run from head to toe. In that instant, he felt like he was suffocating, his breathing about to stop. This type of feeling was incredibly terrible, even his soul about to leave his body. What kind of person was that? Even though he carried deathly energy, he still possessed such frightening power. Heavenly Deity Institution's elder didn't even take the time to think further, directly running. Even with the 9 Phoenix Furnace in hand, he still didn't want to take any risks, not daring to stay behind. That figure looked towards the direction he departed from, still standing lifelessly, extremely silent. Only after some time did he walk forward. Sure, how naturally sensed the great danger, feeling as if he was drawing close to death. He knew that there was a creature he definitely could not defeat currently approaching him. In the end, Sure Hao hid within that black ancient palace, standing together with the 6 Tao reincarnations experts, waiting quietly with the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand. He was truly left helpless, no way to proceed. He hid inside the black ancient palace. Beast roars sounded from the distance. Those were ancient beasts, strength great, surrounding this place. At the same time, Sure Hao sensed that wave of deathly energy. It simply felt as if a death god had arrived, one that would reap the lives of anyone it saw. Sure Hao didn't move, waiting for him and those other creatures to leave. He could feel that as long as he stepped out, that creature could kill him with a turn of his hand. If it truly wanted to kill Sure Hao, then things would be much more troublesome. It was quite strange, though. That humanoid creature scared away Heavenly Deity Institution's elder with a single look, yet now, it was hesitating quite greatly, not pushing open the palace doors and entering. He seemed to be thinking, a bit conflicted as to whether or not it should enter the Black Palace. Sure Hao was quite nervous. Just who was this person? Why did he feel like it was some type of reborn eternal existence? After a short period of time had passed, the pressure disappeared, the beast roars also gone. When Sure Hao pushed open the large black doors, he discovered that that individual had left. He feels restraining fear towards this ancient palace? Sure Hao was quite shocked. Just what kind of people was it that left behind this black ancient palace? It actually made that person feel an instinctive fear, not willing to rashly enter. Moreover, was that a corpse that developed intelligence? It can't be some unmatched immortal king, right? Sure Hao felt his back become cold. The feeling he felt just now was just too terrible, making him feel a sense of powerlessness, not daring to resist. He could only wait it out. Wu, I have to increase my strength. Head to Heavenly Deity Institution first. He made this decision. When he left the 3,000 Dao provinces, he had seen Yuan Qing and the other individuals' strength, encountered danger in Origin Ancient Mine, deeply feeling that the Heavenly Deity level was only the beginning. There was still a greater path to take ahead. Chapter 1098. Stowaway. Sure Hao broke out. He had already stayed inside the dark mine for many days. Now that he saw a rising and falling mountain range, bright daylight, he felt as if he was dreaming. The underground world was extremely new and odd, full of strange things. It was clearly an abandoned ancient mine, yet it concealed endless mysteries. There were historical remains of immortals and undecaying beings. This place was suspected to have the corpse of an immortal king, as well as historical remains like the Black Palace. There were many things that were hidden, the mysteries impossible to guess at. In reality, the more Sure Hao pondered over this, the more he felt that this place was extraordinary. Even something like the 9 Phoenix Furnace had been randomly buried here, so only heaven knew what was buried in the depths of this place. Unfortunately, he regretfully did not find any life stones. He came and left in a hurry, not seeing any of these wondrous stones. Perhaps he had encountered them along the way, but overlooked them. This place was too dangerous. With that type of powerful undecaying corpse who had already developed intelligence there, almost trapping him in the Black Palace, he couldn't stay inside no matter what. The air on the ground wasn't all that clean, to the extent where it could be called dirty, scorching hot. It was because there were no plants here, so when the ground was directly shone on, broiled by the blazing sunlight, the natural conditions naturally became quite nasty. When Sure Hao came out, he used the earth to inch his divine ability, entering the earth, quickly, leaving this place, not drawing any attention. It was because huge changes had just taken place here, even Heavenly Deity Institution's old elder, retreating in shock, rushing out. The other large powers naturally didn't dare stay here. Only, there were still people in the distance, moreover quite a lot of them remaining here. Of course, the most important people had temporarily withdrew, entering the Stellar Dome's warships, heading into the cosmos to temporarily stay away from the dangers. Origin Ancient Mine had too many secrets, no one daring to act carelessly. Even if a true Supreme Being came, they might still feel some apprehension, not willing to enter recklessly. This star was extremely large, its surface area vast. Sherhao kept a low profile, not wishing to expose himself, secretly leaving this place. Flying straight back to immeasurable heaven was too difficult. It was because right now he had already entered outer space, this star quite far from that ancient land. If he really had to cross it himself, it was unknown just how many months and years it would be before he would make it. Moreover, there were many damaged remains along the way, formation patterns endless. This stellar domain used to be an ancient battlefield, full of thistles and thorns, difficult to traverse. Can only wait. Sherhao clenched his fists. He already stayed here for such a long time, it wouldn't make too much of a difference to wait another day or two. In the end, this visit to Origin Ancient Mine left him more scared than hurt. His greatest reward was that ancient heavenly art, this likely going to become the cornerstone he relied on to stand tall in the Heavenly Deity Institution. It was because from what he knew, the most powerful geniuses there all possessed ancient heavenly arts, all of them not good to provoke. Of course, now that he obtained the long-life medicinal liquid, undergoing a great rebirth, this was also a great gain. The current him, regardless of whether it was his flesh or spirit, both were greatly strengthened. It was also precisely because of these that he could now be considered to have left on the same starting line as the others. Otherwise, the geniuses that were most famous already experienced the Phoenix blood baptism, difficult for him to catch up to. Heavenly Deity Institution really is a good place, even having true Phoenix blood, backing quite great. I'm almost a bit impatient to enter, Sherhao said. At the same time, he released a sigh. He unexpectedly discovered a true stock of long-life medicine in Origin Ancient Mine, yet couldn't capture it. That creature was just too fast. This left him extremely regretful. Not many stocks could be found even if all 9 heavens 10 earths were searched through, while there was one right here. With this medicine, one could obtain long life, become undying. I couldn't even see clearly what kind of medicine it was, which one of the immortal medicines it was from the ancient records. Of course, he also had other suspicions. That long-life medicine might have very well formed after an immortal king died. It was because there were these types of records in bone books. There were unmatched immortal kings who died, turning into undying medicines, existing eternally. Really is mysterious. Undying immortal medicine, Black Ancient Palace, 9 Phoenix Furnace, and other things, that place has too many mysteries hidden within. Sherhao hovered around this area for several days, surveying those great powers camps. However, there were still no large warships that took off, nor did anyone leave. He needed a chance, needed to borrow those people's warships to set sail. He could only wait. This required quite the patience. Sherhao felt as if time was dragging on, the wait tormenting. After all, he already made the decision to leave. He didn't want to waste time here, because every bit of time was extremely important for him. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have wanted to suppress him for 10 years. Based on his intuition, there was definitely a tremendous benefit in Heavenly Deity Institution that maybe only a select few could obtain. Otherwise, his rivals wouldn't have gone so far to deal with him. It could be said that suppressing him like this was a bit despicable, leaving him furious. Only, he didn't know if the rumors he heard were real. Was this really done by the Long Life Family Wind Clan? He didn't even enter Heavenly Deity Institution yet, but there already seemed to be some powerful opponents to watch out for. For example, that Lu Tua and Wind Clan's Feng Xingtian. Meanwhile, the Long Life family's Yu Ying lady might also be a close rival. When he thought of the Wang family, he couldn't help but rub the diamond band on his head. This thing was quite sturdy, still binding his head, no way of removing it. With his current strength, this shiny metal magical artifact might not necessarily be able to restrict him. However, removing it was a bit troublesome. He didn't have much confidence in succeeding. It was because he had previously tried using the everlasting immortal sword to cut it open, but ultimately discovered that the diamond band was covered in bone texts, unexpectedly about to explode. This thing was actually going to destroy everything indiscriminately. Sherhao didn't dare act recklessly. After all, this thing was too close to his primordial spirit. A single mistake might blast off his skull's crown, wounding the primordial spirit. However, he had confidence in not being suppressed by it, able to disregard its existence. It was just removing it that was extremely troublesome. The diamond band flickered with silver light, shining like a rainbow. While wearing it on his head, Sure Hao exuded a unique and enchanting style. He lowered his hair, doing his best to hide this magical artifact, making it less conspicuous. However, when he did this, he was a bit like an ascetic monk. Forget it, I'll have the Wang family remove it in the future. If it really comes down to it, I'll capture their young lady in Heavenly Deity Institution. Sure Hao muttered. He was extremely discontent. He was forced to wear this thing, making him feel extremely uneasy, annoying him greatly. After waiting for many days, Origin Star was finally met with some activity. A large blue ship descended from the distance. Many people immediately surrounded it, waiting for the warship to open. Sure Hao was stirred up. He also rushed over, mixing with the crowd. This was a slave ship that delivered 800,000 to 900,000 cultivators, these slaves going to be used to dig the ancient mine's surroundings. People from the large powers naturally went up to do business. Sure Hao hid in the crowd. He watched as slaves were forced down group after group, and then he watched as cultivators walked down from the ship, stepping onto the star. His eyes were deep, looking for an opportunity to sneak in. The large ship stopped for 2 days. During this period, this place was full of activity and noise. There were people from some great powers who were going to borrow the ship to return. This was quite a common thing. Normally, as long as it was ships that came here often, they would always show face, bring the people here back along the way. Sure Hao seized the opportunity, muddling his way into the ancient ship. There were many people, this place noisy and chaotic. Sure Hao took advantage of the disorder to get onto the ship. Of course, those with lower statuses who wanted to enter had to pay high prices. Fortunately, he looted a group of geniuses from Heavenly Deity Institution. When he got on, he had no choice but to give out a few rare heavenly treasures, thus slipping through. In these types of situations, these slave ships would always open one eye and close the other, because they had seen too many things. Disciples who made mistakes were often sent here by their families, and so they had to find a way to escape back. That was why this process still went relatively smoothly for Sure Hao. Of course, he changed his appearance with the 72 transformations, first to avoid encountering hidden dangers. The large ship took off. Woo-woo sounds could be heard as it moved through the horizon. It turned into a streak of blue light, quickly entering the dark, starry sky. Something's not right. I seem to have sensed a fluctuation from the diamond band just now. It entered the ancient ship. A middle-aged man from the Wang family appeared, raising his head towards the disappearing warship. Then an elder also rushed over while carrying suspicion, staring into the pitch-black night sky, feeling incredibly bewildered. There's no way, right? That youngster should have died in Origin Ancient Mine. Don't tell me he can still appear, the middle-aged man said. In his opinion, Heavenly Deity Institution's geniuses had all suffered setbacks, and even 2 elders from the academy fled back, so how could Huang, who had entered the ancient mine for many days, still be alive? What a pity. If he was sent to the young Miss side, he would definitely become a powerful servant. After all, he already cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, yet he died just like that. Too much of a waste. An elder sighed, feeling regret. The large ship moved through the starry sky, continuously moving through the cracks in space, speeding ahead. Otherwise, if cultivators had to fly themselves, it was easy to get lost in the ice-cold dark cosmos. Aside from the tremendous distance, it was hard to even stay on the right path. Finally, they approached a great ancient continent, returning to immeasurable heaven. This time, I am going to enter the Heavenly Deity Institution, have to rise up. Sure Hao said to himself, eyes resolute. Chapter 1099, Heavenly Deity Institution. The ancient continent is vast and boundless. This place is known as immeasurable heaven, high up above, overlooking the stellar domain. There were 9 heavens in total, this being only one of them a legendary place. One couldn't see the horizon at all. Many stars were arranged side by side, but compared to this ancient land, they were like grains of sand. It was clear that there were more than one heavenly sun. Every region had their own, rising at dawn, falling in the evening. All formed from the corpses of ancient golden crows. Sure Hao said with a sigh. He knew that there were some ancient golden crows whose strength were powerful beyond compare, among them existences that exceeded the limits of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had already died, their corpses now turned into suns. Not long after Sure Hao left the warship, a large purple ship moved through the void, entering this ancient continent, catching up to the blue warship. Dao brother, please wait. This was also a slave ship. It hurried from Origin Star, speeding here to catch up to the blue warship. What is it? The blue warship stopped, and the captain asked. We came from Origin Ancient Mine, an important slave from our clan escaped, an elder from the Wang family ran over. He was going to return to begin with, so he might as well use this chance to verify the suspicions in his heart. Unfortunately, when he arrived on this continent, there was a group that had already left the blue warship. Even if he ascended the warship to search around, he was still destined for disappointment. How didn't know about these things. He borrowed an ancient transport formation on the ground to leave this place. Heavenly Deity Institution. He only had a single target. He had to hurry to that place and satisfy his aspirations. Ever since he left the 3,000 Dao provinces, the journey couldn't be considered smooth, with many great delays. He had to hurry over with the shortest amount of time possible. There was no time left to squander away. He had previously visited a part of the desolate border, ascended Undying Mountain, seeing that the creatures on that side had already started moving, also preparing for war. Time was pressing. If he couldn't rise up quickly, ascending to the very peak, once the Great War erupted, not even the most stunning talent was enough. One needed to reach higher cultivation realms. It is still too far away. Hao was a bit stupefied. He really didn't expect this continent to be this vast, the so-called immeasurable heaven many times larger than the 3,000 Dao provinces. The 9 heavens were high above, larger than the 10 earths, the heroic figures here bringing even greater glory to this place. Just like how the 3,000 provinces had the lower realms 8 regions, the 9 heavens 10 earths, even though not as exaggerated, were still many times bigger. Hao felt a bit of a headache. He could only head to those giant cities and pay hefty prices to move through the transport formations. Otherwise, flying the entire journey wasn't too realistic. Hao borrowed transport formations one after another, walking through ancient cities again and again, continuously advancing in one direction. After spending half a month and using up many rare treasures, he finally approached his destination after borrowing the power of a few giant transport formations, arriving in the region where the Heavenly Deity Institution was. Stellar Sea, a legendary place. There were too many legends about this place. It was rumored that during the great battle of the past, countless stars fell, all of them smashing downwards, producing endless stellar radiance. When one watched from the distance, it was as if divine rainbows connected the heavens, bright colors gorgeous, incomparably dazzling. During that battle, a powerful being hacked apart the heavenly dome. Countless great stars fell, directly drowning out this place covered in endless brilliance. When one watched from the distance, it was as if they were looking at a sea of stars. Later on, this place became an expanse of abandoned earth. It was because too many stars fell, completely ruining this place. If not for this place being vast enough and having countless great formations, it would have definitely been smashed through, completely destroyed. Despite this being the case, this place was still greatly changed, the fields turning into mountain regions. It was because there were countless falling stars. Even though there were some that smashed into the earth, there were still large amounts on the ground surface. A mountain range made from falling stars. Moreover, this mountain range was unimaginably tall, towering into the clouds, full of a majestic and oppressive aura. Of course, the reason there was this type of scene was because of great formations. Otherwise, how could there be so many stars left behind? Eventually, there was another great being that came to refine this place, truly turning the fallen stars into a mountain range. Meanwhile, plants began to grow once again. This region was thus named Stellar Sea. Apart from stars, there were a few supreme treasure fragments buried here, and even unmatched experts' blood and bones, making this place even more divine and unordinary. In addition, there were a few immortal caves that were buried underground by countless stars. After so many years had passed, Stellar Sea already flourished with life. There were many areas where immortal Dao energy surged, making it appear increasingly divine and auspicious. Heavenly Deity Institution chose this place as its location. This was the most auspicious place. It was rumored that beneath the mountain range where it resided, rested an immortal cave from the last great era, waiting to be excavated, about to appear. Normally, there was faint immortal energy all around the academy, truly mysterious and extraordinary. This was clearly the most ideal cultivation land, enough for great ancient sects to fight for. Only by making it the base for the Heavenly Deity Institution did the other sects calm down, no longer struggling over it. Stellar Sea was extremely large, this region comparable to 10 provinces from the 3,000 provinces. When he arrived, he found from just asking around a bit that almost everyone knew where Heavenly Deity Institution was. He didn't have to worry about losing his way at all. It was because there were many people hurrying towards that place during this time, wishing to be chosen so they could enter the academy. Along the way, Hao encountered quite a few young talents. After asking them, he learned that they were heading to the same destination, wishing to enter Heavenly Deity Institution. This left him shocked. Didn't the selection already end? Why were there still so many people hurrying over? When he entered Stellar Sea's depths, approaching Heavenly Deity Institution, he encountered more and more people along the way. There were some who rode on white ancient divine elephants, others seated on dragon-marked sparrows. They were all disciples from great powers. Up ahead, the great mountains were majestic, purple energy overflowing, auspicious light surging. He could tell that this was a rare pure land from a single look. The mountains rose and fell, as if there were over 10,000 true dragons lying dormant here. The mountain range here is all piled up from emperor stars, full of spiritual essence, covered densely in divine matter. Someone said. Sherhao was stunned as soon as he arrived by the mountain gates. There were just too many people here, right? There were all types of divine birds in the sky, carrying a few princes and young misses, all of them talented individuals with a set amount of accomplishments on the path of cultivation. It could be said that they were all experts, not a single one of them ordinary. There were many barbaric beasts on the ground who pulled ancient war chariots, their bodies releasing astonishing energy. They also carried the outstanding talents from different clans, included among them the most powerful heirs of a region, imperial court princesses. These individuals' statuses were extraordinary, backgrounds extremely great. There were too many people, stretching out as far as the eye could see, endless. Regardless of whether it was the sky, ground, or mountain peaks, they were all crammed with creatures. Sherhao felt a bit dizzy. This was just too cruel, right? There were so many here, but likely only one could enter. Inside the mountain gate, it was incredibly pure and holy. Jade palaces rested on enormous mountains one after another, immortal light surging, auspicious energy lingering around, the scene incredibly astonishing. Those mountains had holy medicines releasing their fragrance, flowing with brilliant colors. Even divine medicines could be seen, moving around in the mountain region, leaving one stunned. There were enormous lakes, raised within them ancient divine flood dragons, treated like fish in an aquarium. From time to time, water splashed outwards, electrical radiance curling about. Sherhao only gave this place some hurried glances, but already couldn't help but sigh. This really was done on quite the large scale. The mountain gate was extremely vast, one couldn't see its end, only able to see the outermost scenes. Why did so many people come? Didn't the disciples' selection end a long time ago? Sherhao couldn't help but ask those around him. There were immediately people around him that rolled their eyes, not paying him any attention. Only a single person asked in confusion, "Could it be that you don't want to become a follower?" These words alone left Sherhao shocked. Soon after, only after asking around carefully did he learn about the true situation. He was immediately stupefied. Heavenly Deity Institution's disciple selection had long concluded. What the outstanding talents of various sects and exceptional talents came here for wasn't to become a disciple, but rather to become the core disciples' followers. Every period of time, there would be some disciples in Heavenly Deity Institution who would choose some servants, maids, followers, etc. These people came from afar all for a chance of entering this Heavenly Deity Institution, not minding that type of identity. Sherhao was shocked, really finding it a bit hard to understand. There were young supreme beings among those present, powerful clans inheritors, ancient imperial court princesses, and others. With their identities, their extraordinary cultivations, did they have to go this far? It seems like you don't really understand. After entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, becoming those core disciples' followers, if we are stunning enough, there is a chance to become true disciples. Someone explained. For the sake of a chance, even a clan's pearl is willing to first serve as a maid, the young supreme being of a clan willing to serve as a servant? Sherhao asked. All things require a price, let alone entering the Heavenly Deity Institution, a place where the most powerful inheritance in history can be obtained. A beautiful girl said with a sigh. History's most powerful inheritance? Sherhao was astonished. Those around him didn't pay him much attention anymore, because they discovered that he didn't know anything, just an ignorant person. Chapter 1100. Abandoned Disciple. Sherhao rubbed his nose, trying to hide his embarrassment. The mountains were majestic, all formed from stars. After all this time, spiritual essence continuously released from them, turning this place into the most precious pure land. Heavenly Deity Institution had too many great peaks, rumored that every single true disciple had a large amount of spiritual earth to themselves. This place was extremely vast. The people outside were long moved. They could see jade palaces, flowing waterfalls and flying springs, divine medicines that could run and move about, and rising immortal energy. Why aren't they coming out yet? We've waited for so long already. Someone complained. Many of the individuals here were their clan's most powerful heroes, country's imperial princesses. Not only were their Dao profound, strength great, Their statuses were also formidable. There were naturally those like Sure How as well, believing that being the follower of another didn't match their status, feeling a bit conflicted inside. Normally, these were all above others. Whenever they set out, they would all be like moons surrounded by stars, sheltered and pampered by their clansmen. Yet today, after coming here, they could only wait patiently for Heavenly Deity Institution to come select people. Sigh, even I, the successor of a clan, can only hope to become someone else's follower. It truly is a bit hard to accept. A young man in an embroidered robe said with a sigh, looking extremely noble. Lower your voices. If you aren't willing, then just leave. Speaking out like this is only making trouble. Someone advised. Think about those ancient imperial heavenly ladies. If they are chosen, they would end up as followers, maybe even maids. Would their statuses be even more wronged? There were some who were unresigned. They came here after listening to their elders' strict warnings, as a result feeling a bit frustrated. However, most of the people here really did want to become the followers of Heavenly Deity Institution's disciples. They wanted to use this chance to ascend to the skies, acquire the qualifications to cultivating the Academy's most powerful inheritance. Generally speaking, the Academy's disciples were all extraordinary, almost all of them cultivating immortal energy. Moreover, these people had outstanding statuses to begin with, all of these young supreme beings nurtured with their respective clans' greatest resources. Their future accomplishments were unimaginable. That was why these outstanding talents, ancient country pearls and others, despite feeling a bit unwilling inside, still consoled themselves after coming here and carefully thought things through. It was because those people forget about their cultivation, just their statuses alone were above those here. I hope the inheritor of a long life family will choose me. A young man clenched his fists, looking quite young and tender, speaking in this type of hopeful manner. There was immediately someone who laughed, saying, "Don't tell me you are hoping the pearl of a long life family will take interest in a brat like you?" When others heard this, that young man's face immediately flushed red. Long life family, those were families who had an immortal as their ancestor. Solely in terms of strength, even after endless years had passed, they were still terrifying and world-shocking. Even those ancient countries, holy lands, and powerful clans had to act politely towards them, treating them with great courtesy. No one knew for sure what true long life beings left behind. If those things were used, it would definitely be earth-shattering, able to kill supreme beings, wipe out countries, and overturn sects. Speaking of long life family, there are some pearls who really are stunning. I really hope I get chosen by them. Even if it's as a servant, I'll still be happy. A somewhat frivolous male with starstruck eyes spoke, his face carrying a smile. He had purple hair, eyes filled with radiance. His strength was quite extraordinary as well. The others sneered, all of them shaking their heads. Even if they were chosen as a slave, so what? The young ladies of long life families lived in different worlds from them, the difference too great. It's better if you face reality. Stop daydreaming so much. Someone reminded with a laugh, telling him not to shoot his mouth to avoid provoking disaster. Say, do you all think the Wang family's pearl is extraordinary, or is the Ning family's pearl more formidable? Someone raised this topic. Even though they knew that discussing long life families like this wasn't too good, to the extent where it was even a bit dangerous, they still couldn't help but compare them. Are you trying to compare their appearances or cultivation? Both. Should be the Wang family's young miss that is more stunning. I heard that she cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. This type of natural talent is enough to overlook the 9 heavens 10 earths. It's not easy to say. Those long life family inheritors are all extremely mysterious, none of us understanding much about them. Outside the mountain gate, more and more people appeared, this place incredibly noisy. On the ground, all types of barbaric beasts roared. Feathers shone brilliantly in midair. Divine birds spread their wings, filling the sky. It was unknown just how many geniuses came, all for the sake of becoming the follower of another. The competition could be said to be quite fierce. Suddenly, there was a wave of disorder. The savage beasts on the earth all became uneasy, roaring towards the heavens, struggling about, howling and whimpering in this mountain region, wishing to escape. In addition, the divine birds in the skies all began to beat their wings, becoming incredibly noisy. They looked toward a direction, all of them wishing to fly away. A 6-winged ancient beast flew over. It wasn't that large, only a few zhang in length, but it exuded a mountainous aura, suffocating everyone until it was hard for them to breathe. This ancient beast had a horse body, flood dragon head, its body resembling a qilin a bit, but definitely wasn't one. Purple light flickered about its entire body, scales glistening with deep radiance. Apart from this, it had scarlet red vermilion wings, 6 of them in total. It was incredibly heroic, like the mount of a supreme being, making all of the vicious beasts and divine birds feel fear and terror. Six-winged ancient beast, extraordinary after all, practically suppressing all other mounts. Someone said with a sigh. What a pity, its body hasn't evolved into a true qilin, wings not evolving into perfect vermilion bird wings. Otherwise, it really would be a supreme being mount. Another person said quietly. On that mount sat a male, hair red like blood, a fiery red expanse. He was heroic and imposing, definitely not an ordinary person, but an outstanding individual. This was especially the case with the strand of immortal energy around his body, proving his extraordinariness. It's him, he came again. He comes here once a month, but what a pity, hadn't been chosen L this time. Sure Hao listened to their discussions, feeling extremely shocked. This person wished to enter Heavenly Deity Institution, but was actually rejected. In the end, he only has himself to blame. Heavenly Deity Institution already selected him, yet when it was time to check in, he didn't hurry over, only coming after several tens of days, ultimately having his qualifications cancelled by the Academy. When Sure Hao heard these words, he was immediately a bit stupefied. It was because he was even worse, only coming today, already many months passing. The six-winged ancient beast's scarlet-haired youngster transmitted sound, extremely willful and stubborn, wishing to enter Heavenly Deity Institution, declaring a challenge here. Truly a pity. He comes here every month when the core disciples come out to find servants and followers. He wants to go into the institution and challenge others. This person didn't wish to become a servant, but rather to challenge true Academy disciples, wishing to be chosen and become a core disciple this way. However, Heavenly Deity Institution decided to make an example out of him, not taking him in all this time. Is there a need to reject him like this? This is a good seed. Is he going to be abandoned just like that? Even Sure Hao began to feel a bit of sympathy for this person. Of course, he was worried for himself. If he rushed over like this, if he was chased out and not acknowledged, then that really would be a disaster. There were some who said that Heavenly Deity Institution did this on purpose, that they were trying to foster a different type of student. Even though he wasn't allowed in, the amount of resources he received wouldn't be that lacking. The six-winged ancient beast roared, shaking the world and splitting the space around it. The ancient beast was that powerful, so one could imagine the strength of its master. Who is making a racket? A few people finally appeared from the mountain gate, coming here to take a look. Several young individuals appeared within the mountain gate at once, one of them laughing coldly and saying, "Zhao Gang, you've come again. You didn't treasure the chance, now it's already too late. You should just leave." It was clear that these were Heavenly Deity Institution students. These individuals cultivated immortal energy, stopping that Zhao Gang riding on the six-winged ancient beast. This battle was unavoidable. Zhao Gang was extremely strong, the six-winged ancient beast extraordinary as well. However, before those individuals he still suffered greatly, because there were several individuals taking action together after all. Sigh, he was defeated again as expected. Why is Zhao Gang even doing this? Coming here to fight every month, but still unable to join the Academy in the end. Someone said with a sigh. The six-winged ancient beast roared, fleeing after being wounded, bringing Zhao Gang away from this place. The void trembled. A green-clothed woman appeared, in her hand a jade sword, the sword radiance like rainbows. Chi-chi sounds rang out endlessly, fighting against those students alone. Sure Hao was quite shocked. This girl cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, strength exceptional. After an intense battle, those individuals were all defeated. Meng Yun has recovered. Due to some reasons, she wasn't able to arrive in Heavenly Deity Institution in time, also forced to remain outside. This has left her quite discontent, often coming here to challenge the students. Someone said. When Sure Hao heard this, his face became wooden, extremely ugly. He felt like he had encountered trouble. Even this type of stunning girl was rejected, not being accepted by Heavenly Deity Institution. This was just too severe, right? If he wanted to enter, it would most likely be troublesome as well. Are there many people like this? Sure Hao asked. Of course not, because there are only a few who came late because of various reasons, ultimately refused after exceeding the time limit for too long. There are only 3 or 4 who have become abandoned disciples. Someone said. Abandoned disciples? Sure Hao was stunned, expression grave. Could it be that he was also one of these, destined for rejection? There are some who claim the Academy is doing this on purpose to temper these people, not actually giving up on them. Another added. But this is just too mentally crushing, right? Being called abandoned disciples doesn't sound that good after all. Also, by missing out on the Academy's various resources, it'll hinder their cultivation. There were others who sighed, not believing this type of saying at all.